Chapter 1. Excavating the grave of Namikaze Minato. In the 50th year of Konoha, 5 days had passed since the chaos wrought by the Nine Tails in the pitch-black night, devoid of moonlight. Only the faintest twinkling of stars punctuated the darkness. Li Yuan, like a specter, stealthily made his way to the cemetery on the outskirts of Konoha village. This area was relatively spacious, with numerous gravestones arranged in neat rows, each one representing a ninja who had sacrificed their life for the village of Konoha. Li Yuan traversed the graves, pausing before a newly erected headstone adorned with fresh flowers. The inscription boldly proclaimed, "The grave of the fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato." Li Yuan gazed silently at the gravestone, lost in contemplation. He had always held a fondness for the character of Namikaze Minato in his previous life. Li Yuan was a transmigrator in his past existence. He had been absorbed in watching the Naruto anime while playing the game under one person, NK, when he suddenly found himself enveloped in darkness. Upon regaining consciousness, he discovered he had traversed into the world of Naruto, becoming an 80-year-old orphan named Uchiha Li Yuan. Along with his transmigration, he had brought with him the skills of a character from a game, the golden light technique, lightning style, and the dual hand technique. Immediately, Li Yuan began to cultivate the golden light technique, requiring minimal chakra. True to its reputation as a dual cultivation method, the technique refined even the slightest amounts of chakra within him into a form of vital energy, subsequently purifying the hidden seeds of chakra within. Perhaps due to the refinement of both chakra and its seed, this vital energy could release ninjutsu more effectively. This energy allowed him to perfectly conceal his presence to others. It seemed as though he possessed only a trace of chakra, eventually leading to the complete absence of chakra. Thus, by the age of 10, Li Yuan withdrew from the ninja academy and assumed the role of an ordinary villager in Konoha. This was the outcome he desired. With such formidable power, why should he engage in menial tasks for monetary gain or partake in wars that offered no benefit? To sacrifice himself for Konoha's elite was a fool's errand. Moreover, he felt little sense of belonging to Konoha. 5 days prior, during the Nine Tails rampage, Minato had fallen, and 16-year-old Li Yuan recognized this as an opportune moment to utilize the dual hand technique to extract the flying thunder god technique's memories. Since cultivating vital energy, he had become adept at sensing chakra signatures. As long as he did not act overtly, he could remain undetected. Li Yuan scanned his surroundings, noting the absence of any chakra, indicating that he was alone. "Namikaze Minato, I apologize for disturbing your rest," he murmured. With that, Li Yuan retrieved a scroll from his waist and infused it with vital energy. With a series of soft thuds, 3 shovels materialized from thin air, striking the ground. Shadow clone technique. Li Yuan formed hand seals. With a series of explosive puffs of smoke, 2 additional Li Yuans appeared. The 3 of them seized the shovels and began to excavate rapidly, the sound of earth being turned over echoing through the stillness of the night. After a brief interval, the entire coffin was unearthed. Li Yuan took a deep breath and pushed open the coffin lid with both hands. Inside lay 2 intertwined corpses, a golden-haired man and a red-haired woman, exuding a foul odor of decay. Li Yuan frowned, reaching into his pocket with his right hand to retrieve a tissue, which he pressed against his nostrils. His left hand, glowing with a blue luminescence, rested upon Minato's forehead, his eyelids lowered in concentration. Perhaps due to the state of the corpses, there was no resistance. The moment his left hand made contact, he began to access the memories within. Li Yuan was previously apprehensive about the potential desecration of a corpse, which would hinder the retrieval of memories that in this world. There exists a unique ninjutsu that appears to be effective for only 24 hours. He calculated that the extraction of flying thunder god memories would require half an hour, primarily due to the extensive time needed for filtering and organizing the memories. With a sudden puff, one shadow clone vanished, while another closed its eyes to sense the surroundings, leaving the main body to focus on memory organization. 25 minutes later, the shadow clone abruptly stood, its gaze fixated in the direction of the village. The main body of Li Yuan followed this direction with his senses, detecting a chakra presence likely Kakashi approaching from less than a kilometer away. At a normal pace, it would take less than 5 minutes to arrive, and within 4 minutes, he would witness the peculiarities here. Li Yuan surveyed the scene. The gravestone remained intact, but behind it lay a large pit, within which the lower portion of the coffin was still buried, surrounded by freshly dug earth. This was problematic. What to do? Li Yuan dispelled the shadow clone and created another clone with half of his energy. The main Bodhi's left hand glowed with blue light while the right hand delved into the grave to retrieve the remains of Minato Namikaze, executing several swift movements that melded into the night without leaving a trace. One individual swiftly cleared the remaining evidence, transforming into a middle-aged man with dark skin, wielding a shovel to continue the excavation. Kakashi, unable to sleep, decided to visit the cemetery to check on his teacher and Obito. The thought of being the sole survivor of the team tugged at his heart. As he entered the cemetery, he heard rustling sounds, and then behind his master's gravestone, a figure emerged, shouldering a coffin and fleeing. Kakashi rushed to the gravestone of Minato Namikaze, his pupils instantly constricting. He fixated on the shadow, racing away with the coffin. Gritting his teeth, producing a clicking sound, he lifted the mask over his left eye, and the three tomo of his Sharingan rapidly spun, locking onto the fleeing figure for pursuit. Li Yuan felt a chill run down his spine. He was aware that the Sharingan targeting him possessed a rare spatial attribute. Fearing being obliterated by Kamui, he dashed into the forest, hindered by the burden of the coffin on his back, rendering swift escape nearly impossible. Chidori, sharp spear. Li Yuan hurled the coffin to the ground, evading to the side as a glimmer of cold light whizzed past. He realized that he must engage in combat to buy time. It was imperative to ascertain the strength he had gained after 8 years of cultivating the Golden Light spell and 2 years of mastering lightning techniques. Although merely a shadow clone with only half of his strength, if he couldn't delay Kakashi, who was only 14, for 10 minutes, he might as well abandon any ambitions for the future. Heaven and earth, mysterious religion, the root of all energies. My body possesses golden light, enveloping me. Li Yuan formed a hand seal. Golden light rapidly spreading across his body, concealing his exterior, while he drew a kunai from his waist and charged toward Kakashi. The clanging of weapons echoed, accompanied at times by the crackle of flames and the sizzling of electricity. After another clash, the two figures separated, and Li Yuan wore a broad smile, his lips curling upward. During the recent encounter, he had refrained from employing lightning techniques or any ninjutsu, relying solely on the few techniques bequeathed by his parents. However, Kakashi is merely 14 years old and has yet to master the 8 gates of Doinji. He has not employed Kamui, and it is likely he is incapable of doing so at this moment. Relying solely on the Golden Light spell, he engaged in combat for several minutes, successfully completing the task, and decided to test his lightning techniques. In the next moment, Li Yuan's entire body shimmered with white lightning as he charged towards Kakashi, his speed doubling. Kakashi widened his eyes slightly. This was the lightning release chakra mode. The person before him, with dark skin, was undoubtedly from the village hidden in the clouds. Bang! A wooden post shattered. Li Yuan halted, sensing that Kakashi had used earth release to submerge underground, swiftly traversing the distance. 100 meters away, Kakashi emerged from the ground. He dared not withstand that previous strike. Heat into the lightning release chakra of the Raikage was notoriously formidable. Whoosh. Boom! A signal flare erupted in the sky, awakening countless dreamers. Chapter 2. I shall confront a host of foes. Li observed the signal flare burst in the sky, and the figure shimmering with lightning charged once more towards Kakashi. Kakashi utilized the body replacement technique combined with earth release to evade, having recognized during their earlier skirmish that his opponent was swift and possessed high defenses, typical of a classic ninja from the village hidden in the clouds. His objective was merely to stall until reinforcements arrived. The one who dared to desecrate his teacher would surely meet his demise. Understanding Kakashi's intent to avoid direct confrontation, Li Yuan seized the opportunity. He intended to draw fire as a shadow clone, allowing him to attract attention. Li Yuan hoisted the coffin once more and sprinted deeper into the forest. Kakashi consistently trailed closely behind, his gaze fixed intently on the retreating figure. In a spacious clearing, Li Yuan came to a halt. Positioning the coffin horizontally before him, he sensed numerous chakra signatures converging in his direction. Calculating the time since he began his flight with the coffin, he estimated it had been over 10 minutes. His original body should have completed its task by now. Thus, he felt liberated to unleash his true potential. Today, he was prepared to single-handedly confront the ninjas of Konoha, inspired by his admiration for Madara's unparalleled dominance during his battles against the ninja world. With the demise of Minato Namikaze and the absence of the legendary 3 ninjas from Konoha, he noted that Kakashi and Might Guy were still young, and the village seemed devoid of formidable experts. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several figures swiftly emerged from the forest, surrounding Li Yuan, with more chakra signatures approaching from behind. The first to appear were several masked Umbu ninjas on duty for the night. Li Yuan, radiating even brighter lightning, charged towards the crowd, contemplating that they were merely insignificant foes, and today he would be invincible. Bang! Bang, clang, clang. Barely exchanging a few blows, numerous ninjas appeared to join the fray. Earth release, heart decapitation technique, shadow imitation technique, body flicker technique, wind release, cutting technique, fire release, great fireball technique. After a barrage of ninjutsu, a cloud of smoke dispersed, revealing that the dark figure had vanished from the spot. This is not good, it is a shadow clone. The real one must still be near the village. Hyuga clan, activate Byakugan for reconnaissance. A signal flare detonated once more. The ninjas present scattered to investigate their surroundings. Kakashi, please explain the situation, inquired a ninja donning a monkey mask, who was the captain of the Umbu. Night, duty. Kakashi hastened to the coffin, gently placing his hand upon it as he spoke. I was unable to sleep tonight and intended to visit the cemetery to pay my respects to my teacher. Upon entering the graveyard, I witnessed that individual carrying a coffin behind my teacher's gravestone and fleeing. As he spoke, Kakashi lifted a corner of the coffin lid, his brow furrowing as his pupils constricted in shock and disbelief. The body of Lord Minato is missing. An Umbu ninja approached and fully opened the coffin, revealing Kushina lying within, yet the body of Minato was absent. Kakashi, you must report to Lord Hokage immediately. At the Hokage building, within the Hokage's office, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, held a pipe, slowly igniting it and inhaling deeply as he listened to the reports from the Umbu and Kakashi that it confirmed that they utilized the lightning release chakra. The third Hokage asked gravely. Affirmative, they replied in unison. Upon receiving their assured responses, the third Hokage's brow furrowed deeply. It was evident that the Raikage sought to test their resolve, particularly upon learning of the death of the fourth Hokage, eager to ascertain the strength of Konoha. Knock, knock, knock. Enter, what is it now? The third Hokage wearily rubbed his forehead. Lord Hokage, we have located the body of the fourth Hokage, reported an Umbu ninja. Or was it discovered? Has it been examined for any anomalies? The third Hokage inquired urgently. It was found behind his gravestone. We conducted an examination and found nothing unusual. The third Hokage was perplexed. What was the Raikage's intent in exhuming Minato's grave, only to return it? Had they perhaps developed a technique akin to the impure world reincarnation? Dismissed. Maintain vigilance and continue the search throughout the village. Kakashi, you shall reigner Minato. Keep tonight's events confidential to ensure the village's stability. The third Hokage declared after a moment of silence, setting down his pipe. Yes, Lord Hokage. The ninjas in the office bowed and swiftly departed. Shinobu, a masked ninja, materialized. Notify the intelligence division to send additional personnel to the Raikage's village, he commanded. Inform the station ninjas at the borders to report any unusual movements from the Raikage's village immediately. As Shinobu exited to carry out the orders, the third Hokage continued to inhale the smoke from his pipe, his face etched with worry. Konoha could not withstand another war. The village was already in a precarious state, and he hoped that conflict was not imminent. Li Yuan remained blissfully unaware of the turmoil his actions had caused the third Hokage. Had he known, he would likely have applauded himself. As the first signal flare erupted, Li Yuan had successfully extracted the memories of the Flying Thunder God technique and returned Minato to his grave. At present, Li Yuan wandered through a district on the outskirts of Konoha, where numerous establishments belonged to the Uchiha clan. Crossing the street and traversing a small forest would lead him to the Uchiha territory. With the signal flare's explosion, ninjas were scattered throughout the village, leaving him cautious against sprinting too quickly, uncertain of where someone might be observing. With the Byakugan, although he lacked the ability to sense chakra, he could not afford to remain hidden. Yuan stepped away from the Huayuan Pavilion, a modest 3-story building he had. Established at the tender age of 10 after dropping out of school, utilizing the funds left by his parents. The eatery primarily served the delicacies from his previous life, and its unique flavors had garnered a respectable clientele. A ninja with a forehead protector, marked by the distinctive Byakugan, observed Li Yuan as he approached from the street and entered the establishment. Noticing no chakra emanating from Li Yuan, he contemplated reporting this unusual sight. A lone individual returning home at such an odd hour, especially one residing in this location, which aroused considerable suspicion regarding his Uchiha heritage. A firm knock echoed at the door. Open up for inspection, came a command. As Li Yuan opened the door, he was met by an Umbu ninja accompanied by a Byakugan-wielding companion. Returning home, so late. What have you been doing? Inquired the Umbu ninja. Honorable ninja, the fireworks startled me awake, so I took a stroll, Li Yuan replied, bowing and feigning trepidation. The Umbu ninja scrutinized Li Yuan, seeing none of the Uchiha clan's famed arrogance. He placed a hand on Li Yuan's shoulder, channeling chakra into him. Li Yuan felt a trickle of chakra enter his body, but suppressed the instinct to refine it, allowing his own energy to remain dormant within. Predictably, the Umbu ninja sensed no chakra fluctuations. He turned to the Byakugan user, who swiftly scanned the interior of the house, shaking his head in disapproval. Ordinary people should refrain from venturing out at night. Do not complicate matters for us. The Umbu ninja remarked before departing. As Li Yuan watched them leave, he fell into contemplation. The earlier inspection had sparked an idea. He could potentially refine chakra into energy. Perhaps one day, he could experiment with a tailed beast. He sensed that the natural energies of this world were akin to the spiritual essence of heaven and earth, while tailed beasts and chakra fruits could be considered treasures of nature. Pondering further, he acknowledged that his strength was still insufficient. The Uchiha clan's massacre was predicted to occur around 56 years from now, granting him a few more years of preparation. His freedom of Sharingan was likely nearing the evolution to the Mangekyō Sharingan. Closing the door, he ascended the stairs. The first floor served as the dining area. The second housed private rooms, and the third was his personal sanctuary. Once in his bedroom, Li Yuan grasped a shuriken from the table. Attempting to inscribe coordinates upon it using his energy, he recalled the memories of the Flying Thunder God technique, which presented the greatest challenge in sensing spatial fluctuations. For Li Yuan, this was a simple task, as he practiced the Golden Light spell, a technique that nurtured both body and spirit. His mental acuity and perception were formidable. As long as he could inscribe his coordinates, mastery would come swiftly. Before he knew it, dawn broke. The rapid knocking at the door jolted Li Yuan from his reverie. Chapter 3. A fortuitous encounter with the Mangekyō. Li Yuan descended the stairs and opened the door, revealing two youths, one male and one female, standing outside. The boy, clad in athletic attire and a vest, donned a Konoha forehead protector. His neatly cropped black hair framed a youthful, handsome face. This young man was Uchiha, age 17, a middle-ranking ninja, a young maiden clad in a pristine white kimono, with cascading long hair that gleamed like raven silk, possessed skin as fair as snow and delicate, refined features. Her name was Uchiha, a 16-year-old devoid of the innate talent for ninjutsu. Li Yuan had grown up alongside this pair of siblings, sharing a bond akin to childhood companions. He skillfully swung open the grand doors, ready to commence business at Huayuan Pavilion. Leading the two upstairs, he took the breakfast from Hikari's hands and began to savor it. Was there any commotion within the clan yesterday? Li Yuan inquired, chewing thoughtfully as he settled onto a chair, attuned to the ambience surrounding him. Since relinquishing his role as a ninja, he had lost direct insight into the clan's affairs, relying on the Uchiha siblings for updates. After the tumultuous incident involving the Nine Tails and the demise of Namikaze Minato, the clan's territory had been under constant surveillance by Umbu operatives. The previous day's uproar left him pondering its ramifications. I shall address that, Hikari interjected eagerly. When the signal flare erupted yesterday, I too ventured out and witnessed the ruckus among our clan members. Allow me to speak, Guangshu sighed. When the signal flare exploded last night, he hastily donned his attire, gathered his equipment, and stepped outside. By that time, numerous clansmen had already rushed towards the location of the signal. Just as he was about to leave the clan's territory, he witnessed the advancing clansmen being intercepted by the Dark Division ninja. This led to an uproar among the more hot-tempered clansmen, which was precisely what Guangzi observed. The relations between the village and the clan had deteriorated even further. Upon finishing his account, Guangshu displayed a pained expression and sighed deeply. You must have heard some rumors lately, Li Yuan inquired gravely. On the third day following the Nine Tails incident, it was rumored that the Uchiha clan had controlled the beast using their Sharingan. Li Yuan had also heard this rumor and felt that the night of extermination was drawing near, prompting him to take action regarding the Flying Thunder God technique. With this technique, they could attack or retreat at will, rendering them nearly untouchable. How dare they slander us, Uchiha? Guangshu exclaimed, his anger evident as veins throbbed on his forehead. How could they not dare? This is sanctioned by the higher-ups, Li Yuan replied calmly. A heavy silence ensued for a while. Guangzi, your aunt and the others should be arriving for work soon. You should go check and prepare for today's business, Li Yuan suggested. All right, Guangzi replied, reluctantly departing. The room was left with only Li Yuan and Guangshu. Li Yuan, I wish to attempt awakening the Mangekyō Sharingan, Guangshu stated. Reclining on a nearby chair, his expression grave. The Mangekyō was not like the previous three Tomo. It was a mutated evolution. Li Yuan approached him, extending his right hand, which glimmered with red light, and placed it upon Guangshu's forehead. After a while, he extended his left hand, shimmering with blue light, to awaken the Mangekyō. An emotional stimulus was required for the Uchiha. He had previously been reluctant to employ both hands, particularly the blue one, while he had utilized the red hand extensively for various experiments. After all, the 8 trigrams techniques were chaotic arts, each with its side effects. He was uncertain of the side effects of using both hands and would not apply them to himself. As for his own Sharingan, nurturing it with the golden light technique was sufficient. Presently, his eyes were the 3 tomo. He did not lack the power of the Mangekyō and could achieve greater heights through the golden light technique. Li Yuan, using his blue hand, identified Guangshu's negative emotions, amplifying and enhancing them. Guangshu's expression turned fierce. Li Yuan could not help but admire Guangshu's remarkable emotional control and unwittingly increased the intensity. Damn Konoha! Whether hawks or doves, they all deserve to perish. With a roar, Guangshu rose, his 3 tomos spinning rapidly in his eyes, forming a mysterious pattern, while his chakra surged rapidly. This is not good. We will be discovered. A flash of blue light emanated from Li Yuan's left hand. Guangshu emitted a muffled groan as his body toppled backward. Li Yuan swiftly caught him, gently placing him onto a recliner. Once again, the dual hands of red and blue light illuminated Guangshu as he prepared to document, rectify, and summarize the recent events. After a moment, Li Yuan paused, discerning that the dual hands could assist his kin in achieving the kaleidoscope, albeit with the prerequisite of the 3 tomo, which posed considerable peril. It would be prudent to first emulate Guangshu's approach, using the red hand to elevate their bloodline. Subsequently, the dual hands would serve to stimulate the mind with the blue hand, while the red hand would stabilize the bloodline and safeguard the physical form. An hour later, Guangshu awakened languidly, feeling a lingering pressure and discomfort in his eyes, yet predominantly filled with exhilaration. It worked. My kaleidoscope. He gazed at Li Yuan, his eyes brimming with gratitude. Thank you. Without you, I cannot fathom how much longer it would have taken to reach this point. Li Yuan waved his hand dismissively, cautioning him not to rejoice too soon, for excessive use of the kaleidoscope Sharingan would gradually lead to the deterioration of vision. Furthermore, this matter must remain confidential, otherwise, the entire village would perceive us as a threat. Guangshu solemnly nodded before inquiring. Now that I possess sufficient strength, can we proceed with the previous plan? Do you intend to vie for the position of Hokage or lead our clan away from Konoha? Li Yuan retorted. At that moment, a sudden uproar erupted outside. Li Yuan and Guangshu exchanged glances and immediately rushed downstairs. They beheld Guangzi embroiled in a heated argument with several villagers, a crowd having gathered around them. How dare you slander our Uchiha clan? Guangzi shouted, his face flushed with anger. Humph, the Ninetales incident must surely be linked to you. There isn't a virtuous person among you Uchihas. One villager retorted fiercely. Seeing this scene, a surge of rage welled up within Guangshu. Try saying another word. He bellowed, the faint outline of his Sharingan manifesting. The villagers were taken aback, yet emboldened by their numbers, they defiantly replied, What, do you intend to fight? You Uchihas are all wicked. Unable to contain himself any longer, Guangshu was about to strike when Li Yuan caught sight of something in the distance, seized him, and whispered, Do not act rashly. It is unbecoming of a ninja to lay hands on civilians. Then he stepped forward and delivered a punch to one villager's face. Ouch! Brothers, attack! Several villagers, witnessing one of their own struck, charged at Li Yuan. In an instant, a melee ensued. Not far away, a few Umbu ninjas observed the fray with furrowed brows before turning to leave. Cease this at once. A squad of Uchiha guards arrived, led by Uchiha.Endowed. Clad in the attire of the Leaf Village Guard, they separated the villagers from Li Yuan and the others. Street fighting, disregarding village regulations. Everyone is to be taken away. Jundo declared, glaring at the villagers. Jundo brother, they claim the Ninetales incident was orchestrated by our Uchiha clan. Guangzi lamented, his face a portrait of grievance. The villagers glanced around, suddenly feeling anxious, and pleaded, Ninja sir, he struck first. What do you mean he struck first? You are brawling in front of someone else's home, ganging up on one person. Take them away, Uchiha Junjia ordered, leading his team to escort the villagers away. We will file a complaint with Lord Hokage. One of the villagers shouted. Was there anyone else at that location? Guangshu inquired as he surveyed the surroundings. Yes, a few Umbu ninjas, Li Yuan replied. Guangzi. Once Ant arrives, you should come up as well. I have good news to share. Li Yuan led Guangshu back up to the 3rd floor of the house. The rift between our Uchiha clan and the village is deepening. There is no longer room for us, Guangshu lamented. Then let us take action. Li Yuan said, handing Guangxu an object. Chapter 4. Flying Thunder God. As Guangxu accepted the item from Li Yuan, he examined it closely. This is a scroll. What is this? Guangxu inquired with curiosity. It is a summoning beast scroll. You do not possess a summoning beast yet, do you? Signing it will facilitate future contact, Li Yuan replied. Guangxu unfurled the scroll, revealing but a single name, Uchiha Li Yuan. A summoning beast? Could it possibly be those two eagles you raised years ago? Guangxu mused, pricking his fingertip to inscribe his name and seal it with a handprint. 6 years prior, after Li Yuan had withdrawn from school, he had nurtured several creatures for the purpose of experimenting with qi, natural energy, and dual cultivation. Ultimately, nearly all had perished, save for the last 2 eagles from his final experiment. Having grown considerably over 2 years, those eagles exhibited commendable strength, prompting him to contract them as summoning beasts. Presently, those 2 eagles were thriving in the outside world, having produced 5 or 6 chicks, all imbued with a degree of power. Do not utilize it here. Try it once you return home. Li Yuan interrupted Guangxu's hand seals with an air of mystery. All right, I shall return home to test it immediately, Guangxu exclaimed, racing down the stairs in excitement. It was no wonder he was so exhilarated. He had previously witnessed the eagles grow, and now they were likely capable of carrying a person aloft. Li Yuan watched Guangxu's retreating figure, contemplating the likelihood of no mishaps occurring. Whether it was leading his clan away from Konoha or vying for the position of Hokage, Guangxu needed to shine brightly from this moment onward. Following the Nine Tails incident, Uchiha ninjas venturing out for missions were often ambushed by Danzo, particularly for someone like Guangxu, a young ninja with the 3-tomo Sharingan who was not closely aligned with the Hokage faction. The stakes were high. Now, with his Mangekyō Sharingan and formidable summoning beasts, along with the ability to fly, Guangxu had the potential to alter his fate. Li Yuan refrained from warning him, as he also needed to understand the village's animosity towards the Uchiha, which extended beyond mere exclusion and rumors. If he were to be defeated by the village, he would indeed be rendered worthless. Li Yuan harbored little hope of seizing the position of Hokage, fully aware that, due to historical circumstances, the Uchiha clan was unlikely to attain such a status. Unless they vanquished the Hokage lineage and subdued everyone else, such aspirations were futile. He wished to save the Uchiha clan, having lived alongside them for over a decade. The majority of his kin had treated him well, with only a few exceptions. Guangxu, whom he had discovered in his youth, was destined to become his foremost commander. As for the fear of potential betrayal, he had prepared a contingency plan. Without mastering the Flying Thunder God technique, Li Yuan chose to remain in the shadows. Brother Li Yuan, do you have any good news? Guangxi exclaimed, bounding towards him, her previous grievances from the outside squabble vanishing entirely. The power I taught you can be revealed in 2 months. Now, let us sign this summoning beast scroll. Li Yuan gestured towards the scroll. Guangxi, upon seeing the blood-written name on the scroll, instinctively moved her finger towards her mouth, but her gaze shifted suddenly. Brother Li Yuan, please help me. She extended her right hand, her eyes glimmering with anticipation. Li Yuan regarded her and picked up a kunai etched with runes from the table, pricking her fingertip, causing blood to flow. After inscribing his name, he retracted the kunai. Guangxi pouted, inscribing her name on the scroll and pressing her handprint. A flash of red light emanated from Li Yuan's hand, and a brilliance enveloped Guangxi's finger, restoring it to its original state. You're the best, Brother Li Yuan, she exclaimed, throwing her arms around him and planting a quick kiss on his cheek before dashing downstairs, her cheeks flushed. Li Yuan stood in shock, touching his face, taken aback by the girl's sudden assault. Reflecting on their shared upbringing, he recognized Guangxi's affection for him, which he reciprocated. Otherwise, he wouldn't have imparted a martial technique to her 2 years prior. This technique, born from his experimental research and synthesis of his own energy, represented the ancient mystical arts of their world. Yet, he had always felt his power insufficient. The night of the clan's annihilation loomed near, with the arrival of the Otsutsuki not far behind, and he could not afford to remain unresponsive. Regardless of the circumstances, the Uchiha clan must be salvaged. They could not be extinguished by Konoha. He could not allow the beloved Guangxi and his kin to vanish. With one hand clutching the memory of the Flying Thunder God and the other grasping a kunai inscribed with runes from the previous night, Li Yuan entered a state of meditation. By noon, he descended to check on the shop, only to find it devoid of customers due to the rampant rumors surrounding the Nine Tails incident. He surmised that customers would be scarce in the future as he settled accounts with a few of the shop's ladies, leaving only a woman named Uchiha behind. These women are the widows of the Uchiha clan, their husbands having perished as ninjas in service to Konoha. Consequently, the meager compensation provided by the village is insufficient to support their children. In the Uchiha clan, numerous individuals have met their demise, particularly within the ranks of Konoha, where the battle mortality rate of the Uchiha is notably high. It remains uncertain how other clans fare. However, the Konoha F4 families seldom lose more than a few members in a year. Li Yuan, too, is reluctant to accept this fate, yet he finds himself powerless, compelled to solicit greater efforts from his clan, aiming to resolve the underlying issues within a year. Time swiftly passes, and 2 months have elapsed. Deep within the treacherous death forest, amidst a dense thicket of trees, a kunai is half embedded in the ground beside a massive tree, embraced by both arms of its trunk. Suddenly, a figure materializes from thin air, a striking young man, clad in casual attire, sporting short hair and sharp, expressive features. This is none other than Uchiha Li Yuan. Haha, I have succeeded, Li Yuan exclaims, throwing his head back in joyous laughter, his face alight with excitement. How could he not be exhilarated? Just 3 days prior, he had successfully mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. With the coordinates inscribed on the kunai, he could now perform spatial leaps. Eager to test his newfound ability, he wondered if the coordinates left by Minato Namikaze would be effective. To his delight, he chose a coordinate within the Death Forest for his experiment, and it worked flawlessly. Flying Thunder God? How is this possible? Who are you? And how can you perform the Flying Thunder God technique? Exclaimed 2 masked ninjas, their eyes widening in disbelief. Just as they were about to return to their base within the Death Forest, a figure materialized mere hundreds of meters away. This method of appearance is undoubtedly akin to the Flying Thunder God technique, particularly as there lies a kunai nearby. How could they not be astonished? Li Yuan's expression darkened. In his excitement, he had failed to sense the presence of others. He quickly regained his composure, a surge of murderous intent igniting within his gaze. There was no need for them to know who he was, since these 2 individuals had witnessed him employ the Flying Thunder God. They needed to be swiftly eliminated. There could be no survivors. A flickering white lightning enveloped Li Yuan as he charged towards the 2 root ninjas. Sensing the imminent danger, the pair hastily formed hand seals in preparation for a counterattack, one of them reaching into their robes. They understood that anyone capable of using the Flying Thunder God was not to be trifled with. With a resounding crash, one of the ninjas was caught off guard and sent flying several dozen meters away, crashing through 2 trees along the way. Li Yuan paid no heed to the ninja who had been struck. He was aware that the threat had been neutralized, as there was no longer any trace of life. With a swift motion, he delivered a powerful punch, sending the other ninja hurtling against a tree. This time, Li Yuan exerted a bit of restraint, refraining from causing as much commotion as before. He briefly sensed his surroundings and found no one nearby. The fire release, great fireball technique, unleashed 2 fireballs, each the size of a door, engulfing the 2 corpses. As Li Yuan gazed at the blazing flames, he extended his perception outward, remaining vigilant for any other root ninjas and searching for their nearby base. He had often heard rumors of a root base hidden within the Forest of Death, and today, should he encounter it, he would mark its location. He had located them. In the direction of the village, over a kilometer away, he detected several chakra signatures underground. After a few leaps, he halted atop a tree. Li Yuan fell silent, observing the dense thicket before him, lacking the ability to phase through like a beetles. He could not infiltrate silently. The Flying Thunder God required coordinates, and none were present here. He leapt down and retrieved a unique kunai, embedding it into the soil within the crevice of a tree root, leaving only a small handle exposed. Just as he intended to activate the Flying Thunder God to depart, he suddenly sensed a chakra presence. How could he be here? Li Yuan pondered with surprise. The chakra bore the distinct signature of the Uchiha clan. It was none other than the family's 4th elder. Although Li Yuan was not particularly familiar with him, he had memorized the signatures of several key figures within the clan. The 4th elder, Uchiha Fujikawa, was the second in command of the hawkish faction, typically aligning closely with the elder to advocate for resistance against Konoha. To discover him today at Danzo's root base was rather intriguing. The myriad of uncertainties that had once filled Li Yuan's mind suddenly began to unravel. The expansive Uchiha clan was being manipulated. The hawkish 4th elder, who had always vociferously advocated for rebellion, was evidently in league with Danzo, while the dovish faction, which clamored for integration with Konoha, likely contained numerous allies of the 3rd Hokage. The clan leader, Fugaku, outwardly presented himself as a centrist, Yet he consistently leaned towards the third Hokage. 2 Mangekyō Sharingan, one inactive, the other a treacherous wolf in sheep's clothing. Such actions would undoubtedly lead to the annihilation of the clan. Li Yuan stroked his chin and suddenly vanished from sight. Moments later, he reappeared, wielding a substantial collection of shuriken. He meticulously concealed the shuriken within the hidden recesses of the forest, strategically positioning them between the base and Konoha village to ensure he could traverse the area undetected. Once he had arranged the shuriken, he leapt onto the trunk of a nearby tree. Subsequently, he shrouded his presence, closed his and concentrated intently, patiently awaiting the emergence of the fourth elder, Uchiha Fujikawa. Before long, the elder was escorted by 2 root ninjas, emerging from their concealed hideout. After moving approximately a kilometer from the root base, the 2 ninjas halted, allowing the elder to continue his journey toward the village. The sound of footsteps crunching on fallen leaves echoed softly through the air. With his eyes closed, Li Yuan remained in patient anticipation. At that moment, he sensed the chakra signature overlapping almost perfectly with a flying thunder god coordinate. Instantly, Li Yuan vanished. He materialized less than a meter away from the elder, delivering a powerful punch. Who is this? It's too fast. The fourth elder barely registered the hint of danger before a tremendous force struck him, plunging him into darkness as he lost consciousness, collapsing to the ground. The effectiveness of spatial abilities is truly remarkable, he thought, exhilarated by the success of his first practical application of the Flying Thunder God technique. After all, the fourth elder was an elite Genin. Without the use of the Flying Thunder God, the encounter would not have concluded so swiftly. Casting a glance at the fallen elder, Li Yuan approached and knelt beside him. A blue glow emanated from his hands as he pressed them against the elder's forehead, delving into his memories. Moments later, Li Yuan's brow furrowed deeply, suppressing the fury that surged within him. He uncovered the truth that the fourth elder had been coerced into serving Danzo 2 decades prior, subsequently facilitating his ascent to the position of elder. For many years, within the clan, there has been a clamor for a coup aimed at sowing discord, while secretly relaying clan information to Danzo. Danzo assured him that once he ascended to the position of Hokage, the conflict between the Uchiha and the village would cease to exist. Indeed, the Uchiha have proven to be a collection of political simpletons, naive and foolish. Li Yuan felt a pang of exasperation, astonished that such words could be taken to heart. After extracting the memories, Li Yuan plunged his hands, now radiating an intensified blue glow, into the forehead of the fourth elder. He sought to test the cognitive modification and memory manipulation abilities of his dual Sharingan, wondering if he could assert control over the fourth elder. As the blue light continued to surge, the fourth elder's body quivered slightly. Suddenly, a burst of chakra erupted, causing the blue light to dissipate. This proves to be a challenge, Li Yuan sighed. After all, the fourth elder is an elite Genin, a 3-tomo Sharingan wielder, possessing considerable mental fortitude. To eliminate him, or to spare him both felt like a loss. With renewed determination, Li Yuan summoned an even stronger blue glow, this time softening his approach, opting not to force unwavering loyalty. Instead, he merely aimed to modify the memories and subtly guide perceptions. As the blue light faded, Li Yuan exhaled deeply in relief. At last, he had succeeded. It was no easy feat. In the next moment, he performed the Flying Thunder God technique, vanishing without a trace, leaving the fourth elder lying quietly on the ground. 10 minutes later, how did I end up here? My head hurts, the fourth elder muttered, rubbing his temples as he hurriedly departed. Li Yuan had returned to the clan's territory, to his own solitary dwelling on the outskirts. Upon stepping outside, he prepared to meander aimlessly. The sun had not yet set, casting a golden hue over the twilight sky. As he strolled through the clan grounds, he encountered several clan members who greeted him warmly. Not far from a few houses, there was a training ground bustling with young ninjas diligently honing their skills. Children frolicked nearby, while several widows engaged in their crafts, though there was a noticeable absence of able-bodied men. As he traversed the heart of the clan area, a commotion reached his ears. Hurrying forward, he discovered several clan members in a heated argument with Shui. Shui, whose side are you on? I merely apprehended a few villagers spreading rumors and gave a few of them a beating. And you expect me to apologize? We must communicate peacefully. You resorted to violence. How can we halt the rumors without force? The Uchiha should never apologize to them. I have already reported this to the third Hokage. I trust he will uncover the source of these rumors. Trust him? Our clan has been marginalized because of his actions. Do not slander the third Hokage. Enough. Stop this bickering and disperse. This is unacceptable behavior. An elder emerged, bellowing. Listening to the quarrel ahead, Li Yuan could not help but shake his head. The severity of the internal issues within the Uchiha clan was evident. Indeed, Shui had been severely brainwashed by the will of fire. Li Yuan could not sense the unique aura of the Mangekyō Sharingan within him. Presently, Shui still possessed the standard 3-tomo Sharingan. Li Yuan had considered recruiting Shui but ultimately decided against it. Being a direct blood relative of the Uchiha clan, Shui had been indoctrinated by the will of fire since childhood, leaving him beyond salvation. In the original narrative, he was somewhat better than that filial son. Shui never truly contemplated the slaughter of his own kin. Shui, wait. When did you report this? Go and inquire further, the elder asked. I reported it 2 months ago. Shui replied hesitantly. I'll go report again. Shui hurriedly departed. The clan meeting was scheduled for that evening, and all those above the rank of Nin in the village were required to attend. The elder helplessly informed several other ninjas. Although the young Uchiha members were filled with indignation, they nodded in agreement and dispersed to relay the message. The clan meeting. Li Yuan sensed that there would be quite a commotion in the clan territory today. He could even enjoy the spectacle like a spectator with sunflower seeds in hand. Alas, he realized he was not a ninja and thus lacked an admission ticket. Attending the clan meeting this evening could indeed prove entertaining. Regrettably, Guangxu was absent. A month prior, Guangxu had officially become AJ Nin, and half a month ago, he had embarked on a mission. Li Yuan felt that Guangxu had likely encountered an ambush by now. He had been backstabbed. Li Yuan still felt compelled to remind Guangxu, fearing that he might genuinely fall victim to treachery, which would be a significant loss. At the border of the land of fire, within a dense forest, Uchiha Guangxu gazed somberly at the 2 fallen ninjas and asked in a low voice, "Why?" Chapter 6. The exposure of the Mangekyō. Over half a month ago, Guangxu had undertaken an A-rank mission. He was tasked with escorting 2 intelligence ninjas back from the border of the Land of Thunder. Accompanied by teammates assigned by the village chief, 2ch Nin, they encountered numerous obstacles along the way, engaging in fierce battles 7 or 8 times. Finally, they safely returned to the border of the Land of Fire, on the verge of completing their mission. Suddenly, they were ambushed by 2 teammate ninjas. Fortunately, Li Yuan had warned him beforehand. Moreover, his strength had increased. Otherwise, he would have met a dire fate. Guangxu evaded the ambush and countered, severely injuring them in order to interrogate them. "Guangxu, you're doomed. The wicked Uchiha must perish." Swish, swish, swish. Numerous shuriken flew from all directions, each tied with explosive tags. 6 masked ninjas clad in black emerged, forming hand seals to unleash their ninjutsu. Fire style, great fireball technique. Wind style, great breakthrough. Lightning style, earth walk. A barrage of ninjutsu erupted. Clang, clang, boom, boom. A towering green skeleton ascended, repelling the onslaught. The 2 ambushing ninjas were utterly annihilated, while the 2 intelligence ninjas vanished, leaving behind only a withered branch. Root ninjas. Why did Uchiha Ki glare furiously at these foes? What is this? Regardless of its nature, the task must be completed. 6 ninjas, armed with kunai, charged towards Uchiha Ki. He dissipated Susanoo and focused on the most formidable opponent among them, Amaterasu. A conflagration of black flames erupted, sending him sprawling to the ground in agony. Ki instinctively shielded his eyes, feeling a sharp pain emanating from them. Today marked his first utilization of the Mangekyō Sharingan, and its potency was undeniably impressive. Just as Li Yuan had predicted, he sensed a slight decline in his vision, though it was negligible. He resolved not to rely on the Mangekyō Sharingan any longer, as only 5ch Nin remained. Clang, clang, bang, bang. Moments later, the last ninja succumbed to defeat, collapsing to the ground. Ki bit his fingertip and formed hand seals for the summoning technique. A cloud of smoke materialized and dissipated, revealing a colossal 3-meter eagle. Eagle. 2 enemies fled moments ago. They must be nearby. With a piercing cry, the eagle soared into the sky. Ki approached the sole surviving ninja, twisting the head to align its gaze with his own. The Sharingan's 3 tomos spun rapidly. This is not good. It's an illusion. The ninja's chakra surged violently, his head tilting at an unnatural angle as he perished. Ki meticulously examined the fallen ninjas. Indeed, they were root ninjas. The 2 intelligence ninjas, having remained unseen, observed the unfolding events from a distance. As the battle tilted overwhelmingly in one direction, one ninja urgently reported, Quickly inform Lord Danzo. The assassination mission has failed. A summoning technique called Forth the Dog, which swiftly accepted a scroll inscribed with words, promptly dispelling the summoning. Let us depart, he said with a heavy sigh. They swiftly vanished into the woods. A sharp cry from the eagle pierced the air. This is bad. That beast has discovered us. The great eagle, akin to a swift arrow, swooped down with piercing ferocity, its sharp beak and talons glinting with a chilling light, relentlessly pursuing the ninja desperately fleeing on the ground. Crack! Crack! A thunderous sound echoed as numerous trees splintered and fell, raising a cloud of dust. By the time the light tree arrived, tranquility had returned, interrupted only by the occasional cry of the eagle. Let us return to Konoha, came the command, as one leapt onto the eagle's back, soaring into the sky. In a certain base of the route within Konoha village, in a laboratory, Danzo gazed intently at a glass jar filled with a viscous liquid, within which floated several crimson orbs, none other than the dreaded Sharingan. Lord Danzo, the mission has failed, a ninja hastily reported, rushing in. The root ninja knelt on one knee, presenting a scroll with trembling hands, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Danzo seized the scroll, swiftly unfurling it for a cursory examination. His previously calm demeanor shifted to one of confusion, which gradually morphed into disbelief. 3-meter-high energy skeletal structures, engulfed in black flames. Could it be the Mangekyō? It was impossible. The Uchiha clan had not manifested for decades. Danzo began to pace back and forth, then abruptly halted, his expression darkening with malice. Regardless of whether it was the Mangekyō or not, the Uchiha clan was inherently malevolent. The rapid growth of this brat, Keiki, could not be allowed to continue. Relay the message. Monitor Keiki's movements. The moment he returns to the village, apprehend him on charges of treason, he commanded, as the ninja bowed and departed. In the Uchiha territory, Li Yuan suddenly felt a surge of mental awakening. Utilizing the reverse summoning technique, he bit his fingertip, formed seals, and struck the ground. Boom. Li Yuan vanished without a trace. On a sandy beach of an island, Li Yuan materialized out of thin air. This is a modest island, deserted and uninhabited, with a pristine forest spanning approximately 10 kilometers at its core. This is the place where Li Yuan summoned 2 eagles, situated far from the shinobi world. With the nearest water country over 100 kilometers away, Li Yuan intends to have his clan depart from Konoha to settle here. Upon his arrival, several majestic eagles greeted him with jubilant cries in the sky. One colossal eagle, measuring 10 meters, swooped down and landed not far from Li Yuan. Its feathers resembled scales, glimmering like jewels. Its golden pupils and crimson irises bore a hint of swirling patterns. Li Yuan approached, leaping onto the eagle's back and gently stroking its neck. With a resounding cry, the eagle ascended into the heavens. Moments later, Li Yuan, feeling the eagle's neck, gracefully dismounted. The eagle let out a final call before soaring away in a graceful arc. This is the eagle that Li Yuan raised years ago. He named the 2 majestic eagles Eagle Sky and Eagle Flight. The 5 young eagles were named Eagle 1, Eagle 2, Eagle 3, Eagle 4, and Eagle 5. The eyes of the eagles bore the mark of the blood wheel. At that time, Li Yuan conducted numerous experiments, showcasing his unparalleled mastery over cellular manipulation. After repeated trials, he successfully harnessed the bloodline of the Uchiha clan, infusing its powers into the bodies of the eagles. Simultaneously, he experimented with the light tree, enhancing a single Sharingan. Indeed, these 2 majestic eagles possessed not only the bloodline strength of the Uchiha, but also commanded natural energy, earning them the title of Eagle Sage. However, their training was still in its infancy, lacking the prowess of the Toad Sage or the Snake Sage. On a large stone on the beach, the light tree sat, his expression troubled. Li Yuan approached and sat beside him. "What troubles you so? You even summoned me," he inquired casually. "I was ambushed. The village seeks to eliminate me." The light tree replied, his voice heavy with despair. "That is not unexpected. Did I not warn you?" Li Yuan responded nonchalantly. "Must they truly go to such lengths?" The light tree's face flushed with anger, veins bulging. "Have I not told you that Konoha cannot accept the Uchiha? Do you recall our discussions on the history of Konoha and the Uchiha?" Li Yuan maintained his calm demeanor. "Look at the Senju clan. Who remains now but Tsunade?" The light tree sighed midway through his sentence, falling into silence. "My Mangekyō may have been exposed," he confessed. Shame etched across his features as he averted his gaze from Li Yuan. "It has been revealed. It is the root." Li Yuan rubbed his forehead in exasperation. "Indeed." The light tree's head lowered even further. If you return to the village, you may be branded a rogue ninja by Danzo, Li Yuan's side. The clan leader, the light tree, looked at him with hope. Do not place your hopes on him. Maintaining the current peace is his priority, and he will hand you over. Li Yuan shattered his expectations. Drawing a kunai from his waist, he handed it to the light tree. This is the flying thunder god kunai. You have mastered it. The light tree, now standing, clutched the kunai tightly. Yes, I have succeeded. Li Yuan also rose. After you sever the reverse summoning, take your time returning. I will seize the clan leader position in the shortest time possible. Ah, did you not wish to stay out of the limelight? The light tree pondered. With the flying thunder god mastered, what do I have to fear? No one can hold me back now. Li Yuan gazed up at the sky, his hands clasped behind his back. He understood that as long as there were no formidable Otsutsuki, he had nothing to fear, and he certainly could not act recklessly. Thus, he resolved to carry his kunai at all times, ready to summon me, Li Yuan, should any issues arise. With a wave of his hand, he dispelled the reverse summoning technique, and in the next moment, his figure vanished without a trace. Chapter 7. Those who support and those who oppose the Uchiha clan had established a tradition concerning the succession of the clan leader. During the Warring States period, in the assembly of the clan, the prowess of the Sharingan determined the victor's voice. However, since Madara's departure in the era of the Hidden Leaf Village, no remarkable figures had emerged from the Uchiha clan. The selection of the clan leader now relied upon the village's consensus, transforming the leader's role into that of a liaison with the village. It was a decline from greatness, as the glory of the Uchiha clan faded into obscurity. By the time of Fugaku, according to the original narrative, the Uchiha clan faced extermination around the year 56 of the Hidden Leaf Village. In the Uchiha territory, at the South Shrine, several days had passed since the last clan meeting, and this was the second convening. Leader, there are rumors circulating throughout the village. They claim that the Nine Tails incident was orchestrated by our Uchiha clan, that we controlled it with the Sharingan, and that the fourth Hokage was slain by us. Those wretched villagers regard us with disdain. Our clansmen engaged in trade are struggling to survive. Many have closed their businesses. Leader, I have reported this to Lord Hokage, but to no avail. Do not pin your hopes on him. The village can no longer accommodate our Uchiha clan. I suspect these rumors are the work of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo. Leader, shall we rebel? Let us eliminate Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo, and you can ascend as Hokage. Do not be so extreme. We must have faith in Lord Hokage. Extreme? Look at how much the Uchiha have contributed to the Hidden Leaf. What have we received in return? During the Third Shinobi World War, we faced an entire ninja village alone, yet we restrained ourselves from retaliating against the Mist Village. What did we gain? Countless clan members perished, and in the end, we were left with orphans and widows, receiving scant compensation. In any case, we must integrate into the Hidden Leaf. Only by doing so can we avoid being targeted. You speak of integration, as if we could blend in like the Senju clan? It would be best for us to leave the Hidden Leaf and establish our own territory. Inside the South Shrine, chaos erupted. Uchiha Fugaku sat in the foremost position, one hand resting against his forehead, listening to the cacophony of his kin. A throbbing headache enveloped him. He had only assumed the role of clan leader a year ago, just as the Third Great Ninja War was drawing to a close. Prior to the war, the clan meetings were merely a chorus of grievances regarding the injustices within the village, with only a handful of radicals voicing their dissent. However, in the aftermath of the war, the discontent among the clansmen had intensified. Particularly following the Nine Tails incident, rumors proliferated, and the clansmen began to harbor thoughts of a coup. Fugaku sought to maintain the status quo until the time of his resignation as clan head. Deep within, he held a certain admiration for Yuan Feizua, the leader of a mid-sized family during the Warring States period, whose son had ascended to the position of Hokage. He made a special visit to the esteemed Hokage, and with permission, named his younger son Uchiha Sasuke. Outside the Nange Shrine, Li Yuan curled his lips in disdain. He sensed a dozen chakra signatures not far off. Clearly the Umbu ninjas dispatched by the village for surveillance. Li Yuan had been present for a while, listening to the uproar within the shrine. He lamented the village's attitude and the impotence of the clansmen, who were still embroiled in their arguments, and he also criticized the inaction of clan leader Fugaku. Steeling himself, Li Yuan stepped out of the shadows and strode confidently toward the entrance. The distant Umbu ninjas exchanged puzzled glances. Who is this? Does anyone recognize him? One of the Umbu inquired. Why is there no chakra signature? Another sensed. Indeed, he appears to be an ordinary person. What is he doing here? The Umbu captain, filled with intrigue, commanded, Document this and continue monitoring. Report back to the Hokage shortly. With a creak, the door swung open. The previously raucous atmosphere fell into an abrupt silence. Who was this that chose to arrive just as the clan meeting was nearing its conclusion? All eyes turned towards him. Momentarily taken aback. Li Yuan, we are in the midst of a clan meeting. What brings you here? You worthless Li Yuan, what are you doing here? Get lost. This is not a place for you. You are the disgrace of our Uchiha clan. Li Yuan's departure from the clan had stirred quite a commotion. Imagine, within a family that valued honor above life itself, one who refrained from upholding such glory, in a realm steeped in the fervor of fire. He chose not to engage in their fervent pursuits. How peculiar. As the years passed, the incident gradually faded from memory. Li Yuan, this is not your place. Leave at once. There were rebukes, mockery, and well-meaning advice, as well as those who remained unfazed, seemingly aware of the unfolding drama. These individuals were a handful of younger clansmen, no more than a dozen. Silence, what a disgraceful display. An elder, appearing to be in his 50s, chastised. Turning away. His brow furrowed with impatience, he added, Li Yuan, what is your business here? We are conducting a clan meeting. Wait until we are finished before you return. The individual was clad in a suit of chainmail, adorned with a headband of the Leaf Village, his hair already streaked with silver and sporting a goatee. This person was none other than the esteemed elder of the Uchiha clan, the leader of the hawkish faction. Li Yuan swiftly closed the door behind him, disregarding the commotion surrounding him. Of course I have matters to discuss. I have come to attend the clan meeting, he merely replied to the elder, striding purposefully towards the center of the shrine, locking eyes with the clan leader, Fugaku. Ah, you? Here to attend the clan meeting? Ha ha ha, how amusing. You are not even a ninja. Begone, cease this folly. A loud voice commanded. Silence. Throw him out. Fugaku bellowed, slamming his hand on the table, plunging the room into silence. A nearby J-nin was about to exit. I said I am here for the clan meeting. No, I am here to challenge the clan leader. A golden skeletal figure materialized around Li Yuan, rapidly growing into a towering golden warrior, over 2 meters tall. Its pupils glimmered with golden light, or rather, golden orbs, adorned with 3 spinning tomo that appeared to be interconnected. Li Yuan had yet to activate his Mangekyō Sharingan. This was a Susanoo he had simulated using the golden light technique. As for the eyes, the golden orbs were a refinement of the unique essence of the Sharingan, nurtured and mutated through the golden light technique. The Uchiha clan's Sharingan carries a negative aura, its intensity increasing with the rank, reminiscent of a malevolent energy. For Li Yuan, this was easily recognizable. He sensed that Fugaku did not emit a similarly heavy aura, suggesting he had not yet activated his Mangekyō. According to the original text and speculations from the Naruto lore, it was possible that this activation would occur in a few years. Or perhaps he had never unlocked it at all. This is the Mangekyō. It was inconceivable. Didn't he lack chakra? The elder hastened towards him, his face brimming with excitement. Trembling hands reaching out to touch the golden warrior, stammering, indeed, it is the third godly power. The elder erupted into wild laughter, tears streaming down his face. After over 40 years, I have once again witnessed the legendary power of my clan. Fugaku also approached, astonished, but why is it so small? Shouldn't it be at least several dozen meters tall? The elder wiped away his tears, his face a mask of confusion. He had witnessed Madara unleash his Susanoo before. Do you wish for me to dismantle the shrine? Li Yuan remarked, a dark expression crossing his face as he surveyed the onlookers. A palpable aura surged forth as he crossed his arms, surveying the crowd. I declare my intent to become the clan leader. Who stands in favor, and who stands against? The group of a dozen young ninjas stepped forward, positioning themselves behind him, their Sharingan activated, casting glances around the assembly. These individuals astonishingly all possessed the 3 tomo Sharingan. Chapter 8. Supporting Li Yuan as the clan leader. The scene fell into a profound silence. Some were rendered speechless by the overwhelming aura, others were momentarily taken aback. While many questions swirled in their minds. How could there be so many 3 tomo Sharingan in front of them, all belonging to the younger generation? Were they not all 2 tomo just days ago? How had they all transformed into 3 tomo so swiftly? Furthermore, how could Li Yuan, who was not previously a ninja, garner support to become the clan leader? Additionally, what power did Li Yuan possess that he exuded no trace of chakra? The momentum is indeed formidable, suggesting that the strength has reached a level akin to the legendary Susanoo. The silent emergence of the kaleidoscope indicates that this energy warrior must surely possess it. There are records of Susanoo within the clan, though this manifestation appears somewhat diminutive. Given that this is the clan's shrine, such a scale is understandable. However, the golden Sharingan seems rather peculiar. Those who had earlier denounced Li Yuan as a disgrace to the Uchiha found themselves wiping the beads of sweat from their foreheads, feeling a tinge of apprehension. After a brief silence, a multitude of crimson eyes turned towards the clan leader and several elders. Fujike's expression darkened. His emotions a tumultuous blend. His mouth slightly agape, he was on the verge of uttering something. Quickly, conceal the Susanoo. Do not squander your ocular power. According to clan records, excessive use of the kaleidoscope can lead to vision impairment, even blindness. The eldest elder took a deep breath, suddenly recalling something with urgency etched on his face. Fear not. I cultivate natural energy. As long as it is not excessively depleted in a single use, blindness is unlikely. Li Yuan then dissipated the illusion of Susanoo, retracting the golden light back into his being, causing the previously soaring aura to diminish. He was wary of the lurking Umbu ninjas outside, ensuring his presence remained contained within the shrine, the entire event unfolding in mere seconds. He had already concocted a plausible excuse, aware that clarification was essential for a smooth passage. Natural energy, sage mode? He pondered inwardly, realizing the inconsistency. Even sage mode requires chakra. The elders, including Fujike's, wore expressions of confusion. They had witnessed many things, having seen the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze and Jiraiya's sage techniques. Moreover, clan records did not indicate that sage techniques could operate without chakra. This is pure natural energy, not a sage technique. Sage techniques involve a one fusion of chakra and natural energy, Li Yuan explained patiently, not allowing them the opportunity to contemplate further. I have discovered a new summoning sanctum. Anyone interested in learning sage techniques may come to me. However, be warned that it is fraught with peril. So consider your decision wisely. A new summoning sanctum? Is your mastery of natural energy also imparted by them? What is your current strength? What kind of beast is it? The eldest elder could no longer suppress the smile on his face, his voice trembling with eagerness. As a leader of the hawkish faction, he understood the clan's limitations and was increasingly desperate for strength. The most vociferous among them were some clan members in their 30s, along with a few younger ones. These individuals have endured the agonies of the Second and Third Wars and have witnessed the injustices faced by their village. 2 colossal eagles, each measuring 10 meters, should be capable of engaging in combat with tailed beasts. 5 smaller eagles, ranging from 1 to 3 meters in size, accompany them. Li Yuan bit his fingertip to form a seal. With a resounding poof, a 2-meter-tall eagle emerged from the dissipating smoke. Its black feathers shimmered like armor, while its sharp beak and talons glinted with a chilling light, radiating a formidable chakra presence that indicated it was not to be trifled with. This was Eagle 3. After all, summoning a larger eagle in this vicinity was impractical. As for the Sharingan within its keen eyes, Li Yuan had instructed it to conceal them, as they naturally manifested from its bloodline, enabling him to control their activation. Should the clan elders catch sight of them, it could lead to endless complications. This was the third among the smaller eagles, and Li feared that its size might wreak havoc upon the shrine. He gently stroked the eagle's back. The Grand Elder circled around Eagle 3, activating his 3-tomo Sharingan to inspect it, clearly pleased with what he observed. The surrounding clansmen also activated their Sharingan to gauge its chakra levels, which rivaled that of a mid-tier ninja. Such flying summoning beasts were rare and could even bear riders. The clansmen began to murmur amongst themselves. The Grand Elder slowly approached Li Yuan, casting an apologetic glance toward Faik. I support Li Yuan as the clan leader. He had actually resolved to support Li Yuan the moment he revealed his Susanoo. Regardless of the nature of his training, strength was all that mattered. The crowd turned their attention to the second elder. Younger than the Grand Elder, he donned traditional ninja attire. He was the leader of the Da faction, often communicating with the village and the clansmen in a subdued manner. At times he appeared benevolent, while at others, he could be quite irritable. The second elder had previously focused on Li Yuan's Susanoo and confirmed it to be a kaleidoscope. As Li Yuan's back erupted with over a dozen pairs of 3-tomo Sharingan, he continued to gaze at the young clansman behind Li Yuan. When Li Yuan summoned the summoning beast, revealing his mastery of natural energy, he merely turned his head to glance in this direction before looking back at those behind him. Among the numerous individuals present, 2 were strikingly familiar to him. One was his youngest son, Uchiha.Endowed, and the other was the child from next door. Previously, they had not attained the level of the 3-tomo Sharingan. They were only at the 2-tomo stage. The ascension to 3-tomo could be regarded as an evolution. and the simultaneous achievement of this level by both raised undeniable concerns. Is there 3 Tomo a manifestation of your ocular prowess? Elder 3 pondered, his brow furrowed one moment, and his lips curling into a smile the next. He felt a mixture of trepidation and anticipation. It is indeed my ability, Li Yuan replied, stroking his chin, providing the answer he sought. The silence in the room was palpable. Which 3 Tomo? Elder 3 clenched his fist, his face alight with expectation. Countless crimson eyes fixated on Li Yuan. Is such a feat achievable for you? The transition from 3 Tomo to the Mangekyō Sharingan is a significant evolution. However, enhancing from 2 to 3 Tomo poses no inherent issues. Li Yuan interjected before he could finish, dousing the enthusiasm with cold reality. He had no desire for others to discern that he could elevate the 3 Tomo to the Mangekyō Sharingan, an endeavor he deemed largely unattainable. Alas, what a pity. A collective sigh echoed through the room, followed by a cacophony of voices. Li Yuan, assist me in upgrading my 2 Tomo to 3 Tomo. Li Yuan, I support your ascension to clan leader. Did you not just declare that Li Yuan is the disgrace of our Uchiha clan? Who uttered such words? I shall confront him. The noise crescendoed until Elder 2 forcefully struck the table, commanding silence with a stern reprimand. Elder 2 then approached Li Yuan and stood by him, directing his gaze towards Fugaku. I, too, support Li Yuan as the new clan leader. All eyes turned toward Elder 3 and Elder 4. Both were in their 40s, donned in traditional ninja garb. Elder 3 glanced at Fugaku, who appeared increasingly displeased. He then turned to Elder 4, indicating that Elder 4 should take the lead. Elder 4 surveyed the room before stepping beside Li Yuan, declaring, I, too, endorse Li Yuan as the new clan leader. Li Yuan regarded Elder 4, reflecting on the last time his subtle manipulations had gone unutilized. Previously, he had implanted a suggestion within Elder 4's consciousness, subtly altering his memories. Curious to gauge the efficacy of such influence, it seemed that further experimentation on Danzo would be required in the future. Upon witnessing Elder 4's declaration, Elder 3 promptly expressed, I, too, stand in support of Li Yuan as the new clan leader. The collective gaze of the assembly returned to Fugaku. Chapter 9. We must show our strength. Fugaku took a deep breath, striving to compose himself. Although his position as clan leader had been usurped, he felt no anger. Rather, he was wary of Li Yuan's hawkish tendencies. He scrutinized the room before stepping forward to face Li Yuan, locking eyes with him as his 3 Tomo Sharingan spun rapidly. Did you orchestrate the Nine Tails incident? According to the village, it was under the control of the Mangekyō Sharingan. What? Could it truly be? Absolutely not. Another uproar ensued. It was not Li Yuan who met Fugaku's gaze and responded calmly. I told you, it was definitely not his doing. Indeed, it is Konoha village that slanders us. After a brief moment, Fugaku averted his eyes and exhaled deeply. Then I have no objections. From this day forth, you shall be the clan leader. Fugaku glanced around at the expressions of the clansmen and, feeling disheartened, added, standing not far away, Shursui rushed over to stand beside Fugaku, his face etched with concern. Uncle Fugaku. I'm fine. Fugaku regained his composure. His greatest apprehension was that once Li Yuan ascended to the position of clan leader, he might instigate a coup. He needed to observe Li Yuan's intentions. Seeing that the dust had settled, Li Yuan ascended to the central platform of the shrine. Standing there, he surveyed the clansmen and slowly began to speak. Everyone, listen to me. Though I have become the clan leader, I harbor no intention of launching a coup. Below, both Fugaku and Shursui could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. The animosity between Konoha village and our Uchiha clan has persisted for far too long. Reconciliation is undoubtedly impossible. If a peaceful resolution were feasible, we would not find ourselves in our current predicament. We must showcase our strength and reveal our prowess. Only by instilling a sense of trepidation within the village can we alter our circumstances. You may wonder why I did not pursue this course of action earlier. It is because we lacked sufficient power in the Mangekyō Sharingan. Now, we possess not only the Mangekyō Sharingan but also a formidable summoning beast clan. Moreover, I bring you good news. Uchiha.Ki has awakened his Mangekyō. Many clansmen were momentarily taken aback. Another member had attained the Mangekyō, signifying the family's ascent. Several elders leapt with excitement at the news of 2 Mangekyōs. In the early days of Konoha, there was Madara with a single Mangekyō, so powerful yet still unable to defeat the first Hokage. Before they could fully react, Li Yuan continued his impassioned address. However, upon returning from a mission, he was unexpectedly betrayed by a fellow ninja from his own village, ambushed by root ninjas. This was an attempt to extinguish the hope of the Uchiha's resurgence. Could that be accepted? Absolutely not. Fugaku and Shursui exchanged glances, then looked around at the excited clansmen, suddenly feeling a throbbing headache. Although this may not be a coup, it is not far removed from one. The discord within the village and among the clan continues to deepen. The second elder surveyed the battling clansmen with an air of calm. Were the clan strong enough? Even the dogs would not act as doves. As the tumult among the clansmen began to subside, Li Yuan continued, "We do not seek a coup. Rather, we demand equitable treatment. We shall utilize our current strength to fight for rights commensurate with our power." Second elder, please ascertain how many possess the 2 Tomo Sharingan among our clan. I shall enhance my abilities to advance several to the 3 Tomo Sharingan each day. Long live the clan leader. A wave of excitement erupted from the crowd, with many leaping to their feet. The second elder stepped forward and bowed respectfully. Fuyue, you shall assume the position of 5th elder tomorrow. Li Yuan initially contemplated having the security department apprehend individuals, but reconsidered, deciding it better to let others handle it. Fuyue would suffice if he did not complicate matters further. Elder, starting tomorrow, take the security department ninjas with you. Capture anyone who spreads rumors, regardless of their numbers. Should anyone come forward to speak, let them depart. If necessary, instruct them to seek me out. The elder bowed and exited. This approach will only exacerbate the conflict with the village. Shursui interjected, his expression troubled. We cannot allow this. Devise a strategy to halt the rumors. Li Yuan scoffed and retorted, one must have faith in the village and in Lord Hokage. Li Yuan gazed at him in disbelief, his heart sinking. Such an adept means of manipulation, it had rendered them utterly gullible. If you have no solutions, then remain silent and heed my commands, Li Yuan admonished. In his past life, he had harbored a disdain for Shursui, who possessed a pair of Mangekyō Sharingan, yet failed to utilize them, and ultimately took his own life. Li Yuan found this quite absurd. Nevertheless, compared to that filial son, Shursui was a breath of fresh air. Li Yuan cast a glance at the 4th elder. Then at Shursui, addressing the crowd, I am aware that many among you are close to the village, even serving as their spies. After this meeting, you may relay my words to them. I, Uchiha Li Yuan, as clan leader, will not suffer losses as I once did. Whoever strikes me shall receive a retaliatory blow twice as powerful. This declaration incited a clamor. Who has betrayed the Uchiha? It cannot be Shursui. Impossible. Shursui's complexion paled as he furtively scanned his surroundings, contemplating reporting to Lord Hokage at the earliest opportunity. Li Yuan glanced at the moonlight. Let us conclude here for today. Those with the potential to elevate their Sharingan should come to my home tomorrow. Li Yuan stepped towards the door, and a path parted in the crowd. With a creak, the grand door swung open. Exiting, Li Yuan cast a glance in the distance, furrowing his brow. He advanced a few paces, biting his fingertip to form a seal. Through the art of summoning, a colossal eagle, 10 meters in size, emerged, stirring a cloud of dust. Today, Li Yuan aimed to assert his authority and proclaim his ascension as the clan leader. Previously, when he was not the clan head, the presence of the lurking Umbu ninjas posed little concern. However, now that he had assumed the role, their watchful eyes felt somewhat intrusive. Ascending onto the eagle's back, he let out a piercing cry as they spiraled into the sky, an imposing aura radiating upwards. The nearby Umbu ninjas immediately heightened their vigilance, their expressions tense and bewildered, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. Where had this giant eagle come from? There had been no reports of the Uchiha possessing such a powerful summoning beast. It was certainly not inferior to Jiraiya's formidable toad, and likely even stronger. As a few clan members emerged from the shrine, several elders witnessed Li Yuan's display of summoning. They halted, blocking the path for those behind them. Initially, their faces reflected confusion, but soon their expressions transformed into awe as they beheld the immense eagle. The aura it exuded was formidable, capable of rivaling that of a tailed beast. What transpired outside? The Uchiha clan had indeed forged contracts with summoning beasts, akin to the spirit cats and the crows that Itachi would later utilize in the original story, which were not combat-oriented but rather for convenience. Li Yuan paid no heed to the discussions of his clansmen behind him. At an altitude of several meters, he stood atop the eagle, instinctively locking onto the nearby Umbu ninjas. Behind him, a dozen golden arrows coalesced, swiftly shooting towards the Umbu. Initially, Li Yuan had contemplated experimenting with the Susanoo while riding the giant eagle, inspired by the impressive form of Madara's Susanoo in the anime. However, upon observing the Umbu ninjas, he He felt it would be akin to using a cannon to swat a fly. Excessive. Boom, boom, boom. Over 500 meters away in the jungle, a group of masked ninjas emerged, swiftly organizing into 3 small teams. One, clad in chainmail and a Konoha vest, wearing a fox mask, stepped forward. Uchiha, are you attempting a coup? He shouted, his voice resonating with fury, the mask obscuring his face but not the flames of anger in his eyes. He was the team leader, and 2 of his comrades had just been struck in the leg by an arrow and were still in the jungle. Li Yuan, perched upon the giant eagle, drew nearer, closing the distance to 100 meters, surveying from above. A coup? Hardly. Li Yuan merely dug at his ear, then declared, return and inform Yuan Fury that I, Li Yuan, am now the clan leader. Should I see any of you spying within the clan, I will strike you down one by one. Today serves merely as a warning. Li Yuan's right hand has transformed into a magnificent golden sword measuring 10 meters in length. The captain of the Umbu is drenched in cold sweat. He senses the formidable strength of the youth standing atop the giant eagle before him. Indeed, he is no match, possessing power that undoubtedly rivals that of a shadow. Moments ago, the youth proclaimed himself the clan leader, indicating a change in leadership within the Uchiha clan. A matter of great significance that must be reported to the Hokage without delay. Observing the Uchiha emerging from the shrine, many are armed with kunai. We must retreat. The Umbu captain murmurs, gripping his kunai tightly, his figure vanishing into the forest. Shadows flicker and swiftly disappear. In the heart of Konoha, at the Sarutobi clan's domain, in a bustling district not far from the Hokage building, lies an opulent room where Yuan Fury Jean is indulging in the swirling smoke of his pipe. Chapter 10. Taking the blame. Bang, bang, bang. What is it? The 3rd Hokage withdrew his pipe and exhaled a cloud of smoke. A ninja donning a fox mask leaped through the window and bowed respectfully. Lord Hokage, a new clan leader has emerged from the Uchiha clan. They have expelled us, declaring that anyone who dares to surveil them will be killed on sight. The 3rd Hokage prepared to bring the pipe to his lips once more, tightening his grip as he inhaled deeply. Who has taken the mantle of clan leader? Is there anything unusual? What is his strength like? The Umbu ninja glanced at the Hokage, a hint of unease evident in his demeanor. I do not recognize him, but he introduced himself as Uchiha Li Yuan. As for his strength, it is quite formidable. I could sense no chakra from him. He possesses a summoning beast far superior to Wantai, a colossal eagle over 10 meters in size, capable of materializing golden energy weapons. Clatter. The pipe fell to the ground. The 3rd Hokage bent to retrieve it, trembling as he continued to smoke, his expression dark as a stormy sea. It is not an energy skeleton or an energy warrior. Merely an energy weapon. It should not be the Mangekyō Sharingan. A summoning beast, even one that flies, surpassing Wantai. After a moment, he commanded, fetch the ninja responsible for the archives at the Hokage building. Have them work overtime tonight to gather information on Li Yuan. Also, summon Shursui to the Hokage building. The 3rd Hokage hastily donned a coat and made his way toward the door. Is the surveillance still ongoing? The Umbu ninja inquired in a hushed tone. Let it rest for now. No, continue, but keep your distance from the clan's territory and remain inconspicuous. The 3rd Hokage paused before continuing toward the Hokage building, while the Umbu ninja bowed and vanished. Inside the Hokage building, the Hokage's office was brightly lit. The 3rd Hokage sat in his designated seat, continuing to smoke. Amid the rising smoke, his countenance was as dark as the depths of the ocean, an unmistakable expression of gloom creeping across his features. Lord Hokage, we have located the information. An Umbu ninja rushed in, clutching a stack of documents, though it amounted to only a few pages. He approached the 3rd Hokage and bowed, presenting the papers with both hands. The 3rd Hokage took the documents, placed them on his desk, and opened them. Uchiha Li Yuan, age 16. Previously owned a restaurant named Huayuan Pavilion, now closed. An ordinary person. His parents perished during the Second Shinobi World War. He entered the ninja academy at 6, but dropped out at 10 due to lack of chakra. The 3rd Hokage rubbed his forehead, feeling an even greater sense of discontent. Dismissed. Go see if Shursui has arrived. He waved his hand and picked up his pipe. The Umbu ninja bowed and exited, leaving the room in silence. The only sound the soft tapping of the pipe against the table. Moments later, Uchiha Shursui entered. Shursui, quickly tell me what transpired at the clan meeting. The 3rd Hokage rose to his feet, gazing at the anxious and sullen expression of Shursui, his heart heavy with concern. During the clan meeting yesterday, Li Yuan had abruptly entered, brandishing the kaleidoscope and declaring his intention to become the clan leader. Is it truly the kaleidoscope? The third inquired, his urgency palpable. Indeed. The elders have confirmed it. Shirzue nodded. No wonder he seeks the leadership. The third slumped back down, seizing his pipe, murmuring within himself. He understood better than anyone the significance the Uchiha clan placed on the kaleidoscope, having witnessed its formidable power firsthand. Shirzue, please continue, he urged. After the elders' confirmation, they all agreed to Li Yuan's ascendance as clan leader. Hokage-sama, Li Yuan is resolute. He has declared that anyone who speaks of the rumors surrounding the Nine Tails incident will be apprehended, without exception. Hokage-sama, could you quell these rumors? Otherwise, the villagers' relationship with the Uchiha will deteriorate further. The mention of the Nine Tails stirred a pang of anxiety within the third. Could Li Yuan be involved? The chaos of that day had been orchestrated through genjutsu, and the Uchiha had once again unveiled the kaleidoscope. They had previously concealed their strength, harboring ulterior motives. The third took a deep drag from his pipe, exhaling slowly to steady his thoughts. Shirzue, I will not allow this conflict to escalate. Please continue with the clan's situation. The worry on Shirzue's face lessened considerably. He relayed that Guangxu had also awakened the kaleidoscope Sharingan, only to be betrayed by the village's ninja upon his return. Ambushed by Root's operatives. Cough, cough. The third had taken too deep a draw, choking on the smoke, followed by a fit of severe coughing. One hand pressed against his chest. To kaleidoscope Sharingan, how shall we manage this? And to be ambushed by Danzo, a fool who brings more trouble than success. At this juncture, both parties harbor little fondness for the village, despite their amicable relationship. Lord Hokage, are you unscathed? Shirzue inquired with concern. I am fine, merely choked on smoke. The third Hokage replied, waving his hand dismissively. That is all for now, Lord Hokage. You must take measures to prevent the escalation of conflict. Shirzue, you may return for the time being. Report any developments from the clan to me immediately, so I may act to avert further discord. Understood, Lord Hokage. Shirzue replied with a bow before departing. The third Hokage gazed after him, then resumed his pipe, taking several deep puffs as if to dispel the melancholy that clouded his heart. Shinosuke, fetch the summoning creature left by Jiraiya. An agile ninja appeared and then vanished. The third Hokage was intent on locating Jiraiya, for two Mangekyō Sharingan had emerged from the Uchiha clan, their power rivaling that of Akage. In the village, with the demise of Minato Namikaze, the betrayal of Orochimaru, and Jiraiya's pursuit of him absent from the village, he stood alone at the pinnacle of strength. Should the Uchiha clan indeed conspire against him, and with Jiraiya away, a sense of trepidation gnawed at his mind. Moments later, Shinosuke re-entered, placing a toad the size of a basketball upon the table. The third Hokage inserted a letter into the toad's mouth. A plume of smoke enveloped the creature, and it vanished instantaneously. In a shadowy base within Konoha, Danzo perused the message in his hands. He crushed his cane in frustration, his singular eye glinting with malevolence. Cursed Uchiha, the nefarious Uchiha. After a brief pause, he regained his composure and settled back into his chair. Lady Yamanaka, he inquired cautiously. Is our operation with Hayashi still ongoing? Continuing, Tuanzong touched his right eye. In the land of soup, at a certain establishment of pleasure, Jiraiya was embracing two lovely ladies, while another one beside him poured a drink to his lips. Suddenly, he patted the ladies and withdrew his hand. He stepped aside and bit his fingertip to form a seal. A toad emerged, holding a letter in its mouth. He took the letter and opened it. After a moment, he pulled out a bag of money from his pocket, tossed it onto the table, and walked towards the exit. Don't go, let us play a bit more. The ladies called out. I have some matters to attend to. I will return to play with you next time, Jiraiya replied as he departed. In the Uchiha clan, two individuals of shadow-level prowess appeared, alongside a clan leader devoid of chakra presence. Could it be the pure natural energy? He had long suspected that the village was ostracizing the Uchiha, and indeed, trouble was bound to arise. As Jiraiya murmured to himself, he hastened towards Konoha. Lighttree sprinted swiftly through the forest, estimating that if he did not delay, he could reach Konoha by tomorrow. Chapter 11. Capturing individuals in the early morning. The streets of Konoha village bustled as usual, filled with the sounds of conversation. In the hall of the guard department, the elder stood on the platform, sternly surveying the dozens of ninjas below. Today's mission is clear, is it not? Today marks the first step for our Uchiha clan. Ensure that you capture as many as possible. If there is resistance, incapacitate them, and if you cannot handle it, call for your teammates. Do you understand? The ninjas below shouted in unison, "Understood." "Then the meeting is adjourned. Disperse and go capture." The elder descended from the platform. The ninjas below formed groups of 4 and departed. Fayek, standing nearby, hesitated several times to speak, before finally voicing his concerns once the clan members had left. "Elder, will this truly not lead to any issues?" The elder sat down at a tea table, gesturing for Fayek to sit opposite him. Fayek approached the table and took a seat. "There will be no issues. Our clan possesses 2 Mangekyō, and they are both young," the elder said leisurely as he prepared tea. Observing the elder's relaxed demeanor, Fayek felt a sense of relief. He had never seen the elder display such a carefree expression before. "You should return home and spend more time with your children. Soon, this place will become quite lively." Which is a scene you would least desire to witness. After preparing the tea, the elder poured a cup and pushed it toward Fayek. "All right, I shall return," Fayek said, swirling the cup before drinking it in one go. He then stood and exited the guard department. At a roadside breakfast shop, several villagers were seated together enjoying their meal when they noticed an Uchiha member adorned with the clan's emblem passing by. "Have you heard? It seems that the Nine Tails incident was orchestrated by the Uchiha." Villager A leaned in towards a group of villagers. "I heard it was controlled with the Sharingan," another responded. Villager B heard that they were a cursed clan. "Indeed, I have heard that their Sharingan requires the sacrifice of beloved friends and close kin. Who would want to associate with them? The malevolent Uchiha, the cursed Uchiha." Just as they were engrossed in their conversation, 4 guards clad in Uchiha uniforms burst in. The atmosphere instantly fell into a profound silence. The 3 individuals encircled the villagers who had been chatting animatedly moments before. Some villagers felt a twinge of guilt and glanced around, noticing the crowd of onlookers. "Do you Uchiha intend to resort to violence?" one villager questioned, his voice trembling as he met the piercing gaze of 4 crimson eyes. The villager's forehead broke into a cold sweat, and he fell silent, spreading rumors, disturbing the peace, tarnishing the reputation of the Uchiha. "Arrest them," commanded the leader, his blood-red Sharingan fixating on the villagers. The 3 squad members seized a few villagers and began to escort them towards the exit, while the captain cast a sweeping glance at the curious crowd before following suit. "I shall lodge a complaint with Lord Hokage. You have no right to apprehend anyone." Several villagers who had not participated breathed a sigh of relief, still hearing the clamor outside. Such occurrences are transpiring throughout the various locales of Konoha. Some individuals are effortlessly apprehended, while others resist and are subdued before capture. Outside the security department, shadows flit about. From time to time, ninjas clad in security uniforms escort small groups of people into the precinct. Meanwhile, outside the security department, villagers of Konoha vociferously protest, demanding to know by what authority they are being seized. The number of such villagers continues to swell. Soon, the security department's prison was filled to capacity, while outside, a multitude of protesting villagers gathered. The elder intervened, halting the clansmen who were eager to apprehend more individuals. The clansmen wore expressions of exhilaration. After enduring months of grievances, they finally felt a sense of relief today. However, upon hearing the day's developments, they were left utterly disillusioned. As the elder stepped out of the security department, he was met with a sea of faces demanding the release of their kin, accompanied by intermittent curses directed at the Uchiha clan. Had it not been for the clansmen stationed outside, they would have surged in already. The elder exuded an imposing aura, which immediately quelled the crowd into silence. Those apprehended today were charged with spreading rumors, tarnishing the Uchiha's reputation, and disturbing the peace of Konoha. They faced either a 15-day detention in the security department or a fine of 15,000 Ryo. Those who cursed were swiftly taken inside. Now, it was either pay the fine or leave. 2 security ninjas set up a work table at the entrance. A young ninja sat down, one hand holding a basket and the other a receipt-sized ledger. Here, fines could be paid, and with a stamped receipt from the security department, one could proceed to the prison to retrieve their kin. "You cannot take me. I am UNFI of the ZHCN clan, and you said I wouldn't be apprehended," a young villager shouted amidst the crowd. The 2 security ninjas lunged toward him. Panic ensued as the crowd parted, allowing the ninjas to escort him toward the prison. "You cannot arrest me. Where is ZHCNMing?" He frantically scanned his surroundings, but there was no sign of ZHCNMing. That fool had blended into the crowd just a few meters away. The elder furrowed his brow, but chose not to intervene. As for the individual named ZHCNMing, he remained hidden. It was inconsequential which one he was. "Now, line up to pay your fines. Those who refuse may leave." You will be released after 15 days, a clansman barked. Many complied, forming a line at the table, while others, seething with resentment, walked away. Outside the Hokage building, voices rose in a cacophony. We demand to see the Hokage. The Uchiha are forcibly apprehending villagers. I wish to file a complaint. They are extorting money. Inside the Hokage's office, the third Hokage listened to the uproar outside, his expression one of weariness. He was aware of the Uchiha's actions and was curious to see how far they would go. Rubbing his temples, the third Hokage pondered the dilemma posed by the Uchiha's increasingly aggressive tactics. Shin no Suk, go to the security department and assess their stance. It would be best to secure the release of the villagers. Moreover, disperse the villagers and inform them that I shall handle the matter. A ninja then appeared, bowing respectfully before departing. The third Hokage continued to envelop himself in clouds of smoke, diligently attending to the affairs of state. He had no desire to confront the villagers at that moment. It was possible that the Uchiha clan would refuse to release them, and it was time these villagers faced some hardship. After a brief interval, silence descended upon the lower levels. An hour later, Shino entered with a grim expression, his eyes ablaze with fury. Lord Hokage, members of our Yuanfei clan have also been captured. They treat us with such disdain. Confounded Uchiha. What is the situation? They refuse to release anyone? Who has been apprehended? The third Hokage set aside his documents and took a deep drag from his pipe. This was within his expectations, as evident from the news brought by the water stop yesterday. However, he did not foresee that a member of his clan would also be captured. It was Euphasian heir, misled by an individual from the Shimura family, exclaimed, she said. Let him reflect on the Uchiha stance while in prison. The third Hokage exhaled a puff of smoke. Their attitude was quite resolute, indicating that if the Hokage insisted on releasing him, the bill must be settled. She produced a scroll and placed it on the Hokage's desk. Chapter 12. Light Tree accompanies us on a journey. The third Hokage unfurled the scroll. It prominently displayed, the Konoha Guard Department, established over 40 years ago, incurs an annual expenditure of 100 million, with a comprehensive financial statement enclosed within the scroll. Cough, cough, cough. The third Hokage was suddenly choked by the smoke, his coughing subsiding slightly. Li Yuan's message was unmistakable. If you wish to intervene, then provide the funds accumulated by the guard department thus far. If not, refrain from meddling in their affairs. Since the establishment of the Konoha Guard Department, the village has never contributed financially. The Uchiha clan has sustained it using their own family's resources. The third Hokage placed a hand on his chest and resumed smoking his pipe. He was currently short on funds and was contemplating sending ninjas to seek financial support from the daimyo, but requesting over 4 billion seemed implausible. He could hardly muster even 100 million. Xing, regarding the Uchiha's abductions, do not intervene further. Maintain vigilance and report any new developments immediately. The third Hokage inserted his pipe into his mouth and took a deep drag. A shadowy figure vanished. Leaning back in his chair, the third Hokage pondered quietly. The Uchiha clan had transformed, and the new clan leader was indeed formidable. However, allowing the Uchihas to act with impunity within the guard department would not bode well for the stability of the village. At that moment, the door was violently thrust open. Danzo, leaning on his cane, entered the office. Sarutobi, are you truly allowing the Uchiha clan to act unchecked? This signals danger. The third Hokage glanced at him and replied slowly. Currently, they are merely exercising their rightful powers as members of the guard. Besides, we both understand that the village lacks the energy and strength to confront the Uchiha at this time. Danzo scoffed. You are always so indecisive. The Uchiha will inevitably become a significant threat to the village. The third shook his head helplessly. What do you propose we do? Forcing suppression now would only backfire, especially since their strength has increased considerably. After a moment of silence, Danzo suggested, perhaps we could eliminate one of the Mangekyō, especially with the new clan leader just having taken office. We could exploit the internal strife. The third's expression changed upon hearing this. Such a method is far too perilous. I cannot agree to it. Danzo, his face darkened, replied, if you refuse, then prepare for the Uchiha to slip from our control. The third's gaze remained resolute. I believe there are better solutions. We could enhance communication and cooperation with the Uchiha, granting them the respect and trust they deserve. Perhaps this could resolve the conflict. Danzo laughed disdainfully, naive. The Uchiha's ambitions are not so easily satisfied. You will come to regret this, Sarutobi. With that, he turned and departed. The third Hokage fell into deep contemplation, acutely aware that Danzo's concerns were not without merit. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that the information he had indicated a strong bond between Hikaru and Ichigen, and he dared not take that risk of elimination. He decided to wait for Jiraiya's return before devising a plan. For now, it was imperative to pacify them and maintain the status quo, avoiding any outbreak of conflict. Outside Konoha village, Hikaru perched on a large tree, hesitating as he gazed at the main road leading into the village. Returning. Is it safe? He wondered, scratching his head. He had cautiously concealed his movements, making his way back to the jungles 2 kilometers outside Konoha. Dismissing his worries, Hikaru leapt down from the tree and approached the main road. An eagle soared overhead, heading towards Konoha. Upon reaching the village gate, he encountered 2 familiar gatekeeping shinobi. They did not accuse him of being a rogue ninja, nor did they display any intention of combat. Hikaru, you're back. They greeted him in their usual indifferent manner. A sigh of relief washed over Hikaru as his tense body relaxed. Yes, I'm back. He waved and entered through the gate. 2 masked shinobi emerged, blocking his path from a distance of 1 meter. Hikaru, you are suspected of causing the death of a comrade and betraying the village. Come with us, one of them, wearing a snake mask, stated. Hikaru ignored them and veered slightly towards the village. Suddenly, a rustling sound echoed as more masked ninjas appeared, encircling him. Has Uchiha Hikaru betrayed the village? Is it possible? Just this morning, the Uchiha were causing quite a stir. By noon, one of their own has turned rogue? Although I harbor no fondness for the Uchiha clan, I would never betray my village. Not far away, several ninjas preparing to venture out engaged in animated discussion. This was not the Umbu, but rather a faction known as Root, where a seasoned jonin scrutinized the scene. Suddenly, an eerie silence enveloped the area. One ninja slipped away, hastily making his way toward the Hokage building. How dare you accuse me of being a rogue ninja? Guangshu retorted, coldly regarding them as he reached for the kunai at his waist. Guangshu, accompany us. The higher-ups will ascertain whether you are indeed a traitor, the lead ninja. Donning a serpent mask, similarly brandished his kunai. Tension escalated, and the atmosphere grew palpably thick with anticipation. Suddenly, refusing to be captured, the masked ninja hurled shurikens at Guangshu. Activating his Sharingan, Guangshu deftly evaded the projectiles and retaliated with his own shurikens. The dozen or so ninjas joined the fray, unleashing their own shurikens, most charged toward Guangshu, while 2 or 3 formed hand seals to cast ninjutsu. Guangshu charged at the ninjas, dodging one's kunai and swiftly thrusting his own, retracting it only to strike with his fist. Due to his earlier restraint, his punch missed its mark, and a ninja wielding a kunai grazed his chest, tearing through his clothing and drawing blood. Guangshu had initially intended to avoid lethal force in the presence of so many villagers and fellow ninjas, but seeing their ruthless intent, he resolved to respond in kind. Feeling the blood on his chest, he tightened his grip on the kunai, the tomo in his Sharingan spinning rapidly as he re-entered the battle. Shadows flickered with alarming speed, and the clashing of kunai echoed through the air. One ninja completed the hand seals for the shadow imitation technique, connecting to the shadow of the recently engaged ninja, swiftly extending toward Guangshu. As Guangshu evaded the encroaching shadow, he kicked one ninja, sending him flying. 2 ninjas tumbled to the ground, one bleeding profusely from his chest, struggling for breath. The other ninja quickly recovered from the ground and rejoined the conflict. Suddenly, a shadow darted out and linked to Guangshu's own shadow. A ninja executed the body flicker technique, lowering his head to the side. In an instant, he raised his head, disoriented. The engaged ninjas seized this opportunity, hurling shurikens and unleashing ninjutsu. Fire release, great fireball technique. Wind release, great breakthrough. A green skeletal figure emerged, shielding against the onslaught of ninjutsu. A sphere of black flames materialized around 2 ninjas. A chorus of anguished cries erupted as they fell and rolled on the ground, silenced. What is this? The Root ninjas gazed in astonishment at the verdant skeleton. Within the green skeleton, Guangshu rubbed one eye. Whoosh, whoosh, another group of ninjas rushed forth from the distance, led by Danzo accompanied by a battalion of ninjas. All of you, rise. Danzo commanded, striking his cane. Let me see who dares to harm my Uchiha. One ninja leaped down from an eagle, followed by a steady stream of others. Chapter 13. Did I not allow you to depart? It was none other than Li Yuan, accompanied by the Uchiha guard, who arrived on the scene. They swiftly leaped into the fray, shielding Guangshu behind them while vigilantly surveying the surrounding Root ninjas. Occasionally, they cast envious glances at the green skeleton, one hand stretching out as if to touch it, only to retract midway. The previous day at the clan meeting, They had also glimpsed Li Yuan's golden skeleton. But the crowd had been overwhelming. Upon seeing Li Yuan arrive with his clansmen, Guangxu let out a sigh of relief, and the Susanoo of the green skeleton dissipated. His eyes throbbed with discomfort, and his vision blurred, prompting him to rub them gently. Li Yuan approached Guangxu, a red light emanating from his hand as he placed it on Guangxu's shoulder. Li Yuan sought to understand why the Mangekyō Sharingan caused a decline in vision, potentially leading to blindness. Such a remarkable subject should not be overlooked. Failing to examine and comprehend would be a disservice to one's own abilities. The crimson light permeated the light tree's body, swiftly circulating before settling upon its eyes. Li Yuan observed that the veins adjacent to the light tree's eyes displayed subtle fissures. The double blood will eyes appeared somewhat swollen. The red light adhered to the eyes, rapidly minning the cells and veins. Li Yuan deduced that this was likely due to an insufficient yang attribute within the physical body. It was evident that the activation of the kaleidoscope abilities relied on the eye power and chakra released through the blood wheel eyes. Both the ocular veins and the blood wheel eyes seemed unable to withstand this immense force. Repeated utilization of the kaleidoscope resulted in cumulative ocular damage, ultimately culminating in blindness. As for the transplantation of the blood-related kaleidoscope to activate the eternal kaleidoscope, it was presumed to be a restoration of the ocular bloodline. Li Yuan was determined to prevent the light tree from using photons to awaken the eternal eye. As long as he was present, any damage incurred to the light tree's blood wheel eyes could be repaired with his crimson hand. In truth, there were additional methods available, such as integrating the cells of white Zetsu or those of Hashirama to enhance the physical body's yang attribute, much like Obito, who had assimilated white Zetsu. Using the kaleidoscope thereafter would allow the cells to repair any damage, significantly reducing the risk of blindness. Li Yuan was also curious to observe the effects on Uchiha following the perfect integration of Hashirama's cells. According to the original narrative, an Uchiha whose yin and yang attributes were balanced might still be unable to awaken the Rinnegan, as they lacked the chakra of Ashura and Indra. As for Li Yuan himself, he had no intention of merging with any cells. After all, he cultivated the golden light mantra, allowing him to gradually nurture his physical body, thereby enhancing his yang attribute. His blood wheel eyes had undergone a transformation and could now be referred to as golden wheel eyes. Li Yuan felt that his current physical state was no less than that of a small celestial being. The life force of anyone in the village paled in comparison to his own. Having never encountered Hashirama, he could not make a proper comparison. But he had met Kushina Uzumaki, whose life force did not match his own. What is this? The light tree lowered its hand from its eyes. Feeling a gentle power enveloping them, the swelling pain vanished, and its vision became clear. Li Yuan shook his head, signaling the light tree to conceal its reaction. The light tree understood and reached up to rub its eyes once more. Danzo, can you still fight? Li Yuan retracted his hand and turned to look at Danzo. In truth, Li Yuan had already arrived not far from them and sensed Danzo and his companions nearby. Danzo wished to ascertain whether the light tree had genuinely activated its kaleidoscope Sharingan. Li Yuan also wanted the light tree to showcase its Susanoo. What one hears cannot compare to what one sees. The ninjas surrounding the light tree possessed considerable strength, likely on par with ordinary J-nin, and were presumably elite members of the root. Having already lost several, Danzo must be feeling quite the pang of loss. The light tree's slaying of fellow village ninjas amounted to treachery, and Danzo tightened his grip on his cane. Oh, whom did you kill? How was I unaware? Li Yuan gently probed his ear. On the ground lay the remnants, as Tawanzo pointed with his cane, veins bulging on his forehead, his gaze exceptionally frosty. Li Yuan approached and removed a ninja mask. What village ninja? I do not recognize you. Has the Hokage tower been logged into? Li Yuan kicked lightly. As for the two struck by Amaterasu, only a trace of ash remained. You Uchiha are shielding the rogue ninja who murdered your fellow villagers. Are you conspiring to betray the village? Tawanzo directed his cane at Li Yuan. Shielding? Betraying the village? Do not think I am unaware of your ambush on my kin outside the village. Today, we shall eliminate your men. How does that sound? Li Yuan returned to the light tree, forming a golden sword in his grasp. The other Uchiha clan members tightened their hold on their kunai, their eyes fixed on the opposing ninja. The root ninjas opposite also gripped their kunai, staring intently at their respective adversaries. Tension thickened in the air. Both sides poised for conflict. Just as they were about to engage, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, suddenly appeared between them. Stand down. His voice resonated with authority. A group of Umbu ninjas surged into the fray, separating the two factions. Several Umbu approached the onlookers, enforcing a gag order. Tuanzo scoffed. Hiruzen, you must realize that the Uchiha are openly defying the village regulations in protecting a rogue ninja. Hiruzen glanced at the bodies on the ground, then at the light tree, and slowly spoke. Whether the light tree is a rogue ninja shall be investigated later. What transpired is evident. He knows this partner all too well. Now is not the time to turn against the Uchiha. A conflict between the village and the Uchiha would be disastrous. Tuanzo, withdraw your men. Your ambush at the village gates is against protocol. Hiruzen produced his pipe. Hiruzen, Tuanzo retorted darkly, stomping his cane. Withdraw. Tuanzo growled. Figures darted, and the ninjas from the battle returned behind Tuanzo. Damn Uchiha. Tuanzo glared venomously at the Li family, turning to leave. Did I permit your departure? Li Yuan shouted. Suddenly, a flurry of ninjas rushed in from the distance, comprising various clans from Konoha and over 100 Uchiha clan members. Shadows swiftly split to either side, confronting one another. Tuanzo halted, astonished, staring at Li Yuan. What do you intend? The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, also looked at Li Yuan in disbelief. My kin were ambushed without cause and falsely labeled as rogue ninjas. As their clan leader, is it not my duty to seek justice? Li Yuan grinned slightly. Today, he wished to gauge the village's stance. As the saying goes, the kind-hearted are often taken advantage of, while the strong are respected. If you are resolute, others may falter. If you are weak, others will be assertive. Clan leader Li Yuan, what do you wish to do? The third Hokage touched his forehead, feeling a slight headache. He particularly missed Fugaku. During his tenure as clan leader, there were far fewer burdens, and he could wield his authority as he pleased. Hand over the Sharingan. Li Yuan fixed his gaze on Danzo. What? He possesses a Sharingan? The third Hokage was momentarily taken aback before regaining his composure. That was entrusted to him by his comrade. With the prior consent of your former Uchiha clan leader, he inhaled deeply from his cigarette. He is aware that the eye concealed by Danzo is likely that of Uchiha Kagami. I am not referring to his right eye, but rather to the Sharingan upon his right hand. Li Yuan clenched his fist. Do not assume that mere fabric can obscure the essence of the blood wheel eye. I can sense it. Li Yuan's hand transformed into a blade of energy. The onlookers, his clansmen, gripped their kunai with tension. Chapter 14. Danzo. Remove the cloth from your right hand. Everyone's gaze shifted towards Danzo's right hand. It was unclear when he had begun to wrap it. Danzo, feeling the weight of their stares, merely snorted, remaining unmoved. The third Hokage, witnessing Danzo's reaction, felt an immediate sense of despair, realizing the gravity of the situation. Based on his knowledge of his old comrade, it was likely that the blood will resided on Danzo's right hand. Li Yuan, let us conclude this matter for now. Today's incident has already become widely known throughout the village. We shall discuss it another time, the third Hokage said, furrowing his brow. What do you mean another time? Is the assassination of my clansmen and the extraction of their blood wheel eyes merely a trifling matter? Li Yuan shouted in fury. Fortunately, with several clan leaders present, it was simply a matter of demanding Danzo unveil the cloth that shrouded his hand. Li Yuan cast a glance at the clan leaders who were merely spectating. They had arrived alongside the previous group of ninjas, with Uchiha ninjas standing behind Li Yuan. Following the earlier skirmish, the third Hokage positioned himself in the center, flanked by civilian ninjas and smaller clans, all on guard against the Uchiha. Danzo and the root ninjas lingered not far behind the third Hokage. The Hyuga clan, led by Hyuga Hizashi and Hinata, observed the unfolding drama with detached interest. The Yamanaka and Inuzuka clans had also sent representatives, standing aside to watch the spectacle. Even the trio of Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi had joined, with Nara Shikaku and his ninjas also spectating. They arrived just in time to witness the conflict between the Uchiha and Danzo. So long as it did not involve outright treason, they would remain passive observers. Their hatred for Danzo ran deep, as many of their children had been taken by him, their fates unknown. Due to Danzo's association with the third Hokage, they dared not voice their grievances. The Hyuga clan, owing to their branch family system, had avoided the worst of Danzo's machinations. Yet they had also suffered considerable exclusion from both Danzo and the third Hokage. Upon hearing Li Yuan's words, Danzo's expression soured significantly. He understood that if the truth were to emerge, he would undoubtedly become the target of collective ire. Without waiting for Danzo's response, Li Yuan turned to Hyuga Hizashi and posed a question. If someone were to ambush your clansmen and extract their Byakugan for transplantation, what would your clan do? Certainly. It is a matter that requires the full strength of our clan. Hizashi Hyuga paused mid-sentence. Danzo's malevolent gaze was fixed upon him. while the third Hokage maintained a stoic expression. Such a thing could never occur within our Hyuga clan, Hisashi Hyuga continued. The Hyuga ninjas, with their Byakugan activated, displayed looks of astonishment. When Li Yuan inquired about the clan leader, several Hyuga members unveiled their Byakugan to scrutinize Danzo's right hand. Hisashi shot a glare at those branch family ninjas, activating his own Byakugan to observe Danzo. Initially reluctant to engage, the shock on his clan's faces compelled him to ascertain the truth regarding Danzo's alleged theft of Uchiha blood. It was imperative to verify the situation for his own peace of mind. If Danzo dared to pilfer Uchiha blood today, he would not hesitate to seize the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan tomorrow. Through the layers of fabric, a hand of peculiar hue, adorned with multiple crimson orbs, twitched and blinked intermittently. Upon closer inspection, there were 8 Sharingan, each bearing the 3 Tomo. Hisashi gasped, his own expression mirroring disbelief. Danzo's gaze remained fixed on Hisashi, as if silently challenging him to speak out. Since transplanting the cells of Hashirama and acquiring the Sharingan, Danzo had seldom appeared before others unless absolutely necessary. What is the matter? Is everything well? The third Hokage inquired, his attention on Hisashi. Hisashi deactivated his Byakugan, striving to compose himself. Lord Hokage. Perhaps it would be prudent for Danzo to reveal his hand, Hisashi stated, forcing the words out with difficulty. The third Hokage's countenance darkened. He had intended to provide an opportunity for the Hyuga clan to disband peacefully, yet Hisashi's suggestion to unveil the truth complicated matters. Hisashi, too, felt the weight of the situation. Danzo had overstepped the boundaries of the bloodline families, and yielding was not an option now. Observing the scene, several clan leaders began to murmur amongst themselves. It seemed evident that Danzo's right hand likely housed a Sharingan, though the specifics of Hisashi's astonishment remained unclear. It would be best to remove the cloth and see for themselves. As these discussions unfolded, the Uchiha clan transitioned from initial tension and fear of conflict with the village to a state of anger, demanding that Danzo reveal his right hand. Aware that he could no longer remain, Danzo prepared to depart. He cast a scanning glare at both the Uchiha and Hyuga clans, while the root ninjas surrounded him, making their way toward the exit. Where do you think you're going? Leave Li Yuan behind, a loud voice commanded. Over 100 Uchiha ninjas activated their Sharingan, poised to charge at Danzo, their collective aura surging. Everyone, halt. The third Hokage bellowed, standing firmly in the middle. Danzo ceased his advance, and Li Yuan and his followers followed suit, over 100 crimson eyes fixated on Danzo. Clan leader Li Yuan, what exactly do you intend to do? The third Hokage tightly clutched his pipe. Today, Danzo must reveal his right hand, which bore several ominous chakra signatures of the Sharingan. Li Yuan's golden sword was pointed menacingly at Danzo. Danzo, unveil your right hand, the third Hokage commanded, glancing at him. Danzo, his face darkening, tapped his cane in frustration. He had not anticipated that Yuan Fei would also demand the exposure of his right hand. With a heavy gaze, he scrutinized Li Yuan and swept his eyes over the Uchiha. He extended his left hand towards the bandages on his right hand, gingerly touching one of the bandage ends. After a brief pause, he refrained from unveiling it. Danzo understood that revealing it was out of the question. He doubted the Uchiha would dare to act. Quickly, he dashed away, with the root ninjas close behind. Danzo's sudden flight left those around him momentarily stunned. They had expected to uncover the mystery of his right hand. However, the Uchiha were not caught off guard. They had been vigilantly monitoring Danzo with their Sharingan. Gripping their kunai, they prepared to pursue him. Danzo! The third Hokage bellowed in anger. This unexpected maneuver from Danzo startled the Hokage. His primary concern was to prevent a confrontation. Danzo's escape was fortuitous. Knowing him, the Hokage suspected that he indeed possessed Sharingan on his right hand. The immediate task was to halt the Uchiha. All ninjas, intercept the Uchiha. Do not harm them. The third Hokage urged anxiously. The ninjas beside him swiftly surged towards the Uchiha, while those from other clans, reluctantly drawn into the fray, also advanced. The Hokage's command left no room for inaction. Both sides engaged with measured restraint. The Uchiha aimed solely to reach Danzo, while the villagers sought to impede the Uchiha. A tumultuous melee erupted, fists flying back and forth, as past grievances ignited the conflict, regardless of targets. Figures stumbled and fell, only to rise and re-enter the fray. In a brief moment, the ground was strewn with fallen bodies. The third Hokage, his expression darkened, watched the chaos unfold, his lips twitching in concern. He feared that this conflict might escalate further, unexpectedly devolving into a friendly match. Since the establishment of Konoha, this was the first large-scale brawl among its own villagers. Li Yuan refrained from joining the fray, observing as the situation began to settle. Everything unfolded precisely as Li Yuan had anticipated. The third Hokage would indeed support Danzo. Li Yuan, however, had no intention of escalating the situation, for doing so would only ensnare him further in the mire of Konoha, jeopardizing his subsequent plans. Hokage-sama, we demand an explanation for the Uchiha clan, Li Yuan asserted as he approached the third Hokage. I shall conduct a thorough investigation. Tomorrow morning, all clan leaders are to convene at the Hokage Tower. The third Hokage surveyed the assembly with a discerning gaze. I will be there punctually. Let us depart. Li Yuan replied before turning on his heel. Over 100 members of the Uchiha clan concealed their faces, clutching their chests, and departed in small clusters. Chapter 15. The awakening of the Mangekyō. At the heart of the Uchiha clan's territory lay the training grounds. Groups of clan members congregated, recounting tales of whom they had bested that day, having long harbored grievances against them. Li Yuan and his companions had returned to their homeland. In the center of the training area stood 5 elders alongside Li Yuan, Kei, and several elite J-nin from their clan, with Shursui positioned behind Fugaku, clan leader. With today's uproar, will this not exacerbate our discord with the village? Shursui tugged at Fugaku's sleeve. Exacerbate the discord? Is our conflict not already profound? Li Yuan cast a glance at Fugaku and Shursui. Yet, Shursui hesitated to voice his concerns. Is this truly the crux of the matter? Danzo's ambush on our clansmen and his quest for the Sharingan is what truly matters, Li Yuan interjected, cutting Shursui off before he could finish. Danzo dared not reveal his right hand today, which undoubtedly signifies something amiss. The elder furrowed his brow in agreement. Indeed, there is certainly something amiss. After a brief murmur of agreement, they all turned their attention back to Li Yuan, awaiting his elucidation of the situation. As you know, I am adept at cultivating natural energy, granting me heightened perception, Li Yuan began thoughtfully. Today, upon encountering Danzo, I sensed several distinct auras of Sharingan emanating from him. What? Several Sharingan? Impossible, Shursui exclaimed in rebuttal to Danzo. He had also been present at the village entrance earlier, yet remained a mere observer. Hesitating to speak as he witnessed the plight of his clansmen, Li Yuan cast a deep glance at Shursui, realizing the boy was beyond redemption. It was no wonder that in the original narrative, he had been ambushed by Danzo, losing one of his Sharingan, and subsequently chose to leap into the river to end his life. His unwavering faith in the third Hokage and Danzo, coupled with his distrust of his own clan, was disheartening. He had activated his Mangekyō Sharingan without informing his kin, instead opting to report to the third Hokage and Danzo. With a brother so closely aligned with Konoha, it was no surprise that Itachi was led astray, especially with an unreliable father figure. Shursui fell silent under Li Yuan's gaze. Guangxu, why have you come into conflict with Danzo? Inquired the second elder. Guangxu turned to Li Yuan, who withdrew a small orb from his robe. The blue light enveloped it, transforming it into a tiny luminous sphere. Pressing it to his forehead, he delved into it with his mental energy. You shall understand, Li Yuan said as he handed the orb to the elder. The elder, perplexed yet compelled, pressed the orb to his forehead and penetrated its depths with his spiritual force. Moments later, the elder's demeanor shifted dramatically, his hands clenched into fists as he bellowed, "Damn those roots, damn Danzo." Several elders, bewildered, stared at the orb in the elder's grasp. Could this be a memory extracted through ninjutsu? Yet it should not manifest as a luminous orb for others to behold. Take a look, everyone. It is the Grand Elder who has transmitted the light orb to the second elder after retrieving the memory. This is the recollection of Guangxu at the border of the Land of Fire, where he encountered an ambush by several ninjas. At that time, Guangxu sealed their corpses into a scroll and delivered it to Li Yuan on an island that would later be known as Eagle Island. Upon accessing the memory, Li Yuan selected the one containing the most information about the Uchiha clan and extracted it to seal it into a light orb. This memory encompassed the entire process of the ambush on Guangxu, as well as the fate of a few clansmen who had failed their missions, being ambushed, having their eyes gouged out, and ultimately meeting their demise. After a brief moment, all the elders had finished viewing the memory, their faces etched with fury. No wonder there were always Uchiha clansmen failing their missions, murmured the second elder. The fourth elder's eyes blazed with wrath. His fists clenched so tightly that his nails dug into his flesh. It is all my fault. The fourth elder had also harbored suspicions about Danzo, as he had just reported the news, and within a few months, those clansmen began to fail their missions. Although the fourth elder had provided information to Danzo, his intentions were solely for the good of the clan, merely a difference in opinion. The fifth elder, Fugaku, remained silent. He had previously suspected something but had not anticipated Danzo's actions would come so soon. The light orb was passed to Shursui, who noticed the expressions of the elders slightly shift. He took the orb and pressed it against his forehead without uttering a word. Moments later, how could this be? Cursed Shursui, a roar of anger escaping him. His eyes, adorned with the three-tomo Sharingan, began to spin rapidly, suddenly connecting to form a mysterious pattern. Chakra surged forth, and an overwhelming presence arose. Is this the Mangekyō Sharingan? Several elders exclaimed in astonishment. With a thud, Shursui collapsed, losing consciousness. Shursui, are you all right? Fugaku rushed over to check on him. Shursui had merely bumped his head upon falling, though it seemed his spirit had endured a slight shock. Is he truly a Mangekyō? Fugaku gazed at Li Yuan with anticipation. Several elders awaited Li Yuan's confirmation, while the clansmen gathered closely around them. Li Yuan felt somewhat at a loss. Merely glimpsing a fragment of Danzo's treachery against their clansmen had led to the awakening of the Mangekyō. He was reluctant for Shursui to unlock the Mangekyō. Now that it was awakened, it was uncertain whether Shursui stood with Konoha or with the clan. It is indeed the Mangekyō Sharingan, Li Yuan mused, rubbing his temples. May the heavens bless us, for another clansman has awakened the Mangekyō. The elders were exuberantly animated, their previous anger evaporating into thin air. Li Yuan, not wishing to disrupt their elation, remained silent. He sensed his surroundings. There were no hidden ninjas nearby, only some distant observers. Given their perception, they should not have detected the fleeting aura from moments ago. Li Yuan cast a glance at the assembled clan members and spoke. Today, Shursui has activated his Mangekyō Sharingan, and this shall remain confidential for now. You may all return and rest. The clan members, filled with envy, turned their gazes toward Shursui before departing. Fugaku, Shursui has been stimulated into activating his Mangekyō. Please escort him back to rest, Li Yuan instructed, turning to Fugaku. Fugaku bowed slightly, cradling Shursui as they left. Chief, what about tomorrow's meeting with the Konoha ninjas? Inquired the second elder. I will be attending with the elder and Keimoku tomorrow. You need not worry. Li Yuan replied while stroking his chin. You all should return and rest well. He waved his hand to dismiss the elders, who then departed. Then I shall take my leave as well, Keimoku said. Go ahead. Ever since hearing of your ambush, Keisher has been quite worried about you. Hurry back to see her, Li Yuan urged, waving him off. Keimoku exited, leaving Li Yuan alone on the training grounds, lost in contemplation. Shursui has activated his Mangekyō. This time, it must not be the Kodoame Tsukumi. In the original narrative, Shursui awakened the Mangekyō upon realizing the irreconcilable conflict between his clan and the village. The recent observation revealed Danzo's ambush on the clan, which prompted the activation of the kaleidoscope. Regardless of his actions, I hope he does not oppose me. Nor does he remain aligned with the village. It is imperative that I enhance Keiki's abilities. The cells of Hashirama lying with Danzo are somewhat squandered. In my possession, they could be utilized to their fullest potential. I must devise a strategy to acquire them, Li Yuan pondered, stroking his chin. That night, within the confines of the Hokage's office, the third Hokage remarked, do not attend the ninja conference tomorrow, while drawing on his pipe. Danzo let out a cold snort, refraining from retorting. Also, surrender a few pairs of Sharingan. I need them to deal with the third tomorrow, he added, casting a glance at Danzo's right hand. You only know how to retreat. This way, the Uchiha will only gain more ground, Danzo asserted, stamping his cane and bellowing in fury. Danzo, I am the Hokage. The third Hokage shouted back. The two locked eyes intently. After a moment, Danzo turned and kicked open the door, leaving behind the resounding crash of the door against the wall. The third Hokage continued to hold his pipe, exhaling clouds of smoke. Suddenly, he glanced towards the window, his brow unfurling as he spoke. Ah, you've arrived. Chapter 16. When will you marry Ko? A figure leaped through the window. Before us stands a middle-aged man. His hair is striking white, adorned with an oil paper forehead protector, none other than Jiraiya. Old man, it is rare to see you so eager, he teased, folding his arms across his chest. You must be aware of the events that transpired at noon today, the third Hokage remarked, casting a glance at his apprentice. Quite intriguing. Though regrettably, I arrived too late to witness that grand melee. Jiraiya stroked his chin, his face etched with disappointment. Let us be serious. What is your perspective on the Uchiha? The third Hokage inquired, his expression darkening. The mere recollection of the day's incidents cast a shadow over his countenance. As the initial intent had been to prevent a confrontation between the Uchiha and Danzo, only for it to escalate into a personal vendetta. This occurrence marked a significant moment in Konoha's history, likely to be recorded as a pivotal event during his tenure as Hokage. The Uchiha, you say? As long as they refrain from a coup, all shall be well, Jiraiya replied earnestly, meeting the third's gaze. He was well aware of the elders' biases against the Uchiha. With their newfound strength and a change in leadership, they were poised to retaliate, but he felt little inclination to intervene. As long as Konoha remains stable and peaceful, I shall choose to overlook the rest. And what do you make of the fact that shortly after Minato's demise, they have manifested their Mangekyō Sharingan? The third Hokage pressed urgently. After a brief moment of silence, Jiraiya finally spoke. It should not be the Uchiha clan's doing. As for the new clan leader, Li Yuan, I shall observe him closely and make contact. Jiraiya was aware that Minato shared a good rapport with Fugaku, the clan leader, and that the Uchiha had consistently supported Minato as ascent to Hokage, having placed significant trust in him. It was illogical for them to harm him after his success. Then perhaps you should linger in the village a while longer. Will you attend tomorrow's meeting? The third Hokage exhaled a puff of smoke. I will not be attending. I must take my leave. Jiraiya chuckled as he leapt out of the window. The third Hokage pinched his pipe, pondering that Jiraiya was likely off on some frivolous errand, failing to alleviate his burdens. In the dead of night, within the Uchiha clan's territory, the fourth elder inscribed the final character, laid down his pen, and examined the parchment with satisfaction before placing it on the table, securing it with a book. He rose, opened a cabinet, retrieved a scroll, and murmured softly, "This many explosive tags should suffice." He tucked the scroll away and stepped outside, glancing back at a room with a hint of reluctance. After a moment, he resolutely ventured into the darkness. In a secluded corner of Konoha, the fourth elder halted and declared, "I wish to see Danzo-sama. I have important news." Two figures emerged, masked ninjas, who escorted the fourth elder into the shadows. Shortly thereafter, a resounding explosion echoed through the darkness. The ground trembled slightly, and faint flames flickered to life. After a brief respite, a figure materialized, surveying the scene and bellowing, "Damn Uchiha! The malevolent Uchiha!" The morning in Konoha was as bustling as ever, with the Uchiha clan estate no exception. Numerous clan members had risen early to train at the training grounds, the sounds of their exertions echoing. Among them was Li Yuan, who had also risen early, partaking in breakfast at the home of Hikaru and Hikari. Li Yuan's residence was nearby. His father and Hikaru's father had been childhood friends, and their mothers shared a good relationship as well. Following the passing of their parents, Li Yuan often dined here. Hikaru's father had perished on the battlefield during the Third Shinobi War, while his mother, an ordinary Uchiha, was named Uchiha Yuan. "Aunt Yuan, I have finished eating," Li Yuan declared as he set down his bowl and chopsticks. Hikaru, noticing this, hurriedly shoveled the remaining rice into his mouth, his cheeks puffing up as he chewed hastily before swallowing, quickly grabbing a cup of water to wash it down. "Mother, I too have finished," Hikaru sighed in relief, having nearly choked moments earlier. "Aunt Yuan, we are leaving," Li Yuan announced as he rose and made his way towards the door. "Be safe," Yuan replied warmly. A 40-year-old woman emerged from the kitchen, preparing to tidy up the dishes. Clad in an apron, her black hair cascaded over her shoulders, making her appear younger than her years. Just then, Guangxi quickly finished her breakfast, set down her bowl, and rushed over. She approached Li Yuan, scrutinizing the collar of his shirt. As the clan leader, you should pay attention to his appearance, and Guangxi adjusted his collar with care. "Come, help me check too." "After all, it's the village assembly," Guangxu turned slightly. "You don't need to, no one will notice." Guangxi glanced at him dismissively. "Guangxi, you've grown considerate," Aunt Yin remarked playfully as she set down the dishes, then turned to Li Yuan with a beaming smile. "Li Yuan, when will you marry my Guangxi? Just look at her. Even before she's wed, she knows how to be a good wife." "In a year or two, once Guangxi comes of age," Li Yuan replied, affectionately ruffling Guangxi's hair. "I'm 16, already of age," Guangxi, blushing, mumbled shyly. "My Guangxi is getting a bit impatient," Aunt Yuan teased. Guangxi's face reddened further, almost steaming. "Behave. I'll marry you when you turn 18, Li Yuan embraced Guangxi tenderly. I'll wait for you," Guangxi nestled closer, responding resolutely. Moments later, Guangxi, "Come help wash the dishes," Aunt Yin said contentedly as she carried the dishes back to the kitchen. "I'm heading to the kitchen now." Guangxi reluctantly released herself from Li Yuan's embrace. Go on, learn all of Auntie's culinary skills, and cook for me in the future. Li Yuan waved her off. I will, Guangxi replied eagerly as she entered the kitchen. Guangxu, let us go. Li Yuan turned to the door where Guangxu stood, ignoring him. Guangxu huffed and stepped outside first. Li Yuan followed, aware that Guangxu was still sulking over not having helped him with his collar. Li Yuan held a fondness for Guangxi, having grown up together as childhood sweethearts. At just 16, she was not yet considered an adult in his previous life. Waiting another 2 years seemed best. Li Yuan contemplated relocating the entire Uchiha clan from Konoha to live on Sea Eagle Island before marrying Guangxi. Even if he managed to oust the third Hokage and ascend to the position himself, the circumstances would hardly change. He recalled the Senju clan. 2 generations of Hokages had led them to ruin. The saying a new ruler brings new subjects resonated deeply with him. If the Uchiha remained in Konoha, it would be difficult for him to maneuver in the future. Having traversed into the world of Naruto, he could not merely play with tailed beasts or witness the divine tree. He yearned to explore the chakra fruit, aspiring to reach the heights of sagehood. At the home of the 4th elder, Father, why are you still in bed this late? Uchiha Junjia pushed open the door. He was momentarily taken aback, for the room was utterly devoid of any presence. In the center of the table lay a book, atop which rested a piece of paper densely filled with writing. As Junjia picked up the paper and glanced at its contents, his expression shifted dramatically. Clutching the paper tightly, he dashed out in haste. Chapter 17, The Assembly. Dismissal of Danzo as Hokage advisor outside the Hokage building. Li Yuan paused in his tracks alongside Guangxu, the elder. The atmosphere was already vibrant with chatter. As groups of people gathered in animated conversation, it was evident that a considerable number of attendees had arrived. And these clusters were likely the guards accompanying the clan leaders for the meeting. After all, those present were esteemed elders from various factions, none wishing to meet an untimely and obscure demise. Furthermore, many harbored little affection for the third Hokage, facing exclusion and targeting within the village, much like the Uchiha clan. Notably, Li Yuan observed a contingent of over a dozen members from the Hyuga clan standing nearby. It is hardly surprising that with the disappearance of the Senju clan, the only prominent families remaining in the village, apart from the F4, are the Uchiha and the Hyuga. Their marginalization is predominantly directed towards the Uchiha. Li Yuan, accompanied by Guangxu and the elder, approached the Hokage building. An Umbu ninja appeared, obstructing their path and addressing Guangxu and the elder. Uchiha clan leader, please proceed inside. Your clan has only 1 seat. The others must wait outside. Li Yuan found this somewhat perplexing. The Grand Uchiha clan possesses but a single seat. While Konoha was founded by both the Uchiha and the Senju, utilizing Uchiha territory, reflecting on the fact that the Senju now hold no seats at all, he felt a sense of resignation. You may wait outside, he said, as he followed the Umbu ninja into the Hokage building. Guided by the Umbu, Li Yuan entered the conference room. This is an immense chamber, dominated by a grand round wooden table, surrounded by numerous chairs. A considerable number of individuals are seated, comprising the clan leaders of the shinobi village and several distinguished elite jonin holding various positions. Upon the arrival of clan leader Li Yuan, many offered perfunctory greetings, while others cast their gaze upon him, their expressions betraying a sense of anticipation for the unfolding drama. They are all aware that today's assembly has been instigated by the newly appointed leader of the Uchiha clan. Li Yuan reciprocated the greetings he received, and under the guidance of the shadows, he took his designated seat. This is a central location, and Li Yuan is indifferent. He never intended to linger in Konoha. Glancing around, he noticed that some individuals had yet to arrive, and several prominent seats remained vacant. After a brief moment, the third Hokage entered. Li Yuan surveyed the surroundings. Nearly all seats were filled. Indeed, Danzo had not arrived, nor had the other 2 members of Konoha's F4. This is for the best, as it spares us from unnecessary disputes, the third Hokage remarked as he settled into his seat. I extend my gratitude to everyone for attending this gathering. Li Yuan of the Hidden Leaf Village stifled a yawn, pondering that the same old dynamics persist, regardless of the setting. After a brief moment, the third Hokage took a sip of water and noticed Li Yuan's expression of utter disinterest. For the sake of our village's progress, it is imperative that we set aside our grievances and not allow personal conflicts to overshadow the will of fire. Li Yuan continued to yawn, suppressing the urge to leave. The third Hokage observed Li Yuan, his brow furrowing. It was evident that at this age, embracing the will of fire was far too late. Pausing in his speech, The third Hokage retrieved his pipe and took a puff. Have you concluded your remarks? Hokage-sama, I require an explanation. We can sense the presence of the Sharingan from him. Li Yuan asserted. Li Yuan, after investigation, it appears that Danzo did not orchestrate an ambush against your clansmen. The third Hokage exhaled a cloud of smoke. As for the Sharingan in his possession, it was merely recovered by his subordinates upon discovering your clansmen's remains and was not returned to you. The third Hokage produced a glass jar from his robes and placed it upon the table. Inside were 2 pairs of Sharingan, for crimson orbs in total. The atmosphere grew somewhat tumultuous as whispers rippled through the crowd. Li Yuan stared intently at the third Hokage, refraining from reaching for the jar on the table. What more do you desire? The third Hokage clenched his pipe. Very well, I possess a memory extraction. Let us all take a look. Li Yuan said with a smile as he retrieved a luminous orb from his cloak. They need only to channel their mental energy into it. Li Yuan offered the orb to the nearby ninja. He had discovered yesterday that this realm was imbued with extraordinary abilities. All ninjas possessed mental prowess, and with this orb, they could delve into the memories contained within by merely focusing their mental energy. The patriarch of a small family, Li Yuan, was unfamiliar to him and had not appeared in the original narrative. The third Hokage gazed at Li Yuan in astonishment, perplexed by his intentions. Did the luminous orb contain some form of memory? A nearby ninja delved into its depths with his mind. After a moment, his expression darkened as he cast the orb onto the table and glanced furtively at the third Hokage. Another ninja seated beside him seized the orb and probed its essence with his mental prowess. Several perceptive ninjas present also immersed themselves in the memories contained within. After a brief interval, Li Yuan rapped the table, addressing the assembled Genin, all adept at memory retrieval, and inquired whether they could discern the authenticity of the memories. The faces of the ninjas who had witnessed the memories were grim as they turned their gazes toward the third Hokage. The ninja holding the orb extended it to the third Hokage, who, upon observing the reactions of those around him, felt an unsettling apprehension. He penetrated the orb with his mind, lowering his gaze to examine the memories. Moments later, the veins on the third Hokage's forehead bulged as he clenched his pipe, producing a series of sharp cracks. Cursed that Danzo. He never undertook his tasks with the requisite thoroughness, and now the situation had become precarious. But wait, hadn't the root ninjas all been sealed? Were they not incapable of accessing their memories? Could this be the manifestation of his Mangekyō Sharingan's ability? It must be so. According to the records left by his teacher, the Mangekyō Sharingan possessed 3 abilities, 2 of which remained unknown and varied from individual to individual, while the third was Susanoo. The black flames revealed by a single eye were a mystery, yet to be unraveled. Lord Hokage, the evidence is irrefutable, Li Yuan declared, a broad smile illuminating his face as he regarded the third Hokage. What should be done in accordance with village regulations? The third Hokage lifted his gaze to find all eyes upon him, some curious regarding the orb, others casting him disapproving looks. Take a good look, he sighed deeply, reluctantly passing the orb forward. The assassination of a fellow village ninja could only result in dismissal and arrest. Danzo was finished. Before long, all present had scrutinized the memories. Their eyes gleamed with intensity as they awaited the third Hokage's judgment, many harboring secret mirth within while their faces remained somber. This is a prime opportunity to topple Danzo. It must not be missed, nor should we allow the third Hokage to be deceived. Once Danzo regains his footing, there will be no more children from the clan taken away. Danzo has rescinded his position as Hokage's advisor, dissolved root, and integrated it into the Umbu. The third inhaled deeply from his cigarette, casting a fierce glare at Li Yuan. Shinosuke, take Danzo into custody and escort him to the Umbu prison. A masked ninja emerged, accepting the command and departing. Many ninjas present exhaled in relief. Danzo had finally fallen. Li Yuan understood that Danzo would not face any repercussions. As Yuan Fei and he were in collusion, it was impossible for the third Hokage to label Danzo a rogue ninja or to eliminate him altogether. Is there anything else? If not, we shall adjourn. The third Hokage glared around the room. Nothing more, Lord Hokage, many replied in unison. With a powerful bang, the third Hokage slammed open the door and exited, leaving a resonating echo behind. The crowd gradually filed out of the conference room. As Li Yuan stepped beyond the threshold, he spotted the Grand Elder, along with Hikaru and Junjia, rushing towards him. Junjia clutched a piece of paper crammed with writing, his face a portrait of anxiety and rage. Chapter 18. The last words of the fourth elder. What is it, Junjia? What troubles you? Li Yuan inquired. noticing Junjia's distressed demeanor and putting away the glass jar in his hand. Clan leader, my father is in trouble. Please take a look at this, Junjia urged, handing over the paper with urgency. What could possibly have happened to the fourth elder? Isn't he one of Danzo's people? My covert actions against him have proven futile. Li Yuan pondered, perplexed, as he took the letter and brought it closer to his eyes. Junjia, by the time you read this letter, I may no longer be here. You must look after yourself and stay close to the clan leader. Do not seek me out. I am too ashamed to face our kin. It is all my fault. I have betrayed the position of the fourth elder. At over 40 years old, I have contributed nothing to our clan, and my actions have led to the demise of many of our people. Some 20 years ago, during a mission, I inadvertently caused the death of a teammate, placing our entire squad in jeopardy. It was Danzo's people who saved me, threatening me to provide information about the Uchiha. He assured me that once he became Hokage, my mistakes would be forgiven, and the Uchiha would no longer be marginalized. I was naive enough to believe him. Was I not foolish? In the past 2 decades, I have reported everything that transpired within our clan tam. Yet, each year, several clan members have perished in failed missions, and I have conveyed the fate of more than half of them to Danzo. I have harbored doubts, only to quell them, convincing myself it was for the Uchiha. Perhaps I understood that continuing to doubt would be unbearable, until yesterday, when the clan leader revealed the memory orb, shattering my self-deception. I suddenly realized what I had been doing all these years. I had lived more than 40 years in vain, becoming a sinner of the Uchiha for over 2 decades. I feel unworthy to face my clan, ashamed of my position as the fourth elder. I must atone. The only regret is not witnessing Junjia marry and have children, nor seeing the birth of my grandchildren. I know my atonement may be futile, but it amounts to little more than my death. Do not be too sorrowful. I merely wish to meet your mother and elder brother sooner. Furthermore, please deliver this letter to the clan leader. I have matters to discuss with him. Leader. There are undoubtedly still Danzo's people within the clan. There are matters I did not report, yet Danzo is aware. Leader, you must lead the Uchiha to resurgence, though regrettably, I shall not witness it. The clan has produced 3 Mangekyō Sharingan, and I can depart with a smile to meet my ancestors. Uchiha Fujikawa's final words. Li Yuan, upon reading, rubbed his forehead. A typical Uchiha, too easily trusting. When that trust is betrayed, they resort to extremes. What a pity that the schemes surrounding him bore no fruit. Junjia, it may already be too late. Danzo is unharmed, and your father may already be dead. Li Yuan pinched the bridge of his nose. One must see the living and the dead. Junjia gazed at Li Yuan, and after a moment of silence, exclaimed in anger. I will inquire with the third Hokage. Danzo has just been dismissed. Li Yuan retraced his steps towards the Hokage building. In the dark Ambu prison, Li Yuan remained silent. Suspecting that due to the relationship between the third and Danzo, Danzo might not be imprisoned there. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage addressed Jiraiya. What do you sense? Holding a pipe, he looked at him. Indeed, there is no trace of chakra. It differs from the Sage of Toads. It should be pure natural energy. I must return to my Bokuzen for further inquiry. Jiraiya stroked his chin. Moreover, he must have sensed me. He glanced several times towards my hiding place. This is not surprising. He could sense the Sharingan's presence on Danzo. The third Hokage took a puff from his pipe. You know, old man, Danzo's removal is for the best. He is nothing but a troublemaker. Jiraiya smiled. Well, you should go to my Bokuzen and inquire. The third Hokage squeezed his pipe. Then I shall take my leave. Jiraiya formed hand seals and vanished from sight. The third Hokage watched him depart. None of you have any fondness for Danzo. Without him, who will handle the dirty work? At that moment, a shadowy figure of a ninja emerged. Hokage-sama, Uchiha Li Yuan has returned and seems eager to meet with you. With that, the figure vanished. What does that scoundrel want now? The third Hokage sighed, rubbing his forehead. He had no desire to see Li Yuan. After merely 2 days as the Uchiha clan leader, he was already losing hair. It was likely that there was yet another matter at hand. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking echoed through the room. Come in. The third Hokage inhaled deeply, exhaling in resignation. Li Yuan entered, holding a letter, and halted before the third Hokage. What is it this time? The third Hokage inquired, releasing a cloud of smoke. Take a look at this. I have a question regarding Danzo, Li Yuan said, extending the letter towards the third Hokage. You wish to see Danzo? You can't possibly be seeking to confirm whether he has been apprehended. The third Hokage took the letter and began to read. After a brief moment, he looked up, his expression darkening. What do you intend to do? No wonder Danzo appeared flustered when he handed over 2 pairs of Sharingan yesterday. Initially, the third Hokage thought it was merely a sign of Danzo's reluctance. However, it now seemed to be related to this issue. Yesterday, at a corner of the village, a root base had trembled and erupted in flames. This must be it. I demand a resolution. A dead man must be seen, Li Yuan declared, fixing his gaze upon the third Hokage. Danzo is in the Umbu prison. You cannot go. The third Hokage continued, taking another drag from his cigarette. A root base exploded yesterday. He is likely already dead. The third Hokage exhaled slowly. The remains may be unrecognizable. Shinjiro, go to the Umbu prison and inquire about Danzo, the third Hokage instructed, turning towards the window. A figure flashed past the window. Not far from the Hokage building lay a hidden underground location. This vast stronghold is illuminated by countless lights, resembling a radiant surface. Danzo is seated upon a chair, engrossed in the scroll in his hands, which contains the records of today's assembly, while his voice resounds with fury. Damn the Uchiha, the malevolent Uchiha. This is far from over. Yuan Fei has dared to treat me thus. He has audaciously stripped me of my position. Danzo, having been confined within the dark depths of the Umbu prison, now sits with an air of defiance within the Umbu base. As anticipated by Li Yuan, Danzo appears entirely unscathed. At this moment, with a cough, Danzo's new aide, Shinasuke, appeared with a grim expression and remarked. He was acutely aware of Danzo's relationship with his father, choosing to feign ignorance. Danzo cast a glance at Shinasuke and fell silent. Hokage-sama, allow me to inquire about the situation with the Uchiha clan yesterday, Shinasuke continued as Danzo paused. They self-destructed, obliterating an entire base. With a fierce grip, Danzo crushed the scroll in his hand, a surge of fury rising within him. The mere thought of this incident made the veins on his forehead throb. An entire base had been annihilated, along with over a dozen root ninjas, all gone. Observing Danzo's expression, Shinasuke swiftly turned to leave, wishing to avoid Danzo's wrath. In the Hokage building, Shinasuke leaped through the window. Li Yuan and the third Hokage turned their gazes towards him. Hokage-sama, it was a self-detonation. Presumably the source of the tremors and flames we witnessed yesterday, Shinasuke stated with his head bowed. Where did the explosion occur? Take me there, Li Yuan inquired. Send an Umbu ninja to escort clan leader Li Yuan to the site. The third Hokage nodded in agreement. Li Yuan then turned and exited the Hokage's office. Chapter 19. Ancient Sage Techniques. Upon exiting the Hokage building, Junjie, Guangshu, and the elder were anxiously pacing at the entrance. What news? Junjie asked hastily. A base in the route was destroyed. Shortly, an Umbu ninja will guide us to the scene, Li Yuan replied. Junjie stumbled, nearly losing his balance. But Guangshu and the elder quickly steadied him. At that moment, a shadowy ninja emerged from the Hokage building. Follow me, I shall take you to the scene. Without waiting for Li Yuan and the others to respond, he strode purposefully away. Li Yuan hurriedly followed, while Junjie stifled his sorrow, steadied himself, and kept pace. Guangshu and the elder observed Junjie's well-being and gradually trailed behind. In a secluded area of the Hidden Leaf Village, the guiding ninja came to a halt and gestured towards the front. This is an enormous pit. It is evident that there once existed a vast underground space that has undergone a cataclysmic transformation, causing it to collapse entirely. Junjie widened his eyes, desperately searching for any sign of life. Suddenly, he caught sight of a familiar color at the bottom of the pit. Before anyone else could react, he dashed downwards, digging with his hands. Li Yuan and the others hurried over to assist him. Junjie unearthed a tattered corner of fabric, no larger than a large tree leaf. He cradled this fragment in his hands, kneeling down to gaze at it intently. His eyes, adorned with the 3 tomo, spun rapidly. Li Yuan and the others refrained from interrupting. A profound silence enveloped the scene. After a considerable time, Junjie carefully tucked the fragment away, cast a glance at the vast pit before him, and rose to his feet. He looked towards the Hokage building before making his way towards the Uchiha clan's territory. Guangshu and the elder, feeling uneasy, promptly followed. What a pity, if only the Mangekyō Sharingan had been activated, it must have been so close. Li Yuan reflected as he followed Junjie's retreating figure towards the clan's grounds. At the Hokage building, the Umbu ninja had returned, bowing to report to the third Hokage. They exhibited no extreme reactions. The third Hokage inhaled deeply from his pipe. There is no reaction. Perhaps this was anticipated, remarked the Umbu ninja. You may leave. The third Hokage gestured dismissively. The Umbu ninja bowed and departed. The third Hokage rose and approached the window, gazing towards the Uchiha clan territory while continuing to exhale clouds of smoke. In the sacred land of summoning, my Bokuzen, within a spacious hall, there sat a massive chair. An exceedingly ancient-looking toad reclined upon it, eyes closed in slumber. Toad Sage, do you know if it is possible for someone to cultivate only natural energy without possessing chakra? Jiraiya inquired, looking up. Ah, little Jiraiya, you have arrived. The elderly Toad Sage opened his eyes. What did you just say? Toad Sage. There is a person who possesses no chakra within them, yet I sense they are absorbing natural energy. Jiraiya pressed further. Indeed, there was someone long ago. What was their name? I seem to have forgotten. The Toad Sage mused contemplatively. Ah, it was the Ancient Sage Arts. Ancient Sage Arts? What is that? Jiraiya asked with curiosity. Ancient Sage Arts. Let me think. The Toad Sage yawned. Do you see me? Do I possess any chakra? He asked, closing his eyes once more. Is the absence of chakra indicative of Ancient Sage Arts? Jiraiya inquired hastily. Long ago, it was all about cultivating natural energy. Then they arrived. And everyone began to practice chakra, causing the Ancient Sage Arts to gradually fade from tradition. The Toad Sage's breathing grew slower. Enough, I wish to sleep. He murmured intermittently before abruptly ceasing, the sound of gentle snoring escaping him. Toad Sage, who are they? The Toad Sage, what are the characteristics of Ancient Sage Arts? Jiraiya hastily posed several questions, only to be met with the sounds of snoring. Reluctantly, he ceased his inquiries and stepped outside. Upon exiting, 2 toads, each the size of a bullfrog, leapt forth. Little Jiraiya, have you managed to extract any information? One toad inquired. No, the Toad Sage has fallen asleep again, Jiraiya lamented. Fear not, you may return to ask again another time, the second toad reassured him. It seems that is the only option. By the way, do you possess knowledge of Ancient Sage Arts? And did they commence their training in chakra only upon their arrival? Do you know, child as father? One toad queried. Ancient Sage Arts appear to refer to the practice of harnessing natural energy, devoid of chakra within. Another toad elaborated. Do you know if there are any distinguishing features? Jiraiya inquired eagerly. I do not know. I have merely heard tales from long ago, came the reply. Very well, I shall take my leave, Jiraiya declared, forming hand seals and vanishing from sight. Little Jiraiya, until we meet again, the 2 toads waved their front limbs. At the Hokage Tower, Jiraiya materialized out of thin air, interrupting the 3rd Hokage's contemplation. You have arrived. What is the matter? The 3rd Hokage turned to face him. It pertains to Ancient Sage Arts, a method of training predating chakra, Jiraiya explained. What distinct characteristics does it possess? The 3rd Hokage inquired eagerly. That, I do not know, Jiraiya admitted, scratching his head in a light-hearted manner. The 3rd Hokage glowered at Jiraiya. I shall be sure to inquire thoroughly next time. The Toad Sage dozed off mid-sentence. Jiraiya hastily added. The 3rd Hokage, remaining silent, retreated to his office and presented Jiraiya with a scroll. This scroll records the testament of the 4 elders, not the original, but a transcription made after perusal. Jiraiya took the scroll and began to read. Moments later, he chuckled. Ha! Danzo must be furious. He accomplished what I did not. A faint smile of schadenfreude appeared on Jiraiya's face. This matter extended beyond Danzo. The 3rd Hokage furrowed his brows. Old man, had you dismissed Danzo sooner, this situation could have been avoided. Jiraiya set aside the scroll on the table. I speak of the Uchiha. Tomorrow, I shall meet with the clan leader. Old man. I take my leave, Jiraiya said with a mischievous laugh as he leaped out of the window. The 3rd Hokage's brows knitted in concern as he tightened his grip on the pipe, watching Jiraiya's departing figure. Jiraiya was not unreliable. He had hurried back, scanning the surroundings and inquiring about the situation. It was not as urgent as he had feared. The Uchiha were not on the brink of a coup, merely embroiled in a struggle for power, and he felt a sense of relief. In Minato Mountain, within the main hall, the Toad Sage opened his eyes. Little Jiraiya. Sage. What is it? Jiraiya responded. A small toad hopped out. You have returned. Indeed. I have seen a new prophecy, the Toad Sage said gravely. Then I shall fetch little Jiraiya back, the small toad replied. Never mind. Let us wait until he comes again. The Toad Sage rubbed his head with a paw. I shall observe in the following days to see if the prophecies remain as they are today. When little Jiraiya next visits Minato Mountain, summon him to me. The Toad Sage then closed his eyes and fell into a deep slumber. Chapter 20. Jiraiya's Probe Welcome. I would like to order a signature dish, Jiraiya said as he entered Li Yuan Pavilion, skillfully making his way to the 2nd floor. Certainly, Lord Jiraiya, an auntie bowed in response. 5 days had passed since the demise of the four elders. Due to the Uchiha's daily aggressive apprehensions, the rumors surrounding the Nine-Tails disturbance in the village had gradually diminished. Perhaps it was because Danzo had been dismissed and warned by the third Hokage, allowing the village to return to a semblance of tranquility. On the Uchiha side, following the death of the four elders, Fugaku ascended to their position. Keiki was promoted to the rank of 5 elders, while Shisui was elevated to 6 elders, making him the youngest elder in many years, according to the clan members. The security department was entrusted to the eldest elder, while Li Yuan felt that Fugaku's demeanor was too weak to serve effectively as the head of the security department. As for himself, he considered such matters too troublesome and preferred to focus on opening his shop, practicing only briefly each day and indulging in leisure. Due to Li Yuan's lack of social engagements, he remained within the Uchiha clan grounds daily. Huayuan Pavilion is located in the commercial district of the Uchiha clan. Jiraiya had several times attempted to encounter Li Yuan by chance, but found no opportunity. Thus, he decided to visit directly, ordering a signature dish in hopes of meeting Li Yuan. This marks his 3rd visit, consecutively for 3 days, each day arriving at noon for a meal. Jiraiya ascended to the 2nd floor, casting a glance around the hall and the entrances of several private rooms. The place was desolate, devoid of patrons or guests. He then turned to head towards the 3rd floor. The 3rd floor housed a grand hall and 2 rooms. Adjacent to the window in the hall, a tea table was set, where Li Yuan was seated cross-legged on a cushion, meditating. Upon Jiraiya's arrival on the 3rd floor, Li Yuan furrowed his brows and ceased his meditation. Ignoring Li Yuan's expression, Jiraiya plopped himself down on a chair at the tea table. Li Yuan had anticipated Jiraiya's arrival, though he had not expected him to come to the 3rd floor. In a previous life, Jiraiya had many admirers, yet Li Yuan had little fondness for him, nor for the protagonist, Naruto. Jiraiya spent his life in avoidance, fleeing the village to escape its darkness, seeking the destined child to evade the tragedies of war. For some reason, Li Yuan found himself quite fond of the antagonists. He admired figures like Pain, Obito, and even Kaguya, whom he found rather endearing. "You are absorbing natural energy, aren't you?" "I can sense it," Jiraiya remarked, pouring himself a cup of water. "Are we familiar enough for that?" Li Yuan retorted darkly, rising to his feet. "If we are not familiar, should I refrain from seeking you out? After all, we have seen each other for 3 consecutive days, which surely counts as familiarity," Jiraiya replied, taking a sip of his drink. "This 3rd floor is my private dwelling. You have disturbed my meditation." Li Yuan crossed his arms, frowning at Jiraiya. "You are not a ninja, so why place such importance on meditation?" Jiraiya set his teacup down, fixing his gaze upon Li Yuan. Li Yuan recognized this as a test. Without a definitive answer, he would likely find himself entangled in further conversation with Jiraiya. "I have no intention of becoming a ninja," Li Yuan scoffed disdainfully. "In this world, lacking power means one might perish without a trace at any moment. Whether one wields a blade or not is one matter. Possessing a blade is another. As long as you hold a weapon, others will think twice before confronting you. Is it so that you hold such disdain for ninjas?" Jiraiya's jovial demeanor darkened as he scrutinized Li Yuan. Jiraiya comprehended the underlying sentiments. Otherwise, Li Yuan would not have been so dismissive. Being a ninja is an honor, a means to protect comrades, fostering peace and prosperity within the village, Jiraiya asserted solemnly. "I do not contest that notion. Yet I cannot accept being stabbed in the back by my own village," Li Yuan countered, taking a seat across from Jiraiya at the tea table. Jiraiya fell silent. "My desire to avoid becoming a ninja stems from that day when I was betrayed during a mission by my fellow villagers." Li Yuan poured himself a cup of water and continued, "I harness natural energy, which enhances my perception. I sensed something amiss years ago. Moreover, my business endeavors can equally contribute to the prosperity of Konoha, which, I might add, was solely orchestrated by Danzo. It should no longer be an issue." "As he has been apprehended by the elders," Jiraiya remarked, glancing elsewhere and speaking in a hushed tone. "Do not place all the blame on Danzo. Perhaps you should examine our Uchiha's annual report on ninja casualties." Li Yuan exclaimed, "There's no need. I merely meant to say that such an incident shall not occur again." Jiraiya responded, his voice tinged with uncertainty. "Not occur again? One can only scoff at that," Li Yuan retorted, fully aware that Danzo's apparent emotion was merely superficial. He understood that, given Danzo's disposition, this matter was far from resolved. Furthermore, with the 3rd Hokage likely to turn a blind eye to Danzo's actions, and possibly even covertly supporting him, the situation remained precarious. After all, both were disciples of the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, who had instilled in them the darker teachings regarding the Uchiha clan since their youth. I am aware of your intentions. You wish to witness the extent of my Uchiha power, do you not? Li Yuan stated calmly. Well, you are correct. That is indeed my purpose, Jiraiya admitted, turning to face Li Yuan. At that moment, Jiraiya, your meal is ready, called the ant downstairs. Aunt Yuhua, bring up several more dishes. I shall partake as well. Li Yuan tidied up the tea table. Moments later, 5 dishes and 2 bowls of rice were arranged on the table. Li Yuan walked to a cabinet, retrieved a bottle of wine, and sat back down opposite Jiraiya. Let me speak candidly. As the clan leader, I will not be complacent like Fugaku. Li Yuan poured a glass of wine and pushed it toward Jiraiya. I hold you in high regard, Lord Jiraiya, and I speak frankly. Regarding the recent events with Danzo, had Fugaku been the clan leader, he would likely have turned a blind eye. I will not. Also, inform Lord Hokage that the village should not trouble us. The Uchiha clan remains as it has always been. There are still detrimental rumors about the Uchiha clan within the village, and the ninja of the guard department continue to apprehend those responsible. Should incidents akin to Danzo's arise, the Uchiha will not shy away from confrontation. Do not continue to ostracize us as before. My temper is volatile, and I may resort to violence. The position of Hokage holds little appeal. Being Hokage is exhausting. I do not even wish to be a ninja. This way of life is much more comfortable. Having said this, Li Yuan downed a glass of wine and looked at Jiraiya. Jiraiya gazed into Li Yuan's eyes and, having listened, drank the contents of his own glass in one gulp. After a moment of silence, Jiraiya remarked, "This is quite pleasant," as he took a bite of food. I will speak to the old man. Let us not repeat the past and maintain stability in Konoha. Jiraiya poured himself another glass of wine and drank it all. One more thing. Why do you not cultivate chakra? Jiraiya inquired curiously. I do not engage in being a ninja, so why cultivate chakra? Li Yuan replied while eating. There are better alternatives. Only a dog cultivates chakra. It is far better to refine one's natural energy, nurturing both body and spirit. Is that truly the reason? Jiraiya paused his drinking. Li Yuan, with a grim expression, poured himself another glass and drank it all. I fear death. Being a ninja entails undertaking missions. Cultivating natural energy promotes self-cultivation and extends one's lifespan. You should be aware of this. Indeed, Jiraiya set down his wine glass. Consider Sage Frog. He has cultivated natural energy and has lived for an unfathomable duration. I must take my leave. We shall drink again, Jiraiya said, picking up the wine glass from the table and heading downstairs. Observing Jiraiya's departure, Li Yuan pondered that Danzo and the third would not rest easy. A period of tranquility would suffice. Chapter 21. Why do we not leave Konoha and Konoha Village, Uchiha Clan Grounds, Southie Shrine? During this time, I have not permitted the clan members to undertake missions, and there have been no complaints, correct? Li Yuan addressed the 6 elders before him. This is yet another clan meeting, attended solely by Li Yuan and 6 elders. 2 months have elapsed since the last great melee, and Jiraiya departed from Konoha a fortnight ago. Everyone is quite exhilarated, eager to test their prowess. The second elder smirked, revealing a smile. 2 weeks prior, Li Yuan had elevated the Sharingan of his ninja clansmen to the Tomo, although the 3 Tomo level remained unachieved. Today, let us discuss the future development of our Uchiha clan. Li Yuan proposed. Future development? Naturally, we aspire to have the 5th Hokage. Konoha was founded by our Uchiha clan alongside the Senju. It is high time for an Uchiha to ascend to the position of Hokage. Hokage? Is that even feasible? Who will vie for such a position? Li Yuan scoffed lightly. Why wouldn't it be possible? The 3rd and 4th elders, Fugaku, sprang to their feet. The 4th elder has passed away, and the 5th elder Fugaku has now assumed the role of the 4th elder. The Grand Elder and the 2nd elder fell into silence. Only Keiki understood Li Yuan's sentiments and refrained from speaking at that moment. Let me elucidate the lineage of the Hokages, Li Yuan began. The 1st Hokage established Konoha. The 2nd was the brother of the 1st. Our 3rd Hokage was the disciple of the 2nd, and the late 4th Hokage was the grand disciple of the 3rd. Thus, it stands to reason that the future 5th Hokage will undoubtedly be either Jiraiya or Tsunade. They are both direct disciples of the Hokage lineage. Do we, the Uchiha, truly belong to the Hokage's direct line? Li Yuan swept his gaze over the elders, articulating his thoughts. The atmosphere grew heavy with silence, as everyone remained mute. In recent days, you must have sensed it as well. Though no one has openly spoken of the rumors, the villagers still regard us with disdain, Li Yuan remarked. rubbing his forehead. In the past 2 months, the security department has been apprehending villagers who spread rumors, and they have achieved some results. It is unclear what means Danzo or the third Hokage employed, but the villagers regard them with disdain. Complicating matters further, one cannot simply arrest someone for a mere glance. Li Yuan is disinclined to engage in political strife with them, finding it meaningless to play politics in a world infused with extraordinary abilities. These unruly subjects. Perhaps we have been too lenient. They ought to experience some hardship, thought the elder, clenching his fists. We must not be too harsh, or we will only incite further animosity. Ji Shui interjected hastily. Then what shall we do? The elder bellowed. I trust that the Hokage will manage the situation. Ji Shui murmured. Trust the Hokage? After all these years, why has nothing been addressed? The Uchiha clan's reputation is tarnished. It is likely he is responsible, the elder replied, frowning at Ji Shui. Surely it cannot be the Hokage, Ji Shui retorted hurriedly, clearly feeling a twinge of doubt. Over the years, our clansmen have not committed any grievous acts that could negatively impact our standing, have they? Li Yuan inquired of the elder. No, in dealing with the villagers. Our clan has merely exhibited a touch of arrogance. The elder understood Li Yuan's concern and pondered momentarily before responding. If that is the case, then the villagers' disdain for us is indeed a provoked response, Li Yuan remarked while casting a glance at Guangxu. Indeed, we have previously suspected this, but it never seemed so severe. Ultimately, it was left unresolved, the second elder observed, looking toward Li Yuan. Given that the village does not welcome us and we cannot ascend to the position of Hokage to effect change, I believe it may be best to leave Konoha. Guangxu proposed, prompting astonished gazes from the assembly. After a moment of silence, that cannot be. Where would we go? To join another great nation? One questioned. Isn't that tantamount to betraying the village? Another voiced. Why should we join another great nation? Surely we could seize a small one for ourselves. Guangxu retreated slightly, wiping the sweat from his brow. Another silence ensued. The clan had never contemplated such an avenue, always focusing on avoiding ostracism and seeking fair treatment. It is not entirely unfeasible, the elder's eyes brightened. Our clan is currently robust, possessing 3 Mangekyō Sharingan. This proposal merits consideration. The second elder glanced at Li Yuan and the others. This seems ill-advised. Does this not equate to betrayal? Ji Shui began but fell silent. What is wrong with it? This would resolve the villagers' exclusion of our clan, the elder interrupted. However, the Hokage will not allow us to leave, and there are no suitable places. The third elder stated gravely. As for suitable places, I do happen to know of one, Li Yuan interjected. Where? The elders exclaimed in unison, their faces alight with eagerness. It is a desolate, uninhabited island, far removed from the 5 great nations, situated over 100 kilometers from the nearest water country, discovered by my summoning beast. Li Yuan remarked, regardless of the environment and its expanse, it does seem somewhat distant. The second elder appeared anxious. A primitive forest spanning several kilometers, bordered by a beach. Presents a rather pleasant setting, Li Yuan pondered thoughtfully, stroking his chin. It sounds quite suitable. However, will the island's resources suffice? The third elder inquired. My summoning beast has surveyed the area. The island boasts a freshwater lake and an abundance of edible flora and fauna. Moreover, our Uchiha clan excels in fire techniques, making land cultivation for crop planting a task well within our capabilities, Li Yuan confidently asserted. The elders exchanged glances, their eyes gradually lighting up with anticipation. Nonetheless, this matter requires careful deliberation, as it pertains to the future of our entire clan, the elder spoke slowly. Can we not visit first? My summoning beast currently resides there. If I sign it, we could explore the island, Li Yuan suggested, producing a summoning scroll and placing it upon the table. The elders looked at one another and proceeded to sign their names on the scroll. With the reverse summoning technique, the group instantly vanished, leaving the shrine in silence. Upon their return, their faces were alight with excitement. That island is truly remarkable. It is exceptionally suitable for our habitation, the second elder exclaimed. The elder nodded in agreement. Departing from Konoha is a significant decision, yet there we, the Uchiha, can truly develop independently. However, Shirsue's expression turned anxious. But if we leave like this, will it not bring trouble to Konoha? After all, we are still part of it. Li Yuan placed a reassuring hand on Shirsue's shoulder. We have made every effort to integrate, yet we continue to face exclusion. Now, a better opportunity presents itself. This is our hope. I understand your respect for the third Hokage, but this is a pivotal transformation for our clan. I hope you will side with the family. Do not report this to the third Hokage, Our departure from Konoha will be beneficial for everyone. If you wish to remain in Konoha, you may do so. But our clansmen must distance themselves from conflict and pursue a tranquil, untroubled existence. Do not hinder our progress. I will not, clan leader. Resolving the discord with the village this way is commendable. I am merely concerned that after our departure, other villages may incite war, Shursui replied, his face resolute yet hesitant. That is inconsequential. The nations have only just emerged from the Third Great War, and their strength is significantly depleted. They will not soon initiate the Fourth War. If necessary, we can assist Konoha at that time. Li Yuan reassured him, retracting his hand. Elder, please select a dozen or so clansmen. They will depart Konoha tomorrow. I will have Ikong transport them first. Li Yuan cast a glance at the elder and instructed him. Very well. The elder of the third Hokage replied with a furrowed brow. We shall inform them that we have business with the spirit beast from the Cat Kingdom, and we can observe the village's reaction. Li Yuan tucked the summoning scroll into his bosom. Let us proceed in this manner for now. We shall await the third's response tomorrow. With that, he turned and made his way towards the shrine's exit. Chapter 22. What does the Uchiha clan intend? In the early morning of Konoha, within the Uchiha clan's central training ground, Li Yuan surveyed the 12 clan members before him, consisting of 6 ninjas and 6 ordinary folk. The elder approached Li Yuan's side and remarked, We have 4 fire-style ninjas, 1 earth-style, 1 medical ninja, 3 carpenters, 1 chef, and 2 skilled in agriculture. Quite impressive. Your foresight is commendable, elder, Li Yuan acknowledged as he scanned the 12 clan members. What about supplies? He inquired. Rest assured, chief. The 6 ninjas have brought an abundance of scrolls. Should we require anything further, we can utilize the summoning technique to deliver it, the elder replied, his expression relaxed. Alas, the summoning technique cannot traverse space, the second elder lamented. Space capabilities, Li Yuan recalled that Obito's eye possessed spatial attributes and was still within the village. He resolved to retrieve it when time permitted. Acquiring a pair is currently unrealistic. We shall have to wait for a more opportune moment. The elder has briefed you on everyone's tasks, has he not? This marks a significant transformation for our Uchiha clan, and I hope everyone will exert their utmost effort. Li Yuan proclaimed, addressing the 12 clan members. Understood. We shall accomplish our mission. The 12 clan members shouted in unison. Guangxu, you will lead them out of Konoha. Summon a giant eagle to transport them to Haiying Island, Li Yuan instructed, glancing at Guangxu. Everyone, follow me, Guangxu directed as he stepped out of the crowd. Casting a glance at the 12 clan members before proceeding towards the training grounds exit. The 12 clan members organized themselves, shielding the ordinary folk at the center, and followed Guangxu's lead. At the entrance of Konoha, 2 ninjas stood guard as usual. Guangxu, accompanied by a dozen clan members, approached the gates. Guangxu, what brings you here? One of the gatekeeping ninjas inquired. I'm taking them for a construction mission our clan has accepted, Guangxu greeted. Please register. What is the task? And who are in your party? One of the gatekeeping ninjas produced a ledger. You have quite a few individuals. Why are there ordinary folk among them? Another gatekeeping ninja quickly scanned the group with a device. The spirit beast from the Cat Kingdom has assigned us a construction task. I'm leading them there. Guangxu replied as he noted the details in the ledger. All set. You may proceed, the gatekeeping ninja concluded, stowing away the ledger. With a wave of his hand, Guangxu led the clan members onward. You hold the fort for now. I shall deliver this to Lord Hokage. The ninja remarked as he picked up the registration book and hurried into the village. Li Yuan observed this scene from a distance before vanishing from sight. Indeed, it was no easy feat for the Uchiha to depart from Konoha. Orchestrating the exodus of nearly 1,000 clan members was a formidable challenge. It is essential to possess spatial attributes. The Flying Thunder God technique can only transport 1 or 2 individuals at a time. Given the considerable distance from Sea Eagle Island to Konoha, multiple leaps will be necessary. For the time being, we shall attempt to carry individuals across. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, a member of the Umbu bowed respectfully as he reported to the third Hokage. The third Hokage set aside the documents he was perusing and raised his pipe to the corner of his mouth. As the Umbu ninja continued his report, the third Hokage took a deep drag of smoke. The surveillance was not conducted from a close distance. Very well, you may leave now, and please summon Shursui. The third Hokage gestured with a wave of his hand. The figure vanished. He then approached the window, gazing out towards the entrance of Konoha. One hand resting on his forehead, lost in contemplation. What is the Uchiha clan plotting? A series of knocks echoed through the air. The third Hokage turned around as a ninja from the Uchiha clan. who had just completed the registration at the village gate, entered and placed the ledger on his desk. Approaching the desk, the third Hokage opened the record book, his brow furrowing deeper. Surely they were not undertaking construction tasks. Such a notion seemed implausible. The proud Uchiha would never stoop to accept menial labor. Return, and if there are any further anomalies regarding the Uchiha, report back. Under your watch, Konoha shall prosper. The third Hokage declared, closing the record book. Yes, Hokage-sama, the gatekeeper ninja responded with an eager bow before departing. Moments later, Shursui entered the office. Shursui, do you know what Keiki is up to? The third Hokage inquired, his gaze fixed intently on Shursui. Oh. The elder mentioned that a construction mission has been issued by the Land of Cats. Beyond that, I am unaware, Shursui replied, lowering his head. Very well, Shursui. You may return, the third Hokage said, inhaling deeply. Shursui bowed respectfully before exiting. The third Hokage sighed as he watched Shursui's retreating figure. Since the last assembly, following Danzo's dismissal, he had not made any public appearances. Over 2 months had passed, and Danzo had regained his freedom in a certain base of root. Seated in a chair, Danzo placed his right hand on the table. At that moment, his right hand was unwrapped, revealing a grayish hue, densely covered with Sharingan, emanating a crimson glow that occasionally flickered. A ninja wielding a scalpel swiftly extracted a dim Sharingan, which appeared grayish-white with only faint red markings. Another ninja quickly retrieved a Sharingan from a glass jar, its surface shimmering with a green light as it was pressed into the gap. Lord Danzo, it is complete, the ninja announced, retracting his hand, still glowing with green radiance. Danzo clenched his fist, flexing his right hand with satisfaction. Since the transplantation of Hashirama's cells, he had suffered from erosion. Only the implanted Sharingan could withstand it, yet the power of the Sharingan would gradually fade, necessitating further replacements. Orochimaru approached, assisting Danzo in rewrapping the bandages. Lord Danzo, there is new information regarding the Uchiha. Keiki has led 12 clan members away from Konoha to undertake a mission. A ninja reported, kneeling on the ground and presenting a scroll. Danzo took the scroll, unrolling it to reveal Keiki's registration for leaving the village. After reading it, he frowned, pondering the Uchiha's intentions. Lord Danzo, should we take action? The ninja asked. Not this time. Inform Orochimaru of this intriguing development regarding the Uchiha's Mangekyō. I wonder if you would be interested, Danzo replied, pacing thoughtfully. Also, let him know that substantial funding will be available upon successful completion of the task. Indeed. Danzo has departed with the belongings of Oil Woman. Unbeknownst to Li Yuan, he remains indifferent to Danzo's schemes. As night descends, Li Yuan has transformed his appearance, masquerading as an ordinary villager of Konoha, not an Uchiha, but rather a young man in his 20s from the Uenfei clan with short hair. Concealed in the shadowy corners of a dwelling, he patiently awaits. With Li Yuan's acute perception, he anticipates that the target will soon traverse a nearby alley. He has strategically placed numerous flying thunder god kunai throughout that corner of the alley, poised to strike with lethal precision upon the target's arrival. Reminiscent of his previous encounter with Elder 4. As the night deepens, a ninja emerges from the darkness. Engrossed in a book he peruses while walking. Gradually, he approaches the alley, his indistinct visage occasionally illuminated by the flickering light. Li Yuan remains calm, closing his eyes to sharpen his senses, awaiting the opportune moment. At last, the moment arrives. Li Yuan detects the chakra signature aligning almost perfectly with the coordinates of one of the flying thunder god kunai. In an instant, he vanishes, materializing behind the figure, delivering a decisive punch. Chapter 23. The single eye of Shinjutsu acquired Kakashi suddenly senses a looming threat, preparing to weave hand signs for the body replacement technique to evade. However, before he can react, he is struck on the head, rendering him unconscious. As Kakashi is propelled forward, Li Yuan swiftly catches him, drawing him into the shadows. With a sigh of relief, Li Yuan acknowledges the success of his ambush. Indeed, the Flying Thunder God technique proves to be exceptionally effective. In the village, if matters cannot be resolved swiftly, it becomes quite troublesome. In the shadows, Li Yuan leaned Kakashi against the wall, squatting down to gently lift his mask with his right hand. Kakashi's youthful and handsome visage bore a scar running from his left eye downwards, with a crimson Sharingan at its center. A red glow emanated from Li Yuan's right hand as he covered Kakashi's left eye, sensing and recording its condition. Suddenly, Li Yuan's gaze shifted towards the alleyway. Perceiving the approach of 2 ninjas who were about to pass by, he hoisted Kakashi and, maintaining the position of his right hand, utilized the Flying Thunder God technique. vanishing from sight. They reappeared in a secluded area of Konoha, not far from a desolate graveyard, amidst a cluster of trees. Li Yuan positioned Kakashi against a grand tree, his right hand still draped over Kakashi's left eye. Moments later, he withdrew his hand, revealing a crimson eye nestled within his palm. Kakashi's left eye appeared hollow, devoid of any blood. Li Yuan carefully placed the Sharingan into a glass jar, tucking it away in his robe. He then retrieved another Sharingan from a different jar. A red luminescence enveloped this new eye as he inserted it into the vacant socket of Kakashi's left eye. Pressing his palm against it, the glow intensified. After a brief moment, Li Yuan retracted his hand and procured a bottle of sake from his robe. He uncapped the bottle and poured its contents into Kakashi's mouth, ensuring that the entirety of the liquid flowed in. As for why Kakashi remained unconscious, with Li Yuan's complete control over his physical form, he experienced no sensation of pain during the eye exchange. If Li Yuan wished for him to remain asleep, he would do so. After disposing of the empty bottle, Li Yuan's right hand shimmered with a blue light as it merged with Kakashi's forehead. Shortly thereafter, Li Yuan stood and, from a nearby corner, embedded a kunai inscribed with the Flying Thunder God technique before vanishing from sight. Moments later, Kakashi stirred, rubbing his forehead as he rose and walked away, frowning in contemplation. Li Yuan observed from a distance, exhaling a sigh of relief before disappearing once again. Kakashi remained oblivious to any anomalies. To ensure secrecy during the eye exchange, Li Yuan had meticulously replicated the condition of Obito's eye, including several areas of neural disconnection, mirroring them during the procedure. As for Obito's eye being a Mangekyō Sharingan, replacing it with a 3-tomo Sharingan, devoid of Kamuyu's capabilities, would likely go unnoticed. Presently, Kakashi was unable to utilize Kamui, thus he would not detect any discrepancies. At the Uchiha clan grounds, within the Nange Shrine, the clan leader inquired, "Did you summon me regarding the clan members who have gone to the new territory? Is there trouble?" The elder pushed open the door and entered. "They are unharmed," Li Yuan replied, turning to face him. "That is a relief. I will perform the reverse summoning technique shortly, as I am somewhat uneasy," the elder remarked, his brow relaxing as he stroked his goat-like beard. "You should refrain from doing so for now. You have other matters to attend to," Li Yuan advised. "What matters? Is it not paramount to ascertain the safe arrival of our clan members?" The Grand Elder inquired with a hint of confusion. "Do you desire the Kaleidoscope Sharingan?" Li Yuan responded, "Chief, your abilities can elevate the 3-tomo to the Kaleidoscope." The Grand Elder's face lit up with excitement as he eagerly questioned, "Really? Truly? Heaven bless our Uchiha clan. I am willing to be the first to try." "What do you mean? Is such an extraordinary power truly attainable?" Li Yuan observed the Grand Elder's fervor and replied, "In truth, Li Yuan possessed the capability to assist his clansmen in awakening the Kaleidoscope Sharingan using his dual mastery. However, it was exceedingly perilous, and he opted against it. He reflected that his previous success in helping Guangxu awaken his kaleidoscope was merely a stroke of luck. "Ah, no." The Grand Elder's beaming smile vanished in an instant. "So, Chief, you are still asking if I wish for the Kaleidoscope Sharingan?" "I meant to inquire if you wish to transplant this Kaleidoscope Sharingan," Li Yuan said, as he retrieved a glass jar from his pocket. "Whose Kaleidoscope Sharingan is this?" The Grand Elder gazed at the glass jar, filled with perplexity. "Do not concern yourself with whose it is. This is a space-type kaleidoscope. Would you like to implant it?" Li Yuan gently caressed the glass jar. He was reluctant to divulge the matter of Obito to the clan, as he still wanted Obito to continue his schemes. However, he needed to devise a plan to borrow that eye for a while and return it afterward. Space-type. Could it be? The Grand Elder reached out to touch the glass jar. "Do you wish to know? Once you transplant it, you will find out," Li Yuan chuckled. "It is not an eye belonging to one of our kin," the Grand Elder asked with a serious expression, scrutinizing Li Yuan. "It is not," Li Yuan shook his head. "Chief, I shall proceed with the transplant," the Grand Elder stated after a moment of silence, his gaze fixed on the glass jar. Li Yuan instructed the Grand Elder to sit on a chair, close his left eye, and extend his right hand, which glowed with a crimson light, covering the Grand Elder's left eye. In the next moment, Li Yuan withdrew his right hand, revealing a bloodline eye in his palm. The Grand Elder was momentarily taken aback. He felt no pain whatsoever. Except for the absence of vision in his closed left eye, there was no discomfort as it had been removed. Without waiting for the Grand Elder to regain his senses, Li Yuan placed the Grand Elder's bloodline eye into a glass jar. He then retrieved the Kamui eye, allowing his hand to emanate a radiant red glow, enveloping the Kamui eye before implanting it into the Grand Elder's left eye. covering it with his palm as the crimson light intensified. All right, Grand Elder, give it a try. Li Yuan retracted his right hand. Is it truly this simple? So soon? The Grand Elder blinked his left eye, opening it wide. Indeed, how can this be? The Grand Elder, astonished, gently touched his left eye. He felt no discomfort. It was as if it were his own eye. According to the clan's records, transplanting another's eye could lead to rejection, and some individuals required a period of recuperation. Yet, the Grand Elder experienced no unease. As chakra flowed into his left eye, the three tomos spun rapidly, and he received a surge of information. To test its capabilities, Li Yuan placed a mask on the table. The Grand Elder infused his left eye with chakra, fixating on the mask. In the next moment, the space distorted, and the mask vanished from the table. How does it feel? Li Yuan inquired, observing the Grand Elder's left eye. It possesses spatial attributes. I sense that my left eye is connected to a subspace, quite substantial, the Grand Elder remarked, feeling his left eye. Take me in to have a look. Li Yuan urged, grasping the Grand Elder's arm. Very well. I too wish to see if it can accommodate our clansmen, the Grand Elder replied eagerly. In the next instant, the space twisted once more, and the two vanished. They materialized in an alternate dimension, Li Yuan and the Grand Elder standing together. This is a dark and eerie space, enveloped in an overall somber atmosphere, with an exceedingly faint and bizarre illumination, devoid of sunlight, barely allowing the outlines of the surroundings to be discerned. The ground is rugged and uneven, scattered with numerous colossal stones. Li Yuan extended his perception, realizing the vastness of the space, though occasionally distorted barriers hindered his awareness. Elder, let us return, Li Yuan suddenly declared. What is the matter? The Elder was taken aback, but proceeded to vanish alongside Li Yuan. An apparition abruptly materialized, witnessing the retreating figures of Li Yuan and the Elder. Who are you? Dato bellowed. Subsequently, he gestured, summoning a black mask into his grasp. Upon inspecting it, Dato's expression faltered, gripping the mask tightly in his hand. Chapter 24. Call me when you borrow eyes. Dato clenched his fist, realizing that those two individuals were certainly not Kakashi, as there was no trace of Kakashi's chakra presence. This is the Kamui space, and only one's own eyes can access it. The left eye is with Kakashi, and now the appearance of Kakashi's mask raises concerns. Has something happened to him? Obito has emerged from the Kamui space, finding himself in a jungle within the land of rain. Zetsu, come out. Obito called out loudly. What is it? A pitcher plant rose from the ground, splitting open at the top to reveal a person who was half black and half white. Any changes in Konoha? Obito tightened his grip on the mask. As for Konoha, there have been no developments since the disturbances over 2 months ago, as you already know. At present, nothing significant is occurring. I intend to visit Konoha. Keep an eye on things here. Obito touched his left eye. To Konoha? At this time? Aren't you supposed to have a discussion with Pain? Zetsu's gaze sharpened as he glanced at Obito. What is it? Zetsu fixated on the black mask tightly held by Obito. Could it be Kakashi's mask, your dear teammate? Obito, we are at a critical juncture in our plan. Do not falter. I am aware. Pain has summoned the outer path, so you need to keep watch. Whether I meet him a few days earlier or later makes no difference. A stranger entered my Kamui space just a moment ago. Hence, I must check on Konoha. Obito withdrew his hand from his left eye. You don't intend to see how Kakashi is faring, do you? Zetsu smacked his lips. Such deep camaraderie. Be quiet. I am not concerned about that scoundrel. He can perish and atone for his sins. Obito's temples throbbed as he roared. I entrusted him with Rin's protection. Yet he ended up killing her. Is that his version of safeguarding? I seek to reclaim my left eye. A complete Sharingan would significantly enhance my power and secure our future plans. Obito turned to face a direction in the land of rain. That is where Pain resides. The embodiment of his aspirations. Very well, I shall go in search of my left eye and, incidentally, check on Kakashi. If he is alive, I intend to eliminate him. Obito clenched his fists. How could I allow my left eye to be taken by others? It is utterly useless. I am leaving. You stay vigilant. Inform me promptly of any developments. With that, Obito's figure twisted and vanished. In Konoha, at the Uchiha clan's territory, Southeast Shrine, the space distorted, and the Elder reappeared with Li Yuan. Where was that just now? The Elder covered his left eye with his left hand, gazing at Li Yuan. The owner of the other eye, the two Sharingan are connected. Li Yuan's right hand glowed red as he reached out towards the Elder's left eye. A trace of blood was visible on the Elder's concealed left eye. Li Yuan pressed his glowing right hand onto the Elder's covered eye, and the red light seeped in. The Elder immediately felt a refreshing sensation, and the pain in his left eye subsided. Is it possible to retrieve the clan members who have fallen astray? The elder released his hand from covering his left eye. It was impossible. He harbored little affection for his clan. Li withdrew his right hand. "Ah, I see." The elder remarked, his face clouded with disappointment. "Is there no way to resolve this? I could return the eye to him." The elder looked at Li Yuan with hopeful anticipation. Not likely. The chaos of the Nine Tails was instigated by him. Li Yuan massaged his temples. Ah, he was the one. The elder clenched his fists tightly. "Do not dwell on this for now. Refrain from using that Sharingan until I can borrow the other eye. With this pair, we shall lead our clan away from Konoha, far from the strife of war, and into a tranquil existence." Li Yuan patted the elder's shoulder. Borrowing the eye? The elder looked at Li Yuan, puzzled. "Of course, it's merely a loan. After all, we are still kin." Li Yuan chuckled as he clenched his fists. The elder's expression darkened. If he understood correctly, it meant using force to borrow the eye. "Very well. If you wish to see those clan members heading to the new territory, do go." Li Yuan turned to exit the shrine. "Call me when it's time to borrow the eye." The elder gritted his teeth. With the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, at the helm, the Uchiha clan had placed a significant bet, only to be betrayed by their own, leading to suspicion and exclusion from the village. They were now compelled to devise a means of leaving Konoha. The elder felt a surge of anger toward this clan member, thinking, "You fool. All our hard work has been rendered futile by you." "All right." Li Yuan waved as he stepped out of the shrine. He had not initially intended to take the elder along. According to the original narrative, Obito bore the flying thunder god seal left by Minato, which might explain why he hadn't removed it upon witnessing the fourth's demise. If he could devise a strategy to gain the upper hand, akin to Kakashi's decisive strike, then he could succeed. The elder's words had served as a timely reminder for Li Yuan. If Obito lacked the flying thunder god seal, capturing him would indeed prove challenging. With the elder present, his left eye could restrain Obito, ensuring a flawless execution of their plan. In the land of rice, a secluded location, underground, in a vast base, within a spacious hall illuminated by bright lights, a ninja clutched a letter, gazing at the tightly shut door ahead. With a creaking sound, the door was pushed open from within. A figure emerged, adorned with flowing black hair, golden elongated pupils, and draped in a white coat. He removed his protective gloves and placed them on a shelf by the entrance. "Lord Orochimaru, I bear a letter from Danzo," the ninja said, bowing respectfully as he presented the missive. "Danzo, it seems he has acquired additional funding," Orochimaru mused, lifting the letter to open it. "Interesting, the Mangekyō Sharingan." His golden pupils transformed into serpentine orbs as he flicked his long tongue across his lips. "The new evolutionary state of the Sharingan is certainly worthy of my attention. I shall respond to Danzo. I accept this mission. However, the funding must be doubled. 2 million is mere pocket change." "Understood, Lord Orochimaru. I will convey your reply immediately." The ninja bowed again and departed. Left alone, Orochimaru contemplated the letter, murmuring, "It must be recorded in the village. Eyes akin to Uchiha Madara's. How exhilarating. A novel specimen. I cannot wait to delve into my research, not a moment longer." The body of the kaleidoscope Sharingan is quite impressive for a swift turn. Orochimaru put away the letter and entered an armory, shedding his laboratory white coat. Donning his combat gear, he strode towards the base's exit, unaccompanied by any subordinates. Currently, Orochimaru lacked the resources depicted in the original narrative, having only defected from Konoha less than a year ago, and he had no capable allies outside the village. The formidable quartet of sound ninjas, including Kimimaro, were absent, and this base had only recently been established. As for the changes in Konoha, such as the shift in Uchiha clan leadership and Danzo's dismissal, Orochimaru was aware. However, such matters bore little relevance to him. As long as the old man remained in power, the village would not undergo significant alterations. It would indeed be intriguing if the Uchiha managed to usurp the Hokage's position. Chapter 25. A new clan land. Far from war amidst the expanse of a cerulean sea lay a secluded island, approximately a dozen kilometers in diameter. The island flourished with lush vegetation, featuring a vast primordial forest at its center, bordered by sandy beaches and towering mountains at its rear. A piercing cry of an eagle echoed as a colossal bird, exceeding 10 meters in wingspan, descended onto a stretch of sand. A dozen individuals leaped from its back, many exhaling with relief. These were the 13 members of the Hikari clan, who had departed from Konoha and summoned the eagle, Aoke. After 3 days of flight, they had finally arrived at Eagle Island. Hikari patted the eagle, which let out a resonant cry, accompanied by a wave of energy. The clan members gazed around, eager to explore their new surroundings, though they had only just disembarked from the giant eagle. Moments later, Li Yuan appeared alongside the Grand Elder and the Second Elder. The clan leader, Grand Elder, and Second Elder received bows from the assembled members. "Have you all observed this place?" Li Yuan inquired, directing his gaze towards the 12 clan members. "This will be our new clan land. I encourage you to explore." "Yes, clan leader," the members replied, pairing off in twos to delve deeper into the island. An hour later, they returned, reporting their findings. "Clan leader, this place is quite remarkable, with ample resources, though it is devoid of human presence." "Clan leader, I noted potential for cultivating crops, though I am uncertain about the seasonal climate." "Clan leader, there lies a spacious clearing near a freshwater lake, suitable for constructing wooden dwellings." Li Yuan listened intently as the clan members returned one by one, bringing forth promising news. "Excellent. You are the first group to arrive here, and your task is to lay a solid foundation in anticipation of the subsequent arrivals. Do you not prefer to remain in Konoha, to avoid warfare and the peril of having loved ones become ninjas? This will be our new abode, and you shall contribute to the establishment of our new ancestral land. I intend to relocate all clan members here, far from the conflicts of ninjas and the wars of nations, to live in peace and tranquility. The external strife will no longer concern us." "Clan leader, can we truly escape the wars of ninjas?" a tribesman inquired. "Surely, you do not wish to?" Li Yuan gazed at them and posed the question. "How could one not wish to? It is merely a tad too late. My son perished as a ninja at the tender age of 13, and so did my brother." The Grand Elder and the Second Elder turned their eyes towards the distant sea, a hint of shame evident upon their faces. Li Yuan understood the aspirations of the ordinary tribespeople well, having spent 6 years among them. They detested war, mourning the loss of numerous loved ones with each conflict, yearning to escape the clutches of battle with no means to do so. As for the higher echelons of ninjas within the clan, their daily preoccupation revolved around avoiding ostracism from the village, indifferent to the sentiments of the common folk. "Second Elder, you shall lead them in felling trees and constructing shelters. Soon, the Third Elder and Fourth Elder will relieve you," Li Yuan instructed the Second Elder. "You three will take turns on duty, this way. Your stay here shall not be overly prolonged, and the village will also gain some visibility." "Yes, Chief," the Second Elder replied as he turned to his companions. "All of you, follow me. We shall establish our new tribal grounds." The Second Elder cast a glance at the 12 tribespeople before venturing into the island's forest. The 12 of them filled with fervor as they trailed behind him. As they journeyed, Li Yuan inquired of Guangxu, "How does this expedition feel?" "Such a relocation of our people is not feasible. It is far too distant," Guangxu lamented, plopping down on the sandy beach. After 3 days of flight, with each day consisting of 12 hours of soaring and 4 hours of rest, he mused, stroking the feathers of the eagle, Kong, to transport nearly 1,000 tribespeople here. "I would have to make 100 trips or so. This is untenable. You must devise an alternative." Guangxu reclined back on the beach. Perhaps it was his first experience carrying so many individuals over such a distance, for Kong stood steadfast on the sand, preening its feathers with its beak. "There is no need for such extensive travel. I have conceived a plan." Li Yuan approached Kong, gently caressing its plumage. "What plan? Is it convenient?" Guangxu sprang to his feet from his reclining position. "Quite convenient, indeed. It is merely a concept for now. We shall see in a few days." Li Yuan withdrew his hand and made his way towards a massive rock on the beach. With a sharp cry, Kong soared into the sky. Li Yuan beckoned Guangxu, while the Grand Elder settled upon the stone. "That sounds splendid. I would rather not make dozens of trips." Guangxu exhaled deeply and sat across from Li Yuan. "Chief, are you certain he will come to Konoha?" the Grand Elder inquired, taking a seat beside them. "He will come, fret not. If he does not, I have a contingency." Li Yuan chuckled. Li Yuan prepared to ascertain whether Obito would appear. "If he does not come to Konoha, I shall acquire some of Rin's relics and place them within the Kamui space. Let's see if he still chooses not to come. If he persists in his absence, I shall excavate Rin's remains and deposit a portion into the Kamui space." "What are you speaking of?" Guangxu scratched his head, glancing between Li Yuan and the Grand Elder. "It is merely a new plan for relocating our tribespeople," Li Yuan replied, stroking his chin. "How may I assist, and what must be done?" Guangxu hastily inquired. "You shall remain here for a day, then venture to the realm of the spirit beast cats before gradually returning to Konoha." Li Yuan pondered momentarily. If Obito is indeed coming, he is likely to arrive within the next couple of days, considering that the Land of Rain is merely adjacent to Konoha. Securing a pair of eyes from him is of utmost importance now. Shall we put on a fade for the village to witness? Guangxu suggested. That may be the case, but I have a plan with the Grand Elder. You should delay your actions a bit. Once I conclude my affairs here, it will prevent any distraction, Li Yuan replied gravely. Upon your return to Konoha, you may encounter an ambush. If root ninjas are present, eliminate them and leave their remains behind for me. If it is Jiraiya, engage him in combat to gauge his strength. Do not worry about ocular prowess. If it is Orochimaru, employing Jinjutsu might yield surprising results. If that fails, engage him in battle once more. As for any unfamiliar ninjas, eliminate them all, leaving their corpses behind as well. If there is no ambush, that would be even better. Indeed, Guangxu clenched his fists. The Grand Elder also frowned. His hands balled into fists. Better safe than sorry. Caution is never misplaced. Li Yuan solemnly reminded Guangxu. Furthermore, if it is Orochimaru or Jiraiya, summon Yao Kong or Yao Xing to assist. Should you confront Orochimaru, after your skirmish, instruct Yao Kong to reveal their eyes. He understood the implication. Understood, Guangxu replied, rubbing his forehead. What do you mean by revealing their eyes? The Grand Elder inquired, glancing at the colossal eagle soaring above. Nothing. It refers to a specific ability of Yao Kong. Guangxu hastily glanced at Li Yuan before responding. Grand Elder, we must return. He is likely approaching. And we cannot afford to miss him. Li Yuan stood up. Indeed, we cannot afford to miss this opportunity. The Grand Elder also rose. With a swift hand sign. Reverse summoning technique. Release. 2 plumes of smoke erupted, and Li Yuan along with the Grand Elder vanished from sight. Seeing their disappearance, Guangxu exhaled a sigh of relief. He was well aware of Li Yuan's actions. Should the Grand Elder discover them, it would spell disaster. After all, Guangxu himself had struggled to accept the revelation upon first witnessing it. Who could fathom that a summoned beast possessed the ability of bloodline manipulation, particularly one tied to their own Sharingan? As night fell and the moon rabbit ascended, shimmering silver light illuminated the earth. Not far from the outskirts of Konoha, within the depths of the forest, the air shimmered with distortion as Obito materialized, his gaze lost in memories of the Konoha barrier. In Chapter 26, the dual divine might in hand, several hundred meters away, a figure plunged a kunai into the ground, releasing a puff of smoke, vanishing without a trace. In the next instant, Li Yuan appeared, his arm draped over the elder's shoulder, anticipating Obito's imminent arrival and fearing he might not be ambushed outside the village. Li Yuan had dispatched several shadow clones to spread throughout Konoha, sensing Obito's presence. Obito's aura was notably distinct, imbued with the essence of the Uchiha's Mangekyō Sharingan, intertwined with a strange vitality, a complex and chaotic energy. I never expected you to have mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. Chief, the elder exclaimed in astonishment, gazing at Li Yuan. I've known it for a while now, but this isn't the time for explanations, Li Yuan replied, glancing toward a certain direction as he leaped onto a branch of a large tree. Is he over there? The elder followed suit, perching on the branch as well. There stood a figure clad in a black robe and adorned with a tiger-striped mask, staring blankly at the Konoha barrier. Let us proceed as planned, Li Yuan remarked, exchanging a glance with the elder before drawing a kunai and swiftly advancing. Acknowledging the elder's focus on Obito with a nod, he too brandished a kunai from his waist. Sensing the Flying Thunder God mark on Obito, Li Yuan decided they could confront him without resorting to the technique just yet. He hurled several kunai at Obito, his body crackling with lightning as he charged forward. This resembles the lightning release chakra mode, the elder thought, slipping into the shadows. Astonished as he stole a glance at Li Yuan. With a whoosh, the sound of slicing wind resonated. Obito snapped back to reality, twisting to evade the kunai, only to see a figure enveloped in lightning hurtling toward him. So swift. This is lightning release from Kumogakure. How could it appear outside Konoha and directed at me? Toby swiftly evaded a punch that came hurtling towards him. Li Yuan rapidly pivoted, delivering a counterstrike aimed at Toby. Such speed. There was no time to react. The 3 tomo within Toby's right eye began to spin rapidly, forming a mysterious pattern. Li Yuan's fist struck nothing but air, passing right through Toby's chest. In the next moment, Toby's form solidified once more as he gazed into the dark forest. How did you know? His chest appeared as though it had been slashed by a sharp blade, with torrents of blood gushing forth. Without waiting for Toby to respond or offer an explanation, Li Yuan retracted his strength and, with a fist aglow in crimson, struck Toby on the head. With a resounding thud, Toby's vision blackened, and he was sent flying backward. Li Yuan hastily caught Toby, preventing him from crashing into a tree. 100 meters away, a white figure emerged from behind a tree. Witnessing Li Yuan hurling a shuriken and charging towards Toby, dispatching him in mere moments. This is dire. Toby has been ambushed and eliminated. I must report to Kuro. The white figure began to sink into the ground, oblivious to the shuriken that had been thrown, one of which had embedded itself nearby. Li Yuan materialized beside the shuriken and launched a punch at Kuro. A thunderous crack echoed as the ground split apart. A portion of Kuro, which had sunk into the earth, was propelled back to the surface by Li Yuan's strike, rendering him unconscious. Li Yuan scanned the surroundings, exhaling a sigh of relief. The immediate threat had been neutralized. There was no other Kuro within several miles, although one could be found at a distance, posing no significant concern. The moment Li Yuan appeared, he sensed Kuro's presence. Kuro likely sensed the elder's aura suddenly manifest and sought to confront Toby. However, Kuro could not detect Li Yuan's aura, as he had perfected the art of concealing his presence. The shuriken Li Yuan had thrown was deliberately aimed at Kuro's location. What is this? The elder emerged from the shadows, clutching the bloodied shuriken. His ally, Li Yuan, lifted Kuro from the ground and approached Toby. Should we take his eye back or leave it? The elder advanced towards the motionless Toby. He crouched beside Toby, his right hand reaching out to remove the tiger-striped mask. Perhaps it is better not to remove it. It may be wise to remain unaware of his identity. Li Yuan approached, holding Kuro. The elder's hand brushed against Toby's mask, hesitating momentarily before forcefully lifting it. Why does this face seem familiar? The elder gazed incredulously at the half-revealed visage beneath the mask, running a hand over his forehead. It feels slightly familiar, as if I have encountered it before. Where could that have been? Is this truly him? The elder's expression shifted to one of shock. The disciple of Minato Namikaze. How could he have orchestrated the Nine-Tails rampage, leading to his own master's demise? It is incomprehensible. Why would he choose such a path? The Grand Elder turned to Li Yuan, seeking his assistance to unravel the enigma. I told you not to look, Li Yuan replied, shaking his head and letting out a sigh. It's quite simple. He has succumbed to darkness. Our Uchiha clan is indeed often regarded as a cursed lineage. The depth of love begets profound hatred. After enduring the agonizing loss of our beloved, our clan easily acquires power but may also be consumed by incomprehensible darkness. The Grand Elder clenched his fists. The Namikaze family has treated him exceptionally well. I am aware of this, he lamented. What difference does it make? Can it alter the harsh reality he is reluctant to confront? Li Yuan questioned, one hand grasping the white zetsu while the other imbued it with azure light. The harsh reality indeed, the Grand Elder mused, rubbing his forehead in contemplation. At times, I too wish to evade this world, yet fortunately, my kin shall soon depart. What is this? The Grand Elder snapped back to the moment, turning to Li Yuan. Erasing his recent memories, Li Yuan stated, Is this yet another of your abilities? When did you learn to use Flying Thunder God and Lightning Release Chakra Mode? Such matters are best left unspoken. Merely know that I possess the skill. Li Yuan replied with a chuckle, not desiring the Grand Elder to grasp the full extent of his misdeeds. Very well, let us proceed to the clan shrine. The azure light dissipated from Li Yuan's right hand, replaced by crimson energy flowing into the white zetsu. The Grand Elder lifted a beedo from the ground. And as the red light from his right hand faded, Li Yuan placed the white zetsu beside a tree. Li Yuan approached the Grand Elder, placing a hand upon his shoulder. In an instant, the two vanished. Moments later, the white zetsu stirred awake, rubbing its head as its form gradually sank into the ground, vanishing from sight. In Konoha, at the Uchiha clan's south Shrine Great Hall, Li Yuan reappeared, draping his arm over the Grand Elder's shoulder, who still held a beedo. They entered a secret chamber within an adjacent hall. Shall we commence now? The Grand Elder inquired, placing a beedo upon a solitary bed. Indeed, let us begin at once. We must expedite the relocation of our kin to the new clan grounds. Li Yuan pointed to a chair beside the bed. Very well, let us proceed swiftly. The Grand Elder seated himself. Li Yuan pulled up a chair, positioning himself between them. His right hand glowed crimson, enveloping Abido's right eye, while his left hand emitted a similar light, covering the Grand Elder's right eye. In the next moment, both hands withdrew simultaneously, revealing a Sharingan in each palm. Li Yuan inserted the Sharingan encased in crimson light into the Grand Elder's right eye, enhancing the brilliance of the red glow. After a brief pause, he retracted his right hand, placing the Grand Elder's original Sharingan into a glass jar. The Grand Elder opened his right eye, channeling chakra as the three tomo rapidly spun, forming a mysterious pattern. And what shall become of him? The Elder gazed upon the unconscious Abido. Let us confine him here for 2 days. We must hasten to relocate our kin from Konoha. Additionally, the Kamui I must be returned to him. If he seeks to alter this world, let him attempt it. The crimson glow from Li Yuan's right hand penetrated Obito's body, ensuring he would remain in slumber. Li Yuan understood Obito's intentions. Yet he could not disclose this to the elder. Returning the eye to Obito and erasing the memories of these 2 days would not prevent him from creating chaos in the ninja world, just as in the original narrative. If he does not stir up trouble, shall I, Li Yuan, intervene personally? It is better to return the eye. After all, it is not truly his. His desire to transform the ninja world is of no concern to us Uchiha. The elder stroked his eyes contemplatively. In due time, how he chooses to change it shall not involve us. Let us proceed, leader. We must take action, the elder fervently urged Li Yuan. Chapter 27. The New Prophecy. A thought of divine and demonic in the land of soup. Within a grand bathhouse, several young and beautiful maidens frolicked in the water. Not far from the edge of the bathhouse, behind a cluster of large stones, a middle-aged man with white hair peered through binoculars, occasionally chuckling and wiping the corners of his mouth. Suddenly, his demeanor shifted. The lewd expression vanished as he retracted the binoculars and bit his fingertip to form a seal. With the reverse summoning technique, he vanished from sight. In the vast plaza of Mangekyō Mountain, Jiraiya appeared beside an old toad. Young Jiraiya, you have arrived. Come. Let us meet the great sage, the old toad said. Before them stood a diminutive green toad, adorned with a white mustache and eyebrows, unmistakably the renowned sage of toads. Fukasaku, the sage of toads has summoned me. Could it be that the destined child has received a new prophecy? Jiraiya inquired, his face aglow with a smile. No, it seems there is indeed a new prophecy, but I have waited long for your arrival. Hence, I called you to the grand hall, Fukasaku replied, leaping towards the hall. Ah, a new prophecy. Is it fortuitous or ominous? Jiraiya hurriedly followed. I cannot say, but the sage is most eager to meet you. Which may suggest it is not favorable, Fukasaku responded. Jiraiya, his smile fading, adopted a serious expression and hastened into the grand hall alongside Fukasaku. In the vast expanse of a grand hall, a large chair occupies the center, upon which an ancient toad reclines, eyes closed in serene contemplation. Great sage, exclaimed Jiraiya, as he leapt forth from the hall, having brought with him the sage of deep roots. The toad sage opened his eyes slightly, acknowledging Jiraiya with a nod. You have arrived, young Jiraiya, he addressed him. Great sage, I have heard from the sage of deep roots that you possess a new prophecy, and I have come in haste, Jiraiya conveyed, his gaze fixed upon the venerable toad. A new prophecy? Indeed, there is one. The toad sage fully opened his eyes, shaking off the remnants of slumber, and regarded Jiraiya with a grave expression. I have witnessed a destiny distorted by a figure radiating with golden light and golden eyes. The child of fate may no longer manifest, and the visions of the future are in constant flux. I foresee that in a decade or so, the ninja world will undergo a profound upheaval. The land may be ravaged, strewn with corpses, and blood may flow like a river. Alternatively, it could be a golden age of peace and prosperity. Regardless, a significant transformation is imminent. She will emerge, and they will arrive, the toad sage murmured, his voice dwindling to a whisper. As a soft snore echoed, the toad sage succumbed once more to slumber. Great sage, do not drift off, Jiraiya implored, stepping forward to gently shake the ancient creature. Ah, young Jiraiya, you have returned. The sage awoke slowly, blinking with a hint of clarity. I have glimpsed a new future, a fragmented vision. What I previously saw is altered. I beheld a figure with golden eyes, emanating a radiant light. The fate of the world, for better or worse, lies within his thoughts. It may lead to a shattered earth, devoid of life, or herald a great upheaval that brings forth renewed prosperity. With a muffled grunt, the toad sage bled faintly, closing his eyes and losing consciousness once more. Great sage, are you unwell? Jiraiya inquired, shaking the toad again. How could this be? The sage murmured, awakening with widened eyes, devoid of any trace of drowsiness. What troubles you, great sage? Jiraiya asked, concern etched upon his face. Fear not. I have seen all that I can. Reflect upon it yourself. Foreseeing the future is exhausting. I must rest, the toad sage replied, eyes gently closing again. Then I shall take my leave. Please do rest well, Jiraiya said as he exited the grand hall. The toad sage watched Jiraiya depart, curling into a compact form. Eyes shut, murmuring to himself, impossible. How could he harm me? No matter, let Jiraiya ponder it. The world's changes are of no concern to us summoned beasts. A world of monotony welcomes even the slightest change. With that, the sage gradually drifted into a deep sleep, rubbing his forehead in contemplation. Jiraiya exited the hall with a furrowed brow, a solitary toad leaping onto his shoulder. "How fares it, young Jiraiya?" inquired the sage of deep roots perched upon him. "Not well. The child of prophecy has vanished, twisted by a figure radiating golden light and possessing golden eyes." Jiraiya spoke gravely. "The future lies within his grasp, and I must locate him swiftly. It is essential to steer his fate towards a favorable outcome. If that fails, I must be prepared to eliminate him." Clenching his fists, Jiraiya pondered the critical question: how to find him. He knew well that the Crimson Eyes belonged to the Uchiha clan, the Sharingan. But who could the one with golden eyes, radiating a brilliant light, be? I know not even where he was born, let alone how to seek him. Rubbing the back of his head, Jiraiya released his tense grip and sighed. "It seems I must rely on fortune and search gradually, much like seeking the child of destiny." "Little Jiraiya, the child's father, I have prepared a grand feast of insects. Let us partake together." A frog leapt onto Jiraiya's other shoulder. In a verdant glade, there resided a green old toad adorned with long eyelashes and delicate pink eyeshadow, crowned by a crimson flower. This was the sage of Jima. "No, I must seek out a new oracle," Jiraiya said, his body stiffening, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow as he hastily waved his hands. "Do partake." "It is quite delectable," urged the sage of Shinsaku. "No, it is best that I locate the oracle swiftly." "I must take my leave," Jiraiya replied, preparing to perform his hand seals with his hands clasped before his chest. "Very well, young Jiraiya. When you return, I shall prepare a sumptuous feast," the sage of Jima proclaimed as he leapt from Jiraiya's shoulder. "It is indeed delicious. You must try it next time," added the sage of Shinsaku, also descending from his perch, licking his lips. "We shall speak of it then. I do not know when I shall return," Jiraiya concluded, hastily completing his final seals before vanishing from sight. At the outskirts of the land of soup, outside the bathhouse, Jiraiya materialized, exhaling a deep sigh of relief. "Thank goodness I made my escape swiftly. It appears I cannot visit my Bokuzen for some time." The thought of a banquet of insects made Jiraiya clutch his chest, staving off the churning within. After a moment, as his heart settled, he recalled the prophecy of the toad sage, furrowing his brow in contemplation. After a brief pause, he gazed skyward and turned to depart. In the Leaf Village, within the Hokage's office, an Umbu ninja bowed respectfully. "Hokage-sama, the Uchiha clan is convening this evening. All ninjas are required to attend. Is there anything else?" inquired the third Hokage, setting down the documents at hand and placing a pipe at the corner of his mouth. Inhaling deeply. "No more. The Uchiha clan leader has just issued the notification, and I came to report immediately," the Umbu ninja replied. The third Hokage waved his hand dismissively, and the Umbu ninja bowed and exited. The third Hokage exhaled a plume of smoke, when suddenly, a ninja leapt through the window. "What news of Keiki?" the third Hokage asked, taking another drag from his pipe. Since departing the Leaf Village, there has been no word following the failed surveillance. However, a scout reported seeing Keiki near the border of the Land of Water and the Land of Fire yesterday. Although the 12 Uchiha clansmen have vanished, he explained. The third Hokage rubbed his temples, continuing to exhale clouds of smoke. "What is the Uchiha clan up to? Have they sent away the 12 clansmen? What movements are there from Danzo?" he questioned. "Danzo has mobilized numerous root ninjas and appears to be seeking alliances," the ninja responded. The third Hokage rose and approached the window, lost in thought regarding the Uchiha clan. With whom could Danzo conspire, if not with his own disciple, Orochimaru? He is well aware of their entanglement. With Orochimaru's collaboration this time, it is likely that one of the Uchiha will be eliminated, which is a positive outcome. Failure is not an option. As a complete novice, I am currently unable to produce 2 chapters of 4,000 words daily. At times, I may only manage around 2,000 words. I will strive to improve. Chapter 28. Keiki Uchiha ambushed again at the border of the Land of Fire, amidst a lush forest. Several masked ninjas were dispersed around a few large trees, either seated or standing. One ninja, leaning against a grand tree with closed eyes, suddenly spoke. "Captain, I have sensed Keiki Uchiha's chakra approaching swiftly from this direction. He is expected to arrive here in approximately 5 minutes. Understood. Continue to monitor closely and report any changes immediately." Yamanaka Dakujin extended his hands, and a multitude of tiny specks swiftly dispersed from his palms. Upon closer examination with a magnifying glass, one would discern that they were minuscule insects, nearly invisible to the naked eye. Prepare yourselves accordingly. Yamanaka Takujin instructed as he surveyed his 10 subordinates. The ninjas drew their kunai and fanned out into the surroundings. Observing his subordinates disperse, Yamanaka Takujin approached a large tree 100 meters away, where a solitary figure stood with arms crossed, gazing in this direction. The individual possessed long black hair cascading down their shoulders, adorned in a flowing white robe, with a cord tied around the waist. It was none other than Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin. Orochimaru-sama, I implore you to assist me, Oil Girl Takara said, bowing respectfully. You may proceed first. I am eager to witness the true nature of the Mangekyō Sharingan. Orochimaru's face lit up with anticipation as he extended his long tongue to lick his lips. Such intriguing material. I cannot wait to gather more data. Uchiha-Kaki, do not disappoint me. Understood, Orochimaru-sama, Oil Girl Takaru replied, noticing Orochimaru's slightly unhinged demeanor. The target has arrived. Oil Girl Takaru swiftly withdrew a kunai and vanished into the thicket. The parasites he had released earlier sensed an individual perched upon the back of a 3-meter eagle, soaring toward their location. Orochimaru too melded into the foliage. In a fleeting moment, an eagle's cry pierced the air. The massive bird glided down from a height of 100 meters, approaching rapidly. Upon its back sat a young man clad in a black ninja tracksuit, draped with a Konoha vest, his short black hair slightly tousled. Kei lounged atop the eagle, bored, observing the rapidly passing landscape below. Initially, when he first ascended onto the eagle's back, he had been exhilarated by the freedom of soaring high above the earth. Who wouldn't he relish the experience of flying freely, gazing down upon the world? Yet, after days of gliding through the skies, he found himself yearning for the solid ground beneath his feet. Suddenly, a swarm of black dots erupted from the surroundings, converging upon Kei. As they neared, they coalesced into several ominous shadows. Fire release, Phoenix fire technique. Kei sprang to his feet, weaving hand signs and unleashing a barrage of fireballs that struck the shadows. The sound of sizzling filled the air as swathes of flying insects ignited and plummeted to the ground. With a swift whoosh, a flurry of kunai, each affixed with explosive tags, hurtled toward Kei. As they approached, explosions erupted in succession, enveloping the area in a cloud of smoke. With a resounding cry, the black eagle descended like an arrow, its golden eyes gleaming coldly as it focused on the figures below. From its sharp beak, it unleashed a series of wind blades aimed at the exposed ninjas. Although the recent explosions had not inflicted harm upon it, they had caused some discomfort. With a flurry of sounds, kunai and shuriken rained down upon Kei. Firmly anchoring himself on the eagle's back with chakra, he retaliated, hurling kunai to deflect the incoming projectiles. Fire release, Phoenix fire technique. Kei cast a kunai with one hand while forming hand signs with the other. This is the practice that Li Yuan requires of him. Only by reaching the level of the original work's Itachi can he be deemed competent. Guangxu has trained for over a year, achieving the ability to form 7 or 8 seals with a single hand in just a second. He unleashed several large fireballs, which rapidly expanded under the influence of Eagle 2's wind blades, hurtling towards the ground with increasing speed. A thunderous roar reverberated, and clouds of dust billowed. The ground was marked by 6 massive, burning craters, devoid of any figures, clearly indicating that everyone had evaded the attack. As Eagle 2 descended, Guangxu leaped off its back and landed steadily on the ground. A series of cracking sounds echoed as Eagle 2 approached the earth, smashing through numerous trees, its sharp beak darting forward with lightning speed. In a swift motion, Eagle 2's beak pierced through a dry log, but the ninja evaded using a substitution technique. With a mighty cry, Eagle 2 soared back into the sky. After Guangxu landed, he swiftly charged towards the remaining ninjas. The air was filled with the constant clinking of shurikens colliding, interspersed with the occasional crackle of flames, the rumble of movement, and the hissing of lightning. Meanwhile, Eagle 2 circled above, targeting the ninjas on the ground who were preparing to launch ninjutsu against Guangxu, releasing wind blades upon them. For a moment, 7 or 8 ninjas exchanged blows with Guangxu and Eagle 2, while a few hidden ninjas observed from the shadows, their brows furrowed in concern. Lord Orochimaru, can you summon a spirit beast to restrain that great eagle? As the female observer witnessed the stalemate of battle, Orochimaru appeared beside her. This Uchiha possesses considerable strength. A solid foundation, Orochimaru remarked with a smile while surveying the battlefield. Very well, I have yet to witness the prowess beyond the 3 Tomo Sharingan. You all will need to exert yourselves, he added, stroking his chin. Utilizing the summoning technique, Orochimaru bit his fingertip and formed a series of hand seals. As the smoke dissipated, a massive white serpent, over 20 meters in length, emerged. Orochimaru pointed toward the great eagle soaring above. And the white serpent swiftly coiled its lower body while raising its upper body, extending its head toward the sky. With a mighty leap, the serpent opened its jaws wide, lunging at the eagle. An eagle's cry pierced the air as the majestic bird ascended to evade the attack. The white serpent missed its target, crashing into the forest with a cacophony of snapping branches and swirling dust. The eagle circled high above, unleashing wind blades upon the serpent. The great white serpent slithered rapidly through the underbrush, occasionally hissing and leaping into the air. The sounds of the eagle's calls and the serpent's hisses intertwined, creating a tense standoff between the two summoned beasts. Observing the eagle's departure, 3 additional ninjas emerged. One of the ninjas began to weave hand seals for the shadow binding technique, clearly a child of Danzo sent to assist Nara. The other 2 ninjas stood ready nearby. A shadow extended from him, swiftly linking with the shadows of his comrades on the battlefield, reaching out towards the shadows of the luminous tree. Not again, this technique. Luminous tree thought, frowning. The last ambush had been a result of this very strategy, which was quite insidious. During a fight, one had to be wary of their own shadow to avoid being ensnared. Otherwise, they would be rendered immobile, although it would not last long for him. It still posed a significant threat. Clang, clang, the sound of weapons clashing echoed. Luminous tree dodged the encroaching shadow, narrowly avoiding a kunai that grazed his chest, drawing forth droplets of blood. Amaterasu, a sphere of black flames erupted, and one ninja before him screamed in agony, collapsing to the ground, lifeless. Luminous tree turned and glared at the Nara clan ninja. Not good, take cover. The 3 ninjas in the distance, sensing danger, hurriedly pulled the Nara ninja aside to escape. A scream followed as the Nara ninja was engulfed in black flames. The 2 preparatory ninjas quickly released him, employing the body replacement technique to vanish from sight. With the immediate threat neutralized, Luminous Tree exhaled a sigh of relief. He was no longer inclined to fight slowly. Li Yuan had mentioned that he need not worry about exhausting his ocular power, as he possessed a means of recovery. With Danzo's reinforcements now present, particularly the summoned serpent, it was time to fully unleash the power of the Mangekyō Sharingan and demonstrate the might of the Uchiha. Ha, come. Let us see what you can do. Witness the ultimate power of the Uchiha. The radiant tree beamed with exhilaration, erupting into wild laughter. A verdant glow enveloped him, and a colossal warrior, towering at 100 meters, materialized around his form. Chapter 29. Orochimaru. The clan leader seeks collaboration. Orochimaru gazed in astonishment at the gigantic green warrior before him. This is the Uchiha Mangekyō Sharingan, such formidable power. Indeed, it is a bloodline ability that inspires deep admiration. Orochimaru's eyes burned with fervor as he regarded the emerald giant. Is this a monster? It dwarfs even the Nine Tails. Wasn't the last manifestation merely a few meters of skeletal framework? The root ninjas surrounding him stared in disbelief at the towering Susanoo. Standing atop the forehead of the 100-meter warrior, the radiant tree furrowed his brow, feeling a surge of pain in his eyes. Have I exceeded the limits of my vision? He murmured softly to himself. This was also his first time utilizing such a formidable Susanoo, a complete form. Hikaru was eager to witness the full manifestation of the Susanoo, having previously only gleaned information through the activation of his kaleidoscope. The 100-meter warrior unsheathed his great sword, delivering a diagonal slash toward the ground. This is bad. Quickly take cover. The attack's range was too vast to evade. 7 or 8 ninjas each employed their unique techniques as they fled into the distance. A tremor shook the earth with a thunderous roar, and a fissure over 50 meters long appeared on the ground. The fissure spans 10 meters in width and plunges several meters deep. A handful of ninjas were utterly obliterated by this strike, leaving no trace behind. The 20-meter-long white serpent, witnessing this scene, narrowed its eyes, and with a puff of smoke, vanished from sight. Eagle, too, upon seeing his opponent disappear, let out a cry and, too, disappeared without a trace. Guangxu felt a sudden pressure in his eyes. An urge to shield them arose, yet he suppressed the impulse. He gazed at the vast chasm, his excitement freezing into shock. It resembled a massive cleaver slicing through vegetables. The force was indeed formidable, but what a waste it was, and his eyes ached terribly. The once diminutive warrior, now towering over 2 meters as a green skeletal figure, enveloped Guangxu within its bony embrace. The remaining 3 ninjas hastily retreated into the thicket. "Lord Orochimaru, it is your turn," urged the oil girl anxiously. "Very well. These bodies are impeccable. The transformation is splendid," Orochimaru remarked, licking his lips with a flick of his long tongue. Guangxu, witnessing the remaining ninjas flee, momentarily paused, retracting his Susanoo, intent on pursuing them. The sound of footsteps echoed. Orochimaru emerged from the woods, his gaze fervently fixed upon Guangxu. "Orochimaru, you have finally made your appearance." Guangxu halted his pursuit, directing his gaze towards Orochimaru, a mysterious pattern flashing momentarily in his eyes before vanishing. "What? You anticipated it would be me?" Orochimaru licked his lips again, intrigued. "The clan leader surmised that should an ambush exist, there would be a 50% chance of your involvement. He wishes to see you," Guangxu stated. His eyes locked on Orochimaru. "I came solely to meet you. The clan leader seeks you, yet I find myself more captivated by you." Orochimaru's eyes transformed into serpent-like slits, his tongue flicking against his lips. "Shadow Snake Hand." Suddenly, Orochimaru extended his right hand, several serpentine shadows slithering from his sleeve, ensnaring Guangxu. With a slight exertion, a puff of smoke erupted, and the figure vanished. When did he employ the shadow clone technique? Orochimaru furrowed his brow, surveying the surroundings. Shadows flickered in the thicket, and Orochimaru discerned Guangxu's form. He swiftly plunged into the forest, pursuing Guangxu relentlessly. "Titan, Titan." Orochimaru unleashed the shadow snake hand once more, his right hand extending as multiple serpent shadows ensnared Guangxu, constricting him. With a thud, he transformed into a wooden dummy over a meter tall. A substitution technique. Orochimaru frowned. Once again, he scanned the area before rushing into the woods. Thud, thud, thud. 3 consecutive strikes, each time capturing a constricted figure that turned into a wooden effigy. "No, this is an illusion." Orochimaru's expression shifted dramatically, darkening with intensity. A surge of chakra erupted instantaneously, transforming Orochimaru's perception. He turned his gaze towards the seemingly lifeless withered tree, which was, in fact, the fallen ninja, Yamanaka Torian. Yamanaka Torian lay on the ground, his breath shallow and labored. In disbelief, he looked up at Orochimaru, unable to comprehend the sudden attack that had left him gravely injured. A captivating figure emerged from the depths of the forest, clutching a bloodied kunai. "Keiki." "Orochimaru, there are no others here. We can converse," Keiki declared, tossing the kunai towards Yamanaka Torian's motionless form. Orochimaru made no move to intervene as the kunai pierced Torian's chest, eliciting a muted gasp before his life extinguished. "Do not presume that just because I fell victim to an illusion and suffered a setback, you can manipulate me," Orochimaru stated, his tone heavy with menace. "The power of the Sharingan is truly formidable. What a magnificent vessel." Orochimaru licked his lips, his eyes rekindling with fervor. "Shall we not engage in conversation?" Keiki inquired once more. "Conversation? Wait for me to conquer you, and then we shall leisurely discuss the moment when Orochimaru bit his fingertip to perform the summoning technique." The summoning technique was also swiftly executed by Guangxu, who bit his fingertip as well. After 2 plumes of smoke rose and swiftly dissipated, 2 colossal beasts emerged. Albeit one was significantly smaller than the other. One was a giant serpent over 40 meters long, unmistakably the famed 10,000 snakes, while the other was a giant eagle measuring several meters, clearly the renowned Eagle Khan. "Orochimaru, what do you want from me?" 10,000 snakes raised its head towards the eagle soaring above. "No problem," Orochimaru replied, casting a fleeting glance at the giant eagle without directly meeting Guangxu's gaze. With a piercing eagle cry, Eagle Kong swiftly ascended into the sky, carrying Guangxu. The eagle circled above 10,000 snakes, its sharp beak glistening with saliva as it emitted loud cries intermittently. "Damn that massive eagle, how could it grow so large, treating me as mere prey?" 10,000 snakes roared in response to the eagle's calls. "Guangxu," Orochimaru said, astonished, as he looked towards Eagle Kong. "Eagle Kong, be cautious. This is the illustrious 10,000 snakes. We are unsure if you can handle it," Guangxu gently remarked while stroking the eagle's back. "Scoundrel, die." 10,000 snakes reared up and leapt towards Eagle Kong. The eagle executed a graceful drift in midair, evading 10,000 snakes' lunge, and aimed a sharp peck towards its vulnerable spot. 10,000 snakes countered with a tail swipe. Eagle Kong once again performed an elegant roll to dodge, launching another attack aimed at the serpent's weak point. Thunderous roars echoed as the battle raged on. After a brief moment of respite, The two colossal creatures locked their gazes onto each other. 10,000 snakes bore several large wounds, while Eagle Kong had shed a cluster of feathers. Orochimaru, where did you find such a formidable adversary? This is untenable. Eagles are our natural enemies. 10,000 snakes bellowed in fury. I must return. It channels natural energy. I will report this to the White Snake Sage. 10,000 snakes declared before vanishing from sight. With a loud eagle cry, Eagle Kong soared gracefully through the air. I acknowledge your prowess. Fly slowly and refrain from circling. Guangxu gently patted the eagle's back. Now, shall we converse? Guangxu turned to Orochimaru as Eagle Kong began to descend. What shall we discuss? Orochimaru licked his lips. The clan leader wishes to collaborate with you. Your pursuit of knowledge, combined with the clan leader's capabilities, could undoubtedly forge a remarkable new world. Guangxu leapt down from the eagle's back, landing steadily 3 meters away from Orochimaru. The Uchiha clan leader's ability, what is it? Orochimaru inquired with curiosity. The Uchiha clan leader, Li Yuan, Guangxu replied, having heard of his reputation and possessing his information. He may not emit any chakra. Perhaps he is cultivating natural energy. Beyond that, I am not well versed. Eagle Kong, reveal your eyes, Guangxu called, gazing upwards at the majestic creature. What is this? Orochimaru gazed at the soaring figure of the hawk, his eyes wide with astonishment. It was inconceivable. Could he have fallen victim to an illusion? Hastily, he began to weave hand signs, his entire chakra erupting in a moment of fervent energy. Chapter 30. The hawk unleashes the Sharingan, yet the scene before him remained unchanged. It was not an illusion? Orochimaru murmured to himself. The hawk, circling high above, had transformed its golden eyes into a deep crimson, adorned with 3 spinning tomo. Orochimaru stared blankly at the hawk's eyes, his lips curling in curiosity. How was this possible? It could not have been an implant. Who possessed such magnificent eyes? He touched his own eyes, reflecting on the enormous hawk, its pupils as large as bowls. Moreover, it possessed the ability to toggle its ocular prowess. Previously, its eyes had been the normal golden hue. Orochimaru was acutely aware of the side effects of implanting the Sharingan. Once activated, it could not be turned off, and whatever state it was in upon transplantation would remain unchanged. However, this colossal hawk exhibited the freedom to control the activation of its Sharingan, appearing as though it had naturally evolved these remarkable attributes. Could it be that the Uchiha had bred a hawk? That too seemed implausible. As an expert in biology, having conducted numerous biological experiments, Orochimaru understood that the cells of humans and hawks could not merge. They were not of the same lineage. The prospect of fusion was utterly impossible. Thus, there was only one conceivable explanation: a perfect mastery over cellular command, an intricate understanding of the bloodline's power within the cells. Only in this manner could one facilitate the seamless absorption of the bloodline's strength into another entity, an aspiration that Orochimaru had long pursued. Yet, such a feat could only be achieved within the same species. Remarkably, this hawk had accomplished the flawless integration and absorption of the Uchiha's bloodline power. The level of difficulty is well understood by Orochimaru, which is why he hesitates to trust it. Did your clan leader do this? Orochimaru's eyes burned with intensity as he fixed his gaze upon Inkong, licking his lips. Indeed, it was that scoundrel's doing, even now. I find it hard to come to terms with it. Guangxu covered his face, unable to meet Inkong's gaze. It was only 2 months prior that Guangxu learned of this. Upon first witnessing the eyes of Inkong and Ingxing, he felt an overwhelming urge to strike Li Yuan. How could you commit such an act? You actually engaged with Ing and even produced offspring possessing the Sharingan. Yet, upon further reflection, certain fundamental truths indicated to him that such a scenario was implausible. This should be a biological experiment. Whenever I recall how Li Yuan raised a multitude of small creatures years ago, only for them to perish in peculiar circumstances, I find myself pondering the situation. Guangxu could only surmise so much and decided to confront Li Yuan directly, leading to several heated discussions. After multiple attempts, Inkong and Ingxing, the spiritual beasts, proved to be remarkably effective, soaring freely through the skies with commendable strength. Given the circumstances, Guangxu reluctantly accepted the reality of their possessing the Sharingan. After all, they could be summoned at will, remaining hidden when necessary, especially from the elders. However, whenever Inkong and Ingxing revealed their Sharingan, Guangxu felt an unnatural discomfort, as if they belonged to the same lineage as those lesser creatures. What a marvelous creation they were, indeed a miracle. Orochimaru cast a glance at Guangxu, his gaze fervently fixed on Inkong. Is this truly impressive? Guangxu asked, retracting his hand from his face in astonishment. Indeed, it is remarkable. After years of research, I have yet to achieve the transfer of bloodline abilities within a human body. Yet your clan leader has accomplished such a cross-species transfer, Orochimaru remarked, licking the corner of his mouth, his expression one of condescension. Can it descend? I wish to observe how your clan leader achieved this. Orochimaru approached Guangxu. Ah, very well. Inkong, please descend, Guangxu called out, gesturing to the mighty eagle. With a resounding cry, Inkong gracefully landed before Guangxu. Upon witnessing this, Orochimaru hurried toward the eagle. As Inkong landed, a powerful gust of wind swept through, and with a fierce cry, the eagle's massive wings unfurled, its three-tomo Sharingan fixed intently on Orochimaru. Recognizing the warning from the giant eagle, Orochimaru halted in his tracks. Seeing this unfold, Guangxu quickly approached Inkong. It's all right. I'm here. We are not enemies now. He merely wishes to observe you. Guangxu gently stroked Inkong's feathers. Due to its recent battle with the myriad snakes, several feathers had fallen, leaving patches disheveled and sparse. Inkong emitted a low chirp, slightly tilting its head, its eyes still focused on Orochimaru, but the scarlet hue of its Sharingan reverted to a golden shade. Indeed, it was capable of freely controlling the activation of its Sharingan. Orochimaru, fixated on the eagle's eyes, inched closer, murmuring to himself. He scrutinized Inkong's gaze, reaching out a hand to touch it, but was interrupted by another sharp cry from the eagle. Reluctantly, he withdrew his hand, circling Inkong instead. Several attempts to touch it were thwarted by the eagle's warnings, causing him to cease and turn his attention back to Guangxu, his gaze intense. Could you procure a small sample of blood from this magnificent eagle? I wish to study it further, just a drop will suffice. That may be difficult. I cannot harm it, or it would retaliate against me, Guangxu replied, still caressing Inkong, hesitating for a moment before speaking. Only the clan leader may extract its blood. By the way, Orochimaru, have you considered the collaboration proposed by the clan leader? Keiki remarked. Observing the reaction of Orochimaru upon seeing the gaze of YK, Keiki surmised that the plan had succeeded. He was perplexed as to why Li Yuan possessed such an intimate understanding of Orochimaru's character, even being aware of his fear of illusions. Despite Orochimaru's notoriety in Konoha, there had never been any rumors regarding his vulnerability to genjutsu. Was it impossible to extract blood? Orochimaru, though slightly disheartened, gazed intently at Keiki. Of course, collaboration is in order. I am eager to discover how you accomplished this. Orochimaru licked his lips. What are the terms of the collaboration? The terms? Keiki replied. The clan leader did not specify, but it seems he prefers to discuss it in person. However, he did mention that collaborating with you could yield fascinating results. The clan leader expressed that he lacks much knowledge and requires your expertise. I understand. I shall seek him out in Konoha. Alas, for now, I can only watch as Orochimaru remains fixated on YK, his expression rife with regret. Going to Konoha? No need. I may not be in Konoha in a few days, Keiki chuckled. Not in Konoha? Orochimaru regarded Keiki with intrigue. If the Uchiha clan leader is absent from Konoha, where could he possibly be headed? Regardless of his destination, that is an issue for the elder. What matters most now is devising a method to study this colossal eagle. The clan leader mentioned that we would convene at the Valley of the End. Keiki withdrew a kunai from his pocket and offered it to Orochimaru. Is this the flying thunder god kunai? Orochimaru accepted the kunai, scrutinizing it closely. Indeed, it is the flying thunder god kunai. Once you arrive at the Valley of the End and channel your chakra into it, the clan leader will be aware of your presence. Remarkable, you have mastered the flying thunder god technique. The elder must have deemed it unfit for the Uchiha clan members. Orochimaru toyed with the kunai in his hand, licking his lips. This Uchiha clan leader is quite intriguing. I shall make it a point to meet him. Furthermore, the clan leader instructed me to present this to you in exchange for something. Keiki retrieved an item from his bosom. This is a sealed vial, within which a scarlet liquid flows. What could this be? Orochimaru gazed curiously at the vial. It is the blood of the great eagle. The clan leader presumed you would desire this and prepared it in advance. Orochimaru eagerly accepted the vial, scrutinizing it meticulously in his hands. What does your clan leader wish to exchange? Orochimaru uncorked the vial, inhaled its scent, and quickly sealed it once more. It cannot be mistaken. It is indeed blood. Whether it belongs to the colossal eagle remains uncertain. Given the nature of our impending collaboration, it seems unlikely he would deceive me. Chapter 31. How could this fail? I wish to exchange for Hashirama cells and some of your research data, spoke Keiki. Does he also aspire to merge with Hashirama's cells, to become like this eagle? No, that cannot be. Orochimaru cast a glance at Keiki and laughed maniacally. How delightful. I possess Hashirama's cells. I shall procure them for you immediately. Orochimaru produced a scroll, infused it with chakra, and a small vial materialized, containing half a jar of pale liquid. As for the research data, I have not brought it with me. I shall provide it during our next meeting at the Valley of the End. Orochimaru extended the vial toward Keiki, eager to glimpse his research data as well. Very well, I shall report this to the clan leader, Keiki replied, accepting the vial and placing it within his robe. Is there anything else? If not, I must take my leave. I need to return promptly to my research. Orochimaru's gaze remained fervently fixed on the vial in his hands. There is nothing further. Let us discuss the rest upon our next encounter, Keiki stated. I look forward to meeting your clan leader again at the Valley of the End. Orochimaru tucked the vial into his robe and swiftly departed. Keiki approached the bodies of the root ninjas, sealing them one by one into the scroll. At that moment, a dark figure rushed in from afar, causing Guangxu to pause in surprise. Lord Orochimaru, is there something you need? Guangxu inquired, perplexed. Orochimaru swiftly collected the fallen feathers of the eagle, lamenting the loss of precious materials, each drop of blood vital for his numerous experiments. Before long, a small pile of feathers had gathered before Orochimaru, who extracted a scroll to gather them all. This should contain enough cells for multiple experiments, he murmured to himself before darting away, paying no mind to Guangxu. Once Guangxu had tidied the battlefield and conducted a thorough inspection, he leaped onto the eagle's back. With a sharp cry, they ascended into the sky, leaving behind a scarred earth and the remnants of countless toppled trees. As night fell and the moon rose, casting silvery light upon the land. In a remote corner of Konoha, an underground base buzzed with tension. Is there still no word? Danzo paced restlessly, addressing the anxious Yamashiro Kazekage nearby. None, Lord Danzo. Kazekage replied, beads of sweat forming on his brow. It may have already failed. I had an agreement with the Aburame clan to communicate every 2 hours. It has now been over 4. A pack of useless fools. With so many of them, they couldn't even ambush a single person. Danzo slammed his cane heavily against the ground. The sharp crack echoed as the cane splintered into several pieces, leaving only the handle in his grasp. What of Orochimaru? What does he say? Danzo tossed the broken cane handle aside. Orochimaru has not responded, and the situation remains unclear, Kazekage replied, casting a furtive glance at Danzo before lowering his voice. That scoundrel, does he intend to forfeit his funding henceforth? Danzo bellowed in fury. After a moment, Danzo composed himself slightly. Continue to send messages to Orochimaru and ascertain the situation. You may leave now, he gestured dismissively. Yes, Lord Danzo, Kazekage bowed respectfully before departing. Danzo watched him go, sinking back into his chair and exhaling deeply. The loss this time is devastating. Even the elite members of the Oil Guard have perished. Under the dim light, Danzo suddenly seemed to age several years. In the Hokage building, within the Hokage's office, a shadowy ninja bowed and inquired, Hokage-sama. The Uchiha clan meeting is about to commence. How shall we proceed with our surveillance? This marks the first clan meeting since Li Yuan assumed the role of clan leader, with more than 2 months having elapsed since the last gathering. Following the previous meeting, Li Yuan expelled the covert Umbu ninjas from the Uchiha clan's territory, boldly declaring that he would eliminate any he encountered henceforth. He assigned 2 adept ninjas to closely monitor the Nange Shrine, while instructing the others to observe from outside the Uchiha enclave. The third Hokage set aside his documents, placing a pipe between his lips and inhaling deeply. The 2 ninjas dispatched were cautioned to maintain a safe distance. He might indeed resort to violence. The Umbu ninja bowed respectfully before departing. Is there any news from Danzo? The third Hokage inquired. A figure leaped through the window, bowing in deference. The ninjas sent out had yet to return, and Yamashiro Always' expression was grim, suggesting their mission had not succeeded. Furthermore, Danzo seemed to have succumbed to a noticeable despondency. Rising from his seat, the third Hokage approached the window, gazing out at the Uchiha territory while continuing to exhale clouds of smoke. After a moment of silence, he instructed, send someone to detain Danzo and place him in the Umbu prison. Inform Jiraiya to return post-haste. Clenching his pipe, he uttered through gritted teeth, additionally, deploy more Umbu ninjas to stand by outside the Uchiha compound. Bowing once more, the ninja departed. The third Hokage watched him leave, massaging his temples as he continued to smoke. With Danzo's failure, the situation had escalated. and he hoped it would not come to a dire conclusion. He was acutely aware of Danzo's intent to act. The emergence of two Mangekyō Sharingan within the Uchiha clan had rendered him restless. Eliminating one of the Uchiha Sharingan would be advantageous, and with the elite ninjas from the Root organization joining forces with Orochimaru, he had not anticipated such a setback. This lineup could easily besiege the shadows of other villages. How could it possibly fail? At the Uchiha clan grounds, South He Shrine. There are approximately 10 minutes remaining before the gathering commences. The spacious hall is already abuzz with voices as ninjas donning forehead protectors enter one after another. The seats at the head of the hall remain unoccupied, while familiar clan members gather in small clusters, whispering incessantly. Do you know the reason for this clan meeting? I have no idea. Could it be that we are to undertake missions? Still undertaking missions? Aren't you afraid of ambushes? Be careful, you might not return. Could it be that the clan leader intends to seize the Hokage position? That's a possibility I could support. Regardless, I will back whatever the clan leader decides. Indeed. We support whatever the clan leader says. Thanks to the clan leader, our Sharingan has evolved a tier. Haha, I'm still a Chunin. Yet now I possess the 3-Tomo Sharingan and can apply for Jonin. Regrettably, the clan leader forbids our exposure, but you are right, whatever the clan leader decides. I will support. Whatever the clan leader says, we support. As time passes, the discussions among the clan members gradually coalesce into a singular refrain. Whatever the clan leader says, we support. Clan leader, elders. The clan members standing at the shrine entrance bow respectfully. Li Yuan enters, accompanied by Elder 3, Elder 4 Fugaku, and Elder 6 Shursui. Upon their arrival, the clan members inside the shrine instantly cease their discussions and part to create a path leading to the front of the shrine. As Li Yuan strides towards the seats, the clan members bow in reverence along the way. Are most of the people present? Li Yuan surveyed the hall. Glancing at Elder 3, there are approximately 300 individuals here, a diverse mix of ages, with fewer in their 20s and 30s. Everyone seems to have arrived. Except for the Grand Elder and Second Elder, Elder 3 estimated. The Grand Elder and Second Elder have tasks assigned by me. They will arrive shortly. Let us commence the clan meeting, Li Yuan replied with a chuckle. Clearing his throat, Li Yuan commanded silence, drawing the attention of the assembly, who awaited his address. Chapter 32. The speech. Li Yuan extended his senses, confirming that there were no observers nearby. A mile away, however, 2 distinct chakra signatures could be detected. With this assurance, he felt comfortable proceeding with his speech. Esteemed clan members, today I have gathered you to discuss a matter of great significance for our clan's future. This issue has been deliberated with several elders, and we all find it feasible. Before I proceed, I wish to hear your thoughts. Do you desire to distance yourselves from war, to ensure that your loved ones need not wield kunai, to prevent them from becoming cold corpses? Would you like your children to grow up joyfully, to marry peacefully, and to raise families in tranquility? Desire, an overwhelming yearning, echoed the voices of over 300 clansmen below. After a brief moment of silence, they all turned their puzzled faces towards Li Yuan. But is it truly feasible? They wondered. The establishment of Konoha was aimed at escaping the ravages of war. Yes, Li Yuan declared with conviction, I assure you, it is indeed achievable. My summoning beast has discovered a deserted island overseas, modest in size, merely a few kilometers in diameter. Several elders and I have visited it. And it boasts ample resources for sustenance. A few days ago, 12 clansmen departed from Konoha, led by Elder Guangshu, to conduct preliminary reconnaissance on that island. After discussions with the elders, we envision relocating our entire clan to that island, seeking a tranquil existence free from worldly strife. A murmur of speculation arose among the audience, with small groups engaging in hushed conversations. Is it really wise to leave Konoha? Yet, it seems plausible. After all, we only know how to undertake missions. With so many of us, can we not thrive in a new homeland? Surely, Konoha would not permit our departure. Since the clan leader has proposed this, and the elders have voiced no objections, there must be a plan for a safe relocation. I trust our revered leader. But if we suddenly vanish, will Konoha not be concerned? What more can we do for Konoha? Yet, it is difficult to accept leaving this place after so long. It feels almost unbearable. Unbearable? Would you prefer to be marginalized and targeted? Of course not. I shall heed the clan leader's decision. Indeed, we shall follow the clan leader. All hail the clan leader. Li Yuan observed the growing commotion, allowing his clansmen to deliberate on the notion of a collective relocation. After a few minutes, he cleared his throat and rapped the table, commanding silence. All eyes turned towards him. I understand that the sudden prospect of moving our entire clan from Konoha is overwhelming. After all, many of you have spent a considerable portion of your lives here. Let us reflect on the sacrifices we have made for Konoha and what we have received in return. Konoha has existed for 50 years. How many of our clansmen have perished in its service? I can tell you, over 2,000. Consider how many of those are your own kin. Li Yuan took the thick clan register, a record of losses, from the hands of the third elder. He handed it to a nearby elite shinobi, who stood closest to him. The audience began to whisper among themselves once more, exchanging thoughts. Is there truly such a toll? I always knew the losses were significant, but I did not realize the extent. Every year, we lose dozens of clansmen, and with 3 shinobi world wars. It adds up considerably. Not to mention, during the Third War, our clans suffered greatly. We have become a mix of ages, with some young and others old. Indeed, within our clan, there have always been numerous orphans and widows, and I was raised by the clan. So was I. Suddenly, a series of loud knocks erupted. Over 300 clansmen ceased their discussions, all eyes turning towards Li Yuan. Clearing his throat, Li Yuan bellowed. What have we gained from sacrificing so many of our kin for Konoha? We have received nothing but exclusion and hostility from the village, coldly regarded with disdain. Recently, the villagers of Konoha have looked upon us with contempt. You all have sensed it, haven't you? In such a Konoha, how can we ever integrate? Leaving is our only path forward. I am aware that among you, there are still a few who harbor illusions about Konoha, believing that the future may bring change. Let me assure you, it is utterly impossible. Konoha has long ceased to accommodate us Uchiha. Furthermore, I wish to share another revelation. Many of our clansmen who perished in battle each year met their demise at the hands of the village. Just look at this. Li Yuan produced the memory orb from the last encounter and passed it down. What? Is this true? They were all comrades from our village. How could they do such a thing? By probing the orb with spiritual energy, one could witness the memories contained within. Li Yuan proclaimed loudly. Immediately, groups of people gathered to view the memories, while others whispered amongst themselves in anticipation. This situation may indeed be genuine. I never imagined the village would stoop so low. Let us hold on for a moment. First view the memories, and then we shall discuss. Half an hour later, Elite Jainin, and Special Jainin erupted in furious outbursts. Chieftain, we must seek justice for our clansmen. This matter cannot be overlooked. Li Yuan waved his hand, commanding the clansmen to cease their commotion and focus on him, while other Jainin continued to watch the memories in small clusters. How do we seek justice from the village? Shall we wage war against them? First, calm your hearts. Do you truly wish to engage in battle with the village? I presented this to you today so that you may understand the dire situation we Uchiha face within the village, to help you let go of your hopes for Konoha. As for retribution, most of the ninjas responsible are now dead. The only ones left may be the higher-ups in Konoha. We cannot instigate a full-blown war with the village. We have hundreds of ordinary clansmen behind us. Thus, I am contemplating leading our people away from Konoha. Now, I wish to hear your opinions. Li Yuan glanced at several young Jainin. Since Konoha cannot accommodate us Uchiha, we shall depart from Konoha, leaving behind the disputes of the ninja world, in pursuit of a peaceful and tranquil life. Yes, let us leave Konoha and distance ourselves from war. I have longed to escape from conflict. My father and brother perished for Konoha, so did my younger brother. My son also perished in the Battle of Konoha at the tender age of 12. My father recounted that the very foundation of Konoha was to prevent children from being thrust into the horrors of war. Yet, tragically, children are sent to the battlefield at merely 10 years of age. Leader, I stand in support of departing from Konoha, to distance ourselves from the ravages of war. I do not wish for my grandson to face the same fate on the battlefield. Departing from Konoha means seeking a tranquil and peaceful existence. Upon witnessing the fervent cries of the clan members, a smile graced Li Yuan's face, and he exhaled a sigh of relief. Prior to convening the clan meeting, he harbored concerns that the members might be deeply indoctrinated by the will of fire and opposed the notion of leaving Konoha, which would have posed a significant dilemma. Thus, he had taken the initiative to present the memory orb to all clan members ahead of time. It proved to be a masterstroke. This was the desired effect, executed flawlessly. At this moment, Li Yuan gazed towards the entrance of the shrine, his smile blossoming even further. Creak. The door swung open, and the shouting clansmen were momentarily taken aback, turning their heads towards the entrance. What were the night-watching lower ninjas doing, interrupting the clan meeting? Chapter 33, The Complete Evacuation from Konoha. 2 elderly men, around 50 years of age, clad in the armor of upper ninjas, entered in succession, They were none other than the Grand Elder and the Second Elder. The clan leaders promptly made way, bowing respectfully. The Grand Elder and the Second Elder ascended the platform and stood behind Li Yuan, bowing deeply. Elder, we have successfully completed the tasks you assigned, Li Yuan announced, his three accompanying elders momentarily opening their mouths to inquire, but then falling silent. Very well. Do the clansmen have any objections? Li Yuan laughed joyously. No, the clansmen expressed their exhilaration at the prospect of collectively departing from Konoha, though some felt a pang of reluctance regarding their belongings. The Grand Elder rubbed his eyes, a broad smile adorning his face. Li Yuan's right hand glimmered with a crimson light as it rested on the Grand Elder's shoulder, the glow seeping into his being. Instantly, the Grand Elder felt a gentle power enveloping his eyes, alleviating the pain he had felt, and he discreetly withdrew his hand from rubbing his eyes. It is precisely because of this that we have delayed for so long, the Second Elder chuckled. At this moment, the Second Elder's face was devoid of the morose expression he had worn over 2 months ago, replaced entirely by joy. Formerly the leader of the peace faction, he had known well that the clan could not contend with the village, forcing him into a position of compromise. Each day, he had suppressed his inner fury and urged his clansmen to do the same, resulting in a collective sense of unease. Now, with the plan to leave Konoha nearing fruition, a weight had finally lifted from his heart. The Grand Elder and the Second Elder had arrived to use the Sharingan to transfer the ordinary clansmen out of Konoha. The clan meeting was being held at night, when the observing Umbu would divert their attention towards the shrine, making this the optimal moment. It's good that there are no objections, Li Yuan chuckled, addressing the clansmen below. Since everyone agrees to leave Konoha, to escape the ravages of war and embrace a peaceful life, let us commence. The ordinary clansmen have successfully departed Konoha and journeyed to the new clan grounds. The clansmen below wore expressions of astonishment, voices rising in confusion. Are we leaving now? I have important belongings at home. My mother has already left Konoha. She was still at home when I came. How did they leave so swiftly? Bang, bang, bang. The sound of fists striking the table rang out. Silence, everyone. You will soon learn, Li Yuan called out. Do not resist. You will quickly reunite with your loved ones. As for your important belongings, we will arrange for those who remain to assist in retrieving them later. The elder turned his gaze towards Li Yuan. All eyes were fixed upon him as he approached the crowd, his eyes swirling rapidly, forming a mysterious pattern. In the next moment, the surrounding space warped, and dozens of clansmen near him vanished without a trace. Was this the kaleidoscopic Sharingan, or a manifestation of spatial attributes? When had the elder awakened such power? The remaining clansmen looked upon the elder with fervent admiration. Gather a little closer. I can reduce my effort, the elder said, rubbing his eyes. Very well, elder. The remaining clansmen eagerly clustered around him. After a brief pause, the space twisted once more, and another group of figures disappeared. This occurred 4 times, until the elder, covering his eyes, gasped for breath. Only Li Yuan and a few elders remained in the shrine's hall. You should go as well. The new clan territory requires the presence of elders. Li Yuan addressed the remaining elders. Isn't Keiki over there? Shirzue inquired. I sent Keiki to explore the borders of the Land of Fire. What do you think happened? Li Yuan replied to Shirzue. Oh, he hasn't fallen into an ambush again, has he? Shirzue asked anxiously, though his brow furrowed in confusion. That can't be right. Wasn't Danzo dismissed? He was ambushed by a dozen elite ninjas along with Orochimaru, Li Yuan stated. No. The third elder clenched his fists. Rest assured, he is not dead. I had foreseen this, otherwise. Why would I have sent Keiki to explore? Li Yuan chuckled. Shirzue, Danzo, and the third Hokage are cut from the same cloth. His dismissal was merely for show. The reality remains unchanged. Li Yuan patted Shirzue on the shoulder. That can't be. Lord Third Hokage is quite capable. Shirzue, do you still harbor such thoughts? Are you being fair to your own clansmen? Li Yuan retorted, producing a scroll. Upon infusing it with chakra, 10 corpses materialized, thudding onto the hall's floor. See, these are the ones who ambushed Keiki. Are they not ninjas from the village? Li Yuan pointed at the lifeless bodies. Several elders approached, encircling the corpses for a closer examination. Which one belongs to the Yamanaka clan? I see parasites within this body. The elder indicated one corpse. This must belong to the Yamamoto clan, but, Shirzue murmured. Clan leader, let the elder escort us to the new clan territory. Leaving Konoha would be quite favorable. Elder Fuyue hastily grasped Jishue's arm. As Jishue lifted his gaze, he noticed the frowns etched upon the faces of those around him, prompting him to fall silent. Perhaps departing from Konoha was indeed a fortuitous decision, sparing him from further discord with the village and the inevitable conflict that could ensue. Elder, please escort them to the new clan territory. I shall refrain from accompanying you. Li Yuan addressed the elder with a composed demeanor. In the next moment, the very fabric of space distorted, leaving only Li Yuan and the elder within the shrine. Go. Li Yuan gestured with a wave of his hand. The elder, invoking the reverse summoning technique, bit his fingertip to form the necessary hand seals. With a resounding bang, smoke billowed forth before dissipating, and the elder vanished from sight. Upon witnessing the elder's disappearance, Li Yuan spread his arms wide and erupted into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha, splendid. At last, we have evacuated from Konoha. Henceforth, we can unleash chaos upon the ninja world with abandon. Since awakening his latent wisdom, Li Yuan had struggled to adapt to this realm. He observed children no older than 11 or 12 being thrust into the battlefield, many of whom were his contemporaries, while he himself had narrowly escaped the fray by feigning a lack of ninja aptitude. This is a morbid world, one that demands upheaval. Throughout his life, the Uchiha clan treated him with considerable kindness. Their unwavering presence in Konoha restrained Li Yuan from causing chaos. As for the fate of others, what concern is it of Li Yuan? Causing a ruckus may lead to the demise of many, yet he bears no burden, for he has never considered himself virtuous. Konoha still possesses 2 valuable artifacts that he can seize. The corpse of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, is indeed a treasure, and it is a travesty for it to languish in Danzo's possession. Initially, he had no idea of its whereabouts, which posed some difficulty. But now he need not search aimlessly. Approaching the corpse of the oil woman, a blue light emanated from his hand and penetrated its forehead. 10 minutes later, Li Yuan withdrew the blue light, his face alight with exhilaration. He had found it. Excellent. He would retrieve it shortly. At that moment, the air quivered, and the elder suddenly materialized beside Li Yuan. Li Yuan hastily suppressed the wild laughter that had danced upon his face. He was, after all, a solemn clan leader. They have been sent off. What about you? Li Yuan inquired, casting a glance at the elder. I feel somewhat fatigued, the elder replied, rubbing his eyes and exhaling a deep sigh. Li Yuan noticed the faint traces of blood in the elder's eyes and promptly extended his glowing red hand to rest upon the elder's shoulder. The crimson light seeped into the elder's body, mending the damage to his eyes. Indeed, if they were not his own eyes, the burden of utilizing them was truly immense. The elder lowered his hands from his eyes. Leader, I can return the eyes to him now. I still feel that my own eyes are rather large. The elder remarked as he produced a glass jar from his robes. First, help me retrieve something. We shall exchange it upon your return. Li Yuan waved his hand, drawing the corpse on the ground into a scroll. What is it that you wish to retrieve? The elder queried, puzzled. You shall know in due course, Li Yuan chuckled, placing his hand on the elder's shoulder, and the two vanished from sight. Meanwhile, in the dense forest a mile away from the shrine, a ninja furrowed his brow. Over 10 minutes prior, he had sensed the chakra emanating from the shrine diminish steadily, and now there was not a trace left. Quickly report to the captain. There is no chakra presence within the shrine, the ninja called to his companion. No chakra presence? The companion exclaimed, startled, and swiftly dashed out of the Uchiha clan grounds. Chapter 34. Where did they all disappear? Adjacent to the Uchiha clan grounds lay a lush forest, a verdant barrier separating Konoha from the Uchiha territory. Resembling a colossal stone that isolated both sides, leaving only a narrow path connecting them. A dozen masked Umbu ninjas perched atop the treetops, their eyes fixed intently on the Uchiha clan grounds. Captain, Ling reported that there is no chakra presence within the shrine, and we have not seen anyone emerge. One ninja hurriedly approached. No chakra presence, and yet no one has been seen departing? A ninja leaped down from the treetops. Indeed, Captain, they have undoubtedly not exited. The captain of the Umbu stroked his chin, gazing at the Uchiha clan's territory. Within the shrine, there was no trace of chakra. It appeared devoid of life. No one emerged from within. Could they have all gone to summon their spirit beasts? That seemed improbable. It was still necessary to send someone to investigate and ascertain the situation. You three, accompany me with shadow clones, the Umbu captain instructed, pointing at a few individuals. The group leaped down from the treetops, forming hand seals with their hands. In the next moment, the captain, along with his 3 subordinates, entered the Uchiha clan's grounds. They approached the shrine cautiously, and upon reaching its entrance, they encountered no attacks. The captain placed his hands on the grand doors and took a deep breath. All 4 of them were shadow clones. Their true selves remained outside the clan's territory, and they should not dare to act within the village. With a creak, the doors swung open. The group hurriedly glanced inside, momentarily stunned. The spacious hall of the shrine was utterly deserted. Quickly report to Lord Hokage. All the Uchiha ninjas have vanished. An Umbu ninja ordered post-haste. Also, you, check the nearby residences for any signs of life. He directed 2 subordinates as they departed. The captain proceeded into the shrine with 1 subordinate. Moments later, he emerged, frowning. Captain, I surveyed 3 nearby houses, and they were all uninhabited. 1 ninja rushed to inform him. Moreover, I noticed that many household items were missing, as if they had collectively departed. Quickly send a signal for the others to come in and conduct a thorough investigation, the Umbu captain instructed, glancing back. A small spark erupted in the air. And Umbu ninjas from the surrounding forest began to materialize, flooding into the Uchiha territory. At the Hokage building, in the Hokage's office. Lord Hokage. All the Uchiha clan members have disappeared. An Umbu ninja hurriedly reported, bowing deeply. Vanished? The 3rd Hokage's expression shifted in surprise. What is happening? Explain clearly. He inquired urgently. They have simply vanished. A comrade just reported that the Uchiha territory is completely empty, with not a single soul in sight. Furthermore, it was discovered that many household items are missing, suggesting they left in haste. Let us head to the Uchiha clan's territory. The 3rd Hokage promptly stood, striding towards the window before leaping from the Hokage building. Outside the south shrine of the Uchiha clan. The Umbu captain bowed as he saw the 3rd Hokage appear. What have you found in your investigation? The 3rd Hokage asked, tightening his grip on his pipe. The investigation is nearly complete. Every household is empty. And some household items are missing. It is now estimated that the entire clan has departed from Konoha. The crucial point is that the monitoring ninjas did not witness their departure. What remains perplexing is how such a large number of people could leave without a sound. The 3rd Hokage, with a casual wave of his hand, placed a pipe between his lips and took a deep inhalation. An Umbu ninja bowed respectfully before departing. The 3rd Hokage felt a throbbing pain in his head, pondering why the Uchiha clan had suddenly vacated the Leaf Village. Konoha has become significantly weakened, losing nearly 1/5 of its military strength in an instant. Should other ninja villages become aware of this, it is likely that another ninja world war would ensue. It is truly beyond my comprehension how they think. With Konoha's favorable environment, is it not merely a matter of slight exclusion of certain individuals and the removal of a few unruly elements? Yet, they chose to abandon Konoha entirely without so much as a word to me, the Hokage. The 3rd Hokage exhaled a plume of smoke, utterly taken aback by the departure of the Uchiha clan. He had initially anticipated a strong counterattack from them following the ambush on Itachi. He thought that by capturing Danzo and making a political concession, they could engage in discussions to restore the previous state of affairs. Is this not the essence of politics? To his astonishment, the Uchiha clan opted out entirely. Do they believe they cannot afford to play this game? Hokage-sama, a voice called as the captain of the Umbu approached, bowing respectfully to report. What are the results? The 3rd Hokage inhaled deeply from his pipe. Based on the traces within the house, there are no signs of movement outside. Coupled with the chakra sensing reported by my subordinates, it suggests the use of spatial abilities, likely involving multiple transfers. Yes, that aligns with my estimation. The 3rd Hokage tightened his grip on the pipe. Upon arriving, he had quickly assessed that spatial abilities were at play. Each entrance and exit of Konoha was guarded by their own personnel, and it was improbable that so many Uchiha could leave without consent. It is now certain that one of the 2 pairs of Mangekyō Sharingan possesses spatial capabilities. Let's keep this under wraps for now. Do not speak of tonight's events. He instructed, waving his hand. The Umbu ninja bowed, leading his team away. Shin Nosuke, instruct the Umbu to disperse and investigate the whereabouts of the Uchiha clan members. The 3rd Hokage inhaled deeply once more. They could not have ventured far with such a large group. Should any conflict arise, they must inform me immediately. Just then, a ninja suddenly appeared, bowing in greeting before departing. The 3rd Hokage continued to gaze at the Uchiha shrine, enveloped in contemplation as he exhaled clouds of smoke. I hope to find a way to retain them. Konoha is far too weak now to face its own destruction. When the time comes, we can have a thorough discussion. It would be best if they could return. I would even be willing to relinquish my position as Hokage if necessary. It is imperative that they do not join another ninja village, for that would spell disaster. However, given the Uchiha's historical conduct, it is unlikely they would join another village. They are more likely to establish a new force of their own. Such a situation is unacceptable. During one's tenure, such significant issues have arisen. After a brief moment, the third generation stowed away his pipe and turned to depart. In a certain part of Konoha, Li Yuan and the elder appeared out of thin air. This is a remote location, surrounded by numerous scattered and dilapidated houses. "Elder, where are we headed?" inquired the Grand Elder, surveying the surroundings. "Just ahead." Li Yuan discerned the right direction and ventured further into the desolate expanse, away from the houses. The Grand Elder hastily followed, entering the sparse woods. After a brief moment, Li Yuan halted beside a grand tree, gazing towards a large stone 200 meters away. According to the memories of the oil woman, beneath that stone lay the entrance to Danzo's laboratory. The body of the first Hokage, Hashirama, rested there, alongside several researchers who continued their experiments. Danzo had never abandoned his wood-release experiments, though there had been little progress over the years. "Elder, use your kamui to transport me into this space. There are valuable treasures within," Li Yuan urged, looking at the Grand Elder. He could have forced his way in, but he feared that they might conceal Hashirama's body, making it difficult to locate later. With the power of the kamui, it would be a simple matter, a great convenience indeed. In the next moment, the space distorted, and Li Yuan and the Grand Elder vanished from sight. Chapter 35. The body of Hashirama secured. This is a vast facility, with a broad hall illuminated by flickering yellow lights, barely dispelling the surrounding dense darkness. At the center of the hall stands an enormous cultivation tank filled with a viscous green liquid. Within the tank, the lifeless body of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, floats quietly. Countless tubes of varying sizes connect to the tank, their other ends linked to several monitors of different dimensions. Two figures clad in white lab coats sit nearby, engaged in conversation. How tedious it is to gaze at this machine day after day. If we do not focus on this contraption, do you expect us to conduct experiments? Certainly not. There are always fatalities in the laboratory. One of them glances at a few doors not far off, shaking his head as he speaks. Indeed, as ordinary individuals, our task is merely to observe the machine and maintain the vitality of that corpse's cells. At that moment, a distortion rippled through the space behind them, and two shadowy figures suddenly materialized. With a resounding thud, each of the two was struck on the neck, tilting their heads and succumbing to unconsciousness. Li Yuan sensed that several individuals were present within the adjacent rooms, comprising both ninjas and ordinary people. The hall serves solely as a repository for the remains of the Uchiha clan, with machines designed to monitor and sustain the vitality of the corpses. It is truly astonishing how the cells retain life after so many years of death. Li Yuan approached the cultivation tank and extended his right hand to touch it. Upon entering the hall, he sensed a peculiar vitality emanating from the Uchiha remains. This vitality was unlike the vibrant essence of a living person, nor did it carry the weary breath of an elder. It presented a paradoxical blend of life and death intertwined. The elder, following Li Yuan's gaze, gasped in astonishment. "This is the corpse of the first Hokage. How could Danzo dare to desecrate the remains of such a revered figure? What is there to fear? He has been dead for over 30 years, Li Yuan retorted, circling the cultivation tank. "But the first Hokage," the elder began, but Li Yuan interrupted. "I understand your respect for the first Hokage. Now, help me remove these interconnected machines," he said, stepping closer to the elder. "Oh, the treasure you mentioned. Could it possibly be the first Hokage's corpse?" The elder gazed at Li Yuan in disbelief. "Indeed, you must have seen the first Hokage. He was quite formidable," Li Yuan noted. "Yes, incredibly strong. He single-handedly quelled the chaos of his time and established the Hidden Leaf Village," the elder reminisced, his eyes filled with reverence. "When compared to the current third Hokage, who claims to be the strongest," Li Yuan chuckled, "he is hardly worthy of such a comparison. The first Hokage is revered as the god of shinobi. What is he but a braggart? Only the youth are swayed by his words. We elders merely chuckle at his folly. It is baffling how he can be so shameless. Enough of the critique. Quickly help me gather these items." "You understand the first Hokage's power and recognize their value," Li Yuan interjected, gesturing toward the Uchiha remains. "Very well," the elder conceded, stepping into the cultivation tank. In the next moment, the space warped, and the tank, along with the connected machines, vanished without a trace. "Excellent. Elder, let us depart," Li Yuan exclaimed with excitement. As the space twisted again, the two vanished, leaving the vast hall empty. Moments later, a blaring alarm echoed through the air, and figures began to swarm. Uchiha clan territory. Li Yuan's residence. Li Yuan and the elder materialized out of thin air. Observing the disarray of his home, Li Yuan furrowed his brow. It appeared that the third Hokage had already discovered the disappearance of the entire Uchiha clan and had been rummaging through his house in search of clues. The dark-clad ninja truly exemplifies elite status, and the third's movements are impressively swift. Elder, please transport the first Hokage's remains to the new clan grounds. I will not return just yet. Li Yuan patted the elder on the shoulder. Once you have secured Hashirama's remains, inquire about which clan members possess significant items in Konoha. After addressing all these trivial matters, do come to the shrine, infuse the kunai with chakra, and I shall arrive promptly. Li Yuan drew a kunai from his waist and handed it to the elder. I shall take my leave now. Be cautious, clan leader. And hasten your return to the new clan grounds. The elder waved his hand and vanished from sight. Li Yuan closed his eyes for a moment to sense his surroundings before disappearing as well. In a narrow alleyway, Li Yuan materialized out of thin air and made his way toward a residential area. After a short while, he halted, blending into the shadows between two houses. Gazing at a modest three-story building 100 meters away, he sensed a vibrant life force within. Such vitality in Konoha could only belong to the sage body, Naruto Uzumaki. Li Yuan intended to investigate the sage's body and collect some cells from the Uzumaki clan, while also observing the Nine Tails. Although he had acquired Hashirama's remains, they were merely the cells of a deceased individual, long expired for over 30 years. No matter how miraculous the cells of the dead may be, they cannot compare to those of the living. It is crucial to utilize the living's essence, especially when it concerns one's own kin, for that would be the safer option. Moreover, the Uzumaki and Senju clans are closely related, exhibiting only minor differences. As for why Hashirama was so formidable, it is likely attributed to the influence of Ashura's chakra. Ashura's chakra embodies the power of the six paths. It is best for me to refrain from engaging with it for now. Perched on the treetop near the house, Li Yuan sensed the presence of chakra, likely indicating a watching Umbu ninja. There was only one, and since he lacked chakra, he simply needed to be cautious. As long as he avoided detection by their naked eyes, he would remain undiscovered. Furthermore, they would typically not monitor the domestic life within the house. As long as there were no incidents involving the Nine Tails rampaging or any losses, there was no need for overt actions. Exercising caution while infiltrating would be far more efficient. Li Yuan carefully attuned his senses and stealthily approached the three-story house. Minutes later, he stood in the shadowy corner of the building, sounds emanating from within. Wah wah wah. That monstrous child is crying again. It's so annoying. Go check on him. A man's voice rang out. Why don't you go? I don't want to see that monster. It looks like a fox, a woman's voice replied. You're a woman. You should be able to comfort the child. If he's hungry, you can feed him. Hurry up. Or we won't keep this monster any longer, the woman remarked. What are you saying? Do you not want the money? Go and take a look, the man exclaimed loudly. All right, I shall go now, the woman replied with resignation. Li Yuan remained quietly in the darkness, waiting for the moment when the ninja would become negligent. Just a fleeting instant would suffice for him to slip in unnoticed. Naruto had been born nearly 3 months ago, and they had been under constant surveillance, even with shifts. It was implausible for them to remain vigilant for 3 months without a break. Suddenly, a spark of realization illuminated Li Yuan's eyes. This was the moment. In an instant, he leaped from the windowsill. Chapter 36. Drawing a sample of your blood cells, bestowing you a blissful family. This is the second floor. A modest bedroom of about 5 or 6 square meters, featuring a single bed upon which a child is peacefully slumbering. Li Yuan cast a glance and discerned that this child was not Naruto. It was presumably the offspring of this household. A powerful aura of life emanated from the adjacent room, accompanied by the cries of a child and the impatient murmurs of a woman. Li Yuan cautiously pushed open the door, revealing a spacious hall. A young man in his 20s clutched a notebook in his hand, uttering curses under his breath. That bothersome creature, always causing a ruckus. If it weren't for that child support payment. In an instant, Li Yuan appeared behind him, delivering a swift strike to his neck. The next moment, the man's head tilted, consciousness slipping away as he collapsed onto the sofa in the hall. Li Yuan picked up a nearby blanket and draped it over him. He formed a series of hand seals, and a cloud of smoke enveloped him, transforming him into the likeness of the man. It was prudent to be cautious. He wondered if the window in the room had been left ajar. Why is that creature still making such a fuss? Li Yuan approached another room. I don't know. It's infuriating, the woman remarked. You take him out. Let me have a look, Li Yuan said. In the next moment, the doors swung open, and the woman emerged, cradling a child in her arms. This is so annoying, she complained, as she handed the child to Li Yuan. He embraced the child with his right arm, his gaze sweeping across the surroundings. The distance from the window is considerable, and it remains closed, thus the shadowy ninja should be oblivious to this place. Li Yuan extended his left hand and struck the woman on the neck with a swift motion, causing her to succumb to unconsciousness. He promptly supported her and relocated her to the sofa beside the man. Only then did Li Yuan scrutinize the child cradled in his right hand. The tiny figure, swathed in a delicate swaddling, revealed wisps of fine golden hair atop its head, while its chubby, rosy face bore 3 tufts of hair on either side. It appeared peculiar, reminiscent of a fox, which perhaps explained the young couple's aversion. At that moment, the small being was wailing, its mouth agape in distress. Li Yuan found the situation rather vexing. He extended his left hand, emanating a faint red glow, and placed it upon the child's face. In the next instant, the infant gradually ceased its cries, drifting into a serene slumber. Li Yuan gently laid the child back on the sofa and retrieved a syringe from his bosom. He deftly inserted the needle into the child's arm, allowing it to penetrate the vein as he drew back the plunger. Moments later, he dispelled the red glow from his left hand, extracted the needle, and found the syringe filled with approximately 100 milliliters of fresh blood. After securing the syringe, he placed his right hand upon the child's chest. In an instant, a series of small runes emerged, swiftly integrating into the child's being, vanishing without a trace. Indeed, Li Yuan had inscribed the Flying Thunder God mark within the infant, ensuring a safeguard for the future. This is a refined version of oneself. Even if the 4th generation is resurrected, one must conduct a meticulous investigation to perceive the mark. This is the imprint formed by Li Yuan using Qi. They are ninjas who employ chakra and cannot utilize this coordinate. With this coordinate in place, should there be a need for Naruto's cells in the future, they can be obtained at any time. Li Yuan gently unfolded the thin swaddling, revealing the entirety of young Naruto. Just moments ago, there was no trace of the Flying Thunder God technique, prompting a chuckle from Li Yuan. On Naruto's abdomen, a cluster of runic markings appeared, resembling a Bagua diagram. Li Yuan recognized it as the 8 trigram seal that confines the 9 tails. Extending his right hand towards the 8 trigram seal, Li Yuan fell into contemplation. Should he take the 9 tails now? He possessed the ability to ensure Naruto's survival while extracting the 9 tails. However, taking it now seemed somewhat futile. The 9 tails was merely a weapon, and without the Mangekyō Sharingan, he lacked the means to effectively control it. It would be prudent to leave the 9 tails within Naruto for the time being, allowing for retrieval when necessary. As for Naruto's future growth, akin to his prowess in the original narrative, what then? Li Yuan, however, remained undaunted by this notion, for he had already surpassed him in development by a remarkable 16 years. Should he fail to prevail at that juncture, any aspirations of wreaking havoc within the ninja world would be utterly futile. Furthermore, he ought to abandon any thoughts of the Otsutsuki clan or those coveted chakra fruits. It seems prudent to postpone any encounters with the 9 tails. There is no escape here. Presently, he likely possesses strength on par with the Kage. Yet he must allow himself several years for further cultivation, refraining from becoming overly complacent. Should he attempt to seize the 9 tails, he would undoubtedly attract the scrutiny of the entire ninja world, which would be an unwise endeavor. The cells acquired this time can be integrated into the host's body, and once successfully merged, the power of the light tree will ascend to the level of a minor deity. Li Yuan withdrew his right hand, gently caressing the face of the young Naruto, and then pinched it lightly, murmuring to himself, "When not causing a ruckus, he is indeed quite an endearing child. I have taken a sample of your blood cells, so allow me to offer you a token of compensation. You shall receive the ordinary life of a child, free from the biases of your adoptive parents. As for the duration of this newfound existence, that lies in the hands of fate." Li Yuan's hands radiated a blue light as he extended them towards the couple, the luminescence swiftly enveloping their foreheads. Soon after, the blue glow dissipated from his hands as he once more pinched young Naruto's cheek. Upon awakening, they will embrace you as their own child, granting you a few years of a life filled with love. We shall meet again. With that, Li Yuan swaddled Naruto carefully and placed him beside the couple. In the next moment, he turned and vanished into the darkness, leaving behind a scene of 3 slumbering figures on the sofa, appearing as a family. Shortly thereafter, the couple stirred, rubbing their eyes as they awoke. Upon seeing young Naruto peacefully asleep beside them, the woman lifted the child with a gentle expression. "What a good boy. He has fallen asleep with us," she said. "Let us place the second child beside the eldest. We shall retire to our room," the man remarked after glancing over. "All right, I shall do so," the woman replied, cradling the child as she walked into the bedroom. Li Yuan, observing this scene from the corner of the room, employed the Flying Thunder God technique to disappear from sight. The ability to modify memories and perceptions is quite potent against ordinary individuals. However, such alterations will gradually revert over time. Thus, the length of Naruto's blissful days will ultimately depend on fate. Li Yuan speculated that Naruto might still develop in a manner akin to the original narrative, for the third Hokage is destined to be the sole light in Naruto's eyes. Yet, how can he become that beacon amidst the hardships of exclusion and adversity? These matters are no longer connected to Li Yuan. Konoha has little left to reminisce about him. As dawn begins to break, a faint light emerges in the sky, gradually dispelling the surrounding darkness. The third Hokage stands before the window of the Hokage's office, pacing anxiously. He has not closed his eyes all night. How could he possibly sleep? With Konoha having lost approximately 1/5 of its military strength, have no traces of the Uchiha been discovered? The third Hokage turns to gaze at Shino. None, sir. The Umbu, aside from those on missions, have all been dispatched to search, and we have yet to receive any word, Shino reports with a bow. Hokage-sama, you should rest for a while. I will awaken you as soon as we have news. Alas, how could this happen? Could they have fled the land of fire overnight? The third Hokage places his pipe between his lips and takes a deep drag. The dawn is approaching. The villagers will soon realize the Uchiha are gone. Sighing, the third Hokage exhales a plume of smoke. At that moment, a series of firm knocks echoed through the door. The third Hokage's eyes brightened, and he quickly spoke up. Come in. Do you have news? A ninja clad in a mask entered the office, and upon seeing this individual, the third Hokage was momentarily taken aback. Chapter 37. The Hokage wishes to speak with you. Have you dispatched the root ninjas as well? The third Hokage inquired, glancing at Shinsuke. No, Lord Hokage. I am unable to mobilize them, Shinsuke replied. Lord Hokage, I must see Danzo. There has been an incident in the root, Kamizuki F., anxious, declared. What has transpired in the root? The third Hokage asked, rubbing his temples. The body of the first Hokage has been stolen, F quickly responded. Realizing that the corpse of Hashirama had been taken during experimentation, and knowing that Danzo was confined in the Umbu prison, F understood he had no choice but to report to the third Hokage. Ah, the body of the first Hokage? The third Hokage inhaled deeply from his pipe. Shinsuke, have someone escort him to see Danzo. Additionally, release Danzo. Dispatch Umbu ninjas to the site of the theft. Yes, Lord Hokage, Shinsuke bowed respectfully and departed. The third Hokage moved to the window, gazing outside. Under the faint light, Konoha appeared poised to awaken from slumber, with shadows of people dotting the streets, creating an unusually beautiful scene. However, his mood was far from pleasant. Dawn was approaching, and he pondered how to address the villagers regarding the Uchiha matter. How could he convey to the other ninja villages that Konoha still possessed strength and remained the foremost ninja village? As daylight broke, Konoha buzzed with its usual liveliness. Figures bustling about. Groups of villagers gathered to enjoy breakfast, preparing to commence their day's labor. Hey, where are all the wicked Uchihas? Indeed, I haven't seen them either. It's quite strange. Could they all have overslept? Lazy pigs. Yes, all of them are lazy pigs, haha. A robust man in his 30s dashed past, shouting loudly, Everyone, come see. The evil Uchihas have vanished. Their clan grounds are deserted. Let us go check. One person tugged at a friend beside him. In a moment, the crowd surged toward the Uchiha clan grounds. As they traversed through a thicket of leaves, they were met with a row of houses, all with tightly shut doors, devoid of any presence. Ah, they have truly disappeared. Good, those wicked Uchihas deserved it long ago. I've been apprehended by the guard twice, and even paid fines to get out. Yes, I've been caught 3 times as well. At that moment, a group of masked Umbu ninjas suddenly emerged. The crowd ceased their discussions, and an instant silence enveloped the scene. The Uchiha clan had relocated en masse from Konoha due to discord with the villagers, and the area was to be sealed off for preservation. One Umbu ninja stepped forward and inserted a wooden notice into the ground. The crowd dispersed in a clamor, each returning to their breakfast, murmuring softly amongst themselves. Several Umbu ninjas swiftly constructed wooden barriers, enclosing the entrances and exits of the Uchiha clan's territory. The Umbu captain nodded slightly, gesturing towards a few individuals. You 3, with heightened sensory perception, remain here to detect any chakra presence. There may still be remnants within, and they could return. If chakra is detected, find a way to delay them. Do not let them escape. The Hokage wishes to speak with them, understood? Yes, Captain, the 3 ninjas replied. The Umbu captain waved his hand. The trio leapt into the Uchiha compound, vanishing from sight. The captain surveyed the Uchiha territory before leading the remaining ninjas away. As night fell and the moon rose in the east, a figure materialized within the Uchiha clan shrine. The elder held a notebook filled with scrawled notes. Frowning as he muttered to himself, so much to deal with, how troublesome. A ninja atop the shrine suddenly froze, sensing a surge of chakra manifesting within. He quickly signaled with a flare, calling out urgently, "Uchiha, the Hokage wishes to speak with you." The figure was swift, leaping from the rooftop and swiftly slipping through a window into the shrine. The elder was taken aback. Someone was here, as the space distorted and the figure vanished. When the Umbu ninja entered the shrine, it was already deserted. Damn, they left so quickly. He clenched his fists in frustration. He dashed out of the shrine, racing towards a nearby building. Upon entering, he found it empty as well. The other two sensory ninjas soon arrived, and after several fruitless attempts, they were left exasperated. "All we wanted was for you to meet the Hokage. Why are you hiding?" The elder was equally furious, rubbing his eyes in the Kamui space. "This is not feasible. The clan requires the use of the Shunhui once, and there are many others to visit. My eyes are already throbbing with discomfort." Suddenly, the space twisted, and the elder appeared in a narrow street of Konoha. He drew a kunai and infused it with chakra. In the next moment, Li Yuan materialized before the elder. "What? Have all the clan matters been resolved so swiftly?" Li Yuan inquired, regarding the elder. "Not yet. I returned to collect the belongings of the clan members." But was interrupted by the Umbu ninjas. The elder replied, rubbing his eyes. "They mentioned that the Hokage wishes to see us. Will you go?" "Ah, the Hokage wishes to see us?" Li Yuan chuckled, extending his right hand, which shimmered with a crimson light, and placed it upon the elder's eyes. After a brief moment, he continued, "Then I shall go meet him. You should continue your collection." Li Yuan withdrew his hand and rested it upon the elder's shoulder. Initially, Li Yuan had no intention of meeting the third Hokage. He merely espoused the ideals of the will of fire to sway others, which he found tiresome. However, given that the elder's actions were now impeded, it was no matter for him to make an appearance himself, allowing the elder to proceed with his task. In the next instant, the two vanished from sight. Within the Uchiha shrine, their figures materialized as they walked toward the shrine's entrance. 3 Umbu sensory ninjas swiftly approached. Both parties halted at the shrine's entrance, exchanging glances. "Did you not wish to see me? Come, let us converse outside," Li Yuan remarked, casting a glance at the 3 ninjas as he stepped toward the exit. The 3 Umbu ninjas parted to allow Li Yuan and the elder to exit the shrine. Li Yuan seated himself at a stone table not far from the shrine's entrance, gazing at the 3 ninjas. "As the clan leader, I shall remain here awaiting the Hokage. My companion has gone to retrieve clan belongings, so do not cause any disturbances." The 3 exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. The elder turned to walk toward the building, and one of the Umbu ninjas, sharing a look with the others, stepped forward to follow him. "Humph, if you cause trouble, we shall leave and forfeit the meeting with the Hokage," Li Yuan scoffed, fixing his gaze on the Umbu ninja. The ninja glanced at Li Yuan, halted his steps, and closely observed the departing figure of the elder. "Now, that is more like it," Li Yuan chuckled. "When is the Hokage arriving? How long must I wait?" Li Yuan inquired. "It has already been reported to Lord Hokage. He should be here momentarily," one of the Umbu ninjas responded. "Very well, I shall wait then," Li Yuan concluded, closing his eyes to meditate. After a brief interval, Li Yuan opened his eyes and gazed toward the direction of Konoha. He sensed a surge of chakra rapidly approaching, accompanied by a dozen other presences. The aura of chakra emanating from the third Hokage, followed closely by the Umbu guards, filled the air. Moments later, a figure rushed in, halting 2 meters away from Li Yuan. Chapter 38. Am I truly so inferior as Hokage? Lord Hokage. "There is another individual over there," reported a perceptive ninja with a bow. "You wished to see me, did you not? Please, have a seat." Li Yuan gestured towards the stone chair opposite him. The third Hokage cast a glance at a nearby building before settling into the stone chair. An Umbu ninja turned to head in that direction. "Humph, then I shall take my leave." Li Yuan fixed his gaze on the Umbu ninja. "Never mind, do not go." The third Hokage waved his hand dismissively. The Umbu ninja halted, bowing respectfully and standing behind the third Hokage. "Is it possible to return?" The third Hokage inquired softly, placing the pipe at the corner of his mouth and inhaling deeply as he regarded Li Yuan. "Not at all," Li Yuan replied resolutely. "Do you understand that your departure from Konoha could potentially ignite the 4th Great Ninja War?" The third Hokage exhaled a plume of smoke, tightening his grip on the pipe. It could also result in Konoha's defeat in the Fourth War, perhaps even leading to its destruction. What does that have to do with us, Uchiha? Li Yuan stated nonchalantly. How can it not? Are you not citizens of Konoha? The third Hokage shouted in frustration. Konoha was founded by your clan alongside the Senju. Now you suddenly remember that we Uchiha are villagers, esteemed elders of Konoha? Li Yuan smirked. The third Hokage took a deep drag from his pipe, fixing his gaze intently on Li Yuan, falling into silence for a moment. Those matters were orchestrated by Danzo. I was unaware and did not intervene. It is my failure. I have since dismissed Danzo and imprisoned him in the Umbu dungeon. Stop. You previously dismissed Danzo, yet nothing has changed. Li Yuan waved his hand dismissively. The root ninjas only heed Danzo. This time, they acted on their own accord. The third Hokage inhaled deeply from his pipe again. Enough. You may deceive others, but not me. Li Yuan pressed his right hand to his forehead. The third Hokage clenched his pipe, enveloped in another moment of silence. If you return, I can announce that you will be the fifth Hokage, he declared through clenched teeth, taking a deep breath from his pipe. Haha, the fifth Hokage? Li Yuan scoffed. Casting a glance at the nearby building, he sensed that the elder had concluded his business, and he found no interest in engaging in empty pleasantries with the third Hokage. He was a politician, and he had no desire to indulge in such games. Am I to become a puppet like the fourth Hokage, only to be played to death by you? Veins bulged on the third Hokage's forehead. The fourth Hokage was no puppet. I merely did not entrust the Umbu to him. And how could I be responsible for his demise? Was it not your Uchiha clan that caused the Nine-Tails rampage? Was the fourth's death not orchestrated by you? The third Hokage bellowed. Only the Mangekyō Sharingan can control the Nine-Tails. How absurd. We Uchiha supported Minato's ascension, placing significant stakes in him. Li Yuan wore a chilling smile. After ascending to power, are you seeking to eliminate him? Truly, is it not you? The third sighed, exhaling smoke to calm his tumultuous thoughts. We must be unwell to act this way. Li Yuan rolled his eyes. What must you do to return? The third took a deep drag from his pipe. While you remain in power, that is impossible. Li Yuan cast a sidelong glance at the third. Ahem, what do you mean? The third coughed, tightening his grip on the pipe. Quite literally, am I truly that inadequate? He said in a low tone. Indeed, if another Hokage were in power, we would not have departed from Konoha. Li Yuan replied with disdain. Pray tell, in what manner do I fall short? The third inhaled deeply from his pipe and spoke somberly. The mighty Senju clan, within a mere few decades, has been led to extinction by your actions. If we Uchiha do not flee, we too may face annihilation. The Senju pursued their own would release experiments, compounded by the merciless nature of the battlefield. The third Hokage interjected hastily. And what of Hatake Sakumo, a man of considerable strength, who, due to mere rumors, took his own life at home? Hatake. The third placed a hand on his forehead. Deceiving ordinary villagers is one thing, but do you think I would believe such nonsense? Li Yuan scoffed. Another silence fell between them. Moments later, it was my failure as Hokage. Can you truly not return? The third Hokage gazed at Li Yuan with eager anticipation. If you depart Konoha now, the possibility of a fourth great ninja war is real, as this is Konoha's most vulnerable period. Stop. I have already stated that this has nothing to do with us Uchiha. Li Yuan hastily waved his hand. Another silence ensued. You wouldn't consider joining another ninja village, would you? The third Hokage sighed. On this matter, you need not worry. After all, we have lived here for 50 years. Li Yuan surveyed the surrounding dwellings. For the next decade, we will largely remain absent from the ninja world. The losses during the Third Great Ninja War were severe, and our clan is in a state of disarray. We must recuperate. Li Yuan gently stroked the stone table. As for what lies a decade hence, certainly, we shall lead our elite clan members out for some amusement. By then, the events of the original series Shippuden will be approaching, heralding one of the most thrilling beginnings in the ninja world. By that time, I should possess the strength to stir up some excitement in the realm. That would be splendid. The third let out a long sigh of relief. This is the finest news he has heard this evening. You have seen me too. Let us conclude matters for today. Li Yuan stood up. Is there truly no possibility at all? What if I were to abdicate immediately? The third Hokage rose, gazing at Li Yuan. Impossible. Li Yuan waved his hand dismissively. In the next moment, Li Yuan vanished without a trace. The third Hokage fixated on the spot where Li Yuan had disappeared, murmuring to himself. Such spatial abilities, akin to the flying thunder god, they have truly departed, leaving no room for negotiation. Am I truly so inadequate in my role as Hokage? The Senju clan, the situation regarding the Hatake is indeed troubling. Under the silvery moonlight, the third Hokage appeared unusually despondent, his features suddenly aged. Meanwhile, in Konoha, at the Hyuga clan's estate, in a spacious hall, a dozen figures were gathered around a conference table. It has been confirmed that the Uchiha clan has entirely relocated from Konoha, and their current whereabouts remain unknown. Hinata Hizashi occupied the seat of honor, addressing the assembly before him. What are your thoughts on this matter? How shall the Hyuga clan proceed from here? Elder, this is a positive development. We, the Hyuga, are now the foremost clan in the village. How could this be considered a good thing? The Uchiha have departed, making us the most conspicuous. In the past, the Uchiha faced the harshest scrutiny and exclusion. With their departure, our position may become precarious. Indeed, the village has never favored us. This change may worsen our standing. Then shall we too, like the Uchiha, consider leaving Konoha? Pray tell, how would we depart? Given this situation, the village will only tighten its watch over us. Moreover, based on the traces left behind, it is likely that a spatial ability was employed to facilitate the silent relocation of their entire clan. Do we possess such spatial abilities? How then could we leave Konoha? Elder, at present, the Hyuga clan must maintain a low profile within Konoha, awaiting the subsequent developments. Indeed, it seems we have no other choice. Hyuga Hayashi rubbed his temples, feeling a deep sense of unease. As members of the prominent Hyuga clan, having faced ostracism from the higher-ups together, how could the Uchiha clan suddenly decide to relocate en masse from Konoha? What does this mean for our Hyuga family moving forward? We must proceed with caution. With a wave of his hand, Hyuga Hayashi concluded the meeting, expressing his resignation. Yes, clan leader, the others bowed respectfully before departing. Simultaneously, within the Nara household, the leaders of the Ino-Shikacho trio convened to discuss the situation. We too must adopt a more discreet approach. Let us hope this upheaval does not lead to a fourth great ninja war. Everyone, please return home. Nara Shikaku gestured dismissively. The group dispersed reluctantly, each lost in their own thoughts. Similarly, the prominent clans of Konoha were holding their own clan meetings. As Hyuga Niji exited the conference room, he hurried home, eager to see his cousin, Niji. Indifferent to the discussions that had transpired, he felt a sense of obligation to adhere to the directives of the main house as a member of the branch family. The very thought of the division between the main and branch families tightened his fists. His child, Niji, would likely be unable to escape the fate of a caged bird. Upon entering his home, he instinctively glanced in a certain direction, clenching his fist once more. Chapter 39. Do you wish for your child to escape the fate of the caged bird? In the living room, a figure cradled a child in his right arm while gently pinching the chubby cheeks of the little one with his left hand. Dressed in casual black attire, he possessed striking features, sword-like brows and starry eyes, with dark hair and eyes that lent him an air of exceptional youthfulness and charm. This individual is none other than Li Yuan. After conversing with the third Hokage, he deftly employed the Flying Thunder God technique and materialized in a narrow street of Konoha. Upon noticing a member of the Hyuga clan passing by not far off, he couldn't help but contemplate the possibility of delving into the study of the Byakugan. In the original narrative, the Byakugan possesses the potential to evolve into the Rinnegan, a power that stands on par with the esteemed Sharingan. Such remarkable treasures deserve thorough exploration. The Hyuga clan has become utterly ineffectual. The once proud Otsutsuki lineage has been reduced to mere close combat and reconnaissance. A prestigious bloodline, now fragmented into two branches. The main family, sheltered by the division's protection, has ceased to strive for excellence, believing themselves to be superior while exploiting the branch family for a false sense of superiority. Meanwhile, the branch family diligently trains and fights, yet the caged bird seal has marred the purity of their bloodline. Consequently, the Hyuga clan is doomed to remain devoid of formidable figures. In the original narrative, the former Hokage Yunda remarked that if Niji were not bound by the caged bird seal, he might have shattered those constraints. Li Yuan intends to grant him a chance to test his potential, while also delving into the mysteries of the Byakugan bloodline. Thus, he finds himself here, cradling Niji, who is just over a year old, sleeping soundly in his embrace. Uchiha clan leader, what brings you here? Hinata Hyuga's gaze was fixed intently on Li Yuan's hands. Her fists clenched tightly. Why has the Uchiha clan leader returned to his home, having led his kin away from Konoha, while cradling his son Niji? This is a form of self-threat, which seems rather futile, as I am merely the head of a branch family. Ah, you have returned. Your son is quite adorable. Li Yuan extended his right hand, passing the child to Hinata Hizashi. Hisashi promptly accepted Niji, cradling him in his arms while activating his Byakugan for inspection. After a brief moment, Hisashi let out a sigh of relief. Rest assured, I would never harm a child. I only took a small sample of blood. Li Yuan then entered the hall. No, my wife. Hisashi hurried into the hall. I allowed him to take a nap. Li Yuan indicated towards the sofa. A young woman lay asleep on the sofa, her gentle breaths audible. Hisashi approached with Niji, pausing before the sofa. He pinched Niji's cheek and placed him beside the woman, extending his right hand to touch her forehead. The woman was not wearing a forehead protector, and there was a mysterious symbol upon her brow, the seal of the caged bird. Witnessing this, Hisashi understood that Li Yuan had removed the protector. Like himself, his wife despised this mark and would never have removed it voluntarily. Uchiha clan leader. Are you here to mock me? Hisashi clenched his left fist, while his right hand picked up the nearby forehead protector to cover the woman's marked forehead. No. I have merely been conducting some research. I did not come to mock you. Li Yuan shook his head. The caged bird seal is indeed a formidable confinement. For centuries, none have managed to break it, and I too find myself at a loss for the moment. Hisashi took a deep breath, calming his emotions, and sat down at the table in the hall. The Uchiha clan leader seems to harbor no ill intentions. His wife and child are unharmed, and there is no threat to himself. Please, have a seat. What brings you to me? I am merely a branch family head, lacking any significant standing within the clan. As I gestured towards the chair opposite me, Li Yuan settled into the chair, shaking the syringe in his hand, filled with a crimson liquid. There is nothing of great importance, merely thoughts of departing and gathering a few items. Li Yuan retracted the syringe. Since you have collected the blood, and the caged bird has been observed, what are you waiting for my return? Rishi fixed his gaze on Li Yuan and inquired. I wish to discuss a matter with you. Li Yuan glanced at little Niji, chuckling softly. What is it? Is it related to Niji? Rishi swiftly reached for the kunai at his waist, eyeing Li Yuan warily. Do you not desire your son to escape the fate of being marked by the caged bird? Li Yuan addressed Rishi directly. What? Rishi stood up, staring at Li Yuan in astonishment. You can break the caged bird? Impossible. No one has succeeded in centuries. You must be deceiving me. Calm yourself. There are others in the adjacent room. It is not a matter of breaking, Li Yuan quickly reassured him. He had previously examined the seal of the caged bird. With mastery over both body and soul, he believed that after years of study, it might be possible to unravel it, albeit at a considerable cost. A classic case of labor without reward. Hyuga took a few deep breaths to steady his emotions. If there is a way to prevent Niji from bearing the caged bird seal, he would be willing to do anything. How shall we proceed? Why choose Niji? Rishi clenched his fists, asking urgently. Li Yuan approached Rishi, leaning in to whisper. Weaken for a moment. Li Yuan paused, then moved to sit across from Rishi, fixing his gaze upon him. Rishi's expression shifted, his eyes locked on Li Yuan. Are you certain this plan is feasible? It will not fail? Rest assured, with my collaboration with Orochimaru, it shall not fail. Li Yuan chuckled. However, you must be prepared for the prospect of not seeing your son for an extended period. Rishi rose and walked over to his wife and child, gently caressing Niji's face and then touching the forehead protector on his own brow. Why choose Niji? You have yet to answer me, Rishi said, lifting the child to gaze at Li Yuan. His Byakugan bloodline is quite potent. He may one day surpass the limits of the Byakugan, Li Yuan remarked, touching his own eyes. So, Rishi, will you agree? Rishi's right hand caressed Niji's forehead, then he raised his head, his gaze resolute as he looked at Li Yuan. I agree. If there is a chance to escape the fate of the caged bird, regardless of the circumstances, I must try. Very well, do not worry. If the plan succeeds, he will become my student in the future, and I shall not treat him poorly. Li Yuan stepped forward, gently touching Niji's face. When shall we execute the plan? As the sun dipped below the horizon, Richo withdrew his right hand from Niji's forehead, urging patience. I must first confer with Orochimaru to ensure our plan is foolproof, he stated, his voice steady. At what age do children in the Hyuga clan typically undergo the caged bird seal? He inquired, gesturing with his hand. Usually around 3 to 4 years old. Li Yuan replied with a relaxed smile. That gives us ample time. It should be absolutely secure. He then produced a kunai from his pocket and handed it to Richa. Take this. If you need anything, channel your chakra, and I will know. Is this the Flying Thunder God kunai? Richa gasped, astonished at the weapon. How did you learn this? The third Hokage would never have taught you. Haha, that's something you need not concern yourself with. Just reach out if necessary. I must be off. Li Yuan said, rising and waving his hand. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight. Richa cradled the child, gently stroking Niji's forehead as he murmured, "Father will never allow you to bear the caged bird seal. You will soar freely through life, unbound by the clan-esque constraints. Should we succeed, I may never see you again. If that is to be, then so be it." In the Hokage's office at Konoha, Yuan Fury returned in a daze, instinctively placing his pipe between his lips and exhaling smoke. "You may leave. I wish to be alone," the third Hokage said, waving his hand dismissively. The group of Umbu ninjas bowed respectfully before departing, leaving Yuan Fury alone to continue his contemplative haze, murmuring to himself, "Am I truly such a poor Hokage?" Time slipped away unnoticed until a series of knocks echoed from the window. Chapter 40, Jiraiya. "You should be Hokage." The sound jolted Yuan Fury from his reverie, and he turned to see a sturdy, middle-aged man with white hair. His forehead protector emblazoned with the kanji for oil, arms crossed as he regarded him. "You've arrived," the third Hokage said, setting down his pipe. "I've been here for quite some time, old man. Why were you so despondent just now?" Jiraiya asked, concern etched across his face. "Surely you are aware of the Uchiha's exodus from Konoha," the third Hokage resumed, retrieving his pipe once more. "I wandered through the village earlier and heard," Jiraiya replied, frowning. "The elders have ostracized the Uchiha, but I never anticipated the entire clan would suddenly abandon Konoha. Just last time, clan leader Li Yuan assured me that the Uchiha would maintain their status quo. The recent exodus of the Uchiha clan from Konoha likely stems from some mischief orchestrated by the elder. At this juncture, Konoha stands at its most vulnerable, and the specter of a fourth great ninja war looms ominously. Elder, have you instigated yet another calamity?" Jiraiya inquired. "Indeed. Danzo dispatched operatives to ambush the light tree a few days ago, and it ended in failure," the third Hokage responded, inhaling deeply from his pipe. "Elder, did you not pledge to refrain from such provocations?" Jiraiya pressed, massaging his temples in frustration. The actions of the elder were perplexing, and it was no wonder the Uchiha chose to flee. Moreover, Danzo had supposedly been removed from his post. How was it possible that he could still send shinobi to confront the Uchiha? "Have you dispatched someone to investigate?" "I shall converse with Li Yuan, if necessary." "We could surrender Danzo," Jiraiya suggested, looking expectantly at the third Hokage. "We have located him and spoken. He declared that as long as he holds power, he shall not return," the third Hokage replied, his voice heavy with resignation as he took another drag from his pipe. "Am I truly that inept in my role as Hokage?" he queried, lifting his gaze. "Well, it's not all bad," Jiraiya replied, scratching his head. "Indeed. You too perceive my shortcomings." The third Hokage tightened his grip on his pipe. "It's not entirely unfavorable. There are merely occasional lapses," Jiraiya remarked, casting his eyes out the window. "Jiraiya, I wish to transfer the Hokage position to you. I sincerely hope you will not refuse this time," the third Hokage said, his gaze fixed intently on Jiraiya. "Ah, I cannot. I still need to seek the prophesied one." Jiraiya quickly gestured in refusal. "You're still pursuing the prophesied one?" "Konoha needs you now," the third Hokage exclaimed, clenching his left fist in frustration. "Elder, do not be irate. The Sage of the Toad has offered a new prophecy. It foretells great upheaval ahead, with a figure emanating golden light and possessing golden eyes, who may bring ruin to the ninja world. I must locate him swiftly to avert this future," Jiraiya insisted. "Cannot you remain in Konoha? The sage's prophecy pertains to the future. The present requires your presence." The third Hokage sighed, exhaling a plume of smoke. "The Uchiha's withdrawal could indeed provoke the fourth great ninja war, and you still wish to depart. Well, I understand. I shall remain in Konoha for the time being," Jiraiya replied, his expression grave. He recognized that the Uchiha's departure would compel the other ninja villages to send their shinobi to test the waters, and the potential for war was frighteningly real. "Can you truly not accept my position?" The third Hokage took a long drag from his pipe. "I am hardly suited for the role of Hokage. Why not allow Tsunade a chance?" Jiraiya chuckled, scratching his head. "Tsunade, you say?" The third Hokage pondered momentarily, releasing a cloud of smoke. "She may not agree, but you could certainly attempt to persuade her." The third Hokage understood that Tsunade held considerable reservations about him. The demise of the Senju clan and the tragic fate of the rope tree were burdens he felt weighed heavily upon his shoulders. "For many years, I have refrained from returning to Konoha, which is a rather conspicuous behavior. It seems that my performance as Hokage has been rather lackluster. None of my 3 disciples are willing to assume this position. You have 3 days to locate Tsunade. After that, I suspect the major ninja villages will commence their actions. The third Hokage tightened his grip on the pipe. Very well, I shall set off at once. Should there be any news from the Uchiha, I will engage them in conversation. Jiraiya turned and leaped down from the windowsill. Old man, within 3 days, regardless of whether Tsunade returns or not, I shall make my way back. The third Hokage watched Jiraiya depart, his left hand pinching the bridge of his nose, while the right hand held the pipe at the corner of his mouth, continuing to exhale smoke. Outside the village of Konoha, in a dense grove, a white figure emerged from the ground, gradually revealing its form. It is curious. Obito has been inside for 2 or 3 days, yet there has been no word. White Zetsu gazed at the Konoha barrier, murmuring to himself. Moreover, the Uchiha have completely vacated Konoha, and I did not even notice how they departed. Regardless, these matters belong to Black Zetsu. I merely need to report back. White Zetsu once again sank into the ground, vanishing from sight. Not far away, atop the treetops, Li Yuan observed White Zetsu's departure, stroking his chin in contemplation. It is time to return Obito's eyes. They cannot remain lost any longer. Just moments ago, Li Yuan had intended to stop White Zetsu from leaving, but after a moment's thought, he chose to refrain from acting. My plans have already been successfully executed. Black Zetsu's awareness of them is of no consequence. Furthermore, the absence of any information reaching him could pose a greater problem, as he has spread White Zetsu throughout the entire ninja world. Would you consider visiting the vicinity of Konoha, perhaps to meet him? I find myself quite eager for such an encounter. But never mind, I shall refrain from seeking you out for now. Li Yuan shook his head. He sensed that his current strength was insufficient, and the timing was premature, as it was not yet the era of the wind's howl. Meeting would serve little purpose. His plans would only commence a decade later. Jiraiya is about to depart from Konoha. Li Yuan turned his gaze toward the barrier surrounding the village. He detected a familiar chakra swiftly approaching the forest. He was no longer residing in Konoha, so what business did he have here? This no longer concerns me. Li Yuan chuckled, his figure vanishing into thin air. In the next instant, Li Yuan materialized within the Uchiha Shrine, scanning his surroundings with a smile. He sensed no chakra presence nearby. The third Hokage had withdrawn the Umbu shinobi. Li Yuan seated himself beside a table in the shrine, closing his eyes to meditate as he awaited the return of the elder. Before long, the space around him distorted, and the elder appeared, surveying the area before sitting beside Li Yuan. It had been over a day since they successfully relocated to Hawk Island. Did the clan members express any sentiments or thoughts? Li Yuan opened his eyes to regard the elder. Indeed, most clan members are quite pleased, though some harbor reservations. They are primarily shinobi, and a portion of them wishes to avoid a prolonged period of inactivity on the island, desiring to make appearances after a few years. The elder pondered for a moment before speaking. Li Yuan stroked his chin, lost in contemplation. It is indeed unwise to allow the shinobi clan members to lead a life devoid of activity. If they remain stagnant, their combat capabilities may diminish within a few years. Thus, upon your return, you may inform them that those wishing to venture out must attain the rank of Jonin. I shall guide them in their trials, Li Yuan stated. That sounds quite reasonable, the elder mused, stroking his goatee. Have all matters concerning the clan been settled? Li Yuan inquired, looking at the elder. Yes, everything is concluded. It is time to return to the comfort of our own affairs, the elder replied, rubbing his eyes. Chapter 41. Perhaps it is best to let Obito wield the Rinnegan. Have you made up your mind? Will you truly part with it? Li Yuan inquired with a mischievous grin. The elder paused for a moment, touching his eyes before quietly stating, to be frank, I am somewhat reluctant. These eyes are exceptionally useful. However, each time I utilize them, I experience considerable strain and discomfort. Please return it quickly, or I may truly become reluctant. The elder extracted a glass jar from his robe, within which a verdant liquid swirled, cradling a pair of 3 Tomo Sharingan. Wait for me a moment. I shall fetch Obito. Li Yuan rose and executed the Flying Thunder God technique, vanishing from sight. Initially, Obito had been concealed within the shrine. After the Uchiha clan departed, fearing discovery by the third Hokage, Li Yuan took it upon himself to hide Obito in the home of an ordinary family in Konoha. After a brief interval, Li Yuan reappeared, gripping Obito with his right hand. Come, let us proceed to the room. It will be more convenient for me. He led Obito towards a wooden door, with the elder hastily trailing behind, the glass jar in hand. Upon opening the door, they entered a small chamber, approximately 7 or 8 square meters in size, furnished with a table and chairs, and a single bed nestled in the corner. Li Yuan carelessly tossed Obito onto the bed and gestured for the elder to take a seat on the adjacent chair. As the elder settled in, he closed his eyes and handed the glass jar to Li Yuan. Accepting the jar with his left hand, Li Yuan summoned a crimson light with his right, pressing it against the elder's right eye. After a moment, he withdrew his hand, revealing a scarlet eyeball resting in his palm. The elder's right eye appeared hollow, devoid of any blood. Li Yuan swiftly pressed the eyeball into the vacant right eye socket of Obito, the crimson radiance intensifying. Moments later, he retrieved another eye from the glass jar, enveloped in red light, and placed it into the elder's right eye. Li Yuan then withdrew his hand, observing the elder's left eye as he fell into contemplation. Should he return the left eye to Obito, or retain it for himself? I cannot return it, otherwise he will possess the dual Mangekyō Sharingan, which would be exceedingly advantageous, not unlike the Rinnegan, Li Yuan mused. With dual Mangekyō Sharingan, Obito would likely soar to unprecedented heights, which would not align with my interests. It would also complicate matters when dealing with him. What troubles you? The elder inquired, opening his eyes, a look of confusion crossing his features. Do you wish to retain one Mangekyō Sharingan? Li Yuan stroked his chin thoughtfully. Why? The elder questioned, touching his left eye. Having utilized the Mangekyō for a time, how does it feel? Li Yuan gazed intently at the elder's left eye. It is quite effective, remarkably powerful. The elder responded after a brief pause. Precisely. If he possesses dual Mangekyō Sharingan, how might you confront him? Would you stand a chance? Li Yuan queried. I would undoubtedly be outmatched. Without prior knowledge, I could be defeated in a single exchange, the elder admitted, stroking his goatee. Even with foreknowledge, I doubt I could prevail. That is the crux of the matter. We are not allies, Li Yuan remarked, passing the glass jar to the elder. We may inevitably cross paths. It would be better if he retained a single Mangekyō Sharingan. But did you not mention he seeks to wreak havoc among the ninja and alter this cruel world? The elder hesitated. Is a single Mangekyō Sharingan sufficient? He possesses the power of the first Hokage's cells within him, Li Yuan stated, producing a syringe from his robe. Ah. The power of the first Hokage, can it unleash would release? On that fateful day when he was captured, the elder did not direct a gaze of astonishment toward Obito. Although not as formidable as the first Hokage, he wielded the Mangekyō Sharingan with such finesse that it did not burden him with pain as it did for others. He could utilize it freely. Li Yuan deftly inserted the needle into Obito's right arm, filling a vial with fresh blood, and subsequently produced several small containers to gather a few cells. No pain, no risk of blindness. The elder rose to his feet, realization dawning upon him. Could it be that there were no flaws at all? Indeed, there were no shortcomings, allowing for the unfettered use of ocular abilities. Li Yuan carefully stored away his vials. With such a singularly powerful Mangekyō Sharingan, do you believe you can handle him? Li Yuan inquired, looking towards the elder. I cannot contend with that. The elder admitted after a moment of silence. Therefore, we shall retain his left eye. His weakness will lie within our grasp. Li Yuan chuckled with a sinister glee. When the time comes for conflict, we can subdue him instantly, just as we did last time. The elder gingerly touched his left eye, shuddering at the thought of Obito's unrestricted use of the Sharingan. It was overwhelmingly powerful, a truth he knew all too well from personal experience. You're not intending to experiment on our kin with these collected samples, are you? The elder queried, recalling Li Yuan's earlier actions. Of course not. Li Yuan replied with a chuckle. That is utterly out of the question. Just look at his condition. Our people must not be subjected to such a fate. The elder insisted, gesturing emphatically towards Obito, whose body lay on the bed, a grotesque amalgamation of yellowish-white and grayish-white, haphazardly fused together, with small gray tendrils writhing intermittently. Enough jesting. I have no intention of such deeds. I am merely curious and wish to conduct some research. Li Yuan waved his hand dismissively. Naturally, he was eager to experiment. Now that he possessed the bodies of Hashirama, the cells of the Uzumaki clan, and the White Zetsu cells, it was imperative for him to conduct his own research. With his own physical form wielding these abilities, he believed that within a few years, he could seamlessly integrate into the clan's essence. Consequently, the Uchiha clan would no longer suffer from a lack of chakra, and their Mangekyō Sharingan could be self-restored. It was not Li Yuan's intention to elevate the Uchiha to a divine status. Rather, a strong Uchiha meant strong subordinates. He envisioned that in a decade or so, when chaos erupted in the shinobi world, his followers would boast at least 7 or 8 elite shinobi of the highest caliber. Ideally, a few would resemble the legendary Madara, combining the Mangekyō with sage powers to ensure an endless supply of chakra without the risk of blindness. At that time, what would it matter if the 5 great villages united? The world would be his to command, invincible. He fantasized about delivering a kick to Madara while grasping Kagaya Tsutsuki with one hand, savoring a chakra fruit with the other. How to handle the situation with the elder. He glanced at Obito. It was simple. Li Yuan lifted Obito with one hand while placing the other on the elder's shoulder and vanished using the Flying Thunder God technique. Outside the Konoha barrier, in a dense thicket, Li Yuan and his companions materialized. Immediately, Li Yuan released his sensory perception, confirming the absence of any other chakra signatures, including white Zetsu. It was to be expected. Intelligent white Zetsu were few, and it was unlikely so many could be stationed around Konoha. The mindless ones, Li Yuan knew, typically lingered near Konoha to observe, having grown accustomed to it. He released his grip on Obito, who fell to the ground, placing his right hand on Obito's chest. Intricate runes swiftly embedded themselves into him before vanishing. Li Yuan inscribed his Flying Thunder God mark on Obito, opting for caution, having two marks on a single individual. One his own and one belonging to another would be distinct in Li Yuan's perception, ensuring he could always track Obito's location. Li Yuan extended his hands, one glowing red and the other blue, which rapidly merged into Obito's body. Moments later, he retracted his hands and placed one on the elder's shoulder, causing both to vanish instantly. Not long after, Obito slowly awoke, rubbing his forehead. In the next instant, the space warped, and Obito disappeared. Chapter 42. Where's my left eye? Li Yuan and the elder perched atop a nearby treetop, observing as Obito departed. Chief, you didn't just do something, did you? The elder inquired, turning to face Li Yuan. Nothing, Li Yuan replied, stroking his chin and shaking his head. This time, Li Yuan did not tamper with Obito's memories. He was acutely aware of the drawbacks of the duality hand. After the duality hand alters the soul's memory, it gradually begins to self-repair, even developing a form of resistance. In Li Yuan's plan, Obito was meant to remain active in the ninja world for several more years, thus he could not recklessly interfere with his soul. Obito's objective in coming to Konoha remained unchanged, and he still remembered his ambush. Of course, Li Yuan had made subtle adjustments. The Konoha matter is settled. You should return to the new clan territory, Li Yuan said, glancing at the Grand Elder. Indeed, I must return to the new clan site, Chief, the Grand Elder replied, turning his gaze towards the Konoha barrier. A hint of reluctance surfaced, yet he also felt a sense of liberation thereafter. I will wait a while before returning. There is still much I wish to see. What is it? Are you still somewhat attached to Konoha? Li Yuan turned to look at the Konoha barrier as well. I have lived here for over 50 years. Reflecting on it, one cannot help but sigh, the Grand Elder remarked. Chief, I shall take my leave now. You should return to the new clan territory soon as well, the Grand Elder said, turning to leap from the treetops. Yes, I can utilize the Flying Thunder God technique. So returning will be effortless, Li Yuan waved his hand dismissively. Once you return, ensure that the clan members adapt to their new lives swiftly. Inform me if anything is lacking. Indeed, I shall, the Grand Elder affirmed, biting his fingertip to form a hand seal. Summoning technique. A plume of smoke erupted and quickly dissipated, revealing a 3-meter-tall eagle. The Grand Elder leaped onto its back. With a resounding cry, the eagle soared into the sky, circling above Li Yuan a few times. Go, Li Yuan waved farewell. The eagle emitted a loud screech before carrying the Grand Elder away. As Li Yuan watched the Grand Elder depart, he stroked his chin, lost in contemplation. Obito had likely just entered Konoha and was probably already discovering the disappearance of the entire Uchiha clan. He must be deducing something. It doesn't concern me. The goal has been achieved. I doubt I will have to deal with him for the next decade, Li Yuan murmured to himself. In the next moment, he activated the Flying Thunder God technique and vanished. In Konoha, at the Uchiha clan's territory, the space twisted, and Obito, his face darkened, appeared at the shrine's entrance. Growling under his breath, they all vanished. Damn it, they must have ambushed me. Those who entered the Kamui space before were undoubtedly behind this. To relocate so many clan members so swiftly, they must have utilized my Sharingan. But how did they know the capabilities and weaknesses of my eyes? Obito rubbed his right eye thoughtfully. And why did they not take this eye as well? Wait, Kakashi. Obito clenched his fist. In the next instant, the space twisted again, and Obito disappeared. Outside a building in Konoha, the space warped once more, and Obito appeared out of thin air. This is an expansive house spanning several hundred square meters, entirely constructed of classical wooden architecture. Kakashi's chakra presence is palpable, causing Obito to direct his gaze towards a particular spot. In the next moment, Obito phases through the wall and enters the dwelling. Within a spacious room, the decor is simple and the atmosphere is sparse. Kakashi lies on the bed, deep in slumber. Obito clenches his fists, fixating his gaze upon Kakashi, enveloped in silence. Damn you, Kakashi. Not only did you fail to protect Rin, but you also lost my eye. How can you still sleep so soundly? Suddenly, Kakashi stirs awake, his eyes fluttering open, the three tomo in his left eye spinning rapidly as he glances to the side. Strange, I felt someone just now. Kakashi rubs his forehead and settles back down. Within the Kamui dimension, Obito touches his left eye, murmuring to himself. His left eye still possesses the Sharingan. Is it mine or someone else's? How can I ascertain this? Obito furrows his brow. Does Kakashi know? No, before arriving in Konoha. Someone had already entered the Kamui space. Coupled with my ambush and subsequent 3-day unconsciousness, the entire Uchiha clan has vanished. It's likely that Kakashi's left eye does not belong to him. How vexing. I should first seek out Zetsu. Perhaps he can assist me in locating the whereabouts of the Uchiha clan. In the next moment, Obito vanishes. In the land of rice, within a secluded underground base, Orochimaru, clad in a white lab coat, is intently observing through a microscope, muttering to himself. This time, it will definitely succeed. I have failed hundreds of times. Moments later, Orochimaru, beaming with satisfaction, picks up a glass test tube. Ha ha ha, splendid. The preliminary design is successful. The next step is experimentation. He calls out towards the door. Bring in a hawk. Yes, Lord Orochimaru, a ninja responds, entering the laboratory while holding a hawk. He expertly places the bird into a cage. Beside this cage, there are 7 or 8 others, each containing the carcass of a hawk. The eagles exhibited peculiar signs of death. Some bore large swellings upon their bodies, while others had hollow eyes. Each corpse presented a distinct state of demise, unmistakably the result of experiments conducted by Orochimaru, following countless trials. By the way, please collect those. Orochimaru gestured towards the other cages. Certainly, Lord Orochimaru. The ninja opened the cages and extracted the lifeless eagles one by one. Lord Orochimaru, this is the last one. Shall we capture more? Have so many been exhausted so swiftly? Orochimaru glanced at the test tubes on the table, realizing they were entirely depleted. The test tube contains the extracted eagle cells, which are now depleted, no longer needed, as the materials have run out. Orochimaru extended his long tongue and licked the corner of his mouth. Leave now, compile the recent news. I wish to review it shortly. Yes, Lord Orochimaru. A ninja bowed respectfully, carrying the eagle's carcass as he exited through the door. Orochimaru picked up a syringe from the experimental table. Drawing the liquid from the test tube into it, he approached the bird cage and injected the substance into the eagle's body. This time it will succeed, he mused. Stepping back a few paces, his gaze intensely fixed upon the majestic bird. Moments later, the eagle emitted a resounding cry, thrashing violently within the confines of its cage. With a loud bang, the eagle exploded, flesh and blood scattering in all directions. Orochimaru quickly evaded the fallout, yet a few droplets of blood marred his white robe. How could this failure occur? Where did it go wrong? Orochimaru massaged his temples, slowly making his way out of the laboratory. What significant news has emerged recently? He exited the laboratory, discarding his gloves on a shelf by the door. The entire Uchiha clan has relocated from Konoha, and there has been no trace of them since. Reported a ninja with a bow. Orochimaru paused momentarily, extending his tongue to lick his lips. Interesting. The new Uchiha clan leader has managed to move the entire clan out of Konoha, and the old man failed to notice in time to intervene. I shall pay you a visit and see how you achieve this. He glanced toward Konoha. What is the third Hokage doing? Nothing notable. But someone mentioned seeing Jiraiya return briefly before departing again. Anything else? Orochimaru toyed with a kunai in his hand. Nothing further, but Danzo has been inquiring about you, particularly regarding the ambush on the light tree. Just send a message back indicating that the mission failed. Do not concern yourself with him further. Orochimaru instructed as he made his way outside the base. He felt a surge of impatience, eager to meet this new Uchiha clan leader. What a fascinating individual. Chapter 43. Only a fool would aspire to be Hokage in the Land of Fire, on Short Book Street, within a tavern. In a private room, Jiraiya and Tsunade sat opposite one another, a bottle of sake and 2 cups placed on the table between them. After 2 days away from Konoha, Jiraiya finally located Tsunade in the renowned gambling city of the Land of Fire. Speak, what brings you here? Meeting you never bodes well, Tsunade remarked, pouring herself a glass of sake. Well, the old man wishes for you to return and assume the position of Hokage. Jiraiya scratched his head, gazing out the window. Becoming Hokage? Tsunade scoffed, curling her lips in disdain. Let him remain in that position. Only a fool would aspire to be Hokage. Well, he has recently faced some setbacks. Jiraiya turned to face Tsunade. Setbacks? What does that have to do with me? Tsunade raised her cup and downed the sake in one gulp. There has been some turmoil in Konoha. The entire Uchiha clan has vacated the village, and their whereabouts remain unknown. Jiraiya poured himself a glass of wine. They actually chose to leave, no longer vying for the position of Hokage. Tsunade paused, then immediately seized the bottle. The old man failed to notice and intervene in time. How amusing. Do you realize the magnitude of the consequences? Konoha is currently quite vulnerable. It may precipitate the fourth great ninja war. Jiraiya downed his drink in one gulp. That is of no concern to me. Tsunade hesitated briefly before continuing to raise the bottle to her lips, taking a hearty swig. Tell me, how did the old man take the news? All because of the Uchiha's departure. It seems that after the Uchiha left, he wished to meet them for a discussion. Jiraiya set down his cup and glanced at the bottle Tsunade held. As it turned out, the discussion merely confirmed that the old man was in power, which prompted their flight. Ha ha ha, how delightful. Tsunade paused her drinking, bursting into laughter and pounding the table. I can vividly imagine the expression on the old man's face. It is quite amusing. Wait a moment, Fujitake lacks such abilities and would not dare to say such things. The Uchiha clan had a new leader 3 months ago, a mere boy. Jiraiya turned his face away, unwilling to witness Tsunade's raucous laughter. Now that feels right. There is a hint of youthfulness to it. I would indeed like to meet him. Tsunade poured Jiraiya another glass. So, the old man intends to pass down the Hokage position. Jiraiya raised his cup. He likely wants you to take it. Don't push me forward, for I refuse to accept it. Tsunade took a large gulp of her drink. Well, I still need to seek out the person destined by fate. Jiraiya emptied his cup. The Sage of the Toads has a new prophecy, stating that in a decade or so, a figure radiating golden light with golden eyes may either bring about the destruction of the ninja world or usher in unprecedented prosperity and peace. I must find him swiftly, so he can lead the ninja world towards a positive path. Otherwise, I shall find a way to eliminate him. Thus, I have no time to become Hokage. TCH. Here we go again. Do it yourself. I shan't be Hokage. Tsunade stood up with her wine glass. Shizen, let us go. A girl cradling a pink piglet entered. Bowing to the two. Lady Tsunade, Lord Jiraiya, don't leave just yet. If you are unwilling to become Hokage, a brief return home wouldn't hurt. Jiraiya quickly rose to call out. Return for what? To witness the old man's folly, or to seek out the Uchiha? Tsunade halted. The fourth great ninja war may erupt soon. If you return, Konoha's stance will be stronger. Jiraiya urged. I want to go. If it's going to start, it will start regardless. Tsunade continued to exit the room. But if it breaks out, Konoha will suffer immensely. Jiraiya hurried after her. We'll deal with it when it happens. It hasn't started yet. Tsunade waved her hand dismissively. You cannot leave. You must return with me. Jiraiya rushed into the tavern's main hall, and Tsunade extended her hand to block his path. So, you are seeking a fight, are you? Tsunade clenched her fist. Her gaze fixed intently on Jiraiya. Let us do this. If I knock you out, I shall take you back. Jiraiya replied, forcing himself to maintain composure. Very well. Let us test our strength outside the city, Tsunade said, casting a glance at Jiraiya before striding toward the tavern's exit. A moment later, outside the city, the ground trembled and reverberated with tremendous noise, dust swirling in the air. After about 20 minutes, the chaos gradually subsided. Will you return or not? Jiraiya gasped, clutching his chest, drawing in sharp breaths. Tsunade's fists were just as painful as ever. She was indeed a formidable woman. I will not return. I refuse, Tsunade declared, turning away to walk towards Shizen. Why? What must happen for you to return? The old man has aged so much, Jiraiya shouted. Tsunade turned back. Glaring at Jiraiya, she roared. He would be better off dead. Can a rope tree ever be revived? Do not bother me again. Only a fool would aspire to be Hokage. Leave. After her furious outburst, Tsunade took several deep breaths and sprinted towards Shizen. Shizen, let us go. Yes, Lady Tsunade. Shizen replied, clutching her pink pig and hastily following. How did it come to this? Jiraiya scratched his head, murmuring in disappointment. Their issues cannot be blamed on the old man. After a while, Jiraiya let out a sigh, glanced at the sky, and turned to head back to Konoha. By the time night fell, Jiraiya had returned to Konoha. At the Hokage's office in the Hokage building, he announced, Old man, I'm back. As he leaped through the window. She has tea returned, has she? The third Hokage inquired, placing his pipe in his mouth. Well, she said. Jiraiya paused, Glancing at the third before continuing, she said that only a fool would become Hokage and that she wouldn't come back. Ah, I anticipated this, the third Hokage replied, inhaling deeply from his pipe. Perhaps you should take this position. I wish to retire. Old man, I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave, Jiraiya said, hastily waving his hand as he jumped out the window. The third Hokage watched Jiraiya's departing figure, exhaling a plume of smoke, and sighed deeply. In the land of fire, at the Valley of the End. In a vast valley, two colossal stone statues stand facing one another, depicting Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. Enduring decades of exposure to the elements, they remain imposing and profound. A figure, illuminated by the moonlight, gracefully ascends to the pinnacle of Hashirama's statue, clad in a black cloak and a white robe, with a ceremonial cord tied around his waist. It is none other than Orochimaru. Perched atop Hashirama's statue, Orochimaru surveys his surroundings and retrieves a kunai from his attire. After toying with it for a moment, he brings it closer to his eyes, murmuring to himself about the mysteries of the Flying Thunder God technique. How could that old man have possibly taught him? And what of that giant eagle? How was it achieved? In the next instant, Orochimaru extends his tongue to lick his lips, channeling chakra into the kunai as his gaze sweeps the vicinity. Moments later, a figure emerges from behind the opposing statue, advancing slowly. Upon reaching the summit of Uchiha Madara's statue, he stands in stark contrast to Orochimaru, dressed in casual black attire, with short hair and striking features. He appears remarkably youthful and handsome. Chapter 44, Collaboration with Orochimaru. The Uchiha clan leader, Li Yuan, eyes Orochimaru intently. At last, we meet, he acknowledges with a nod. You are quite cautious, not appearing at this coordinate. Orochimaru continues to manipulate the kunai in his hand. In this brutal world of ninjas, one must tread carefully, lest they meet an untimely demise, Li Yuan replies with a shrug. In the next heartbeat, Li Yuan vanishes from his position, reappearing beside Orochimaru. Indeed. The Flying Thunder God technique, how did you master it? Orochimaru inquires, licking his lips as he turns to face Li Yuan, still toying with the kunai. You will learn that in due time. For now, we can discuss collaboration, Li Yuan responds with a sly grin. Very well, I am more intrigued by your experimental data. Orochimaru retorts, producing a scroll. Here are the experimental data on Hashirama's cells. All my records are contained within. Li Yuan accepts the scroll, tucking it into his robe. After a moment's hesitation, he retrieves a small notebook. This is what you requested. I am not a specialist, so my records are rather sparse. Orochimaru takes the notebook, glancing at it briefly before crushing it in his grip. His golden vertical pupils shift into serpentine slits as he narrows his gaze at Li Yuan. Kunai clenched tightly in hand. Is this what you call data? Do not be angered. As a token of sincerity, I present this to you. Li Yuan produces a test tube from his garments. This is a small test tube, within which flows a golden liquid. What is this? Orochimaru gazed at the test tube. This is something I extracted from cells. When infused into the human body, combined with my abilities, it can bestow upon an individual the bloodline of the Uchiha clan. Orochimaru swiftly took it, holding it in his hands and examining it with intense fervor. This is the genetic fluid extracted by Li Yuan from his own kin, which must be utilized in conjunction with his duality hand. Without the synergy of the duality hand, the injection of this genetic fluid would result in instantaneous death due to genetic mutations or even catastrophic disintegration of flesh and blood. Do not rejoice too soon. This requires the integration of my abilities. Upon witnessing Orochimaru's expression, a faint smile crept upon Li Yuan's lips. The moment he laid eyes on Orochimaru, he sensed the incompleteness of his soul, suggesting that he had likely undergone reincarnation. A fragmented soul, attempting to amend its own memories and perceptions, would likely struggle to achieve true self-repair. When the time comes for the dual-handed technique to be employed, Orochimaru shall undoubtedly become an ally. The gene serum extracted is merely a bait. Should Orochimaru apply it to himself, he would require the dual-handed technique's cooperation. However, if not applied to himself, there is no immediate concern, as 50 years have only passed since the establishment of Konoha, leaving ample time ahead. What is your ability? Orochimaru inquired, directing his gaze towards Li Yuan. My unique ability allows cells to gradually merge under my control, Li Yuan replied, stroking his chin thoughtfully. An impressive skill. Is it a manifestation of your Sharingan? Orochimaru probed, his tongue flicking across his lips, his gaze intense as it fixated on Li Yuan. It is no wonder you can induce an eagle to sprout Sharingan. Had I possessed such power, many of my previous experimental hypotheses might have come to fruition. This ability seems somewhat squandered on you. It is clear why you seek my collaboration, Orochimaru remarked, once again regarding the reagent in his hand. To suggest that this too was extracted using your ability? Indeed, you may examine it. My professional knowledge is insufficient, Li Yuan admitted. Moreover, the extraction process is quite troublesome. Do not waste it. I have attempted it, and without the cooperation of my abilities, it would certainly lead to demise. Fascinating. Is it a semi-finished product? Orochimaru mused. Licking his lips, he carefully placed the test tube into his bosom, casting a glance at Li Yuan. Would you care to visit my base? There lies a wealth of knowledge you lack. Additionally, I wish to witness your abilities. Certainly, a visit would be beneficial for me to supplement my knowledge. Li Yuan responded with a smile. Thus, Orochimaru had taken the bait. Whether he would utilize the reagent was of little consequence. Opportunities would abound in the future. Once familiarity was established, he could also mention his abilities, which might assist in alleviating some dissonance between body and soul. There was no rush. Time was on his side. Let us proceed. Keep close behind me, Orochimaru instructed, leaping down from the statue. Li Yuan promptly followed suit, running closely behind him. By the way, how did your entire clan relocate from Konoha without the old man noticing? Orochimaru continued, his pace unbroken. Through spatial abilities, Li Yuan responded swiftly as they ran. Is it the Flying Thunder God? That should be impossible. It is not the Flying Thunder God. It is the power of the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. Indeed, the Flying Thunder God is unattainable for you. The capabilities of your Uchiha Sharingan are truly enviable, Orochimaru remarked, licking his lips once more. You too could possess such powers. Using that gene serum would enable you to awaken a single Tomo Sharingan. As for the eternal Mangekyō, that depends on your own efforts. There is no urgency. Let us conduct some experiments and record the data, Orochimaru said, stroking the test tube in his possession. Do as you wish. When I have a sufficient quantity of the gene serum, I intend to remain in the new clan's territory for several years. Li Yuan felt a tinge of disappointment. The new clan, ha ha ha, just thinking about your departure from Konoha, I can only imagine the expression on that old man's face. I truly wish I could have witnessed it. By the way, Jiraiya has returned, only to hastily depart once more. I suspect he is off in search of Tsunade. As there may be movements in the various ninja villages. Aren't you going to check it out? Li Yuan chuckled. Why return? It is preferable to wait for a change. Orochimaru replied with a sly grin, gazing in the direction of Konoha. Tsunade won't return unless that old man is truly dead. If the fourth great ninja war were to commence, it would be preferable for the old man to perish in battle rather than succumb to the ravages of time while still clinging to the title of Hokage in Konoha. The demise of the old man would herald a new era for Konoha, and perhaps I would return to witness it. You seek the cells of Hashirama, do you not? Orochimaru suddenly inquired, his face alight with enthusiasm. Indeed, I aspire to integrate the sage body of the first Hokage within my clan's lineage, replied Li Yuan. Excellent. I too am eager to witness the perfect integration of Hashirama's cells. Orochimaru licked his lips in anticipation. He had heard tales of the sage body of the first Hokage and was keen to experience it firsthand. Despite the numerous experiments conducted alongside Danzo, none had borne fruit. Perhaps, with his abilities combined, success was within reach. What had long plagued him was the devouring power of Hashirama's cells, yet under his control, it would undoubtedly succeed. His teammate Tsunade's medical ninjutsu seemed to have inherited a portion of the first sage power, proving immensely practical. I'm feeling quite impatient, Orochimaru exclaimed, suddenly doubling his speed as he dashed away. Li Yuan had no choice but to quicken his own pace to keep up with Orochimaru. In the land of wind. At Sunagakure, Lord Kazekage, urgent news from Konoha. A ninja swiftly entered the office, bowing to report. Yes, what is it? Rasha lifted his gaze. The entire Uchiha clan has vacated Konoha, their whereabouts unknown. Rasha was momentarily taken aback, staring incredulously at the ninja. What did you say? Are you certain of this news? Indeed, I have verified it multiple times. The scouts have returned with the same information. It cannot be mistaken. Ha ha ha, what splendid news. Rasha moved to the center of the hall, gazing intently at the map. Chapter 45, Reactions from Various Ninja Villages, rubbing his forehead in contemplation. Rasha shook his head and murmured, Alas, our Sunagakure is far too weak. Lord Kazekage, this is a golden opportunity, a chance for Sunagakure to rise. The ninja exclaimed eagerly. Indeed, it is an opportunity. Have the scouts closely monitor Konoha's changes, and keep an eye on the movements of other ninja villages. Let them test the waters first. Rasha instructed the ninja. Also, dispatch ninjas to locate the whereabouts of the Uchiha. Yes, Lord Kazekage. The ninja bowed excitedly before departing. Rasha stroked his chin, continuing to scrutinize the map, his brow furrowing in deep thought. Moments later, he turned and walked towards the window, leaping down to soar across the vast desert. He intended to extract some gold sand, preparing additional funds for the impending conflict, allowing for the procurement of more equipment. In the land of Earth at Iwagakure, Lord Tsuchikage. Fresh news from Konoha, a ninja bowed in report. The entire Uchiha clan has seemingly vanished, having left Konoha, their destination unknown. The third Tsuchikage, Anoki, was momentarily stunned. His eyes fixed intently on the ninja as he urgently inquired, "Is the information accurate? Has it been confirmed?" "It has been confirmed. All scouts have relayed identical reports." The excited ninja exclaimed, "Haha, splendid news." Noki rose with enthusiasm, pacing back and forth. After a moment, he halted, raising his gaze towards the map affixed to the wall. "Go, summon the earth." Noki directed at the ninja. "Yes, Lord Tsuchikage." The ninja bowed respectfully and hurried out. Naka's eyes remained fixed on the map as he drew a kunai from his waist and hurled it. The kunai embedded itself directly into the map, penetrating 3 inches into the wall, precisely at the border of the land of fire. A moment later, a burly middle-aged man clad in a vest entered. "Lord Tsuchikage, you summon me? Take a look at this." Noki handed over a scroll. The man accepted the scroll and began to peruse its contents. "Is it true, Lord Tsuchikage, that you intend to?" He lifted his gaze to meet Naka's. "Indeed, this presents an opportunity. Konoha has suddenly lost 1/5 of its combat strength." Naka's eyes were fixed intently on the kunai embedded in the map. "However, the third great ninja war has barely concluded, and we have yet to recuperate from our weakness." The man hastily remarked. "They of Konoha are also quite vulnerable, even more so now," Noki chuckled. "Yet, in this current phase, the brothers are rather reluctant to engage in battle. Who said I wish to commence hostilities now? We shall assess the situation first," Noki replied, glancing at the man. "Well then, what shall we do?" The man appeared momentarily bewildered, displaying a look of confusion. "You simpleton, forget it. Just follow orders." Noki rolled his eyes, his expression turning grave. "You shall lead a force of over 1,000 ninjas to the border of the land of fire. Await my instructions silently. You may engage in minor skirmishes, but ensure it does not escalate into a full-blown conflict." "Yes, Lord Tsuchikage." The man bowed and departed. "Come here," Noki called out. An Umbu ninja, masked and stealthy, appeared. "Dispatch operatives to closely monitor any new developments from Konoha and keep an eye on the movements of other ninja villages. Send scouts to locate the whereabouts of the Uchiha." "Yes, Lord Tsuchikage." The Umbu ninja bowed and left. "What a splendid opportunity. I doubt that Reikage will remain indifferent." Noki mused, casting a smile towards the map of the Land of Lightning. Meanwhile, in the Land of Water, at the Mizukage's office, a ninja reported, "Lord Mizukage, we have received new intelligence from Konoha. The entire Uchiha clan has vanished. They must have relocated from Konoha, and their current whereabouts are unknown." CHJ paused, gazing at the reporting ninja. "Is the information accurate?" "Indeed, Lord Mizukage, it has been confirmed without a doubt," the ninja replied excitedly. CHJ rose and approached the map on the wall, lost in contemplation. After a moment, he regained his focus and addressed the ninja. "Continue to monitor developments from Konoha. Deploy Umbu ninjas to search near the Land of Water for the Uchiha's whereabouts." "Lord Mizukage, shall we not investigate the previous hand?" "No. Simply keep an ear out for news," replied Keiki Yatsukawa, waving his hand dismissively. The ninja bowed deeply and took his leave. Keiki Yatsukawa watched him depart, massaging his temples. The situation in the village was rather unstable. Otherwise, this would have been a prime opportunity. This wretched clan of bloodstains cannot seem to adhere to the rules. Must they always oppose me? Keiki clenched his fists, muttering in frustration. Each of them stands against me, rendering the village restless. Such a splendid opportunity, yet it slips away. In the Land of Lightning, within the office of the Cloud Village. "Lord Reikage, new intelligence from Konoha," a ninja reported with a bow. "The Uchiha clan has vanished entirely. They must have relocated from Konoha, and their whereabouts are currently unknown." The fourth Reikage, A, erupted into boisterous laughter, slamming his palm onto the table. A thunderous crash resounded as the 2-meter-long desk was split in two, documents scattering across the floor. "Darui, summon them for a meeting. I intend to assault Konoha." The fourth Reikage tightened his fists, gazing at the map upon the wall. "Lord Reikage, wait. Let us allow sure to analyze the situation first," Darui interjected hastily. "Very well, let's sure summarize," the fourth Reikage conceded, sinking back into his chair. "Go fetch Sure," he instructed. "Yes, Lord Reikage." Darui exhaled in relief and departed swiftly. Moments later, a robust man with dark skin entered alongside a figure with short golden hair. Sure, please analyze this intelligence for me. Can we engage Konoha? The fourth Raikage quickly handed over the scroll. Sure accepted it with both hands, scrutinizing its contents. Present the previous intelligence from Konoha, he requested. Raising his gaze toward the fourth Raikage and Darui, the two hastily retrieved a stack of documents from a cabinet. Observing the split desk, the fourth Raikage chuckled softly and led the way out. Let us move to the adjacent office. The trio entered the new office, and the two placed the documents down while Sure took a seat to review them promptly. After a short while, Sure lifted his head to address the fourth Raikage. Lord Raikage, what are your intentions? This is an opportunity. I wish to strike, he declared, excitement illuminating his face. However, Lord Raikage, we have just emerged from the third great ninja war, and our village has suffered greatly, Sure cautioned, rubbing his forehead. Are we to abandon this chance? A.'s fist relaxed and then tightened once more. We could test the waters, see if other ninja villages are inclined to engage, if it's just us. It would be wise to refrain from attacking, Sure suggested, stroking his chin. Our village lacks sufficient combat strength, even if we were to defeat Konoha. The losses would be substantial. Must we truly forfeit? A lamented, slumping in his chair, appearing disheartened. We can deploy a few personnel to the borders of Konoha to assess the situation before making any decisions. Very well. You shall lead the over 1,000 ninjas. Whether we can succeed, I leave it to your discretion, AI stated, rising once more and casting a determined glance at Shi, clenching his fists. Yes, Lord Raikage. She responded with a respectful bow before departing. Darui, you shall accompany him, AI remarked, observing Shi's retreating figure. Yes, Lord Raikage, Darui replied, bowing and swiftly following after Shi. Chapter 46. The response of Konoha in the Land of Fire. Within the Hokage's office in Konoha, an Umbu ninja bowed respectfully, delivering urgent news from the border. Lord Hokage. We have just received intelligence from the border, he reported, presenting a scroll. The third Hokage took the scroll and unrolled it, perusing its contents. Summon Jiraiya and Narashikaku, he commanded, gripping his pipe with a solemn expression. Yes, Lord Hokage, the Umbu ninja acknowledged with a bow before leaving. Moments later, the Hokage's office witnessed the entrance of Narashikaku. Lord Hokage, he greeted with a bow. What troubles you, old man? Jiraiya leaped in through the window. Take a look at this, the third Hokage said, handing the scroll to Shikaku. Both the Land of Lightning and the Land of Earth have increased their station forces at the border. Iwagakure has dispatched Inoki, while Kumogakure has sent Darui and Shi. The third Hokage placed the pipe in his mouth and took a deep drag of smoke. Indeed, they are making moves. How many have they increased? Jiraiya inquired anxiously. His expression grave. Not many, just over 1,000. The third Hokage exhaled a cloud of smoke. Just over 1,000? What does that imply? Jiraiya pondered, turning to Shikaku. In Jiraiya's mind, it was likely that Kumogakure and Iwagakure would seize this opportunity to launch a substantial offensive against Konoha. As for Sunagakure, they lacked the strength to challenge Konoha at this juncture. Kirigakure was too preoccupied with its own affairs, having isolated itself. Their deployment of over 1,000 troops at the border, was it an intention to engage or merely a probing maneuver? Lord Hokage, Lord Jiraiya. It appears to be a test of sorts, Shikaku concluded, placing the scroll on the desk. With less than a year since the conclusion of the Third Shinobi World War, none have fully recovered. The previous Tsuchikage had to mobilize 10,000 shinobi to eliminate the formidable Third Raikage. The toll of the last war was heavier on them than on us, Shikaki noted, approaching the map hanging on the wall. Inoki is unlikely to act first. He pointed at the Land of Earth. As for Kumogakure, their intentions are less certain and warrant close observation. He indicated towards the Land of Lightning. Moreover, the fourth Raikage is known for his impulsive nature, yet his advisors may temper his recklessness. With the demise of their strongest, the third Raikage, they too suffered significantly and eventually reached a truce with Iwagakure. Lord Hokage, Lord Jiraiya, our primary focus should be on Kumogakure. If they refrain from initiating conflict, the fourth shinobi war shall not arise. Lugio gazed at the third Hokage. As I suspected, he mused, while the third took a deep drag from his pipe. Jiraiya, you shall lead over 1,000 shinobi to the borders of the Land of Lightning, the third Hokage declared, exhaling a cloud of smoke as he turned his attention to Jiraiya. Very well, old man, Jiraiya replied, clenching his fist. As for the Land of Earth, I must trouble you, Lugio, the third Hokage said, casting a glance at him. Yes, Lord Hokage, Lujio bowed respectfully. Off you go. Then, the third Hokage gestured dismissively. Lord Jiraiya, we must ensure that the Cloud Village perceives us as strong, capable of engaging them. They must understand that it is only they who seek conflict. Lujio urged earnestly. Understood. I will see to it, Jiraiya acknowledged, waving his hand as he leaped through the window, vanishing from sight. Lord Hokage. I too shall take my leave. Lujio bowed once more before departing. The third Hokage watched their retreating figures, placing the pipe at the corner of his mouth, rubbing his temples as he continued to exhale smoke. Curse the Uchiha. They have stirred such trouble, he muttered, raising his head. A ninja leaped through the window, bowing in respect. Have we yet to locate the Uchiha? The third Hokage inquired, gripping his pipe tightly. Not yet. It seems they have vanished from this world. The ninja replied. Sighing deeply, the third Hokage rose and moved to the windowsill, surveying the streets of Konoha. Dispatch some shinobi from the clan lands back to Konoha. And recall those on missions as well, he instructed. Yes, the ninja bowed and departed. Sighing once more, the third Hokage placed the pipe in his mouth, continuing to blow out clouds of smoke. He hoped, as Lujio had analyzed, that a fourth great ninja war could be averted. Konoha could scarcely endure another conflict. Reflecting on Konoha's former might, capable of battling four foes, he lamented the current state of weakness, struggling even against a single cloud village. Was it truly his fault for holding the position of Hokage? Now, should he wish to relinquish it, there was no one to take over. No. It is certainly not my fault. It is all for the sake of Konoha, the third Hokage murmured to himself, clutching his pipe tightly. Without my vigilance, they would lead Konoha astray. In the secluded underground base of the land of rice, Li Yuan, weary and rubbing his eyes, emerged from a laboratory and sank into a chair in the hall. Don't leave yet. We have one more experiment to conduct, Orochimaru called out. Ever since Li Yuan had followed Orochimaru back to this base, he had spent over 20 hours in the laboratory. Orochimaru had been conducting experiments for more than a full day, and Li Yuan had employed his Jujutsu technique multiple times. Truly, he was deserving of the title of a scientist within the ninja world. At this moment, however, Li Yuan could no longer endure the strain and pretended to use his abilities, feigning imminent blindness. Before Orochimaru, he had consistently disguised his Jujutsu as the abilities of the Sharingan. Given the second Hokage's caution towards the Uchiha clan, the village likely possessed records of the Sharingan. And with Orochimaru standing in Konoha, he must have reviewed them. Do you wish for me to become blind, to lose this ability forever? Li Yuan shouted from outside the laboratory. Very well, you may go and rest. Orochimaru replied with a hint of exasperation. You must recuperate. Such a remarkable ability cannot be lost. Orochimaru resumed his experiments. I have overused it this time. I may need to rest for at least 10 days, Li Yuan remarked, a faint smile gracing his face. Doesn't your ability have healing properties? Orochimaru paused his work and glanced outside the laboratory. Are you exploiting a loophole? Can you use your own abilities to heal yourself? Li Yuan retorted with a frown. What is a loophole? Orochimaru inquired, confusion etched on his face. It refers to a flaw, Li Yuan explained. Ah, indeed, it cannot be used in such a manner, Orochimaru conceded, turning back to his work. Then you should rest. Feel free to explore this space. You need not worry about causing any disturbances, Li Yuan mused, stroking his chin. It's nothing to fret about. It was established less than a year ago, so there isn't much here, Orochimaru replied casually. You truly do not intend to use that vial of genetic liquid on yourself? If you desire it again, you must at least wait 2 years, Li Yuan stated. No. If it takes 2 years, then so be it. Such rare materials should be studied more. Using them all at once would be a waste, Orochimaru said, licking his lips. Very well, I shall take my leave to rest. Once you finish your experiments, we can have a proper discussion. We must collaborate in the future, Li Yuan said, rising and making his way towards the exit of the hall. Indeed, when I tire from my experiments and have adequately rested, we can enjoy tea and converse at length. Orochimaru called out. A ninja entered the hall and came to a halt before Li Yuan. Sir, please follow me. This way to the lounge. Li Yuan followed the ninja's lead, departing swiftly. Inside the laboratory, Orochimaru continued his work, his tongue flicking over his lips as he murmured to himself, such a fascinating ability. Regrettably, it cannot be utilized excessively, but it suffices. I eagerly anticipate our prolonged collaboration. Chapter 47. Testing the Waters. Who will strike first? Northeast border of the Land of Fire, Garrison Camp. This is a campsite established atop a mountain, surrounded by wooden fences, with a watchtower rising high beside it. At the center of the camp stand dozens of wooden cabins, not far from which lies an open training ground, where figures can be seen moving intermittently. Jiraiya, leading over 1,000 ninjas, halted at the foot of the mountain. A ninja approached and bowed before him. What is the current situation? Where are the ninjas from the Cloud Village? Jiraiya inquired hastily. Lord Jiraiya, please follow me. They have already stationed themselves in the land of hot water, the ninja replied, guiding Jiraiya into the camp. Upon entering, the various squads found their places to set up camp, maintaining a vigilant watch. Jiraiya gestured with his hand and followed the ninja deeper into the camp. With over 1,000 ninjas grouped into teams of 100, they proceeded towards the camp. Upon entering, they ascended the tall watchtower. Jiraiya, look over there. The ninja pointed towards a direction in the land of iron, handing Jiraiya a telescope. Jiraiya took the telescope, placed it before his eyes, and gazed into the distance. Several kilometers away, amidst a lush jungle, there was a recently cleared area where shadows moved. They have actually ventured out of the land of lightning and established themselves in the land of hot water, so close to the land of fire. How dare they? Jiraiya clenched his fists. Observing the sky, which had begun to darken as the sun set, he reluctantly relaxed his grip. Rest well tonight. Tomorrow we shall head to the land of hot water and meet with the forces from the Cloud Village, Jiraiya proclaimed loudly. Yes, Lord Jiraiya, the crowd echoed. Northwest of the land of fire, Narashikaku led over 1,000 ninjas into the border camp, immediately turning to the camp commander. The 1,000-strong forces from the land of earth are currently stationed there. A ninja stepped forward and bowed. Indeed, that is the case, Narashikaku sighed in relief. As long as the ninjas from the Earth Shadow Village have not entered the land of grass, it indicates they truly do not wish to engage in conflict. Now, we must see how things unfold on Jiraiya's side. If I am not mistaken, the ninjas from the Cloud Village are likely in the land of hot water. In that case, regardless of how things develop, a minor skirmish is inevitable. As night fell and the moon rose in the east. At a camp within the borders of the land of Earth, a ninja reported, Lord Kairi. I just sensed a ninja reporting that over 1,000 have crossed into the borders of the land of leaf. Should we leave the land of earth and head to the land of grass? Do you wish to initiate the fourth great ninja war? Or is the third war not enough for you? Kairi inquired. I do not wish to, having just concluded the third war. Our village is left with very few personnel, and I have no desire for further conflict. The ninja vigorously shook his head. Then it is settled. We shall remain stationed here. Huangta stroked his beard contemplatively. The following morning, the camp was bustling with activity as over 1,000 ninjas swiftly assembled. They set forth towards the land of hot water, led by Jiraiya, who stood at the forefront of the crowd, raising his voice to rally them as they dashed into the dense forest. Moments later, Jiraiya and his contingent of ninjas came to a halt, gazing ahead. A mile away, over 1,000 cloud ninjas stood ready, weapons drawn, vigilantly focused on their approach. The atmosphere grew palpably tense, as if a grand battle was imminent. Jiraiya stepped forward, directing his gaze towards the two leaders of the cloud ninjas, clenching his fists and bellowing, Darui, Kiri. Are you attempting to instigate war by leading the cloud ninjas into the land of hot water? Return to the land of lightning at once, or be regarded as provocateurs. Kiri cast a glance over Jiraiya's assembled ninjas, furrowing his brow. He recognized several renowned ninjas among them and sensed a significant amount of chakra, which gave him pause. The land of hot water is not like your land of fire. We are merely conducting training, Kiri remarked, brushing his forehead. You are indeed provoking us by training not in the land of lightning, but at the doorstep of the land of fire, Jiraiya asserted. If you wish to fight, then let us fight. If not, return to the land of lightning. Kiri exchanged glances with Darui. Jiraiya, I wish to challenge you. If I lose, we will retreat to the land of lightning, Darui declared, stepping out from the ranks and advancing towards Jiraiya. Very well. The rising star of the Cloud Village shall witness the prowess of this sage, Jiraiya replied, moving forward. The two halted 3 meters apart, locking eyes. In the next moment, Darui unsheathed the sword from his back and charged at Jiraiya. Instantly, Jiraiya sprang into action, brandishing his kunai as he rushed toward Darui. The clash of weapons echoed incessantly. In an instant, they brushed past each other, Jiraiya's kunai grazing Darui's chest. Not bad. You're quite formidable even among the elite Jonin. Jiraiya noted as he flicked the blood from his kunai. Darui touched the blood on his chest, his body emanating a crackling aura of lightning as he charged at Jiraiya once more. No wonder you are one of the legendary 3 ninjas. Give it your all once again. Jiraiya's expression grew serious as he observed this transformation. In an instant, the two resumed their fierce duel. Thunderous booms reverberated around them. accompanied by the crackling of lightning and the roar of flames as dust swirled in the air. After a considerable time, they paused their combat. "I concede," Darui said, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth and sheathing his sword as he turned towards Kiri. "Darui, are you all right?" Kiri hurried to Darui's side, a green glow emanating from his hands as he placed them on Darui's chest. "I'm fine. It was just a blow. There's no need for healing," Darui replied. Darui waved his hand. The green glow from Shi's hand infused into Darui's body, coursing through him, and he let out a sigh of relief. She glanced at Jiraiya, then turned and walked back into the crowd with Darui. She came to a halt before the crowd, directing his gaze towards a ninja. There had been no new developments from the land of Earth. It was likely that the Yellow Earth was still stationed at the border of its own country. One ninja remarked as he stepped forward to whisper in Shi's ear. "So, it's just a matter of waiting for our hidden cloud village to make the first move. Right? That scoundrel, the Tsuchikage, if you want to act, then we shall refrain as well, and let us see who falters first." She clenched his fists and muttered in fury. "However, Lord Raikage, if he wishes to act, might he not be the one to break first?" Darui quietly interjected. "The Raikage should be able to persuade him. Regardless, we must not act now. We'll discuss it later." She relaxed his fists, calming his emotions. "Let us retreat to the borders of the Land of Lightning." He glanced at the opposing side and began walking towards the direction of the Land of Lightning. Over 1,000 ninjas from the hidden cloud followed suit, departing in unison. "Lord Jiraiya, they're retreating. Does this signify the end?" One ninja exclaimed with excitement. "Not yet. There may be a standoff for some time." Jiraiya furrowed his brow. "Let us return to the border camp." He turned and led the more than 1,000 ninjas back. In the land of Rice, at Orochimaru's base, within a room, Li Yuan sat across from Orochimaru, a table positioned between them, adorned with a teapot and 2 cups. Chapter 48, The Power of the Six Paths. Are you intrigued? Do you think there will be a conflict between Konoha and the Hidden Cloud Village due to the current situation? Li Yuan lifted his teacup, gazing at Orochimaru. "I doubt it. Let us not dwell on such matters. They are inconsequential," Orochimaru replied, his brow furrowed. "Very well, I shall speak plainly." Li Yuan brought the teacup to his lips and drained its contents. "Your scientific knowledge, combined with my abilities, may allow us to grasp the power of the 6 paths." "The power of the 6 paths? The Sage of 6 Paths?" Orochimaru looked at Li Yuan with a quizzical expression. "Indeed. One could say it is the power of the Sage of 6 Paths." Li Yuan set down his teacup. "Isn't that merely a legend?" "It is not a legend. It is a tangible reality, as documented within our Uchiha clan." Li Yuan grinned at Orochimaru. "According to our records, the Sage of 6 Paths had 2 sons. One mastering the Sage Body and the other mastering the Sage Eyes. The descendants of the Sage Body are the Senju and Uzumaki clans, while the descendants of the Sage Eyes are the Uchiha clan. By uniting the Sage Eyes and the Sage Body, it is possible to attain a portion of the power of the 6 paths. Although one may not achieve immortality, longevity can be attained. Are you interested?" Li Yuan fixed his gaze upon Orochimaru. These are all the illusions that Li Yuan has conjured for Orochimaru. He is undoubtedly aware that unlocking the 6 paths' power requires the chakra of Ashura and Indra. "How can you prove your claims?" Orochimaru inquired. His gaze intensely fixed on Li Yuan, a hint of eagerness in his voice. "There is no way to demonstrate this. The family monument can only be viewed with the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan," Li Yuan replied, shrugging. "Even if it were false. Don't you wish to witness the effects of possessing multiple bloodlines within a single individual?" "I certainly wish to see it." This was indeed a truthful statement. "With your abilities, many of my aspirations might come to fruition," Orochimaru remarked, his eyes unwavering upon Li Yuan. "I truly wish to extract your eyes and implant them within myself." "You are squandering their potential. If you were to possess them, you would be unable to utilize them. You lack the Uchiha bloodline," Li Yuan retorted darkly. "Shall we engage in a simple spar to ascertain the weight of our collaboration?" "Forget it. You possess the Flying Thunder God technique, which would merely squander my time for experimentation," Orochimaru responded, licking his lips and shaking his head. He had witnessed the prowess of the Flying Thunder God technique firsthand and knew that competing with Li Yuan would be a fruitless endeavor. "What you mentioned earlier implies that an individual could harness the powers of both the Senju and Uchiha clans to unlock the 6 paths abilities," Orochimaru continued, his gaze still fixed on Li Yuan. "It is merely a possibility. After all, millennia have passed, and the bloodlines have thinned considerably," Li Yuan countered, shaking his head. "Even without unlocking the 6 paths power, one could still attain considerable strength. Would you not find that intriguing? However, the Senju clan has been annihilated. And the Uzumaki clan has also perished, Orochimaru mused, rubbing his forehead. I still possess a small quantity of first Hokage's cells, but not much. Do not utilize the first Hokage's cells. I have observed that they are dead cells and have mutated, Li Yuan interrupted hastily. Is that so? Orochimaru was taken aback, staring at Li Yuan in astonishment. Indeed, I practice the pure natural energy, which allows me to perceive the mutations in the first Hokage's cells, Li Yuan stated with gravity. Then, the Senju clan is left with only Tsunade, while the Uzumaki clan has no survivors. There should still be one, the child of Minato Namikaze. But he is not a pure blood. Orochimaru sighed, rubbing his temples. I know where to find members of the Uzumaki clan. There may be 2 left. And I will seek them out in a few days, Li Yuan declared. Is there still a pure blood? Orochimaru inquired, licking his lips. I must depart soon, otherwise. There may be only one remaining, and he will not be a pure blood, Li Yuan said, pinching the bridge of his nose. Li Yuan recalled Kei Rin from the grass village. She likely had not been born for more than a year, and her mother was probably still alive. You must hurry to find the pure blood Uzumaki. Do not let them slip away, Orochimaru urged urgently. I shall do so at once, Li Yuan responded, rising and walking towards the door. Suddenly, he remembered the individuals who had surrounded Orochimaru in the original story, many of whom were from the Mist Village. Given that Orochimaru was currently focused entirely on his experiments, it was unlikely he would venture into the Mist Village, which would be a tremendous loss. I will seek out the Uzumaki clan members. Orochimaru, you should keep an eye on the bloodlines from the Mist Village. I suspect that the 4th Mizukage intends to take action against the bloodline clan of his own village. At that moment, Li Yuan halted his steps and cast a glance at Orochimaru. Are other bloodlines also to be considered? Orochimaru inquired, his brow furrowed in curiosity. The bloodline clan all possess the power of the 6 paths. It merely varies in quantity and manifestation, Li Yuan replied as he continued to stride toward the door. I shall take my leave. The more bloodline abilities we acquire, the more we can delve into our research. With a wave of his hand, Li Yuan activated the Flying Thunder God technique and vanished from sight. Orochimaru observed the receding figure of Li Yuan and withdrew a vial of genetic fluid, scrutinizing it closely as he murmured to himself. What a fascinating concoction. I am utterly perplexed by its principles and unable to replicate it. When applied to the human body, it can seemingly induce the growth of Uchiha bloodline abilities. The fusion of Uchiha and Senju bloodlines may yield the power of the 6 paths. How intriguing. Orochimaru extended his tongue and licked his lips. I must continue my research, he declared, clutching the glass test tube as he made his way back to the laboratory. Orochimaru harbored a profound desire for the Uchiha bloodline, yet he felt a sense of urgency tempered by Li Yuan's repeated reminders. It would be prudent to conduct more research before hastily applying it to himself. As for the 6 paths power that Li Yuan mentioned, Orochimaru was intrigued. But he knew he must first assimilate the Uchiha bloodline. For Li Yuan, this was merely bait and a cunning stratagem. Orochimaru would inevitably compel him to utilize his abilities. After all, with over a decade remaining until the onset of the Shippuden era, there was ample time to proceed at a measured pace. In the land of Earth, within the Tsuchikage's office, a masked Umbu ninja bowed and presented a scroll to Inoki. Upon opening it, Inoki's expression soured. What a shame, such a splendid opportunity squandered. He sighed before murmuring with frustration, how could they retreat to the land of lightning after merely one exchange? Where has the ferocity of those lightning brutes gone? After a moment of deep breathing to regain his composure, Inoki ordered, dispatch a command to the Yellow Earth. Station forces at the borders of the land of Earth for half a month. If there is no change, return. He glanced at the map, a sense of resignation washing over him. Were it not for the heavy losses sustained during the Third Great Ninja War, he would have been inclined to declare war on Konoha directly. Now, he could only lament the loss of this golden opportunity. At a border encampment in the land of lightning, within a wooden cabin, she inquired of a masked Umbu ninja, have we received any news from the other ninja villages? The ninja shook his head. No, neither the Mizukage nor the Kazekage has made any movements. Tsuchikage's forces remain stationed at their border encampment. Very well. Inform me immediately of any developments, she instructed, waving his hand dismissively. The Umbu ninja bowed and departed. Darui, it seems this conflict may not materialize. No one seems eager to make the first move. She picked up a blank scroll and swiftly inscribed upon it. This is for the best. Our losses in the Third War were indeed grievous, sighed Darui, the Rakage. As she completed the final few characters on the scroll, she sealed it with care. Deliver this to the Umbu ninja for return, she instructed, handing the scroll to Darui. Well, it seems this is the only course of action, Darui remarked as he exited the wooden cabin. Chapter 49. The mother and daughter of Xiangling in the land of rain. Amidst a dense jungle, space twisted and Obito materialized. Ju, have you yet to locate the whereabouts of the Uchiha? Obito inquired, addressing the emptiness before him. In the next moment, a carnivorous plant emerged from the ground, revealing a half-black, half-white figure within. I have scoured the ninja world, but to no avail. They are likely on some isolated island in the sea, or perhaps in a unique space akin to that of summoning beasts. Damn it. My left eye must be in their possession. Obito clenched his fists in frustration. Forget about your left eye for now. How did your discussions with Nagato proceed? What of the plan? Ju asked gravely. It has been settled. He agrees with our strategy, Obito chuckled. With the Uchiha's departure from Konoha, what changes have unfolded in the ninja world? He continued, laughing heartily. They all wish to take advantage of this opportunity to strike at Konoha. Yet none are willing to act first, Ju replied with a sinister grin. Should we have Kirigane lead the charge and ignite this powder keg? Ju suggested. No. Our current strength is insufficient. We cannot reap significant benefits from the middle, Obito mused, stroking his chin before shaking his head. Ju, keep a close watch on Nagato. I will venture forth to survey the situation, Obito declared, glancing at a nearby structure before the space warped once more, and he vanished. Inside the building, shrouded in darkness, a gaunt figure sat in a wheelchair. Papers fluttered around him, coalescing to form the silhouette of a woman. Nagato, are we truly to collaborate with him? Conan approached the wheelchair, grasping its handles. Much of what he says holds merit. We can initiate our partnership, Nagato replied, raising his gaze. Collaborating with him may expedite the realization of Yahiko's aspirations. However, I shall not place my complete trust in him. With these eyes, even if he is indeed Uchiha Madara, it poses no threat, he added, touching his own eyes. Very well, I shall assist you in getting some fresh air, Conan said as the wheelchair gradually retreated from the shadows. As night descended and the moon rose, in the land of grass, outside the grass ninja village. Atop the branches of a towering tree, Li Yuan appeared, gazing towards the village with a furrowed brow, murmuring to himself. Why is there only a single presence brimming with vitality? Has Xiangling's mother perished, or is her life force swiftly waning? Disregarding all else, Li Yuan leaped from the treetops and stealthily infiltrated the grass ninja village. The village lacked the Byakugan users, and devoid of any chakra presence. He traversed through it, as if in a realm uninhabited. At times, he dashed swiftly, while at others, he melted into the shadows of the structures, eventually pausing beside a dilapidated thatched hut. The aura he had sensed earlier was here. Now, as he drew closer, he detected a feeble life force, as if vitality was waning. Thankfully, the individual had not yet succumbed to death. Li Yuan exhaled deeply, his tension easing, scanning his surroundings and finding no one else. He ventured into the thatched dwelling. The interior was sparsely furnished, nearly devoid of any belongings. Near the entrance lay a flat stone upon which rested a bowl, emitting a peculiar odor from its blackish-yellow contents. In the corner, a woman huddled tightly with an infant against the wall. She appeared emaciated, her unkempt hair resembling dry grass, utterly lacking in luster. Li Yuan could not help but furrow his brow, instinctively reaching to cover his nose. At that moment, the woman heard footsteps and lifted her head. Amidst her withered hair, an exceptionally pale face emerged, causing her to instinctively recoil. The infant cradled in her arms was jostled and awakened with a loud wail. Upon hearing the baby's cries, she halted her retreat. If you intend to bite, do it quickly, but do not harm the child, she pleaded, extending her right hand. Li Yuan observed her hand, marred with bite marks, every inch devoid of unscathed skin. Noticing Li Yuan's inaction, a hint of desperation tinged her voice as she lamented. There is truly no place unbitten. Li Yuan pinched the bridge of his nose, feeling an unsettling urge to lash out. Having witnessed countless tragedies over the past 7 or 8 years in this world, he found himself unable to remain composed. The harsh reality was still difficult to bear. I do not wish to harm you. I simply want to take you both away, Li Yuan spoke, striving to calm his tumultuous emotions. Ah, you mean to take us back to be bitten? The woman recoiled further. Li Yuan sighed, deciding it was best to take them away first. In the next instant, he swiftly approached the woman and delivered a precise strike to her neck. Her head tilted, and she succumbed to unconsciousness. A crimson glow emanated from Li Yuan's right hand and enveloped both individuals. The infant, Xiangling, ceased her cries and gradually drifted back into slumber. The red luminescence coursed through the woman's body, prompting Li Yuan to furrow his brows in contemplation. The woman before him was on the brink of life's end. sustained only by the last remnants of her essence. His own abilities could not restore her vitality. It was dependent on her capacity for self-repair. Li Yuan felt it was unlikely. Her condition resembled that of Hashirama after battling with the formidable Madara, who had been unable to recover, let alone her. The grass ninja village is indeed a waste. The esteemed Vortex clan is reduced to mere fodder. Regardless, let us take her back and allow her to nurture herself. Perhaps she can survive for another 8 or 9 years, giving her the chance to witness her offspring grow. Li Yuan reached out to embrace the child, only to find that the woman held her tightly. He withdrew his hand and grasped her shoulder instead. In the next moment, Li Yuan vanished with the two of them. On Eagle Island, upon the sandy shore, Li Yuan materialized, holding the woman aloft. Above, eagles soared freely, their cries echoing in the air as they circled above him. He waved his hand, and they reluctantly departed. Moments later, a flicker of shadows heralded the arrival of a dozen figures on the beach. Li Yuan gestured, and they dispersed, leaving only the Grand Elder behind. Is the one in your hands from the Vortex clan, or are they mother and daughter? The Grand Elder inquired, eyeing the woman curiously. For you. Take her back. She can be considered one of our own, Li Yuan offered as he handed her over to the Grand Elder. Chief, are you not going to check on the progress of the new clan territory? The Grand Elder asked while cradling the woman. Not now, in due time. I shall spend a few more years at the clan territory, Li Yuan replied, waving his hand dismissively. Oh, and here is something for you. Let the clansmen learn from it. A barrier can be established near Eagle Island. Li Yuan produced a scroll from his robe. What is this? The Grand Elder asked, perplexed as he accepted the scroll. It is the sealing technique of the Vortex clan. It can be utilized, not merely the bloodline abilities, Li Yuan chuckled. Chief, how did you acquire it? You didn't steal the sealing book, did you? The Grand Elder gazed at Li Yuan in astonishment. Not to be disclosed. Not to be disclosed. It is not the sealing book. Li Yuan waved his hand and vanished using the Flying Thunder God technique. The sealing technique of the Vortex clan was something Li Yuan had gleaned from the memories of Minato Namikaze, and he had always felt that it might not hold much utility. However, upon returning to Eagle Island, the eagle's cries reminded him that it would be prudent to establish a barrier for enhanced safety at a camp stationed on the border of the Land of Lightning. Within a wooden cabin, Lord Shi, Lord Darui, this is the response from Lord Raikage, a masked Umbu ninja bowed as he presented a scroll. Chapter 50. The Cloud Village seeks negotiation. She took the scroll, opened it, and skimmed through it rapidly. What did Lord Raikage say? Are we still going to fight? Darui inquired, leaning forward eagerly. Here, read it for yourself. She handed the scroll back and began to pace thoughtfully, stroking his chin. Oh. Lord Raikage has instructed us to devise a way to bring back the bloodline from Konoha. How can we accomplish this? Darui exclaimed in astonishment. Darui understood that each village's bloodline abilities were closely guarded, as they represented the village's military strength. Though it may seem difficult, it is not impossible to attempt, she stated as he returned to his chair. How do we attempt it? Darui looked at she in astonishment. We can. She leaned closer to Darui's ear. Is that feasible? It seems highly improbable, Darui remarked hastily. If it doesn't work out, it is of no consequence. We have nothing to lose. They from Konoha would not dare to take action against us and initiate the Fourth Great Ninja War. A cold smile crept across Shi's face. Moreover, the message from Lord Raikage implies he wishes to incite conflict, providing him with a justification for war. Very well, I shall relay the message, Darui declared. Rising to exit the wooden cabin, let us wait a few days to establish a rationale for our plan. I will now respond to Lord Raikage and inform him of our intentions. She produced a blank scroll and swiftly inscribed the message. Moments later, Darui took the scroll and stepped out of the cabin. At the border camp of the Land of Fire, a ninja bowed and reported, Lord Jiraiya. This scroll has just arrived from Cloud Village. What are they up to? Jiraiya scratched his head, accepting the scroll and perusing it rapidly. Pass this on to the Hokage, he said with a deep sigh, returning the scroll. It seems the crisis has passed. Cloud Village has expressed a desire for peace talks with Konoha. He pondered the identity of the prophesied individual, feeling a sense of confusion. Golden eyes, golden light. Why does that sound so familiar? He paused, realizing that Orochimaru possessed golden eyes. Could it be him? It seems unlikely. I know he lacks the ability to emit golden light. Regardless, I will seek out Orochimaru during the official negotiations in 2 days to ascertain whether it is indeed him. And whether it is or not, he must be brought back to Konoha. I recall his last whereabouts were in the Land of Rice. I shall first search there. Understood. Lord Jiraiya, the ninja replied, bowing before departing. At the Hokage office, the third Hokage received the scroll handed over by an Umbu ninja. He opened it and quickly skimmed through its contents. Cloud Village seeks to negotiate. It appears the fourth great ninja war will not commence, he said. A smile gracing his face as he set the scroll down. Since Uchiha had left Konoha, a weight he had been carrying in his heart had finally lifted. He understood that as long as Cloud Village was not inclined toward conflict, no other ninja village would dare to initiate hostilities at this juncture. Instruct Narashikaku to return to Konoha. Let him oversee the peace talks with Cloud Village, the third Hokage commanded. Placing a pipe between his lips and taking a deep breath. Yes, Hokage-sama, the Umbu ninja bowed and exited, watching the Umbu depart. The third Hokage rubbed his temples in frustration. The village was in disarray, lacking capable leaders, and whenever issues arose, they summoned Shikaku back and forth. Moreover, why had Cloud Village chosen Konoha as the venue for negotiations? What were their true intentions? He expressed a desire to witness the splendor of Konoha, to glean insights that could aid in the transformation of the village of Kimogakure. He was particularly intrigued by the Uchiha clan's homeland. Eager to understand how an entire clan could vanish from Konoha overnight, leaving no trace in the shinobi world. The third Hokage felt a sense of delight at their intention to visit Konoha, as it reflected positively on his tenure, demonstrating his successful development of the village. However, regarding Kimogakure's interest in Konoha, the third Hokage experienced a measure of ambivalence. He wished to showcase the village's prosperity, yet harbored concerns about their ulterior motives. Negotiations were to take place in the Land of Water, a neutral ground between the two great nations, which seemed advantageous. Yet, he found the situation perplexing. Regardless, as long as they refrained from initiating a fourth great ninja war, discussions in Konoha could proceed. The key was to ensure that no issues arose during this period. With Kakashi overseeing matters, there was little cause for concern. His reliability was well established. At the border of the Land of Fire, Darui led a contingent of several ninjas into the territory. Jiraiya, accompanied by a group of his own, emerged from their camp and paused in front of them. Do we absolutely have to go to Konoha? Jiraiya inquired, his brow furrowed in apprehension. Darui responded, we wish to seize this opportunity to learn from Konoha, so we may improve Kimogakure upon our return. He glanced at Jiraiya, adding, besides, your Hokage has already consented. Very well. I shall assign a few individuals to accompany you to Konoha for your safety, Jiraiya conceded with a sigh, rubbing his forehead. Yamashiro, Akimichi Choza. Take 10 elite shinobi and accompany the Kimogakure delegation back to Konoha to ensure their safety, Jiraiya instructed, turning to address his comrades. Yes, Lord Jiraiya, the two bowed respectfully. Darui smirked slightly, interpreting their protection as mere surveillance. However, it was a reasonable precaution, considering their entrance into the Land of Fire. Friends from Kimogakure, I shall escort you to Konoha, Yamashiro announced as he approached the Kimogakure group, glancing back at Darui. Let us follow him. Darui waved his hand, making his way towards Yamashiro. Akimichi Choza and the others from Kimogakure trailed behind, ensuring they kept pace. Jiraiya observed the departing group and exhaled deeply. As long as no unforeseen events transpired, the prospect of renewed conflict seemed unlikely, allowing him to proceed. First, he intended to seek out Orochimaru in the Land of Rice. Sarutobi, I leave this to you. I have matters to attend to, Jiraiya stated, turning to a middle-aged ninja. Ah, Lord Jiraiya, you are leaving at this juncture? We have not yet reached a conclusion. The ninja exclaimed, astonishment evident in his tone. It should be nearly resolved. They likely do not wish for conflict. Should any issues arise, have the old man contact me, Jiraiya replied. Jiraiya waved his hand and walked away into the distance. Very well, the esteemed ninja bowed respectfully, leading his companions toward the camp. In the Land of Rice, at Orochimaru's base, Li Yuan materialized in a grand hall, surveying his surroundings and extending his sensory perception. Orochimaru was once again ensconced in his laboratory, likely engrossed in deciphering the genetic liquid I had provided him. Should I indulge in a few days of exploration? He demanded my assistance daily, often requiring my collaboration with the Red Hand, effectively making me his aide. Moreover, he frequently lamented his own lack of knowledge, asserting that my abilities were being squandered on him, urging me to peruse his records and texts. The crux of the matter was that upon encountering those tomes and experimental notes, I felt overwhelmed, as if sleep were beckoning me. It was akin to a high school student from a previous life attempting to comprehend university theses, utterly bewildering and incomprehensible. In my past existence, I was merely an average student from a second-tier university, possessing only rudimentary knowledge. As I contemplated employing the Flying Thunder God technique to depart once more, An individual appeared in the hall, addressing me. Li Yuan, Lord Orochimaru has instructed me to inform you that upon your return, he requires your assistance in the laboratory. Very well, I shall go and see, I replied, my expression stiffening as I pressed my forehead and made my way toward the laboratory. For now, I could only assist Orochimaru for a few days, awaiting the moment he would ensnare bait to compel him to work me to the bone. I envisioned him laboring day and night. No, it should be 16 hours a day, while he prepared the necessary concoctions. Chapter 51. Target Byakugan outside the gates of Konoha. Yamashiro Hachi led a group of several ninjas from the village of the Cloud to the entrance. The two gatekeepers bowed respectfully to Lord Hachi. Please retrieve the ledger for them to register, Hachi instructed, gesturing toward the Cloud ninjas while observing the two gatekeepers. Their forehead protectors belonged to the Cloud village. How did they come to Konoha? One gatekeeper exclaimed, gazing in astonishment at Hachi. Go ahead and have them register. They are here for sightseeing and negotiations. Do not dawdle. Let us not keep our guests waiting, Hachi said, patting the shoulder of the bewildered guard. Very well. Konoha is indeed splendid. Even the Cloud village has come to explore. The gatekeeper remarked, retrieving the ledger and proceeding to record their details meticulously. The other companion employed a device, scanning each Cloud ninja to document their chakra signatures. Moments later, Hachi led the group of Cloud ninjas into Konoha. Observing the sky, he noted the sun had begun its descent. I shall take you to an inn. It is already dusk. You should rest well tonight, and we can commence discussions tomorrow, Hachi suggested, glancing at Darui. That sounds agreeable. I would like to explore Konoha first thing in the morning before we begin our talks, Darui replied, stroking his chin thoughtfully. All is well. The choice is yours, Hachi affirmed. Amidst the mountains, the figure of the boar cast a fleeting glance at the gathering clouds. As he traversed the bustling streets, the lively throngs of people swayed about him, their voices and the cries of vendors resonating in a continuous symphony. The vibrant and animated atmosphere of the Hidden Leaf village elicited an involuntary exclamation from him. At last, he comprehended why the other four ninja villages harbored aspirations to conquer the Leaf. The geographical position of the Land of Fire was exceptionally advantageous. Although their own Cloud village was commendably developed, its location was rather disadvantageous, perched precariously upon steep cliffs, relying on precarious pathways and cable cars for transportation. Furthermore, their lightning country was predominantly characterized by rugged mountains and plateaus, fraught with perilous peaks and deep valleys. In contrast, the Land of Fire boasted expansive plains, abundant resources, and convenient transportation. Previously, during his missions, he had ventured into the Land of Fire, yet never had he delved so profoundly into its wonders. This time, delving into the Land of Fire and entering Konoha reveals a stark contrast. If he were the Raikage, he would be tempted to take action and seize a piece of the Land of Fire for himself. In the mountains, Hayashi halted in front of an inn on the street, gesturing towards the entrance. You shall reside here. This inn is among the finest in Konoha, specifically catering to guests from afar. This is a grand 3-story house, covering several hundred square meters, lavishly decorated, and clearly not inexpensive. Darui cast a glance and nodded before entering the inn. Boss, the guests from the village have booked the entire 3rd floor, Yamashiro Kai announced as he walked into the inn. A shadow emerged, leading the group of Cloud shinobi towards the staircase. Darui, I shall return to report to Lord Hokage, Yamashiro Kai stated. All right. Darui waved his hand and followed the proprietor up the stairs. As Yamashiro Kai exited the inn, a ninja in the corner beckoned to him. He turned to see it was Rikuju and hurried over. How did they seem along the way? Did they say anything? Rikuju asked as he placed a hand on his shoulder, guiding him towards a nearby establishment. They appeared fine. There were no irregularities. Is this matter under your jurisdiction? Yes. Lord Hokage entrusted it to me. Let us sit down and have a bite first, Rikuju suggested, leading Kai to a table already laden with 4 dishes and a bottle of sake. In the inn's 3rd floor hall, Darui watched the innkeeper's figure vanish at the staircase before turning to a ninja nearby. I've sensed ongoing surveillance since we approached the gates of Konoha. Several chakra signatures have intensified in our vicinity, the ninja remarked. Let us venture out tonight to observe their watchfulness and ascertain our approach, Darui mused while stroking his chin. Is there anything else? Uchiha has departed, so we should focus on the Byakugan, a ninja hastily interjected. The target is set on the Byakugan. We must also investigate the situation. Darui shot a glare at the ninja. As night fell and the moon rose, Darui led a dozen Cloud shinobi out of the inn. Darui, are you a ninja? One voice inquired. Just going out for a stroll to admire Konoha's nocturnal beauty, he replied, gesturing for them to follow as they walked towards the lively streets. The ninja glanced at Darui's retreating figure, waved his hand, and a member of the Umbu swiftly departed. Time soon passed to the following evening. Thank you for your company, Rikuju. We explored all of Konoha, Darui remarked as he returned to the inn with his entourage. Naturally, how did the negotiations go? Rikuju inquired. We toured Konoha today. Let us commence negotiations tomorrow. Darui responded, ascending the stairs with a wave of his hand. All right, I shall prepare now, Rikuju replied as he moved towards the inn's exit. Upon stepping outside, Rikuju nodded into the darkness and departed swiftly. On the third floor of the inn, Darui regarded a middle-aged ninja. How does it feel? Are we ready to act? I apologize for any inconvenience. We have gathered sufficient information. We can proceed. I have no qualms as long as it serves Reikage, the ninja asserted, clenching his fists. After all, I am but a failure, over 40 years of age, still merely a chunin. And my family perished during the Third Great Ninja War at the hands of Konoha. Yunfeng, please apply a simple seal to diminish the chakra presence. We must avoid detection before we reach our destination. Darui glanced at another ninja. Yes, Lord Darui, a young ninja responded, leading the middle-aged ninja from earlier into a room. To be honest, Darui was not particularly in favor of this operation, but since the Reikage desired it, there was no alternative. As night fell, Darui emerged from the inn accompanied by a dozen cloud ninjas. After exchanging greetings with a leaf ninja outside the inn, they ventured back onto the streets. In a bustling thoroughfare teeming with shadows, one figure silently slipped away from the group, vanishing from sight. The observing leaf Umbu ninja remained completely unaware, fixated on Darui. At the border of the land of rice, atop a towering mountain, a white-haired middle-aged man stroked his chin, gazing contemplatively at the land of rice. Orochimaru, I have come to find you. I wish to ascertain whether you are indeed the one foretold in prophecy. Regardless of the truth, I must bring you back to Konoha. In the next instant, Jiraiya collected his thoughts, biting his fingertip to form a hand seal. Summoning technique. A plume of smoke erupted, quickly dissipating to reveal a diminutive emerald green toad before him. Master Jiraiya, what brings you to me? The toad sage inquired, regarding Jiraiya with curiosity. You remember the chakra presence of that serpent-like individual, don't you? Jiraiya asked anxiously. Ah, the one resembling a snake? Yes, I recall. His chakra is quite distinctive. I have not forgotten, the toad sage replied, scratching its head. Then please, help me locate him. I implore you, Jiraiya said, clasping his hands together, his eyes filled with anticipation. Very well, I shall search for him, the toad sage declared, scanning the surroundings before pointing in a direction. This way, Master Jiraiya, follow me. The toad sage leaped down the mountain, and Jiraiya hurriedly followed suit. Upon descending, the toad sage led Jiraiya deeper into the land of rice. Chapter 52. How did this happen? A collision of fate. In Konoha, late at night. Within the inn, Darui returned to the third floor with a contingent of cloud ninjas, addressing one of them. You may release the shadow clone. Convey the message to she that the plan has commenced, and preparations for the Fourth Shinobi War should be underway. A ninja dispelled the shadow clone and summoned a dog, already equipped with a prepared scroll strapped to its back. In the next moment, a puff of smoke arose, and the dog vanished. Outside the Hyuga clan territory, in Konoha, a shadow stealthily infiltrated the area. He was a sensory-type chunin, adept at discerning the presence of others. He alternated between swift movements and blending into the darkness, relying on the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. As long as they did not activate their Byakugan, it would be challenging for them to detect him. Having arrived here, even if discovered, it matters not. It is all for the benefit of Lord Reikage. Shortly thereafter, he reached the core of the building complex and marveled. I have finally arrived at the very heart of the Hyuga clan's territory. This level of vigilance is rather lax, Isn't? Or perhaps I am exceptionally skilled, and they are simply incompetent? Regardless, I have come this far. It is time to take a chance. He gradually approached the most luxurious and largest residence. Not far away, a ninja in his 40s stroked his chin, furrowing his brow as he quietly observed the scene. He wore the Leaf Village headband. Is the target the main family? Should I sound the alarm, or is it best to refrain? The figure slowly drew nearer, unwittingly arriving at the entrance of the courtyard. At that moment, the front door of the house swung open, and Hinata stepped outside, making her way into the courtyard. Her elder brother Hisashi's daughter, Hinata, had been born just over a month ago. He was engaged in protective duties and sought to leverage familial bonds. hoping to delay Niji from confronting the caged bird, thus facilitating the execution of his plan. As he approached the courtyard entrance, Hisashi furrowed his brow, glancing to the side where veins pulsed ominously around his eyes. Who goes there? Hisashi assumed a defensive stance. The figure advanced rapidly towards him, and he unleashed a palm strike. Utilizing the 8 trigrams technique, he delivered an empty palm strike. The assailant did not evade. Instead, they took the blow squarely to the chest, stumbling backward before collapsing onto the ground, lifeless. Hisashi was momentarily taken aback, staring at his own hands. How could I be so feeble? Why did they not evade? Is my strength truly this formidable? What transpired? Why was there the sound of a scuffle? One by one, ninjas adorned with the Hyuga forehead protector rushed towards the scene. Hisashi, what just occurred? Why is there the sound of a fight? Hisashi's father, Hayashi, emerged from the house and stepped into the courtyard. The clan leader and the gathered ninjas hurriedly bowed in respect to him. Just now, as I stepped out of the courtyard, I sensed someone nearby and struck out at them. Now, they lie dead, Hisashi indicated towards the motionless figure on the ground. The onlookers turned their gaze to the body. One ninja approached cautiously to investigate, and upon noticing the forehead protector atop the deceased's head, he was momentarily stunned, then turned to Hayashi. Leader. This is a ninja from the Cloud Village. It is likely one of the individuals who arrived yesterday. Hayashi stepped forward, casting a glance at the corpse. Confirming it was indeed a Cloud Village ninja, his brow furrowing in concern. How did he end up here? What was his purpose in coming to the Hyuga territory? Furthermore, the Cloud Village was here for negotiations. What are we to do now that one of their own has been killed? Hayashi rubbed his forehead, feeling an overwhelming sense of dread. At that moment, a cacophony erupted at the edge of the clan's territory. Outside the Hyuga compound, a dozen Cloud ninjas attempted to force their way in, only to be thwarted by several members of the branch family stationed at the entrance. Let us through. We seek our comrades, one of the Cloud ninjas demanded. Suddenly, 7 or 8 masked Umbu ninjas emerged, advancing toward the crowd. What is the situation? Inquired an Umbu captain. Addressing Darui. Your timing is impeccable. Have them allow us entry to locate our companions, a Cloud ninja asserted. This is the Hyuga clan's territory. Your comrades cannot possibly be here, countered a Hyuga ninja. One of our comrades is missing. When we entered Konoha, his chakra signature was recorded, was it not? Darui replied. Wait a moment. Go to the gate and retrieve the device to identify the chakra signature, the Umbu captain instructed one of his subordinates. Forget it. That would take too long. We shall proceed ourselves, Darui retorted, glancing at a companion. Lord Darui, my dog has detected something within, a Cloud ninja, cradling a small dog, pointed toward the Hyuga compound. Tell them to step aside, or we shall breach the premises, Darui directed the Umbu captain. The captain furrowed his brow, eyeing the Hyuga members. Let them in. Do not obstruct them, he commanded, but a Hyuga ninja protested. There are no objections, clear the way, Darui insisted. Crackling with lightning as he swiftly advanced into the Hyuga territory, a dozen ninjas from the land of lightning hurried to follow him. Captain, one Umbu ninja called out. You report to Lord Hokage and Lord Kakashi. The rest of you, stay with me. Do not let the Hyuga ninjas impede us. It could escalate into violence. The Umbu captain shot him a glance before hastily making his way into the Hyuga compound. All of this transpired in a matter of moments. As Hinata halted at the edge of the clan's territory, turning to observe, a dark-skinned youth, shimmering with lightning, raced toward them, unmistakably a Cloud ninja, followed closely by several others who were also sprinting in their direction. Hinata's heart sank. This was dire. How was I to explain this? A Cloud ninja has just been slain here, and their companions have swiftly arrived. Should I explain to them that this individual trespassed into private property and met with an unfortunate end? It feels implausible. The Cloud Village is notoriously unreasonable, relying on brute force. At this juncture, it is too late for words. We must now rely on the village and the Hokage. Darui halted at the forefront of the crowd, casting a sweeping glance over the assembly before focusing on the ground, his fist clenched tightly. A dozen Cloud ninjas also paused behind Darui, their gaze fixed on the earth, sensing the absence of chakra, a clear indication of death. The Cloud ninjas glared menacingly at Hinata and his companions. Swiftly, the Umbu ninjas also came to a standstill beside the figures. The Umbu captain surveyed the scene, his spirit plummeting. A crisis had indeed arisen. A Cloud ninja had perished within the Hyuga clan's territory. Regardless of the circumstances or intentions, this was a grave matter. A swift report must be made to the Hokage. Trouble has occurred. A Cloud ninja has been killed in the Hyuga territory. He glanced at his subordinate. an Umbu ninja who promptly bowed and departed with haste. We came to Konoha for diplomatic discussions, and this is how you treat your guests. A cloud ninja roared in fury. No, it was him. Hinata hurriedly protested. What do you mean it was him? Our companion has been slain. What further discussion is there? We will not let this matter rest. I shall report this to Reikage. Yes, inform the Reikage. Konoha does not regard us cloud ninjas with any respect. They have killed our envoy without cause, seeking to instigate war. Let them try. We, the Cloud Village, are the strongest. Let battle commence. Darui remained silent. His fists clenched as he stood quietly to the side. He was not particularly supportive of this action, yet there was no recourse against the will of the Reikage. Now, the Reikage has a pretext for war, one that cannot be tolerated by the village. Konoha, too, has no grounds to refuse conflict unless they surrender the perpetrator. Darui pondered and shook his head. Impossible. It seems the one responsible for the death is Hinata Hayashi, the younger brother of the clan leader. He will never be surrendered. Task accomplished, stability secured. In a brief moment, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, hurriedly arrived, halting outside the crowd. The villagers of Konoha bowed respectfully. Hokage, you have arrived just in time. Your village has killed our companion. We demand an explanation, or we will declare war. A cloud ninja shouted at the third Hokage. Indeed. An explanation is necessary, or we shall engage in conflict. Yes, it must be done. Darui, instruct them to cease for now. Once I ascertain the details, I will provide you with a resolution, the third Hokage said, tightening his grip on his pipe, frowning at Darui. Everyone, halt. Carry his body. We shall return to the inn first, Darui commanded loudly. The crowd instantly quieted, turning their attention to Darui. Darui-sama, will this truly be the resolution? A solitary figure hoisted the lifeless body from the ground. No, I believe Lord Reikage will seek justice for him. Darui declared as he strode out of the Hyuga clan's territory, coming to a halt a mere 2 meters from the third Hokage. Darui fixed his gaze upon Sarutobi Hiruzen and stated, I have already reported this to Lord Reikage. It would be prudent for you to provide me with an explanation within 2 days. With that, Darui led the other cloud shinobi away at a brisk pace. What on earth transpired? The third Hokage inquired, waving a hand into the darkness before turning to Hyuga Hisashi. A wave of anxiety washed over him. Given the nature of Reikage, it was likely that he would instigate war over such an incident. Hisashi, please explain what occurred, he urged, looking intently at Hisashi. Lord Hokage. It unfolded as follows. Hisashi stepped forward, positioning himself among the crowd before the third Hokage. As I exited the courtyard, I sensed someone nearby and activated my Byakugan. The figure charged towards me with great speed, and I struck out with my palm. Astonishingly, he did not evade, colliding directly with my right hand. The outcome was that he perished. I assure you, Lord Hokage, it was never my intention. I did not exert much force. It felt as though he was seeking his own demise. In the next moment, the clan members rushed in, followed closely by the cloud shinobi intruding upon their territory. Stop. I understand now, the third Hokage muttered, placing his pipe between his lips and inhaling deeply. A classic incident, indeed, the perfect pretext for war. It is no wonder they sought to visit Konoha for negotiations. They aimed to engineer this very situation. It appears Reikage desires war yet fears the discontent of his own people, which may hinder his efforts. What a predicament. Konoha's current strength cannot withstand a conflict with the village hidden in the clouds. Furthermore, should war erupt, that rascal Inoki will likely involve himself as well. With his 1,000-man army still stationed at the borders of the land of Earth, Konoha must avoid war at all costs and seek a means of negotiation. The third Hokage glanced at Hyuga Hisashi and then at Hisashi's brother, Hisashi. Will he acquiesce? Perhaps I should apply some pressure to gauge their response. It could serve as a warning to the Hyuga clan. Clan leader Hisashi, this incident transpired within your Hyuga territory. Join me for a meeting at the Hokage Tower. The third Hokage exhaled a plume of smoke while regarding Hisashi. Yes, Lord Hokage, Hisashi bowed respectfully. Let us proceed then, and discuss matters as we walk. The third Hokage turned to exit the clan grounds. Understood, Lord Hokage, Hisashi hurriedly followed, maintaining a respectful distance of half a meter behind. The ENBU members melted into the shadows, vanishing from sight. Hisashi, what is your perspective on this matter? The third Hokage inquired, inhaling deeply from his pipe. Lord Hokage, it was quite evident that the individual acted with intent. Hisashi replied promptly. Continue, the third Hokage urged, his steps unwavering. It is likely that the Cloud Village has orchestrated this visit to Konoha specifically for this incident. Reikage now possesses a legitimate cause for war. Indeed, I share your assessment. The third Hokage affirmed. The third Hokage inhaled deeply and paused in his stride. Do you think we can contend with the Cloud and Shadow Village if war breaks out? Certainly, we of Konoha are the mightiest of the ninja villages, replied Hizashi eagerly. And with the addition of the Earth Shadow Village, the third Hokage remarked, gazing at Hizashi. They might not. Hizashi hesitated momentarily, his conviction wavering. They will. I know that old Kunoki well. Once the Raikage declares war, he will undoubtedly involve himself. The third Hokage resumed his pace. Regardless of the outcome, the Hyuga clan will undoubtedly fight with all their might, Hizashi asserted, hastening to keep up, his gaze resolute. Konoha cannot afford to face two villages simultaneously. We could be obliterated, the third Hokage cautioned. Then, if there were a way to avoid fighting. How would you feel about that? The third Hokage halted once more. What method? If we could avoid conflict, that would be preferable, Hizashi responded eagerly. Come. The elders should have arrived. Let us hasten our steps and deliberate thoroughly, the third Hokage said, casting a deep glance at Hizashi before suddenly taking off. Hizashi quickened his own pace, running to catch up, his expression shifting unpredictably. A method to avoid conflict? Does the Hokage have something in mind? It cannot be. He is the Hokage. If it were so, what dignity would remain for our Hyuga clan? He pondered, reflecting on his younger brother Hayashi, despite being from the branch family. After a brief moment, the third Hokage led Hizashi into the Hokage's office. Inside, two figures were already seated, Minato and Kakashi. Hizashi. What on earth is happening? Such a grave matter has arisen, Minato exclaimed, rising to his feet. The third Hokage glanced at the two before settling into his seat. Hizashi, please share your thoughts, esteemed advisors. The third Hokage placed his pipe between his lips and took a deep drag. Undoubtedly, this incident was orchestrated by the Cloud Village, aiming to justify open warfare. The critical issue is that Konoha is currently too weakened. We cannot afford to engage in battle. Indeed, we must refrain from conflict. The Cloud Village is formidable, unlike the Sand Village. Moreover, with Noki involved, I know him well. Once the Cloud Village initiates hostilities, he will certainly intervene, posing a threat to all of Konoha. If we were to engage, Konoha could very well face destruction at our hands, Kakashi remarked, directing her gaze at the third Hokage. What then do you propose? The third Hokage inhaled from his pipe once more. Minato and Kakashi exchanged glances before turning their attention to Hizashi. Hizashi, Konoha is too frail at present. Conflict is not an option. Perhaps we should consider relinquishing Hayashi, Minato suggested. Hizashi's expression darkened, his hands clenching into tight fists concealed within his sleeves. Indeed, this must be the conclusion. The Hokage's earlier implication aligns with this, reducing our Hyuga clan to mere pawns beneath their feet. This is for the greater good of Konoha, consider, if war erupts. Your Hyuga clan stands to lose far more than just Hayashi. As long as a single-day difference can be offered, leaving Lei Manzi with no justification to initiate battle, conflict will undoubtedly be averted. After enduring 3 wars, the Yuan clan has also suffered greatly. Without reason, even Lei Manzi would hesitate to engage in warfare at this moment. Indeed, sacrificing one-day difference could save the entirety of Konoha. He is my brother, Hinata Hizashi whispered. We must embody the will of fire. Everything must be for the sake of Konoha. We must possess a grand vision, willing to sacrifice our clansmen for Konoha, declared Minato. Yes, I too would do the same for Konoha, chimed in Kobu. Reflecting on the will of fire, the atmosphere became tense. The third Hokage tapped his pipe against the table, casting a profound glance at Hizashi. Lord Hokage, esteemed advisors, I shall take my leave, Hizashi murmured, unsteadily exiting the Hokage's office, a dazed and despondent expression upon his face. Chapter 54. In account for the Yuan village, Hizashi staggered back to the clan grounds. Entering his own courtyard, under the silvery moonlight of the deep night, he appeared unusually pale and feeble. Brother, how did it go? Day eagerly approached. He had remained in the courtyard, feeling anxious about the situation. Day, you haven't returned yet. Hizashi paused slightly, avoiding Day's gaze, and embraced him tightly. Brother, what's wrong? What did the Hokage say? Day stiffened, confusion etched on his face. The bond between the two brothers was relatively strong, though a slight rift had developed due to the caged bird incident, which was far less severe compared to the original tale. This was primarily because Niji had yet to be marked as a caged bird, leaving their relationship intact. Hizashi summoned the clan elders for a meeting. And you should return early to accompany Niji. Hizashi managed to steady his expression, releasing Day from his embrace. All right, I will do that, Day replied. stepping back and casting a puzzled glance at Hisashi before heading out of the courtyard. Once day departed, Hisashi rushed into the training room within the house. Drawing a kunai from his waist, he hurled it towards a wooden post, then charged forward, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks. The sounds of impact echoed, thud, clang, crash, interspersed with low growls of frustration. Such nonsense about the will of fire, all for Konoha. For Konoha? Ha! All these years, I have not seen you on the battlefield. Even our own clansmen venture out so infrequently, yet you speak of doing it for Konoha? For a brief moment, all fell silent. Hayashi stepped out of the training ground. His fists clenched as he made his way towards the conference room. Inside, the room was illuminated as brightly as day. Several elderly gentlemen in their 40s were seated, engaged in fervent discussion. They were the elders of the Hyuga clan, survivors from Hayashi's father's generation. In the Hyuga clan, each lineage has but one head family per generation, while the rest belong to branch families. Chief, it's rather late for you to summon us. What is the matter? One elder inquired. Is it about the incident last night? Concerning Yunin's death on our clan's grounds? Has Lord Hokage made any demands? Sarutobi Hisashi has gone too far, asking for me to surrender Hisashi to the Cloud Village. Hayashi declared, his fists tightening as he entered the conference room and struck the wall with a punch. What? How can this be? What do they take our Hyuga clan for? To trample our dignity into the ground. Moreover, Hisashi is the chief's younger brother, if he is truly handed over. How will we ever show our faces again? I have called you here to seek your opinions on how to resolve this matter, Hayashi said. Releasing his fists and taking a seat, his gaze fixed upon the elders. The elders exchanged glances, momentarily enveloped in silence. Perhaps we should consider leaving Konoha. Much like the Uchiha did, one elder suggested with a sigh. How could we leave? We have nearly 1,000 clansmen, and without space-time abilities, we cannot migrate. Another elder countered. Moreover, our strength pales in comparison to the Uchiha. Indeed, our power is somewhat lacking, another elder agreed, and silence descended once more. Several elders clenched their fists, their brows furrowed in concern. We cannot leave, nor do we possess the strength to resist. One elder hesitated before speaking again. Hayashi. It seems we have no choice but to acquiesce to Sarutobi Hisashi's demands for now, he concluded. This grievance shall be noted, and we will seek retribution in the future. Do you all share this sentiment? Hayashi's fists clenched tighter as he scanned the faces of the elders. One by one, they averted their gazes, their voices heavy with resignation. It is not that we lack options. None of us wish to be in this situation. Once again, silence enveloped the room. Let us adjourn for now. We shall reconvene tomorrow morning, Hayashi said, taking several deep breaths and gesturing with his hand. Hayashi, if you have something to say, one elder began. But with a weary sigh, he turned and exited the conference room, followed closely by the remaining elders. Alone in the conference room, Hayashi furrowed his brow, his fist clenched. The veins in his Byakugan eyes tinged with bloodshot. Under the harsh yellow-white light, he appeared despondent. Time swiftly passed, and before long, dawn broke softly. Hayashi stepped out of the conference room and ambled towards his family courtyard, where he could already see several clan members engaged in morning exercises at the training ground. Approaching the training area, he waved to a clansman practicing gentle fist techniques. Chief, what is the matter? The clansman dashed out of the training ground, bowing respectfully. No. Summon all the elders for a clan meeting, said Riju, his emotions tightly restrained, his expression calm. Understood, clan leader, the clansman replied swiftly before departing. Riju wiped his face, regaining his usual demeanor, and returned to the meeting room. Shortly, a number of individuals began to arrive. As usual, Richa entered the chamber alongside the elders. Soon, the meeting room was filled with a cacophony of voices, punctuated by shouts of anger. After an hour, the noise gradually subsided, and a heavy silence enveloped the room, with the elders wearing grim expressions. Richa, we are powerless in this situation, one elder from the main family remarked. Richa glanced around at the assembled elders, his mouth slightly parted as if to speak, but he hesitated. Riju turned his face away, his gaze directed out the window. I understand. I will return to check on Niji and will provide an explanation to Yueying village tonight. Richa said, clenching his fist and speaking in a subdued tone. After uttering these words, Richa unsteadily rose and walked slowly towards the exit of the meeting room. The elders watched his retreating figure, many of them letting out resigned sighs. Several elders from the branch families occasionally cast glances at the main family's members. Only after Richa's silhouette disappeared did Riju turn back, his face a mask of helplessness and anguish. Let us adjourn, elder. Please send someone to the Hokage building. Riju said, pinching the bridge of his nose and gesturing dismissively. Understood, clan leader, the elders replied, bowing as they departed. Richa walked slowly back to his home, where he found his wife holding Niji at the entrance. Approaching her, he embraced her and gently caressed Niji's cheek. What happened? What did the clan meeting say? She inquired. Nothing significant, just prepare breakfast. I wish to hold Niji for a while, Richa replied, falling into silence for a moment before speaking softly. All right, Niji is yours. I will go prepare the meal, she said, handing the child to Richa before turning towards the kitchen. With his right arm cradling Niji, Richa hesitated for a moment, watching his wife's retreating figure before stepping inside the house. Upon entering the living room, Richa activated his Byakugan to survey the surroundings. Ensuring no one was watching, he retrieved a scroll, infused it with chakra, and summoned a kunai adorned with runes. Gently stroking Niji's cheek, he whispered to himself. Father cannot witness your growth. The only thing I can do now is to ensure your escape from Konoha, from the Hyuga clan, so that you are not forever confined like a caged bird. He touched his forehead protector, lamenting, Father, am I truly so inadequate? Moments later, Richa grasped the kunai in his left hand, channeling chakra into it. Chapter 55, Departing Konoha with Niji Land of Rice, Orochimaru's base. Li Yuan, engaged in experiments alongside Orochimaru, suddenly froze, halting his actions as he gazed towards the direction of Konoha. What is it? Are you unsure of what to do again? Orochimaru turned his head, his expression dark as coal. After days of interaction, Orochimaru discerned the profound inadequacy of Li Yuan's knowledge. The creation of such a magnificent being as the eagle was solely reliant on his innate abilities and a modicum of fortune. What a remarkable talent. Yet it seemed such a waste in his hands. At times, he felt an overwhelming desire to extract those eyes and affix them to himself, or perhaps even to be reborn into his body. However, there was one commendable aspect about him. The occasional ideas he proposed were remarkably insightful, providing clarity to Orochimaru's thoughts. Something appears to have happened in Konoha. Li furrowed his brow and remarked, Konoha? What could possibly be amiss? Orochimaru responded with a frown. I provided Hinata Nichi with the flying thunder god kunai. He activated it. Li Yuan touched his forehead, a look of confusion crossing his face. Why is Nichi seeking me? Wasn't it said that one must be at least 3 years old to bear the caged bird seal? Hinata Nichi? You are still collaborating with him? Orochimaru ceased his actions. Intrigued. Indeed, I wish to take one of the Byakugan for research purposes. Byakugan? Or is it Nichi? What use is taking it from the branch family? Orochimaru shook his head dismissively. Orochimaru, are you capable of cloning? Li Yuan inquired, gazing at him earnestly. I initially intended for you to clone a child, to replace Nichi's offspring for gradual study, he continued. Cloning? Yes, I can do that. However, those who are cloned suffer severe after effects and typically do not survive beyond 2 years. Orochimaru licked his lips with his tongue. Your idea has merit, if memory serves. Nichi's child is currently under 2 years of age and should not yet bear the caged bird seal. I had previously focused solely on the main family. Quickly, go and ascertain the situation. It would be best to return with a Byakugan that does not bear the seal. With your abilities, the cloned subject could potentially survive 5 to 6 years, and the anomalies would be less detectable. Very well, I shall investigate immediately. Li Yuan waved his hand and vanished using the flying thunder god technique. Fascinating. It seems I may acquire a Byakugan from the main family, Orochimaru mused, licking his lips once more as he resumed his experiments. In Konoha, within the Hyuga clan's territory, at the Nichi household, Li Yuan materialized in a room, quickly surveying his surroundings and extending his perception. This is a small tea room adjacent to the hall of a house. Nichi, holding Niji, sits on a chair beside the table, his expression rather grim. The table is set with a teapot and 2 cups, indicating that Nichi has been waiting for some time. What's the matter? Isn't it still early? Li Yuan inquires, casting a glance at Nichi. Nichi gestures toward the chair opposite him. Could you take Niji away now? Nichi looks at Li Yuan with anticipation. No problem. If I take Niji, what will you do? Li Yuan picks up a cup from the table. I might as well be dead soon. It doesn't matter, Nichi replies after a moment of silence. Li Yuan pauses, momentarily taken aback, halting his drinking. What happened? You're saying you're about to die? He exclaims, astonished as he gazes at Nichi. I killed a ninja from the Cloud Village who came to Konoha. The village intends to hand me over, Nichi says, gently caressing Niji's face. Ah, Li Yuan instinctively touches his forehead, left speechless for a long while. But Nichi killing a cloud ninja isn't supposed to happen for several years, right? It seems to coincide with the time of the Uchiha clan's massacre in the original story. Apparently, the Cloud Village learned about the Uchiha massacre and sent ninjas to Konoha to probe its depths and seek a pretext for war. Now, with the Uchiha clan fleeing early, it is hardly different for other ninja villages than the actual massacre. The rakeage of the Cloud Village dispatching ninjas to Konoha ahead of time, and Nichi killing someone prematurely, they both seem unsurprising now. Alright, I can take Niji today. What are your plans for her? Li Yuan asks, glancing towards the hall outside. Like a caged bird, I am unable to decipher a way out for her, Nichi responds, looking toward the hall. A woman enters the tea room and walks slowly to Nichi's side. As long as Niji can leave Konoha and the Hyuga clan without being marked by the caged bird seal, I will die without regrets, the woman says. Her gaze resolute as she gently strokes Niji. It's just unfortunate for you, not having lived a good life. Nichi embraces the woman. It's all right. As long as the child is well, she replies, holding Nichi and the child tightly. Please, don't display such sentiments before me. Otherwise, you might as well linger a while longer, and I will take Niji later. Li Yuan turns his face away. No need, let us take her now, otherwise it will be even harder to part, Nichi says after a brief hesitation. You should at least leave some notes, a farewell message or something, otherwise others might deceive you into returning to the village later, Li Yuan suggests while stroking his chin. Leaving him a note would be a good idea, Nichi muses. Touching Niji. Yes, I also need to pack the clothes I prepared for him. I'll do that right away. The woman quickly exits the tea room. Well then, I'll take my leave for now. Afterward, you should infuse chakra again, Nichi concludes. Li Yuan waved his hand, employing the flying thunder god technique to vanish from sight. In the next instant, he materialized on a secluded street in Konoha, gazing at the village bathed in the morning light. It was as bustling and lively as ever, with figures bustling about. Foregoing any transformation jutsu, he strolled directly into the vibrant thoroughfare. The street was alive with people, and after wandering for a while, he entered a quaint little shop. Good sir, what flavor of Ichiraka ramen would you like? A man in his 30s approached him. I'll have your signature ramen, Li Yuan replied as he settled into a chair. Certainly, I'll prepare that for you right away, the man said, hastening towards the kitchen. Li Yuan glanced around the establishment. There were not many patrons, indicating a slow morning for business. Shortly, the chef returned, skillfully carrying a bowl of ramen. Placing it on the table before Li Yuan. Enjoy your meal, he said. Li Yuan picked up his chopsticks, lifting the noodles towards his lips, savoring each bite. Despite having been in this world for many years, he had yet to taste Ichiraka ramen. He seldom dined out, having grown up eating communal meals from the clan, and later often dined at Kko's home or in his own family's establishment. After a few mouthfuls, he candidly thought that Ichiraka ramen tasted rather ordinary, lacking any distinctive flavor. Suddenly, a cacophony of barking erupted at the entrance. Li Yuan turned to see a figure enter, cradling a dog in his arms. Boss. 2 servings of your signature ramen, please, he said, taking a seat at the table adjacent to Li Yuan and placing the dog on another chair. Certainly. It will be ready shortly, the chef responded, quickly retreating into the kitchen. Li Yuan's gaze fell upon the dog, prompting him to ponder deeply. The Inuzuka clan's ninja dogs, should he consider bringing back a couple of pups to the clan? Their dogs possessed remarkable utility, particularly in tracking and locating individuals. If he were to bring back a few young ones and enhance them with his abilities, would that not be even more advantageous? For instance, extracting the Byakugan cells from Niji and integrating them into the canine's physiology. A dog endowed with Byakugan would possess both scent capabilities and X-ray vision, making it unparalleled in tracking and finding others. Or perhaps the abilities would overlap, rendering them less effective. The more he contemplated, the more he felt the idea had merit. It was certainly worth trying. If nothing else, they could serve as companions for the clan's children, which would also be delightful. Convinced of its feasibility, Li Yuan lifted his bowl and moved to sit across from the man at the neighboring table. Chapter 56. His return to Konoha, and what caught his eye there stood a youth, perhaps in his teenage years. Woof, 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 the dog bared its teeth, fixating its gaze upon Li Yuan. Easy now. Cease your barking and continue your meal, the boy said, gently patting the dog's head in an attempt to soothe it. Once the dog settled down and resumed eating the bowl of Ichiraka ramen, he turned his attention to Li Yuan and inquired with curiosity, "Who are you? Do we know each other? Is there something you need? We are not acquainted yet, but we can be." "I am Li Yuan," he replied. Placing the bowl, he held onto the table. "I am Inuzuka Yuna," the boy introduced himself. "To be candid, your family's dogs are quite intriguing," Li Yuan remarked. glancing at the white dog. The canine, sitting upright in a chair, extended its paws onto the table to indulge in the ramen. Indeed, our clan's ninja dogs are the finest, Inuzuka declared with enthusiasm as he set down his chopsticks. Well, they certainly appear to be exceptional. I am contemplating acquiring 2 of them. Does your family sell them? Li Yuan inquired, nodding in Yuna's direction. Sell them? Absolutely not. They are our dear companions, Yuna replied, petting the dog's head and casting a disapproving look at Li Yuan. My apologies, I misspoke. If that is the case, then I shall not pursue it further. Li Yuan sighed, a look of regret etched across his face. Not that we cannot do so, we simply do not sell them. However, we occasionally give a few away. Yuna hesitated, stroking the dog's head thoughtfully. May I then have 2? Li Yuan asked hopefully. Do you reside in Konoha long-term? Yuna scrutinized Li Yuan. No. Why does that matter? Li Yuan responded, puzzled. We give some to dog lovers and frequently check on them to ensure they are not mistreated, Yuna explained, shaking his head as he patted the dog beside him. If you do not live in Konoha, it is unlikely. Oh, I see. Then I shall let it be, Li Yuan said, shaking his head and picking up his chopsticks to continue his meal. A short while later, having finished his bowl of Ichiraku ramen, Li Yuan turned to Yuna. Inuzuka, I must take my leave. Such adorable dogs, and yet I cannot have 2, what a pity, he remarked as he stood and made his way toward the door. The youth waved goodbye and resumed his ramen feast. Li Yuan exited Ichiraku and continued to stroll through the streets of Konoha. He planned to explore the village for a while, retrieve Niji in the afternoon, and later visit the Inuzuka clan to see if he could take home a couple of puppies. At that moment, within a quaint little shop on the 2nd floor, a ninja peered through the open window, gazing intently at the street below. Suddenly, his expression shifted slightly, prompting him to nudge his companion, who was enjoying breakfast beside him. Look at that individual. Could it be the leader of the Uchiha clan? He gestured toward a street. Indeed, the Uchiha leader. Haven't they all departed? Another ninja hastily leaned in to catch a glimpse. It is undoubtedly him. The Hokage has issued orders to locate them. Keep a watchful eye on him while I report to the Hokage, he urged, swiftly rising and darting out of the little shop, making his way toward the Hokage building. How bothersome, Li Yuan muttered, pausing to turn and glance at a particular window of the 2nd floor in the small shop. The ninja instinctively recoiled, diverting his gaze elsewhere. Yet, in the next moment, he returned his attention and was taken aback. Is someone there? He quickly scanned his surroundings, leaping from the windowsill to survey the street. Meanwhile, in the Hokage building, within the Hokage's office, the 3rd Hokage tightened his grip on his pipe as he absorbed the report from the ninja. Just as he was about to speak, a knock echoed at the door. Come in, he instructed, placing the pipe at the corner of his mouth. Hokage-sama. The Uchiha leader has vanished, the previous ninja entered, reporting urgently. Return to your duties. I am aware, the 3rd Hokage replied, taking a deep inhalation of smoke. Yes, Hokage-sama. The 2 bowed respectfully before departing. The 3rd Hokage, clutching his pipe, rested his hand against his forehead. This time, Li Yuan returns to Konoha with ulterior motives. The previous incident involving the theft of the 1st Hokage's corpse from the Root Laboratory surely bore his signature. No one else possesses the capability to swiftly abscond with both the body and the apparatus. Or perhaps he has set his sights on yet another coveted treasure within Konoha. The 3rd Hokage clenched his pipe, his voice a low growl of fury. Damn that scoundrel. It is precisely because of your withdrawal from Konoha that this conflict has erupted. And now you dare to trouble me further. In the land of rice, atop a mountain peak, Jiraiya spoke. Lord Jiraiya. The chakra presence of that individual lies beneath the valley ahead, the toad dragon remarked, gazing down into the depths of the valley below. This is a valley encircled by majestic mountains, with a river flowing gracefully through its midst. A splendid location. Surrounded by natural barriers and blessed with a source of fresh water, Jiraiya cast a glance around the environment, pondering the reason behind Orochimaru's presence here. All right, Fukasaku. You've worked hard. You may return now, Jiraiya addressed the toad. Yes, Lord Jiraiya, Fukasaku replied, waving his front paw. In the next moment, a plume of smoke arose and dissipated, causing Fukasaku to vanish from sight. Jiraiya gazed into the valley, stroking his chin in deep contemplation. After a brief moment, he clenched his fist and declared, I shall ascend the mountaintop and rush towards the valley. He shouted with fervor, Orochimaru, come forth. I, Jiraiya, have found you. I know you are here. Show yourself. Within the confines of the research laboratory, Orochimaru, engrossed in his experiments, involuntarily halted his actions. furrowing his brow as he turned his gaze towards the exterior. "This fellow has arrived. Let him be for now," he muttered, resuming his work. A resounding crash echoed from the ground, vibrations reverberating through the earth. A stone dislodged from the ceiling, crashing down onto the experimental apparatus with a loud thud, shattering several instruments. "Jiraiya, get lost!" Orochimaru bellowed, clenching his fist in rage. Another thunderous noise erupted, prompting Orochimaru to hastily gather some vital equipment into his scroll. In the next instant, he vanished from the laboratory. Outside the base, on the plains of the valley, Jiraiya stood atop the enormous toad, Bunta, surveying the surroundings but failing to spot Orochimaru. "Bunta, jump a few times for me," Jiraiya said with a chuckle. "Jiraiya, still jumping?" Bunta replied, his pipe in mouth, scratching his head with a forepaw. "What is the use of jumping? Or are we just playing hide and seek?" "Orochimaru is inside. Jump higher, Bunta." "Very well. I shall indulge in this game," Bunta proclaimed, soaring high into the air before crashing down towards the ground. At that moment, a voice resonated from a short distance away. "Halt, Jiraiya. Do you intend to dismantle my base?" Yet it was too late. Fukasaku crashed heavily to the ground, producing a thunderous roar. Instantly, a massive crater formed, shaking the earth violently. "Jiraiya, you have destroyed my laboratory. I will not let this go unpunished," Orochimaru bellowed from nearby, revealing his presence. "Orochimaru, you have emerged." Jiraiya responded as he turned to face him. "Come back to Konoha with me. You have ruined my laboratory, Jiraiya." "This is far from over," Orochimaru retorted, his golden eyes transforming into serpentine slits, fixating intently on Jiraiya. Chapter 57. Orochimaru, return to Konoha with me. Jiraiya stared deeply into Orochimaru's eyes, murmuring to himself, "That cannot be, for Orochimaru bears no golden light." He shook his head. "Jiraiya, you have done well to destroy my laboratory. If you do not produce several million today, we shall not be finished," Orochimaru declared as he bit his fingertip, forming hand seals and striking the ground. Summoning technique. A cloud of smoke billowed up, quickly dissipating to reveal a colossal serpent coiled at Orochimaru's feet. "Orochimaru, if you were to strike anyone, let it be that giant eagle. I shall take my leave if not," the serpent hissed. "You are my perennial adversary," Orochimaru remarked, gazing intently at Jiraiya. "This time, I need not offer a sacrifice." The serpent hissed, focusing its gaze on Fukasaku. "Several million? Does your laboratory hold such value?" Jiraiya snapped back to reality, his expression stiffening as he glanced at the gaping pit beneath Fukasaku. "What do you think?" Orochimaru demanded, his stare unwavering. Return with me to Konoha, and I shall persuade the old man on your behalf," Jiraiya suggested, nervously scratching the back of his head. It seems you are not prepared to comply." Orochimaru scoffed coldly. "Well, I do not possess such an amount." Jiraiya whispered softly. "Manda," Orochimaru roared. "It should have commenced long ago. Why the incessant chatter?" Manda let out a long hiss and charged toward Gamabunta. As its colossal form traversed the ground, deep impressions marred the earth. Gamabunta unsheathed the long blade at his waist and leaped forth, also advancing towards Manda. The serpent reared back, leaping high, and opened its jaws wide to bite at Gamabunta. With determination, Gamabunta tightened his grip on the blade and swung it towards Manda's gaping maw. Manda quickly closed its mouth, bracing to absorb the blow with its body, while its long tail lashed out at Gamabunta. The blade struck Manda with a resounding force, sparks flying as scales shattered and blood began to seep forth. Manda retaliated with its tail, striking Gamabunta and sending him crashing into the nearby mountainside with a thunderous roar, dust billowing into the air. Manda let out a pained hiss and charged at Gamabunta once more. Amidst the swirling dust, Gamabunta leaped into action, rushing towards Manda. In a fierce exchange, the two titanic beasts clashed, dust swirling and booming echoes reverberating throughout the valley. After a brief moment, the valley gradually fell silent. Both creatures bore numerous wounds, panting heavily as they locked eyes on one another. Manda's body was marred with several broken scales, oozing crimson droplets. Gamabunta too bore his share of bruises, marked with shades of blue and purple. In the next instant, two plumes of smoke erupted, and the colossal beasts vanished from sight. Jiraiya and Orochimaru landed, their gazes fixed intently on each other. "Orochimaru, shall we cease hostilities?" Jiraiya gestured dismissively. Orochimaru surveyed the devastation around him, tightening his grip on the Kusanagi sword. The entire valley lay in ruins, ravaged by the battle of the giants, the ground deeply hollowed. "It's over. The entire base laboratory is destroyed. I doubt anything remains," Jiraiya lamented. "Cease? You claim we should stop, yet look around. My laboratory is utterly annihilated." Orochimaru extended his tongue to lick his lips. His golden serpent eyes fixed coldly upon Jiraiya. Jiraiya glanced around, rubbing the back of his head. Regardless, your experiments were hardly virtuous. Their destruction may ultimately spare lives. Jiraiya's voice lowered, tinged with uncertainty. You, very well, Orochimaru hissed, veins bulging on his forehead as his golden pupils bore into Jiraiya's with icy intensity. In the next moment, he tightened his grip on the Kusanagi sword and charged once more at Jiraiya. Stop. Wait, I'll compensate you. Jiraiya quickly raised his hands in surrender. How much? Orochimaru halted his advance. 50 million, does that suffice? Jiraiya murmured. A pittance. This base cost me at least 500 million and took a year to establish, Orochimaru retorted. Orochimaru's veins throbbed ominously as he tightened his grip on the Kusanagi sword. Poised to charge at Jiraiya. I only have over 100 million. Jiraiya hastily gestured. Bring it all out. Orochimaru glared at Jiraiya, his voice booming. Jiraiya's expression faltered. Over 100 million was the accumulation of many years. Orochimaru, we were once comrades. Can't you offer a slight concession? Orochimaru scoffed disdainfully. Comrades? You have destroyed my vital laboratory. This sum is merely a token of our past camaraderie. After a moment's hesitation, Jiraiya produced a scroll and looked toward Orochimaru. Will you return to Konoha with me? I'll give it to you once we're back. I have more questions. Return to Konoha? Do you truly think that's feasible? Orochimaru sneered, his contempt palpable. This is compensation for the destruction of my base. Don't speak of terms. Just hand it over. Orochimaru tightened his grip on the Kusanagi sword. Charging once more at Jiraiya, he could not quell the turmoil within until he had delivered a thorough beating. The complete annihilation of his base weighed heavily on his mind. And the prospect of reconstruction loomed dauntingly ahead. I'll give it to you. Stop. Jiraiya quickly tossed the scroll, gesturing frantically. This is hardly sufficient. Today is far from over. Orochimaru swiftly caught the scroll and tucked it away, his advance on Jiraiya unrelenting. Are you still going to fight? Jiraiya retreated, drawing a kunai to defend himself. Orochimaru ignored him, continuing to slash at Jiraiya. The clash of metal resounded incessantly. After a brief moment, the two stood facing each other. Are you truly not coming back to Konoha with me? Jiraiya asked again. Leave me be. Do not bother me. Orochimaru sheathed his sword, turning to walk away. You absolutely must accompany me back today. Jiraiya rushed in front of Orochimaru, blocking his path. What, do you intend to fight again? Orochimaru grasped the Kusanagi sword once more. Orochimaru, hear me out, Jiraiya implored. The Toad Sage has received a new prophecy. He foretold of a golden-eyed figure who will bring significant change to the future. This entity may either illuminate the ninja world or plunge it into desolation. You are the golden-eyed one. Stay in Konoha a few more years. That old Toad's prophecy? Orochimaru let out a derisive laugh. Golden-eyed? You suspect it could be me? Leave. Orochimaru glared fiercely at Jiraiya. I too doubt it is you. There is a mission to find you. After all, let us accomplish it together. Jiraiya stepped back, speaking softly. Do not trouble me. I will not return to Konoha. Orochimaru reiterated, turning away once more. You must come back to Konoha with me today. Jiraiya shouted. And if I refuse, what then? Orochimaru continued walking without looking back. Then I shall unleash my full power and render you unconscious to bring you back. Jiraiya bellowed. Well then, I shall see the full extent of your power. Orochimaru halted, licking his lips. Jiraiya bit his fingertip to form a seal, slamming his right hand onto the ground. A cloud of smoke dissipated, revealing two ancient toads. Oh, so you intend to use Sage Mode. I am eager to experience it, Orochimaru remarked, licking his lips once more. Master Fukasaku and Master Shima, I humbly request your assistance. Jiraiya said with his palms together. The two toads leapt onto Jiraiya's shoulders, gazing at Orochimaru. Yes, incapacitate him and bring him back to Konoha. Jiraiya fixed his gaze on Orochimaru, his expression gradually transforming. Orochimaru awaited silently, curious to experience Jiraiya's Sage Mode for himself. A moment later, Jiraiya's face was adorned with a multitude of toad warts, his pupils turning orange, and shadows appearing around him. Orochimaru, we shall resume. Jiraiya released his clasped hands, tightening his fists as he regarded Orochimaru. Interesting. I have longed to witness your Sage Mode. Orochimaru extended his tongue, licking his lips, tightening his grip on the Kusanagi sword. Very well. Today I shall give you a thorough demonstration, Jiraiya declared, charging towards Orochimaru. He refrained from employing ninjutsu, as the power of Sage Mode could be overwhelming and difficult to control. After all, his opponent was Orochimaru, and he did not wish to utilize high-powered techniques. Moreover, With Tsunade absent, should they sustain severe injuries, treatment would be problematic. In Sage mode, Jiraiya's speed, strength, and resilience saw tremendous enhancement. As Orochimaru observed Jiraiya charging with clenched fists, he sheathed the Kusanagi sword and met Jiraiya's advance. Multiple shadow snake hands. Orochimaru exclaimed, extending his right hand as numerous snake apparitions burst forth from his sleeves, lunging at Jiraiya. Jiraiya swiftly dodged, the serpents whizzing by him, continuing their relentless approach towards Orochimaru. Delivering a powerful punch aimed directly at his chest, Orochimaru evaded by sidestepping, returning the favor with a punch of his own aimed at Jiraiya's torso. In a flurry of exchanges, the two engaged in a fierce contest of fists and kicks. After a brief moment, Jiraiya landed a solid blow to Orochimaru's chest, sending him flying backwards. Orochimaru quickly expelled a large white snake from his mouth, which swiftly swam a distance before spitting out Orochimaru himself. Indeed, Sage mode is remarkable. Orochimaru mused, rubbing his chest and licking his lips. Once more, Jiraiya tightened his fists and charged at Orochimaru. In no time, Orochimaru found himself propelled back again, crashing into a mountainside. Emerging once more from the snake's mouth, a dark expression settled on Orochimaru's face. He realized he could not overcome Jiraiya in Sage mode. Throughout their exchange, he had remained at a disadvantage. Jiraiya still had many Sage techniques left unutilized, a fact Orochimaru was acutely aware of. Gritting his teeth, Orochimaru charged at Jiraiya once more. The sounds of fists and feet colliding echoed as yet another figure was sent flying. Jiraiya, I shall no longer indulge you, Orochimaru declared. A colossal serpent swiftly traversed the terrain, burrowing into the earth. Jiraiya, with his hands deftly forming seals, also descended into the ground. The earth trembled momentarily, and the serpent erupted from the soil, gliding sideways, expelling Orochimaru from its maw. Jiraiya emerged from the shattered ground, his fist clenched, charging at Orochimaru once more. Jiraiya, are you intent on continuing this today? Orochimaru bellowed, tightening his fist to retaliate. You must return to Konoha with me today, Jiraiya insisted. His fist relentless as he struck towards Orochimaru's chest. All right, Orochimaru retorted, propelled 3 meters away by the force of the punch. Reaching for the Kusanagi sword at his waist, Jiraiya halted, also reaching for the kunai at his side. He dared not counter the assault of Orochimaru's Kusanagi with mere fists. The two locked eyes, each gauging the other. Such fierce combat, it has completely demolished the base, a figure remarked while approaching from a distance, smacking his lips in amusement. They turned to see a boy clad in black casual attire, with ebony hair and eyes, making his way towards them. Uchiha clan leader, Li Yuan, Jiraiya stammered, retracting his hand from the kunai at his waist. You've arrived. Have you brought the person you were supposed to? He inquired, glancing at Orochimaru. Orochimaru released his grip on the Kusanagi, irritation flaring within him as he recalled their previous agreement to locate a member of the Uzumaki clan. Yet, to this day, he had seen no sign of them, only to be told that they were too weak and needed to be returned to the Uchiha clan for recuperation. One Uzumaki clan member, and you deemed them too weak? Are you quite familiar with them? Jiraiya questioned, his gaze shifting between the two. Of course, we are acquainted. Are you not aware? Li Yuan approached Orochimaru, casting a glance at Jiraiya. You two are allied? Jiraiya asked, astonished at the sight of them standing together. You could say that, Orochimaru replied, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Uchiha clan leader, why are you leaving Konoha now? Jiraiya inquired. His fist clenched tightly, fixating on Li Yuan. If I wish to leave, I shall, Li Yuan shrugged nonchalantly. Do you understand that your departure nearly triggered the Fourth Great Ninja War? Jiraiya thundered. And what concern is that of mine? Li Yuan waved dismissively. How can it not concern you? Konoha is, Jiraiya pointed an accusatory finger at Li Yuan, his voice rising in anger. Stop. Li Yuan hastily interjected, gesturing for Jiraiya to cease his tirade. Jiraiya clenched his fists, taking a deep breath to calm his tumultuous emotions. Is there any possibility of returning? He asked, his face alight with hope as he gazed at Li Yuan. Do you truly believe that is feasible? Li Yuan retorted. Come now, Jiraiya, do not feign ignorance, especially with those old geezers around. Orochimaru chuckled softly. Jiraiya clenched his fists and fell silent. However, Konoha, Jiraiya murmured. Don't tell me about Konoha. It has nothing to do with me. Li Yuan waved his hand dismissively. Orochimaru, let's go, ignore him. Li Yuan glanced at Orochimaru. Orochimaru surveyed the chaotic surroundings, cast a fleeting glance at Jiraiya, and turned to depart. You all stop right there. You must return to Konoha with me today, Jiraiya shouted in anger. Do you wish to fight? The two halted, their expressions dark as they faced Jiraiya. Fight! I'll injure you severely and take you back to Konoha, Jiraiya bellowed. Orochimaru. You rest. I will test Jiraiya's strength. Li Yuan stepped forward. Very well. I am curious to see how formidable you are, Li Yuan. Orochimaru licked his lips and took a few steps back. I too wish to gauge my own strength as I have scarcely engaged in combat. Li Yuan fixed his gaze on Jiraiya, his body crackling with lightning. The lightning released chakra mode of Cloud Shadow Village. How could you? Jiraiya exclaimed, astonished. His eyes fixed on Li Yuan. How intriguing that you possess this, Orochimaru remarked, licking his lips. Don't concern yourself with how I acquired it. Let us see. Li Yuan tightened his fist and charged at Jiraiya. Very well, I shall bring you down today. Jiraiya clenched his fists and rushed towards Li Yuan. Li Yuan struck towards Jiraiya's chest, but Jiraiya swiftly sidestepped and countered with a punch. Li Yuan mirrored the movement, evading Jiraiya's blow. Jiraiya quickly pivoted, delivering an elbow strike to Li Yuan's chest. Is your combat experience so lacking? Li Yuan mused, rubbing his chest. Once more, Li Yuan charged at Jiraiya, only to be sent flying again. From their earlier exchange, Li Yuan discerned that his three-dimensional attributes surpassed even Jiraiya in Sage mode. However, he could not land a hit. Once again, Li Yuan's body shimmered with golden light, intertwining with the lightning, and he charged at Jiraiya anew. This time, Li Yuan employed the golden light spell for protection. Jiraiya, having cast it upon himself, should no longer feel pain. The radiant golden aura, could it be? Jiraiya was momentarily taken aback, fixated on the shimmering light enveloping Li Yuan. Chapter 59. It must be you from the prophecy. Li Yuan swiftly dashed towards Jiraiya, delivering a punch to his chest. With a resounding thud, the blow struck true, sending Jiraiya hurtling backward. Li Yuan, momentarily stunned, halted and gazed at his own fist. Was the combination of the golden light spell and lightning technique truly this formidable? It couldn't be. Jiraiya had suddenly frozen, failing to evade the attack. Regaining his composure, Jiraiya wiped the trickle of blood from his lips, pressing a hand against his chest. His gaze locked onto Li Yuan. What is that golden aura surrounding you? Jiraiya clenched his fist and inquired. You need not know. Li Yuan charged once more at Jiraiya. Tell me, what is that golden radiance enveloping you? Do you possess the golden eyes as well? Jiraiya shouted. How did you come to know? Li Yuan halted, furrowing his brow as he scrutinized Jiraiya, then cast a glance at Orochimaru. Orochimaru had witnessed his golden eyes. Could he possibly be the one to divulge this? Don't look at me. I haven't said a word, Orochimaru replied, licking his lips with an expression of intrigue. He was quite curious about Li Yuan's future intentions, particularly how he could provoke such a polarizing prophecy from the old toad. Could it be that the power of the 6 paths he mentioned has successfully borne fruit through collaboration? How fascinating. Moreover, the impending upheaval in the ninja world is rather promising. He remarked that the old toad has a new prophecy. A figure radiating golden light and possessing golden eyes will herald a significant transformation in the ninja realm. Orochimaru fixated intently on Li Yuan. As a fellow contractee of the 3 legendary sages, Orochimaru was acutely aware of the old toad's capabilities, which possessed a certain degree of accuracy. Sooner or later, that old toad would eliminate him. Li Yuan clenched his fists, his expression darkening. He charged directly towards Orochimaru, abandoning any pretense of play with Jiraiya. Orochimaru, we must go. You, stop right there and return to Konoha with me. Jiraiya bellowed as he sprinted towards Li Yuan. Senjutsu, hair needle 1,000 strings. Jiraiya's white hair hardened rapidly, shooting forth like a tempest, aimed at Li Yuan and Orochimaru. Li Yuan quickly formed a golden shield to protect himself, as the hair struck the shield, producing a relentless barrage of sounds. In the next moment, Li Yuan had already reached Orochimaru's side, placing his right hand upon his shoulder. Let us go. Li Yuan activated the Flying Thunder God technique, and the two vanished from sight. Humph, the Flying Thunder God. Jiraiya frowned at the empty space before him. This complicates matters. In the next instant, Jiraiya bit his fingertip and formed a hand seal. Summoning technique. A cloud of smoke rose and quickly dissipated, revealing a small, verdant toad less than a meter tall. Lord Jiraiya, who are we summoning? The toad dragon inquired, gazing at Jiraiya. Since if there is another presence nearby, Jiraiya urged, his eyes filled with anticipation. The toad dragon hopped around, occasionally letting out a croak. Lord Jiraiya, there is indeed a presence of natural energy, it reported, returning to Jiraiya's side. Can you track him? Jiraiya asked urgently. It's a bit challenging, but I will try. The toad dragon closed its eyes, focusing intently. After a moment, It opened its eyes and shook its head. Lord Jiraiya, I cannot perceive him. He is utilizing natural energy and possesses a unique aura devoid of chakra. With a sigh, Jiraiya pinched the bridge of his nose and cast another glance at the toad dragon. Then let's seek out Orochimaru, he said, resigned. Very well. That should be easy to find, the toad dragon replied, closing its eyes once more. Moments later, Lord Jiraiya, the toad dragon said, directing its gaze towards a specific point before leaping ahead. Jiraiya hurriedly followed, swiftly departing. From Li Yuan's earlier reaction, Jiraiya was certain that Li Yuan possessed the golden eyes. The person foretold by the Sage of the Toads must undoubtedly be him. He was determined to locate him, to bring him back to Konoha, to mentor him properly, steering the future towards a brighter path. It must be the prophesied golden radiance illuminating the land. Should he refuse to return to Konoha, then measures would need to be taken to eliminate him. The shinobi world must not be allowed to descend into ruin. In the Valley of the End, within the Land of Fire, Uchiha Madara contemplated as Li Yuan appeared out of thin air, resting his hand on Orochimaru's shoulder. Let us pause here for a moment. Li Yuan retracted his right hand. You must be the one foretold by the Sage of the Toads, Orochimaru said, licking his lips as he gazed at Li Yuan. What do you think? If I am not mistaken, it should indeed be me, Li Yuan mused, stroking his chin. In the next instant, Li Yuan radiated a golden light, his eyes transforming into a golden hue, the three black tomos swirling rapidly. Orochimaru fixated on Li Yuan's current state, murmuring to himself, golden light, golden eyes. You must be the one Jiraiya spoke of in the prophecy. Did Jiraiya mention anything further regarding this prophecy? Li Yuan asked, retracting his golden glow, his golden Sharingan reverting to black as he looked towards Orochimaru. Nothing more, Orochimaru replied, stroking his forehead. His eyes locked onto Li Yuan as he flicked his tongue across his lips. So, what exactly do you intend to do that would lead to such a prophecy? What do I intend to do? Li Yuan chuckled, gazing at Orochimaru. First, gather a few more bloodline ninjas and conduct some research together. Are you not intrigued? As for what would follow, that's too far ahead to say, he replied, withholding his true ambitions of acquiring tailed beasts and seeking out the Otsutsuki clan, contemplating if he could procure chakra fruits. Regarding the sage's prophecy of the shinobi world's destruction and a lifeless land, it likely stemmed from the god tree bearing chakra fruits. The notion of golden light shining upon the earth seemed improbable. Could he truly be such a benevolent individual? According to the sage's prophecy, should he still pursue the chakra fruits? Although he was not a virtuous person, he preferred to avoid annihilating the world. After all, there were still many individuals within this realm whom he cherished. He decided to take it one step at a time, maintaining his original plan. Indeed, the power of the Sage of Six Paths is at hand, he laughed heartily. The shinobi world is due for a transformation. Orochimaru, licking his lips, was visibly elated. You see, my strength is comparable to yours. Without harnessing some of the Six Paths' power, there is no way to stir the shinobi world, Li Yuan remarked. I must cultivate some of that bloodline power. I cannot believe I couldn't defeat that tailend. Orochimaru gently caressed his chest, speaking with a grave tone. You are to bring the Byakugan. It wouldn't happen to be returned to your clan, would it? He gazed intently at Li Yuan, his brow furrowing in concern. No. There has been an incident in Konoha. Hisashi is nearing death, and he wishes to spend more time with his child. I shall retrieve Niji this afternoon. Li Yuan glanced at the sky, now bright with the midday sun casting its rays upon the earth. Konoha has encountered trouble? Orochimaru inquired, bewildered. Hisashi killed a cloud ninja. The third Hokage, wishing to avoid war, demands the Hyuga clan surrender Hisashi. Typical of the old man, Orochimaru replied, turning his gaze towards Konoha. The atmosphere remains as it was in past years, still steeped in decay. The shinobi world is in dire need of transformation. Perhaps the prophecies hold some truth. He then turned back to Li Yuan, extending his tongue to lick his lips. Chapter 60. I wish to utilize Gene Liquid. The base in the land of rice has been destroyed. Do you still possess another base? Li Yuan asked Orochimaru. Yes. But they are all significantly diminished. Orochimaru clenched his fists, his expression darkening. The thought of it made him wish he could strike Jiraiya once more. The base he had painstakingly constructed had been obliterated, costing him billions. He was determined to extract $1 billion from him. Otherwise, this would not end well. Orochimaru rubbed his forehead, realizing he might not be able to confront him again. Requesting more funds seemed a daunting task now. I will escort you there, Li Yuan said, placing a hand on Orochimaru's shoulder. There is a substantial base on a solitary island, but I doubt you can reach it. Orochimaru shook his head, turning to face a different direction. Let us first head to the land of grass. There exists a smaller base there. By the way, can you conceal your chakra presence? Li Yuan withdrew his hand from Orochimaru's shoulder. What is the matter? Orochimaru inquired with a hint of perplexity. It is likely that Jiraiya will come looking for me. If I conceal my chakra presence, he will find it exceedingly difficult to locate me, Li Yuan mused while stroking his chin. That scoundrel indeed poses a threat. Orochimaru clenched his fists. Should he discover me, yet another one of my bases shall be annihilated. Wait a moment, I shall seal a portion of my chakra. Orochimaru formed a series of hand seals. Tiny runes emerged one by one, swiftly embedding themselves within his body, disappearing from sight. Li Yuan extended his senses. Noting that Orochimaru's chakra presence had diminished significantly, it appeared that he could not be detected from a distance. Let us proceed to the land of grass. Orochimaru retracted his hands. Li Yuan placed his right hand on Orochimaru's shoulder, employing the Flying Thunder God technique, and they vanished from sight. In the land of grass. Amidst a dense jungle on a mountain range, Orochimaru led Li Yuan in a swift dash, coming to a halt at the edge of a steep cliff. We have arrived. It lies just below. Orochimaru leaped off the precipice. Li Yuan hastily followed suit, descending the cliff. After falling 10 meters, they landed on a protruding stone platform. Both Orochimaru and Li Yuan steadied themselves on the stone surface. Adjacent to the platform, a natural stone cave, entwined with vines, was visible. The cave measured approximately 3 meters in width and height, shrouded in impenetrable darkness, evidently quite deep. This place is rather concealed. How did you come across it? Li Yuan surveyed the surroundings. Below the stone platform lay a steep cliff, approximately 100 meters high. It was discovered by sheer chance, though it is somewhat small. Orochimaru remarked as he approached the cave. Indeed, if one were to employ ninjutsu to excavate further, a collapse would likely ensue. Li Yuan followed Orochimaru into the cave. Traversing through a 10-meter-long dark passage, they emerged into a hall measuring 100 square meters. Orochimaru approached a nearby stone wall and manipulated it. Instantly, the hall illuminated as brightly as day, and sounds echoed from not too far away. Li Yuan glanced around. Within the hall, the ceiling was adorned with electrical wires connected to several light bulbs. Scattered equipment lay about the hall, and not far from the stone wall, 3 additional passages were visible. Their destinations unknown. Just now, Orochimaru must have activated the generator, instantly bringing the small base to life. This place is quite decent, albeit slightly cramped. Li Yuan surveyed the hall. It is indeed a bit small. Many of my instruments cannot be accommodated. Orochimaru withdrew a plethora of scrolls from his cloak. After inspecting them, he retained 5, channeling his chakra into them, causing several devices to materialize within the hall. Orochimaru busily connected the equipment while Li Yuan continued to explore the base. Shortly thereafter, Orochimaru declared, I must head to Konoha now, as the time has come to activate the Flying Thunder God seal. Li Yuan waved his hand at Orochimaru. Go ahead, and return swiftly. I wish to utilize that gene fluid. Orochimaru continued to adjust the instruments without pause. Why the sudden change? Are you not conducting your research anymore? Li Yuan involuntarily halted his intended transportation technique, Flying Thunder God. The prophecy has emerged. It seems our study on the 6 paths bloodline power has likely succeeded. I am eager to experiment with it. Orochimaru ceased his movements and retrieved the vial of gene fluid. His eyes gleamed with fervor as he gazed intently at the liquid, caressing it repeatedly. Very well. Await my return with the Byakugan. Li Yuan waved his hand once more and vanished using Flying Thunder God. As Orochimaru watched Li Yuan's disappearing figure, the fervor in his eyes diminished significantly. He continued to gaze at the gene fluid, murmuring to himself, I hope you truly intend to collaborate with me. Otherwise, I shall test it myself. Even if it is a trap, it matters not. Moreover, the Uchiha bloodline power, a fragment of the 6 paths strength, fills me with anticipation. Orochimaru extended his tongue to lick his lips, cautiously storing the gene fluid away. In the land of fire, at the Valley of the End, beneath the statue of Uchiha Madara, the Toad Sage, Jiraiya, spoke. Lord Jiraiya, Orochimaru's presence has vanished. The Toad Dragon opened his eyes and scratched his head. Toad Dragon, please investigate more thoroughly, Jiraiya urged, pinching the bridge of his nose. Lord Jiraiya, I have sensed it numerous times. His presence is indeed absent, the Toad Dragon replied helplessly. It may be due to a seal on his chakra, preventing me from sensing it. Ah, then you should return for now, Jiraiya said, retracting his hand from his face and gesturing dismissively. Very well, Lord Jiraiya, the Toad Dragon waved his claw. A plume of smoke rose and quickly dissipated, leaving the toad dragon nowhere to be seen. Jiraiya clenched his fists, lost in contemplation. Where could Li Yuan and Orochimaru have gone? It is likely they have ventured to one of Orochimaru's new bases. The ninja world is vast. Without chakra signatures, how shall I locate them? I shall return to Konoha and seek assistance from the old man. He should be of help. I refuse to believe they remain hidden in their base. Without appearing in the ninja realm, Jiraiya glanced at the sky, oriented himself, leaped down from the statue, and hurried towards Konoha. In Konoha, at the Hyuga clan's residence. Within the main hall of the Hinata household, a couple embraced their child tightly. In front of them stood a table stacked high with thick scrolls, alongside a kunai inscribed with intricate runes. In the next moment, Li Yuan appeared out of thin air opposite their table. Have you made all the arrangements? Li Yuan inquired, looking at the Hinata couple. Yes, everything is arranged. It is all here, they replied. As the sun set, the figure known as Nichi turned away, cradling the child in his arms, unable to face him. This was for the best. The scrolls upon the table were likely all intended for him. Li Yuan, with his left hand, accepted the child and cast his gaze upon the table, his expression darkening. Indeed, all of these provisions were prepared by the child's mother. Nichi glanced at the woman, his voice tinged with frustration. How am I to carry away so many scrolls at once? Li Yuan gestured with his right hand, mimicking a grasping motion. Ah, then perhaps I shall only take one plate, the woman proposed, rising to her feet, hesitantly pushing forward a single plate of scrolls. Now, that is more manageable, Li Yuan remarked, pulling the scrolls towards himself. Is there anything else? Nothing more, Nichi replied, extending his right hand, yearning to touch the child's face but retracting it at the last moment. Please, take him away quickly. I fear. Nichi covered his face with one hand, waving dismissively. Hurry, for I too am afraid of becoming attached. The woman embraced Nichi tightly, burying her face in his chest and softly weeping. Alas, I must take my leave, Li Yuan said, waving goodbye as he observed the couple. In the next instant, he vanished, holding Ningji in one arm and a plate of scrolls in the other. I must also make my way to the Hokage building, Nichi mused, gently pushing the woman away. Nichi, wait. I shall seek you out shortly, the woman whispered. Nichi paused momentarily before continuing on his path. The moment he sent Ningji away marked an irrevocable turn in the woman's fate. Chapter 61. Sarutobi Izashi, I am ashamed to share the title of Hokage with you. In the land of thunder, at the border encampment within a wooden cabin, a ninja bowed respectfully. Lord Shi, this is a letter from the Raikage. He presented a scroll with reverence. She took the scroll, unfolding it, and scanning its contents swiftly. Dispatch orders to expand the encampment immediately. We await the arrival of the main force. He tucked the scroll away and turned to the ninja. Yes, Lord Shi, the ninja replied, bowing before departing. Are we truly on the brink of war? Inquired a burly man with dark skin as he approached. Indeed. The Raikage is rallying forces to depart from the village by dawn, she affirmed with a nod. Sigh. It has been less than a year since the last were concluded, and we are to engage in conflict once more, the ninja lamented. Go and observe the movements at the Leaf Village border encampment, she instructed. She gazed at the ninja and spoke. Very well, I shall take my leave, waving his hand as he exited the wooden cabin. He cast a glance at the empty dwelling, sighing deeply. Now is certainly not the time for Konoha to engage in warfare. It would be prudent to wait for a few more years. If Lord Raikage desires to initiate conflict now, then there is little that can be done. In the land of fire, Konoha, at the inn. Darui, let us discuss Narashikaku. He entered the establishment. Inside, a dozen cloud ninjas gathered around 3 tables, enjoying their evening meal. What is there to discuss? Either surrender the murderer or prepare for war. Darui continued to consume a rice ball without lifting his gaze. It is as simple as that. Let us not complicate matters further. Narashikaku approached Darui's table, tapping one of the cloud ninjas. Kindly make way. I wish to speak with your captain. What is there to talk about? Do not think you can deceive me, the ninja retorted coldly, raising his head in disdain. Let him through. Darui waved his hand. Very well, the cloud ninja rose and moved to the adjacent table. Narashikaku sat down heavily, producing a scroll and placing it upon the table. Take a look at this. It is Konoha's response to your village of the clouds. He pushed the scroll forward. What is it? As I said, unless you surrender the killer, there is nothing more to discuss. Darui set aside his food and glanced at the scroll. Well, you will see. It is precisely the response you seek, Shikaku replied, resting a hand on his forehead. Truth be told, Shikaku had not anticipated that the Hokage would demand the Hinata clan surrender Hinata Izashi. Moreover, Hisashi was indeed his own younger brother. However, it was true that Konoha could not afford another war at this juncture. Shikaku felt a tinge of resentment towards the third Hokage's decision. Nonetheless, it did have its advantages. It would prevent the onset of a fourth war, sparing his kin from the battlefield. He hesitated to voice his concerns, focusing instead on fulfilling the Hokage's directive, thereby removing any justification for the village of the clouds to wage war. Darui was momentarily taken aback, staring incredulously at Shikaku, pointing at the scroll. Konoha would not truly hand over. Indeed, you may examine it, Shikaku responded in a hushed tone. Darui took several deep breaths to steady his emotions. Extending his right hand towards the scroll on the table, he grasped it, unrolling it, and infused it with chakra, causing a corpse to tumble out and land upon the inn's floor. Darui looked closely. It was the lifeless body of a young ninja with grayish-white eyes, adorned in the attire of the Hinata clan. Indeed, it was Hinata Hisashi. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the surrounding cloud ninjas. Ah, this is the individual from yesterday's incident. Konoha has truly delivered him. Indeed, the higher-ups of Konoha have shown themselves to be rather unseemly. One cloud ninja shook his head. Indeed, we are fortunate to be from the village of the clouds. Shikaku clenched his fists, striving to maintain his composure. Stop, you two. Check to confirm if it is indeed him. Darui gestured towards the two ninjas. Indeed, the two ninjas set down their bowls and chopsticks. They approached the corpse, donned their gloves, and began their swift examination. After a brief moment, they removed their gloves and looked toward Darui. Lord Darui, it is indeed him, without a doubt. Understood. You may return to your meal. Darui waved his hand. Konoha has handed over the perpetrator to you, Rikuju remarked softly, glancing at the map's sun position. I understand. I shall report this to Lord Raikage, Darui sighed. Konoha has provided the clarification you sought, so I shall take my leave. Rikuju rose and made his way towards the inn's exit, eager to distance himself, feeling a sense of embarrassment. Very well, it seems war will not be imminent, Darui said, waving his hand in resignation. As he watched Rikuju's departing figure, Darui cast a deep gaze towards the Hokage building. The actions of the third Hokage leave him feeling exasperated. Never mind, let Lord Raikage deal with the headache. This is satisfactory. Lord Raikage now has no justification to commence hostilities. Druid encapsulated the remains of the sun differed within a scroll, subsequently retrieving a blank scroll, which he unfurled upon the table, swiftly inscribing upon it with a quill. Moments later, Druid presented two scrolls to a ninja, articulating, "Deliver these to Lord Raikage." The ninja bit his fingertip to form a seal, summoning a dog from thin air. He affixed the scrolls to the creature's body, and with a plume of smoke, the dog vanished from sight. In the land of lightning, within the office of the Cloud Shadow, Lord Raikage, we have received the latest intelligence from Konoha, announced an Umbu ninja as he entered the office. Yes, bring it forth. It wouldn't be that Druid is in trouble, would it? The fourth Raikage, grasped the two scrolls. Upon inspection, exhaled deeply. He opened one scroll to find a letter, which he skimmed rapidly. The next moment, he took hold of the other scroll, infused it with chakra, and a corpse tumbled forth. He clenched his fist and struck the desk with force. With a resounding crash, the desk splintered in two, documents cascading to the floor, creating a series of thuds. Sarutobi Izashi, I am ashamed to share the title of Shadow with you. A bellowed, disregarding the shattered desk. How could you act so? Are you unafraid of Hyuga's descent? Furthermore, how can your esteemed clan, renowned in the ninja world, be so spineless? I struck the wall with another punch. With a loud crack, the wall fractured, and leaped from the Cloud Shadow building, landing in an open space. With fervor, unleashed a barrage of punches upon a massive boulder, sending dust swirling and echoing with thunderous roars. After a brief interval, he ceased his assault, inhaled deeply, and returned to the Cloud Shadow office. The Umbu ninja stood quietly by, evidently accustomed to such displays. He took several deep breaths to regain his composure, approached the fractured desk, and surveyed the chaos. Cancel tomorrow's troop assembly. Inform Sure and Druid to return, said, rubbing his forehead. The Umbu ninja bowed and departed. Remove this desk and bring a sturdier one, instructed. Two Umbu ninjas entered, expertly organizing documents and clearing away the broken remnants of the desk. Sarutobi Izashi, I am ashamed to share the title of Shadow with you. AI continued to roar softly in anger. In the land of fire, at the outskirts of Konoha, Jiraiya glanced at the barrier before stepping into the village. Chapter 62, Orochimaru bites the bait. In the land of grass, at Orochimaru's base, Li Yuan cradled Niji as they emerged onto the stone platform outside the cave, extending his senses. In the next moment, Li Yuan proceeded towards the base. Passing through the stone cave, he entered the hall, where Orochimaru was no longer present. The space was filled with interconnected instruments. From the depths of the cave, the familiar chakra signature of Orochimaru resonated, indicating that he had retreated further inside to make arrangements. Li Yuan gently placed Niji on a table and found a chair for himself, closing his eyes to meditate. Before long, Orochimaru emerged from the cave and entered the hall. His gaze fell upon Niji, who lay asleep on the table, prompting him to approach. "You really brought him," Orochimaru remarked, stroking Niji's forehead. "Didn't you want to see him? Otherwise, I would have sent him back to his clan," Li Yuan replied, opening his eyes. "At such a young age. Perhaps it is best to return him to your clan. I would hate for him to perish under my care." Orochimaru retracted his hand. "Very well. I shall send him back," Li Yuan said as he lifted Niji and rose to his feet. In the next instant, he vanished with Niji using the Flying Thunder God technique. Orochimaru retrieved a vial of genetic fluid, scrutinizing it closely while occasionally licking his lips. A small snake slithered from his sleeve, darting underground and disappearing from sight. Shortly thereafter, Li Yuan re-entered the hall from the cave. "Orochimaru, are you still here waiting for me?" he asked as he approached the same table and sat down. "Yes, I am waiting for your return. I intend to use this vial of genetic fluid," Orochimaru said, shaking the test tube in his hand. "Should we use it now?" Li Yuan inquired, looking at Orochimaru. "Yes. Now, come, let us proceed to the small laboratory," Orochimaru replied, rising and heading towards another stone cave. "All right," Li Yuan said, quickly following him. The two traversed a stone passage several meters long, emerging into another spacious hall of approximately 100 square meters. Along the walls of the hall stood a bed, surrounded by an array of interconnected apparatuses. Orochimaru approached the instruments and began to operate them, illuminating numerous screens. We don't need so many instruments for this vial of genetic fluid," Li Yuan quickly gestured. "Indeed, we do not." Orochimaru halted his actions. "However, I am not very adept with these instruments," Li Yuan murmured, turning his head away. "Then how shall we use this vial of genetic fluid?" Orochimaru lifted the test tube. "Envelop it with my abilities and inject it into your body, allowing the powers to merge gradually," Li Yuan suggested, gazing at the test tube. "Is it truly that simple?" Orochimaru was taken aback, exclaiming in astonishment. "Well, please lie down on this bed. I shall handle the rest," Li Yuan said as he approached the bedside. Orochimaru glanced at the genetic solution in the test tube before reclining on the bed. "Is there anything else?" "Please, do share," he offered, extending the test tube in his hand. "When I utilize my abilities, you will fall into a deep slumber, likely for at least a day," Li Yuan replied. Accepting the test tube. "Must it be this way?" Orochimaru furrowed his brow. "Are we to continue?" Li Yuan toyed with the test tube, gazing at Orochimaru. After a moment of contemplation, Orochimaru extended his tongue to lick his lips and remarked, "It would be a shame not to continue such an intriguing endeavor." He was unconcerned about Li Yuan taking action while he was unconscious, as he had already set his contingencies in motion. "Very well, I shall commence," Li Yuan declared, retrieving a syringe. "All right, proceed," Orochimaru nodded. Li Yuan opened the test tube and drew the genetic solution into the syringe. Discarding the empty test tube, a red glow enveloped the syringe in his right hand. His left hand rested on Orochimaru, also emanating a red light that penetrated his body. Orochimaru made no resistance, allowing the red light to spread within him as he gradually succumbed to sleep. Li Yuan swiftly inserted the glowing syringe into Orochimaru's right arm, rapidly injecting the genetic solution into his system. In the next moment, both hands rested upon Orochimaru, the red light intensifying. Half an hour later, the red glow dissipated, and Li Yuan withdrew his hands, wiping the beads of sweat from his brow. Extending his senses, he detected no other presences nearby. However, he sensed that Orochimaru's soul had weakened further. Li Yuan stroked his chin, pondering deeply. "So you did leave a contingency to guard against me, but it is futile. Your soul is too fragmented. Your resistance to my comprehensive abilities is alarmingly low. Even if you were to merge with other fragments of souls later, it would avail you nothing. As long as I ensure that the fragments of your soul within this body do not dissipate, your contingencies are meaningless. Moreover, I harbor no intentions of harming you. I merely wish to strengthen our bond." Li Yuan chuckled softly as he extended his right hand, which glimmered with blue light, swiftly merging into Orochimaru's being. Moments later, the blue light faded, and Li Yuan retracted his hand, his face alight with excitement as he exited the hall. Meanwhile, in Konoha, at the Hokage building, in the Hokage's office, Jiraiya stood by the window, addressing the third Hokage. Old man, you must mobilize forces to assist me in locating Orochimaru and Li Yuan. The third Hokage, momentarily startled, lifted his pipe to his lips. What transpired? Have they become entwined? He inquired. Indeed, they have intertwined, and Li Yuan is the individual I seek, the one foretold by prophecy. Jiraiya clenched his fist. Prophecy? What was that prophecy you mentioned last time? I didn't quite catch it, the third Hokage remarked, once again placing the pipe in his mouth and taking a deep breath. Jiraiya inhaled deeply several times, looking at the third Hokage with a serious demeanor. The Sage of the Toads foretold that a figure with golden light and golden eyes would bring significant upheaval to the ninja world. It may be that the golden light illuminates the earth, bringing prosperity to the world. Alternatively, it could signify the destruction of the shinobi realm, leaving the land devoid of life. Old man, you must assist me in locating them this time. Otherwise, the future may indeed be bleak. Very well. I shall issue a bounty for them. The third Hokage exhaled a cloud of smoke, seemingly unconcerned, and spoke calmly. Furthermore, I want you to remain in Konoha and attempt to engage with the administrative affairs. Old man, I still have matters to attend to. Jiraiya hastily retreated towards the window. I must take my leave now. Remember to help me find Orochimaru and Li Yuan. Jiraiya leaped out of the window, vanishing into the night. That scoundrel. Can't you just share some of this burden? The third Hokage tightened his grip on the pipe, his furrowed brow forming a deep crease. He dismissed Jiraiya's prophecy with indifference. The shinobi realm has thrived for countless years. The notion of its destruction is laughable. At the Hyuga clan residence, within the Hizashi household, clan leader, Hizashi's wife has committed suicide, and Neji has vanished. We have this scroll at home, a ninja reported with a bow. Hizashi. Hizashi rose abruptly, seized the scroll, and began to peruse it swiftly. Moments later, he set the scroll down, his expression dark and uncertain. He paced back and forth several times before halting to face the ninja. Who else is privy to this information? Only my wife. I live next door to him. She intended to offer comfort, but discovered this instead. The ninja whispered. Find a child of Neji's age who is to perish. I do not wish for others to learn of today's events. Hizashi fixed his gaze intently on the ninja. Yes, clan leader. The ninja bowed and departed swiftly. Hizashi glanced once more at the scroll, cautiously tucking it into his bosom, murmuring to himself, Hizashi, I hope you are right. The clan rules leave me no alternative. This is all I can do. Chapter 63, returning to see Eagle Island in the profound stone cavern of Orochimaru's base in the land of grass. The enigmatic figure stirred from his slumber, rising from his bed. He rubbed his eyes, acutely aware of the changes that had transpired within him. His vision had significantly improved. He could discern even the minute dust particles suspended in the air not far away. Orochimaru, you have awakened. You have been asleep for an entire day. Li Yuan announced as he entered the hall. How do you feel now? You can channel chakra into your eyes and give it another try. He added with a mischievous grin. Orochimaru approached a device in the hall, which featured a small mirror. Facing the mirror, he infused chakra into his eyes, and the golden vertical pupils transformed instantaneously into a crimson hue, with a spinning tomo atop them. How remarkable! I have indeed inherited the power of the Uchiha bloodline. Orochimaru remarked, caressing his eyes and licking his lips with his elongated tongue. Don't celebrate too soon. It's merely a single tomo Sharingan, Li Yuan interjected, stroking his chin. No worries, it can evolve gradually, Orochimaru reassured as he withdrew his chakra, his eyes returning to their golden vertical form. It might be a challenging evolution, Li Yuan mused. Approaching Orochimaru. Is there a side effect? You haven't fully integrated it. Orochimaru turned to Li Yuan, his expression curious. Not quite. It's your mental energy that is too feeble, Li Yuan sighed. To clarify, the evolution of the Uchiha Sharingan requires formidable mental prowess, coupled with spiritual stimuli, he explained. Touching his own eyes. When I administered the genetic fusion serum, I discovered your mental energy was lacking, which is why you could only awaken the single tomo. Is that so? Orochimaru murmured to himself, contemplating his eyes. Orochimaru, what happened to you? Why is your mental energy so low? Li Yuan regarded him, feigning ignorance. Well, I will devise a solution, Orochimaru replied, casting a sidelong glance at Li Yuan, unwilling to divulge that he had partitioned his soul, a secret safeguard of his own. Come. Let us venture outside to test the Sharingan, Orochimaru promptly suggested. How are we to test it? The single tomo Sharingan offers little to explore, Li Yuan waved dismissively. True. Orochimaru acknowledged, stroking his chin. Is our next step to integrate Sage Body? he inquired, his fiery gaze fixed on Li Yuan, his tongue flicking against his lips. Indeed. My plan is as follows, Li Yuan responded, contemplating for a moment. Should we pursue the Uzumaki or the Senju? I believe the Uzumaki would be preferable. We have a pure-blood Uzumaki at our disposal, Li Yuan chuckled. Furthermore, the cells of Hashirama we possess are unusable. They are cells of the deceased. Take me to see the pure-blood Uzumaki. I am eager to commence this new experiment. Orochimaru spoke with urgency, suggesting, let us proceed to my newly established Uchiha clan territory. We could potentially establish our base there. Li Yuan rested his right hand upon Orochimaru's shoulder. First, let's inspect your new territory and assess its suitability for setting up a laboratory. Orochimaru surveyed the instruments surrounding them. In an instant, Li Yuan activated the Flying Thunder God technique, vanishing alongside Orochimaru. On Eagle Island, the sun hung high in the sky, casting a brilliant glow upon the sandy shores. Li Yuan reappeared, his right hand still on Orochimaru's shoulder. The air was filled with the resonant calls of eagles as 3 or 4 of varying sizes soared above. Circling gracefully, Li Yuan waved his hand, and a gust of wind greeted them. The eagles gradually descended, landing before Li Yuan, where one gently nudged its head against him. Li Yuan affectionately stroked the eagle's feathers. Do they all possess the Sharingan? Orochimaru inquired, casting a keen glance at the birds, his gaze fixed on Li Yuan. The 2 larger eagles were first generation, endowed with the Sharingan, while the others were second generation. How extraordinary. Your abilities are remarkable, Orochimaru remarked, extending his tongue to savor the moment. Go on and play, Li Yuan encouraged, giving the eagle a gentle pat. With a resounding cry, the eagle took flight, spiraling into the sky before departing with a few companions. A number of figures, clutching shuriken, rushed forward. Upon recognizing Li Yuan, they sheathed their weapons and bowed before departing. The clan leader and the elder emerged from the thicket. Orochimaru, let us depart, Li Yuan said as he approached the elder. Orochimaru cast a glance at the island and quickly followed Li Yuan. The elder halted, astonished by the figures trailing behind Li Yuan. Clan leader, why have you brought Orochimaru? It is of no concern. We shall be allies henceforth, Li Yuan replied, placing a reassuring hand on the elder's shoulder. Come. Take me to observe the progress of the new clan territory. Clan leader, this way, the elder said, glancing at Orochimaru before turning back towards the forest. Li Yuan and Orochimaru followed closely behind. As they traversed the dense foliage, a vast expanse of cleared land came into view. Numerous individuals were busily engaged in various tasks. Some were transporting large trees from the forest, others were sawing timber, while others were carting away lumber. Following the trail of the removed wood, Li Yuan noticed rows of partially constructed wooden houses, where many clan members were laboring diligently. Quite impressive, the wooden houses are halfway completed, Li Yuan remarked with a nod. Clan leader, the members are quite enthusiastic. After all, it is their home, the elder replied, stroking his goat-like beard. Take me to see the members of the Uzumaki clan I brought last time, Li Yuan requested, looking towards the elder. This way. She is already integrated here and is assisting with the cooking. The elder led Li Yuan toward a cluster of tents. As they walked, several individuals greeted Li Yuan, who responded to each in turn. Not far from a large tent, the elder came to a stop. Li Yuan turned to see a group of dozens of women washing vegetables and preparing meals, among them a striking red-haired figure. Her once dull crimson locks had regained some luster, though her frame remained gaunt. She exhibited a hint of vitality. It was no wonder, having been brought here just a few days prior, she was beginning to recover, showcasing the resilience characteristic of the Uzumaki clan. Orochimaru. That red-haired woman is a pure-blooded Uzumaki, Li Yuan remarked, turning to Orochimaru. A mere imitation of the Uzumaki. Why can I sense no vitality in her? Orochimaru furrowed his brow. The essence of life has been completely drained. Thus, it is imperceptible. There is no hope left, Li Yuan shook his head. What a pity. Orochimaru shook his head. How does this place feel? It seems suitable for establishing a laboratory, he remarked as he surveyed the surroundings, glancing at Li Yuan. This island is quite splendid, he continued, nodding towards the mountain peaks not far from the flat ground ahead. I wish to establish my laboratory beneath that mountain. Orochimaru fixed his gaze upon the towering peak. The laboratory must be constructed underground or within the mountains. Li Yuan scratched his head. That's unnecessary. It's merely a habit, Orochimaru replied, slightly taken aback, and then stroked his forehead. It should be situated in a concealed location for safety. Very well, beside that mountain. I shall enlist the help of my clansmen for the construction, Li Yuan said, looking towards the elder. As the clan leader, I will make the necessary arrangements. The elder sighed, rubbing his temples. In due time, it will benefit the clansmen. Li Yuan reassured him with a pat on the shoulder. By the way, elder, should I bring some ordinary folks along? It would be best to do so. Due to the Third War, our clan's population has become somewhat imbalanced. The elder frowned. All right. Orochimaru, do you require anything else? Li Yuan inquired, turning his gaze to him. Let us go together. I fear you might damage those instruments, which are quite expensive. Orochimaru hastily replied. Very well, let us first fetch your instruments, Li Yuan said, placing a hand on Orochimaru's shoulder before utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique to vanish. The following morning, Li Yuan and Orochimaru returned to Eagle Sea Island. For the construction of the laboratory, you shall communicate with the elder, Li Yuan advised Orochimaru. By the way, take this. See if you can make use of it, he said, producing a luminous orb and handing it to Orochimaru. What is this? Orochimaru inquired as he accepted the orb. It is a barret, a type of weapon capable of killing from nearly 2 kilometers away, Li Yuan explained. 2 kilometers, quite intriguing. Orochimaru replied, extending his tongue to lick the corner of his mouth. If you have the time, give it a try. I intend to stay on this island for at least 10 years, focusing on the study of bloodline abilities. What do you think? Li Yuan stated. I have no objections. Provided there are experimental materials, Orochimaru mused as he toyed with the orb in his hand. In that case, I shall go out and bring back some ordinary people. This orb can allow one to probe with mental energy and retrieve information. Li Yuan waved his hand and once again disappeared using the Flying Thunder God technique. As Orochimaru watched Li Yuan depart, he directed his mental energy into the orb. Moments later, he extended his tongue to lick the corner of his mouth. Murmuring softly to himself, an interesting concept, it can be used in such a manner, providing me with considerable inspiration. The power of the 6 paths fused with bloodlines is something I eagerly anticipate. Chapter 1. 13 years, Konoha Year 63, Eagle Island. In a spacious training ground, 2 youths faced each other. 1. With ebony hair and dark eyes, donned the attire of the Uchiha clan, he was Sasuke Uchiha. The other, his chestnut locks cascading down his back. Possessed eyes of a pure white hue devoid of pupils, he was Neji Hyuga. Beside the training ground, on the 2nd floor of a nearby building, Li Yuan cradled a child of 5 or 6 years, observing the scene below. Let the match begin, regardless of the outcome. As the strongest of your generation within the clan, both of you will receive a reward. In the next moment, the 2 surged forward in unison. With a series of resounding impacts, fists and feet clashed, accompanied by sporadic bursts of flames. From the sidelines, numerous young spectators cheered exuberantly. Sasuke, give it your all. Defeat Neji. Neji, you must triumph over this arrogant brat. Yes, vanquish him. Go, Neji. A girl with flowing red hair shouted. Xiangling, who do you truly wish to win? A boy glanced at her sideways, then returned his gaze to the match. Well, it can't be that both win. She hesitated, her expression conflicted. Is that even possible? Another youth scoffed. Xiangling lowered her head, clearly torn. Neji was the older brother who had grown up with her, caring for her ever since their mother passed away 2 years prior. Yet, Sasuke's striking good looks were undeniable, and she felt a connection to him. Sasuke, you're the best. Go, Sasuke. Xiangling exclaimed, her cheeks flushed, raising her right hand in fervor. Neji, amidst the battle, cast a dark glance towards Xiangling upon hearing her words. Seizing the opportunity, Sasuke landed a punch squarely on Neji's chest. Neji was propelled backward, crashing off the training ground with a thud. With the match concluded, Sasuke emerged victorious as Li Yuan, still holding the child, leaped into the training area. Go play with your brother, Li Yuan said, gently setting the little girl down. All right, father, she replied, running towards a boy of 7 or 8 years. Li Yuan watched the 2 children join together, a smile gracing his face. In their 3rd year on this island, he and Guangzi had married. And these 2 were their children. Turning his attention back to Sasuke and Neji, Li Yuan declared, Sasuke, here is the lightning release technique, Chidori, for you. Li Yuan produced a scroll and handed it to Sasuke. Sasuke stepped forward and grasped the scroll with eagerness. Neji, this weapon is for you, Li Yuan continued, extending another scroll to Neji. This also belongs to you. It contains the instructions for the weapon's usage. Li Yuan then unveiled a luminous orb. Neji approached and accepted both the scroll and the orb. Observing the surrounding youths and children, Li Yuan addressed the audience below. With this competition concluded, you may disperse. Xiangling, you remain. Li Yuan's gaze settled on the red-haired girl. The children gradually congregated in small clusters, slowly making their way out of the training ground. Li Yuan noticed his son, accompanied by his little daughter, leaving alongside a few other children. Xiangling, feel free to grab hold of any of them, Li Yuan remarked, directing his attention to the girl approaching the stage. Oh, Xiangling hesitated, wandering uncertainly between the two boys. After a moment's pause, she blushed and boldly embraced Sasuke's arm. Neji clenched his fists, casting a fierce glare at Sasuke before turning away. Li Yuan placed his hands on the shoulders of both boys, observing the scene with amusement. Truly, in the world of Hokage, even 13-year-olds possess such mature sentiments. In the next instant, Li Yuan utilized the flying thunder god technique, and the three boys vanished from sight. In Orochimaru's laboratory, they materialized in a grand hall. It is a spacious hall filled with interconnected instruments, accompanied by several single beds. Patriarch, is this Orochimaru's laboratory? Sasuke inquired, casting a puzzled glance around. Neji and Hanabi also gazed curiously at their surroundings. They had never entered Orochimaru's laboratory on the island, but they had heard numerous terrifying rumors. These rumors were not concocted by Li Yuan. They were tales spun by the parents on the island to frighten their children. Once Li Yuan discerned the truth, he did not intervene much, as long as the tales did not become too exaggerated. After all, Orochimaru was indifferent. His sole focus was on his experiments. Indeed, it is a laboratory, and there is another advantage I must share with you here, Li Yuan said with a sly grin. At that moment, a creaking sound echoed. The hall was opened from the outside as Orochimaru, clad in a white lab coat, entered with the young pharmacist, Kabuto. Everyone's here, quickly lie down on the bed. Orochimaru's intense gaze swept over them as he flicked his tongue across his lips. The three youths instinctively recoiled, casting wary glances at Orochimaru. You all should lie on the beds. I'll be here. It's all right. Li Yuan gestured towards a single bed. The stories you heard about the laboratory were fabricated by your parents to frighten you. The trio slightly lowered their guard, exchanging glances. The timid Sasuke huffed softly and was the first to approach a single bed, reclining upon it. He was the youngest son of Elder Fugaku and had a slight understanding of the laboratory. Sasuke is quite handsome. Ino couldn't help but exclaim. Ino, what are you saying? Neji raised an eyebrow at her. Of course, he is your brother, your kin, Ino replied, looking at Neji and affectionately clinging to his arm. Whispering playfully, but Sasuke is indeed quite handsome. She loosened her hold on Neji and dashed to lie down on the single bed next to Sasuke. Neji sighed and also laid down on the adjacent bed. You all should rest. There will be a surprise when you wake up. Li Yuan's right hand glowed with a crimson light, swiftly enveloping the three. As the light merged into their bodies, they instantly fell into a deep slumber. Let us begin, Li Yuan said, as the red light from his hand faded, turning his gaze towards Orochimaru. Orochimaru approached Sasuke's bed, producing a pre-prepared syringe. He swiftly pierced Sasuke's right arm and slowly injected the liquid. The red light from Li Yuan's hand intensified and swiftly entered Sasuke, merging into his body. Li Yuan closed his eyes, carefully using his red hand to sense the internal condition of Sasuke. He did not use the red hand to facilitate the fusion of the drug and the body. Rather, he merely observed the integration of the potion to prevent any unforeseen incidents. This is not the first experiment. Each time, Li Yuan meticulously observes and records his findings to submit to Orochimaru. Each trial involves a different individual, and should failure seem imminent, Li Yuan swiftly employs a red hand to forcibly merge the cells, ensuring the safety of his kin. The cells infused into Sasuke's body are derived from the Uzumaki bloodline, extracted from Xiangling. Moments later, Li Yuan opens his eyes, his face alight with excitement. Orochimaru. This time the fusion is nearly flawless, and I did not intervene. Excellent. Orochimaru exclaims, instinctively licking the corner of his mouth, bursting into maniacal laughter. Now, on to the next one. Orochimaru approaches Xiangling, retrieving a syringe and gently injecting the solution into her right arm. This vial of genetic fluid is extracted from the Uchiha clan, akin to what Li Yuan provided to Orochimaru. As usual, Li Yuan's right hand glowed crimson, penetrating into Xiangling's body. After a brief moment, Li Yuan shook his head. The crimson light intensified and swiftly entered her form. It is indeed a challenge, as there has been limited research on this matter. The Uzumaki clan is simply too scarce. Orochimaru sighed, a look of regret etched upon his face. Half an hour later, the crimson glow from Li Yuan's right hand dissipated. Orochimaru approached Neji, retrieving a syringe, his brow furrowing as he glanced at Li Yuan. You should handle this. The serum you provided has not been studied. He handed the syringe to Li Yuan. Moreover, are you truly convinced that their bloodline powers are interconnected? I have not encountered any such information. There should be a connection, Li Yuan responded, taking the syringe and stroking his chin thoughtfully. Chapter 2. A return to the shinobi world. Li Yuan stood beside Niji's single bed, contemplating the syringe in his hand. Lost in deep thought, the gene serum was extracted by Li Yuan from the Kagaya clan. Indeed, during the Blood Mist project in the Hidden Mist village, Li Yuan seized the opportunity to abduct several individuals, 3 from the Kagaya clan, including Junmaru and 2 infants, 3 from the Akatsuki clan. Consisting of Akatsuki Suigetsu and 2 infants, and 3 from the Yuki clan, comprising Haku and 2 infants. Li Yuan also successfully treated Junmaru's bloodline illness. Presently, they all reside on this island. Perhaps due to the anguish of their previous destruction, they chose not to participate in this year's youth competition. In the previous life, it was often said among the Hokage that the Kagaya clan and the Hyuga clan are descendants of the Feather Village, akin to the relationship shared by the Uchiha and Senju clans. By this logic, they represent the sage eyes and sage body of the Feather Village lineage. Regardless, let us first experiment. With my presence here, nothing should go awry. Li Yuan shook his head, retracting his thoughts. A crimson light emanated from his right hand, enveloping the syringe filled with the serum, which he then injected into Niji's right arm, slowly infusing the liquid. With his left hand resting on Niji, the crimson light intensified, guiding the amalgamation of the serum with the physical form. After half an hour, the glow from Li Yuan's hand dissipated, and he released a long breath. How is it? Is there any compatibility? Orochimaru inquired hastily. There is no compatibility. The lineage power traces back to a single individual. Li Yuan raised his gaze towards Orochimaru. Indeed, it all originates from the same person, Orochimaru replied, momentarily taken aback, regarding Li Yuan with curiosity. Come, let us step outside to converse. I shall reveal everything to you. Li Yuan patted Orochimaru on the shoulder. Do, observe them closely and document everything. Orochimaru instructed Do. Understood, Lord Orochimaru. Do bowed and swiftly approached a nearby instrument. Let us go. Orochimaru led the way out of the room. Upon exiting, they found themselves in a more spacious hall. Half of the hall was filled with equipment, while the other half served as a resting area. Could it be that they all descend from the Sage of Six Paths? Orochimaru remarked, licking his lips. No, it is his mother, Li Yuan replied, settling into a chair in the resting area. His mother? I have not heard of her. Orochimaru shook his head, fixating on Li Yuan. It is not surprising. The information has been erased by the Sage of Six Paths. Li Yuan gestured towards a chair opposite him. Why? Orochimaru asked as he took a seat across from him. I am not entirely certain. I only know that the source of the bloodline power is her. But let us not dwell on that. It is too far removed from us. Li Yuan shook his head. He was reluctant to disclose too much to Orochimaru at this time. The moment had not yet arrived. It was only the 63rd year of Konoha. In the original narrative, Naruto and his companions would graduate from the Ninja Academy this year. The events of Naruto, Shippuden were still 3 years away, granting them ample time. Indeed, it is too distant from us, Orochimaru mused, stroking his chin softly. Currently, the most crucial task remains the restoration of the power of the Sage of Six Paths. Indeed, did you not mention that by merging 2 bloodline powers, one could unlock the Six Paths power? Orochimaru extended his tongue and licked his lips. Now that we have achieved this, where is the Six Paths power? It is slowly gestating within them, and within you as well. Do you not feel it? Li Yuan gazed at Orochimaru. This is what I sense. Merely a slight enhancement in vitality. Orochimaru shook his head dismissively. Your body and soul are misaligned, which may hinder the effect. Furthermore, your mental strength is too feeble. Li Yuan countered, shaking his head in response. Is that so? Orochimaru lowered his head, plunged into contemplation. He pondered whether his prior soul division had been a mistake, leading to his fear of illusions, a fractured soul, and an inability to advance further. Do not fret, we may find a solution in due course. Li Yuan gazed out at the sky beyond the window. Orochimaru remained silent, well aware of the arduous nature of soul restoration. I intend to return to the ninja world and stir up some trouble. Do you have any thoughts? Li Yuan turned once more to Orochimaru. The ninja world, you say? Orochimaru lifted his head, a flicker of vitality returning to his countenance. Is that old man still in the position of Hokage? For many years, Orochimaru had immersed himself in experiments, oblivious to the happenings in the ninja world. Yes, he is still there, seemingly around 70 years old, Li Yuan remarked, stroking his chin. He should be 69. He must wish to die in that position, Orochimaru sighed, a look of melancholy crossing his face. What of Jiraiya, that perennial underachiever? What has he been doing all these years? It seems he has been searching for me, traversing the ninja world. Li Yuan chuckled softly while stroking his chin. Indeed. That aligns with his style. He is far too fixated on prophecies. Orochimaru sighed again. Go ahead. I will not be leaving just yet. As there are numerous experiments to pursue, Orochimaru rose and made his way back to the previous room. When you return to the ninja world, could you assist me in locating the old man? Orochimaru paused, turning his back to Li Yuan as he spoke softly. Never mind. I shall go myself in a few days. Orochimaru shook his head and departed briskly. Li Yuan watched Orochimaru's retreating figure, unable to suppress a sigh. I have made so many changes, provided you with countless experimental ideas, materials, and work. Why do you still wish to orchestrate a plan to bring Konoha to ruin? Furthermore, it is essential that the third Hokage remains alive. With him, Konoha shall not flourish. This is also one of the reasons why Li Yuan has not engaged much with Konoha over the past 13 years. With a sigh, Li Yuan utilized the flying thunder god technique and vanished from sight. In a courtyard of a wooden house, he materialized out of thin air. Observing the sky, he noted that the sun had set beyond the mountains, marking the arrival of evening. Two children had returned and were playing in the courtyard. Upon seeing Li Yuan, they rushed towards him. Father, hug. The little girl exclaimed, wrapping her arms around one of his legs. Look at you both, so grown up yet still wanting hugs. The boy teased, sticking out his tongue and touching his face. If you want a hug, then father won't he hug you, the little girl retorted, raising her chin defiantly. Only children would crave such affection. The boy dashed into the wooden house. Come on, let us go inside for dinner, Li Yuan said, gently caressing his daughter's cheek as they entered the house. Welcome back. Quickly wash your hands, dinner is ready, Coco called out, emerging from the kitchen with a bowl and chopsticks in hand. She wore a white kimono, her long hair cascading down her shoulders, complemented by an apron. She still looked as beautiful as ever, though now she exuded a touch of maturity that replaced some of her youthful vivacity. Li Yuan took his daughter into the kitchen to wash her hands, while his eldest son had already seated himself at the dining table. Exiting the kitchen, he found the table laid out with 4 dishes and a soup. Li Yuan placed his daughter in her seat and sat down beside Coco. They all began to eat, the only sound being the clatter of bowls and chopsticks. After a moment, Li Yuan turned to his 8-year-old son and spoke, Take your sister outside to play. Your mother and I need to discuss something. Ugh, I bet it's something embarrassing, the boy grimaced, tugging his sister along out of the hall. Li Yuan shot him a glare and then looked toward Coco, who was about to clear the table. I plan to return to the shinobi world tomorrow and may come back at unpredictable times. Don't wait for me to eat, he informed her. Must you go? We've been quite well here, Coco replied, setting down the dishes and stepping closer to him. Li Yuan paused for a moment before quietly responding, I must go. There are matters that require my attention within the next 3 years. Very well, do take care of yourself, Coco said, wrapping her arms around Li Yuan from behind, resting her head against his neck. Here, we have our 2 children waiting for your return. I will, and you know my strength. I shall also bring along several formidable allies, Li Yuan reassured her, gently stroking her face. In the next instant, he stood up, lifting Coco into his arms and heading toward the bedroom. Wait, I still need to wash the dishes, Coco exclaimed, waving her hands. Not to worry. We can do that tomorrow. We can always have another child, Li Yuan said, planting a kiss on her cheek. All right, Coco replied, her face flushing as she spoke softly. In the next moment, Li Yuan entered the bedroom and closed the door. Chapter 3, Kaleidoscope, Inner World in the Morning. Sunlight poured down over Eagle Island like a delicate veil. Li Yuan stood on the sandy beach, quietly gazing at the horizon where the sea met the sky. As the orange-red sun slowly ascended, at that moment, several silhouettes emerged from the dense jungle behind. Li Yuan turned to glance back, momentarily taken aback. His brow furrowed as he scrutinized one figure among them. 4 figures stepped out of the underbrush, 3 robust men and a youthful individual. Shirzue, are you also planning to go? Li Yuan asked, his expression darkening as he regarded one of them. 13 years had elapsed, and while Uchiha Shirzue had not changed much, he appeared somewhat more mature. No, not really. It's Itachi who wishes to explore, Shirzue replied, waving his left hand and nudging the young man beside him. Chief, did you not previously decree that those who attain the rank of Jonin may venture out for leisure? Itachi stepped forward, his eyes brimming with anticipation as he gazed at Li Yuan. Moreover, I have come of age. I yearn to assist my father. The fourth elder, Uchiha.Fugaku, had not been on Hying Island in recent years, having been assigned by Li Yuan to lead the Sound Village, where he could rightfully be called the Sound Shadow. Indeed, Li Yuan had, as in the original narrative, established the Sound Village as a training ground for the clan's adult members. However, he had issued a strict command to minimize the use of the Sharingan. If used, it must be erased thoroughly. Jiraiya was still searching for him, and being discovered would undoubtedly lead to trouble. Hadn't Fugaku's dream always been to become a shadow? Now, that dream had been realized, albeit in a different setting, which felt somewhat contrived. Well, your strength is sufficient. Very well, we shall first proceed to the Sound Village, Li Yuan conceded, nodding as he placed his right hand on Itachi's shoulder. Keiki, Junjie, come and grasp my hand, Li Yuan called to the two men. Both adorned in the traditional Uchiha attire, clad in athletic wear with chainmail overcoats. At that moment, another group emerged from the thicket, hastening towards them. Li Yuan looked up, momentarily taken aback. Orochimaru, are you also departing? Did you not mention yesterday that you would wait a while longer? Li Yuan brushed his forehead thoughtfully. Li Yuan-kun, I pondered throughout the night. It is best to send the old man off sooner, Orochimaru stated, halting before Li Yuan with 8 companions in tow. Li Yuan cast a glance behind Orochimaru, letting out a resigned sigh. He recognized Kimimaro, Suigetsu, CHG, Girin, Haku, and 3 other members of his clan. In these original texts, his subordinates were brought back by Li Yuan and handed over to Orochimaru. After all, it was a cooperative relationship. One could not allow him to be a mere figurehead. In the course of subsequent events, Li Yuan discovered that his interactions with them were infrequent, as he seldom monitored their activities. Truly, Orochimaru, being the disciple of the third Hokage, managed to keep them in line with minimal contact. He even managed to persuade 3 of his own clansmen, whom Li Yuan recognized and who were now elite jonin. The clan leader and the other 2 quickly bowed in respect, diverting their gazes to the side. There was nothing amiss, akin to working with Orochimaru. Li Yuan waved his hand dismissively. I told you, Li Yuan wouldn't mind. Orochimaru extended his tongue to lick his lips. The 3 young clansmen then turned their faces, revealing smiles. With so many of you gathered together, I shall use my spatial abilities to take you all to the Sound Ninja Village, Li Yuan declared, surveying the crowd. In the next moment, they huddled together. Clan leader, I am returning now. Take care and return safely. Shirzue stepped back a few paces and waved at Li Yuan. Good. As long as you set it down, Li Yuan replied, waving his hand. After living a tranquil life for 13 years and having 2 children, how could he still be preoccupied with Konoha? Shirzue turned and walked down the forest path. Li Yuan watched Shirzue's retreating figure, lost in reminiscence. In the first couple of years, he had even instructed his clansmen to monitor Shirzue, ensuring any movements were reported promptly, and if he were absent, to inform the elder. After 2 years of surveillance, seeing that Shirzue had not committed any wrongdoing against the clan, Li Yuan ceased his oversight. He brought his thoughts back to the gathered individuals. In the next moment, the space distorted, and a dozen people vanished from sight. Li Yuan glanced at Eagle Island before using the Flying Thunder God technique to disappear as well. What had just occurred was not the power of Abido. It was Li Yuan's own Mangekyō Sharingan ability. After 13 years of training in the Golden Light Curse, Li Yuan's Sharingan had evolved into the Mangekyō. Perhaps the essence refined through the Golden Light Curse had imbued his eyes with a unique aura. Li Yuan's Mangekyō Sharingan was indeed extraordinary. The abilities of the Mangekyō seamlessly intertwined with his inner landscape, forming a realm that was both illusory and real. Within this inner world, the dozen individuals curiously examined their surroundings. They stood upon a vast expanse of land, with a colossal fireball overhead, akin to the sun. Its radiance illuminated the ground, casting a daylight glow. As they surveyed the vicinity, they noted that the space was limited, with darkness enveloping the area 100 meters away. How intriguing. Is this also a manifestation of your ability? Orochimaru extended his tongue to caress the corner of his mouth and advanced towards the darkness ahead. Moments later, he halted upon the sunlit ground, gazing into the void before him. It was an expanse of nothingness. Unconsciously, he stretched out his right hand, his index finger probing towards the shadows. Orochimaru's finger met an invisible barrier at the boundary of the light, preventing him from delving deeper into the darkness. He attempted this several times, each effort yielding the same result. Is it a rule of space? He pondered, retracting his right hand and stroking his chin in contemplation. After a brief interval, the space around him distorted. They departed from that place and materialized in a village within the land of rice. Orochimaru surveyed his surroundings before turning his gaze to Li Yuan. What was that you just did? He inquired, licking his lips. An inner realm, a space I cultivated. Li Yuan replied while stroking his chin, lost in thought. Is that so? Does it possess the potential for growth? Orochimaru's eyes gleamed with fervor. Indeed, it does. Li Yuan nodded. Then, does that mean do not get ahead of yourself? It is impossible for you to study it, Li Yuan interjected, hastily waving his hand. What a pity, Orochimaru sighed, shaking his head in disappointment. At that moment, the affluent Fugaku, in his 40s, approached with 2 companions. Chief, what brings you here? Fugaku cast a glance at the dozen individuals beside Li Yuan. You continue with your music and shadow work. As for us, we shall venture out to stir things up in the ninja world. Li waved his hand and chuckled. Fugaku, please ensure that the 4 sound ninjas assist me. They can aid in establishing a barrier. Orochimaru turned his gaze towards Fugaku. Lord Orochimaru, whenever you require them, I shall arrange it immediately, Fugaku nodded. It would be ideal if you could accompany me tomorrow. Also, prepare all intel regarding the ninja world from the past year. I wish to review it, he said as Orochimaru made his way toward a building. Understood, Lord Orochimaru. Fugaku respectfully stepped aside. Fugaku, your son has arrived. Take your time to converse. Li Yuan waved his hand, leading Keiki and Junji toward a wooden cabin. Father, I'm here, Itachi exclaimed, rushing to Fugaku's side, his face alight with excitement. Come. Let us visit your mother. Ask her to prepare more dishes. We shall chat leisurely. Fugaku gestured to Li Yuan, taking Itachi toward the wooden cabin. Perhaps due to the change in environment, free from the pressures of village and clan. The relationship between Fugaku and his sons was not as taciturn as depicted in the original narrative. It resembled that of an ordinary family. Li Yuan observed this scene with a contented smile as he led the 2 into the wooden cabin. Chapter 4. A desire to join Akatsuki. This is a 3-story house, with the first floor featuring a grand hall. Now, let us discuss our plans, Li Yuan remarked, gesturing towards the tables and chairs within the hall. First, how has your training in Sage Mode progressed? Li Yuan settled into a chair. Well, I haven't quite achieved it yet, but I believe I am close. Junji replied as he took a seat beside him. I have nearly mastered it, Guangshu declared, forming hand seals with both hands. Moments later, his eyes transformed into golden eagle-like pupils, surrounded by a shadowy aura. Good. Have you tested the power of your ninjutsu yet? Li Yuan turned to Guangshu, unfazed by his ability to attain Sage Mode. After all, Guangshu was the first to integrate the Uzumaki bloodline, having done so for a decade. Once he had merged, Li Yuan had instructed him to seek out Inkong to learn Sage Mode using his demonic energy. His current configuration was Sage Body, Mangekyō Sharingan, and Sage Mode, effectively realizing Li Yuan's plan, a mini version of Madara. The power has significantly increased. I feel incredibly strong now, capable of sweeping through the ninja world. Guangshu exclaimed with a wild laugh, his face alight with excitement. Stop. You're not that formidable yet. There are still powerful opponents in the ninja world, Li Yuan replied, rubbing his forehead in exasperation. How can that be? I've become several times stronger, Guangshu retorted, a dismissive expression on his face. Come, let us spar. Li Yuan fixed his gaze on Guangshu. All right, I've been eager to do this. Guangshu stepped forward and pulled Li Yuan along. Let us go and test it. You'll also gain a clearer understanding of the power of Sage Mode. Li Yuan placed his right hand on Junji's shoulder. In the next moment, the 3 vanished in an instant. Shortly after, they reappeared. Guangshu plopped down heavily onto a chair, panting heavily. A large bruise marred his face, and his clothes were significantly torn. Junji turned away, struggling to suppress laughter. Your abilities are a bit over the top. Guangshu rubbed his face and exclaimed loudly. How can you not accept this? Do you still wish to fight? Li Yuan clenched his fists, staring at Guangshu. No more fighting. I cannot win. Guangshu quickly waved his hands. Help me heal. How am I supposed to face others like this? He groaned, touching his chest and face. No need for healing. With the Uzumaki physique, a good sleep will suffice, Li Yuan shook his head. Is that so? What an effect. Guangshu and Junji exchanged astonished glances, their eyes gleaming with intrigue. Don't think too much of it. Just avoid injuries in the future. That Uzumaki woman in our clan died before reaching 30. It was due to overextending herself and healing others, leading to her life force being exhausted. If you both sustain too many injuries, it will also have repercussions. Is that so? That's still somewhat reassuring. They shared a glance, gently touching their chests in contemplation. First, take a look at this information. Li Yuan produced 2 scrolls and handed them to them. What is this? They inquired, quickly perusing the scrolls. The two identical scrolls contain intelligence regarding the Akatsuki organization of the Land of Rain, along with their future objectives of collecting tailed beasts. It is now the 63rd year of Konoha, and the Akatsuki team, in contrast to the original narrative, is merely missing Itachi. Li Yuan intends to select one individual from these two to join the Akatsuki, thereby substituting for Itachi in the original storyline, in hopes of accelerating their progress. Following the original timeline would be excessively sluggish. As for the reason, Li Yuan feels significantly more powerful now, perhaps a bit too confident. With someone joining the Akatsuki, he can observe from the shadows and compare their strengths. The Rinnegan? Is it not merely a legend? Both individuals raised their heads, astonished at Li Yuan. Indeed, it is the Rinnegan. Guangxu, do you still believe yourself invincible? Li Yuan nodded, gazing at Guangxu. One only knows after engaging in battle. Guangxu touched his own eyes thoughtfully. Very well, you shall join them, Li Yuan remarked, stroking his chin. Yes, I shall join them. I too wish to witness the Rinnegan. Guangxu clenched his fists and stood up, his face brimming with excitement. I did not instruct you to fight. Rather, you must find a way to expedite their progress. No problem. It is merely about collecting tailed beasts. I have long desired to engage with them. Guangxu said nonchalantly, looking towards the Land of Rain. Li Yuan turned his gaze away from Guangxu and looked at Junjie. Orochimaru intends to make a move against Konoha. If you still seek revenge, you may accompany him. Clan leader, will you not join? Junjie tightened his fists. I am not particularly interested in Konoha. My focus will primarily be on Guangxu. Li Yuan extended his hands and retrieved the two scrolls. Very well, clan leader, I shall find Orochimaru immediately, Junjie declared as he rose. Wait, take this with you. Li Yuan handed him a kunai. Report back to me promptly if anything arises. Understood, clan leader, Junjie replied. Accepting the kunai and fastening it to his waist before exiting the wooden hut, Li Yuan watched Junjie leave the hut, letting out a sigh. After sending off all his clansmen years ago, he had harbored a desire for revenge against Konoha, but was halted by Li Yuan, fearing the potential impact on the storyline. And considering his own strength was merely at the level of a shadow then, he refrained from acting recklessly. But now, he is prepared. Currently, his strength is at least at the super shadow level, accompanied by a group of clansmen and subordinates, some of whom possess shadow level strength. There is no issue in deviating from the original plot. Come, let us proceed to the border of the Land of Rain. Li Yuan placed his right hand on Guangxu's shoulder. In the next moment, Li Yuan activated the Flying Thunder God technique, and the two vanished from sight. Outside the Land of Rain, at the border of the Land of Grass, beside a towering tree on a mountain, Li Yuan and Guangxu appeared out of thin air. Li Yuan extended his senses to discern the direction, looking towards the Land of Rain. At a glance, not far beneath the mountains, a light drizzle fell upon the Land of Rain. Meanwhile, on the other side of the mountains, the Land of Grass basked in bright sunshine, devoid of any clouds. This is the Rain Tiger's free-flowing technique. Guangxu also gazed at the light rain in the Land of Rain. Surely, it cannot cover the entire Land of Rain. No, we should take turns. Li Yuan shook his head. So how do we join them now? Should we just walk in? Guangxu looked at Li Yuan. We can't just walk in. We would be attacked, Li Yuan replied, shaking his head. Let us find a place not far from here to settle down and stay in the Land of Grass for a few days. Li Yuan turned and headed towards the Land of Grass below. All right, Guangxu quickly followed suit. Li Yuan intended to seek out White Zetsu first, hoping to lure Black Zetsu out for a face-to-face discussion. He wished to convey that their objectives did not conflict and that cooperation was possible. He aimed to resurrect Madara and was in full support of rescuing Kaguya. As Li Yuan made his way towards the Land of Grass, he extended his senses in search of White Zetsu. Perhaps he was near the Rain Country's base, where Pain's Rain Tiger Freedom technique rendered the vicinity devoid of any detectable presence of White Zetsu. After walking a kilometer, he spotted a small village ahead. It was then that he sensed a presence of White Zetsu, who was camouflaged within a large tree, listlessly observing the passers-by. Due to his unique nature, the villagers were oblivious to him and could not sense his presence. Li Yuan, along with Guangxu, approached the tree, but White Zetsu remained indifferent. Li Yuan halted and addressed the tree. I wish to speak with you. Could you come out and meet me? White Zetsu continued to be unresponsive, muttering to himself. A fool without chakra, talking to a tree. What did you say? I'm speaking to you. Zetsu, Li Yuan clenched his fists, his expression darkening. You can see me? White Zetsu looked up in astonishment at Li Yuan. Chapter 5. The eyes have gone awry, their gaze is locked, and White Zetsu waved his hand. Stop waving. I can see you and am indeed conversing with you. Li Yuan rolled his eyes. Behind him, Guangxu glanced around the tree, scratching his head but remained silent. Li Yuan had access to information about White Zetsu and could deduce the situation with just a bit of thought. Strange. You can see me even without chakra. White Zetsu gradually manifested from the tree. You were looking for me. One could say I am looking for you, but not entirely. Li Yuan shook his head. Are you searching for Black Zetsu? White Zetsu scratched his head. Yes, precisely, Li Yuan nodded. What is it you need? White Zetsu inquired, staring intently at Li Yuan. I wish to inform him that I, Uchiha, intend to send someone to join the plan to resurrect Madara. Li Yuan stroked his chin. Uchiha? Wait a moment. I will contact Black Zetsu, White Zetsu said, taken aback, before swiftly diving underground. Upon witnessing White Zetsu's disappearance, Guangxu tugged at Li Yuan, his expression one of astonishment. They wish to resurrect Madara? Why didn't you tell me? Stop, are you not interested? Li Yuan turned to Guangxu. Of course, I am interested. I want to fight him right now. Guangxu's face was alight with excitement as he clenched his fists. Li Yuan shook his head. Ever since Guangxu had merged with the vortex of blood and attained the sage mode, he had become somewhat arrogant. It was no surprise, as Li Yuan himself felt a surge of pride, eager to expedite the progress of Obito and the others. You still cannot defeat him? How could that be? I am quite strong now, Guangxu exclaimed, looking at Li Yuan with disbelief. Are you serious? You're not deceiving me? I speak the truth. He possesses all your abilities. And his are superior, Li Yuan affirmed with a nod. Is that so? That's rather good. Guangxu's excitement remained, albeit slightly altered. He seemed to anticipate Madara's resurrection even more. Eager for a chance to test his mettle against him, Li Yuan refrained from divulging the secret of the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan to Guangxu, deeming it unnecessary. The combination of Mangekyō and the vortex sage body was sufficient to prevent blindness, allowing for unrestricted use. He wished to keep this method from spreading within the clan. Even the stone tablet altered by Kagaya was hidden away by Li Yuan. The eternal eye required a blood relative to unlock the Mangekyō, and extracting it to merge with one's own eyes would be detrimental to their kinship. Moreover, for Guangxu to awaken the eternal eye, he would need the eyes of a photon, a condition Li Yuan would never permit. Oh my, are you already so well informed about our plans? A White Zetsu emerged from the ground once more. Li Yuan turned to face the newly appeared figure, recognizing it as the same White Zetsu, albeit with a different tone. He understood that it was Kagaya speaking through him. Kagaya? Yes, it is I. Why are you Uchiha so aware of our plans? Zetsu's gaze was fixed intensely on Li Yuan and Guangxu. Of course, I learned it from Obito, Li Yuan replied with a chuckle. Obito? Could it be from 13 years ago in Konoha? Zetsu pondered quietly, stroking his chin. Indeed, I borrowed Obito's Sharingan back then and took the liberty of inspecting his memories. Li Yuan was cautious not to mention Kagaya, fearing it would provoke Zetsu and turn him into a deadly adversary. It was wiser to tread carefully. You desire to resurrect Madara, and naturally, our Uchiha clan must lend our support. He is our esteemed elder and former patriarch, Li Yuan said, touching his eyes. Furthermore, you aspire to create a world of peace, a noble ideal indeed. How could we Uchiha not partake in such a grand endeavor? Interesting, you must be the Uchiha patriarch. Yet I sense no chakra. Zetsu scrutinized the two, stroking his chin. Yes, I am the Uchiha patriarch, Li Yuan confirmed with a nod. Then he shall be the one to join us. Zetsu pointed toward Guangxu behind Li Yuan. Why does he possess such a formidable chakra? His vitality does not resemble that of an Uchiha. Zetsu furrowed his brow. Is he a hybrid of Uchiha and Senju? You are the hybrid. I am a pure Uchiha. Guangxu exclaimed, stepping forward with clenched fists, his voice a roar. Do not be angered. You are, in essence, somewhat of a hybrid. He did not speak incorrectly. Li Yuan tugged at the light tree. How did I become a half-blood? The light tree gazed at Li Yuan in confusion. After the potion merges, you will be. Upon reflection, it truly is a hybrid, the light tree murmured, releasing his fist. Is this an experiment? No wonder Orochimaru has been missing for over a decade. Zetsu glanced at Li Yuan. One could say so. Is there any issue with incorporating this strength into Akatsuki? Li Yuan regarded Zetsu, chuckling softly. The power is sufficient, but Obito has been relentlessly searching for you. You must return his eyes. That is not feasible. They are already. Li Yuan quickly waved his hand. He had no intention of returning the eyes to Obito, who possessed the dual Mangekyō Sharingan, a rather formidable opponent. Although he no longer feared Obito's eyes, he preferred to avoid unnecessary complications. What is the matter? Zetsu inquired hurriedly. He too wished for Obito to grow stronger to further his own plan to save his mother. regardless of how potent Obito's dual Mangekyō Sharingan might be. It would not compromise his contingency. Look, Li Yuan said, drawing forth a grayish-white eyeball from his pocket. This is a carefully prepared scheme by Li Yuan. Utilizing the stockpiles of his family and the power of his Nange Sharingan, the intention is to deceive others with this eye, regardless of whether they believe it or not. Ultimately, it boils down to a single truth. Obito's Kamui Eye is no more. If not, then let us engage in a battle, after all. Guangxu possesses considerable strength and is no longer afraid of them. Do you think I would believe that? Absolute shook his head. Never mind. Let Obito come find you all on his own. I will go speak with Obito and Nagato, so please wait here. Absolute slowly closed his eyes. In the land of rain, within an underground base, Black Absolute gradually emerged from the depths, gazing at a shadow before speaking. Obito, the Uchiha have appeared. Their clan leader has located me and wishes for an individual to join my plan. How did they come to know of our scheme? Obito turned to look at Black Absolute, who was encased in a pitcher plant. The Uchiha clan leader mentioned that they reviewed your memories. My memories? Then they must be aware of everything. Obito clenched his fists, his expression grave. Indeed, they know everything. Therefore, they have come to me, seeking to resurrect Madara. What do you think, Obito? What is their strength? At the very least, they are at the level of a Kage, perhaps even beyond, with a formidable chakra presence. Obito contemplated for a moment before responding. Let them join. Did they inquire about my eyes? They did. He claimed they were damaged and even produced a grayish-white Sharingan. Damn it. He likely has no intention of giving them. Obito muttered angrily. After a brief pause, he sighed and waved his hand. Never mind. I will inquire myself later. You go report to Nagato. He is the current leader of the organization. Understood. I will seek out Nagato. Black Absolute slowly sank back into the ground. In the land of rain, within the tallest building, Black Absolute gradually surfaced, addressing a figure from behind. Pain, there is a formidable Uchiha who wishes to join us. Do you wish to proceed? The Uchiha? Pain turned to face Black Absolute. Yes, the very ones who vanished from Konoha 13 years ago. Black Absolute nodded. Bring him to me. Pain turned back to gaze out at the sky through the window. Very well, I shall go. Black Absolute descended into the depths of the building, vanishing from sight. Chapter 6. Guangxu successfully joins Akatsuki. White Absolute opened his eyes, looking at Li Yuan. They have agreed, allowing him to accompany me to the land of rain to meet the leader. Come along, and should anything arise, inform me promptly. Li Yuan said as he patted Guangxu on the shoulder. Also, be aware that the leader of Akatsuki has different views than theirs. Do not speak out of turn. Understood. I will not jeopardize your interests. Without waiting for Li Yuan to finish, Guangxu walked toward Absolute. Upon hearing this, Absolute cast a deep glance at Li Yuan. At that moment, a figure materialized beside him. It was yet another white Zetsu. He led him to the rain village to meet the leader, gesturing towards the light tree. The white Zetsu nodded, cast a glance at the light tree, and proceeded towards the land of rain. Follow him, Li Yuan instructed, waving at the light tree. The light tree looked at Li Yuan for a moment before hastily catching up with the departing white Zetsu. Observing their departure, Zetsu fixed his gaze on Li Yuan. Even if you have seen Obito's memories, you shouldn't be this well informed, should you? Have you acquired a bit too much knowledge? Li Yuan mused, stroking his chin. Some things are revealed to me by my eyes. However, rest assured, our objectives align, he continued, lightly touching his eyes. He once again attributed certain inconsistencies to his eyes. A clever shield. Black Zetsu possessed extensive knowledge of the Uchiha clan and understood that each person's Sharingan was unique. It is either prophecy or analysis, but regardless, it is impossible to know about my mother, Black Zetsu pondered softly. As for joining them to resurrect Uchiha Madara, that would be even better. Uchiha clan leader. I hope so. Do you have any further matters? Black Zetsu withdrew his thoughts and turned his gaze back to Li Yuan. None, Li Yuan waved his hand. Then I shall take my leave. Black Zetsu gradually sank into the ground. As for where the Uchiha had been all these years and why they resurfaced in the ninja world now, such matters were of no concern to him. As long as they remained unaware of his true intentions, which would not interfere with his plan to save his mother, all would be well. Watching Black Zetsu depart, Li Yuan also activated the Flying Thunder God technique and vanished without a trace. A faint sound emerged from beneath the ground. Is that the Flying Thunder God? There are no chakra fluctuations. It is not concealed energy. It must be pure natural energy. Black Zetsu had not ventured far. Li Yuan was well aware, and he paid it no mind. In the land of rain, at the rain village, Zetsu led the light tree to the highest building. entering a grand hall. A figure stood with their back to them, gazing out at the drizzling rain. "Leader, I have brought the person," Zetsu announced. Pain turned around to regard the light tree. The chakra presence is quite strong. Their abilities should be commendable. The light tree fixated on the concentric circles within Pain's eyes, murmuring to himself, "So this is the Rinnegan? I am eager to test it." He suppressed the excitement surging within him, wishing to engage immediately. You wish to spar with a god," Pain scoffed, emanating a formidable aura. "You seek to experience the power of the Rinnegan." The light tree hastily waved his hands. "Let us see what divine power truly entails." Pain leaped down from the windowsill. "Very well, this is best." The light tree laughed maniacally, promptly following suit and leaping down as well. A moment later, a tremendous crash resounded across a vast expanse of open ground. Soon after, the noise subsided, and the light tree sat on the ground, panting heavily, with no sign of Pain in sight. During the recent battle, he had not utilized Sage Mode, nor had he exerted his full strength. At that moment, a flurry of paper fragments swirled through the air, coalescing to form the silhouette of a woman. She gazed at the light tree and tossed 3 objects into the air. "You wear this ring. Your codename within the organization is Zhu Xiaonan," she remarked, appraising the light tree. During his earlier contest with Pain, Nagato appeared noticeably slimmer, suggesting considerable strength. "I recognize this attire, but what is this small vial?" the light tree inquired, picking up one of the tiny bottles. "Nail polish," Xiaonan responded with practiced ease. "Ah, but I am a man. What need have I for such a thing?" The light tree's expression darkened as he tightened his grip on the small bottle, preparing to hurl it away. "It is a rule that you must apply it," Xiaonan insisted. "Must I really?" The light tree hesitated mid-throw, turning to Xiaonan with a questioning gaze. Indeed, Xiaonan transformed once more into a multitude of paper fragments, darting towards a nearby building. The light tree squeezed the vial in his hand, scrutinizing it closely as veins pulsed at his temples. After a moment, he exhaled deeply, murmuring to himself, "Very well, for the sake of my plan, I shall apply it." He picked up a robe adorned with red clouds on a black background and approached a structure, not far from the border of the Land of Rain. Li Yuan had been anxiously awaiting news from the light tree, and finally let out a long breath. They had agreed that in the event of an unforeseen complication, he would activate the Flying Thunder God technique. The absence of activation indicated that everything was proceeding smoothly. An hour later, Li Yuan utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to depart. In the Land of Rice, at the Sound Ninja Village, Orochimaru swiftly perused the information inscribed on a scroll. Setting it aside, he rose and gazed out the window, noting that the sun was setting. Rubbing his eyes, Orochimaru opened the wooden door and stepped outside. "Lord Orochimaru, I wish to accompany you to Konoha," Junjie said, bowing at the entrance. "Ah, Junjie, seeking revenge, are we? Did Li Yuan send you?" Orochimaru waved his hand dismissively. "Indeed. The clan leader has requested that I accompany you to Konoha." "Very well, let us gather at dawn tomorrow," Orochimaru continued as he walked toward a wooden cabin. Outside the cabin, he looked towards the Land of Fire, extending his tongue to lick his lips, murmuring softly, "Old man, I have returned to seek you." On Eagle Island, in Orochimaru's laboratory, Sasuke gradually awoke, opening his eyes as he sat up on the single bed. "You are awake. How do you feel?" Kabuto inquired, approaching from beside a screen. "Feel what?" Sasuke pondered, centering his thoughts to attune to his body. Upon hearing Kabuto's words, Sasuke closed his eyes, focusing inward. "My chakra has multiplied several times," he exclaimed suddenly, his eyes wide with disbelief. "Do you experience any other sensations? Is anything uncomfortable?" Kabuto quickly took up a scroll to document the findings. "This is the first experiment conducted without the integration of the Patriarch's abilities, relying solely on the elixir for a flawless amalgamation. I feel unprecedentedly well," Sasuke exclaimed, clenching his fist with excitement. "Now, let us assess all bodily data." A multitude of instruments was connected to Sasuke. Moments later, he laid down 2 data sheets, murmuring softly to himself. "Identical results. This time, it is perfect." At that moment, a sound emanated from the adjacent single bed. Xiangling sat up, rubbing her eyes and scanning the surroundings, her gaze brightening upon seeing Sasuke. "Xiangling, try infusing chakra into your eyes." Do stepped forward and spoke. What is it?" Xiangling inquired, her face marked with confusion as she proceeded to channel chakra into her eyes. In the next instant, her dark pupils transformed into a vivid crimson, with a single tomo rapidly spinning. "How is this possible? Could it be that you are truly the daughter of the clan leader?" Sasuke exclaimed, taken aback as he abruptly stood up from the bed. The realization that they were in a laboratory dawned on him, bringing clarity. Excellent. It worked. You truly live up to being the clan leader, Do remarked, brimming with excitement as he hurriedly attached various instruments to Xiangling. What is this? My vision has suddenly improved so much that I can see the minute particles in the air, Xiangling mused as she touched her eyes. You have awakened a Sharingan. Sasuke observed intently, scrutinizing her eyes. Yes, splendid. Sasuke and I are of the same clan now, Xiangling exclaimed joyfully, raising her hand and laughing, her cheeks flushing as she turned her head away. Hold still. I need to test and record your physical data, Do barked. All right, Xiangling replied reluctantly, her eyes still fixed on Sasuke. Is there anything else here? If not, I shall take my leave, Sasuke stated as he rose from the bed. There is nothing more. You may go, Do responded without turning back, waving his hand dismissively. Sasuke, wait for me. We can return together, Xiangling called out loudly. Don't move. Your brother has yet to awaken, and you cannot leave now, Do shouted again. Xiangling glanced at Niji on the adjacent single bed, silenced her words, and continued to watch Sasuke's departing figure. Chapter 7. The Konoha joint exam. Sasuke stepped out of the laboratory and returned to his home as dusk settled in. The sun had set, and under the soft silver glow of the moonlight, the wooden house appeared particularly tranquil. Pushing open the door, he found the interior of the hall to be shrouded in darkness. Brother, I'm back. Why is the light off? There was no response from within. Sasuke deftly located the switch and illuminated the room. Under the bright lights, a scroll was prominently displayed in the hall. Where has my brother gone? It's so late, and he is still not back, Sasuke mused as he approached and picked up the scroll. He opened it and quickly skimmed through its contents. Moments later, he clenched the scroll tightly, whispering in anger, damn it, he actually left me all alone at home. At that moment, a rumble emanated from Sasuke's stomach, prompting him to hastily stow away the scroll and make his way to the kitchen. In an instant, he emerged with a dark expression, striding towards the cabin's exit while muttering to himself. That damn brother of mine, how am I supposed to first visit Shirsue's home for a few days, and then inquire about how to leave the clan's territory to seek them out? Inside Orochimaru's laboratory, Kabuto conducted a thorough examination of Xiangling, meticulously scrutinizing the data he had gathered. At this moment, Niji slowly awakened and sat up. Niji, you're awake. Quickly, look into my eyes, exclaimed Xiangling, pointing excitedly at her own eyes. I have the same lineage as Sasuke. Niji turned his gaze towards Xiangling's eyes, momentarily taken aback, and in astonishment, he said, You possess the Sharingan? How is this possible? Could you truly be the daughter of the clan leader? Don't tarnish his reputation with such remarks. Do, returning to his senses, set aside the data he had been examining and approached Niji. I heard those ants talking about it. What does this mean for Xiangling? Niji scratched his head in confusion. This is your reward. You have it as well. Pay close attention and sense what you feel, Do said, pulling some instruments closer to Niji. Niji closed his eyes, concentrating intently on himself. After a brief moment, he opened his eyes and extended his right hand. A bone protruded from his index finger before retracting. Niji aimed his index finger at the glass window of the room. In the next instant, the bone shot forth with a whoosh. With a loud crash, the glass shattered, and fragments scattered across the floor. Niji glanced at his right index finger and murmured, This is the power of the Shikatsu Myaku, just like Kimimaro. Indeed. The power of Kagaya's bloodline has merged within you. What other sensations do you experience? I need to conduct a test, Do said, pressing some instruments against Niji's chest. As for sensations, there is no discomfort. I feel a significant increase in my physical strength, and my chakra has doubled. Additionally, I sense a slight change in my eyes, Niji remarked, directing his gaze towards Do and Xiangling. Niji, your eyes have changed a little, but not by much, Xiangling exclaimed excitedly. At that moment, within Niji's pale blue pupils, a tiny dot of blue appeared, resembling a small eye. What differences do you perceive compared to before? Do halted his actions, adjusting his glasses. He could see further now, with greater ease. Niji's temples throbbed as he scanned the surroundings, glancing at the two individuals. Niji, shut your eyes. Xiangling retreated slightly, shouting in frustration. Do not be angry, Xiangling. I shall close them now, Niji replied, touching his forehead and deactivating his Byakugan. Now, let's proceed with the physical data assessment. Do continued to affix the instruments to Niji. Moments later, Do held up the data sheet, his expression one of astonishment. In the land of rice, within a wooden dwelling, Fugaku and Itachi sat across from each other at a table. Itachi, you have arrived. Sasuke, he will be all right. Won't he? Makoto emerged from the kitchen, carrying dinner. Indeed, I completely overlooked him, Fugaka said, glancing at Itachi. He should be fine. Sure Sway is still with the clan. And there are many others around, Itachi quickly reassured. True, at 13, I was already on the battlefield, Fugaka noted as he picked up his chopsticks. Never mind him, Itachi. Let us eat. Very well, father, Itachi responded, also taking up his utensils. Not far away, Li Yuan appeared out of thin air, heading towards another wooden cabin. He pushed open the wooden door and found Orochimaru engrossed in a scroll, lost in thought. Orochimaru, what are your intentions? Li Yuan approached from behind, peering at the scroll. It detailed the Chunin exams in Konoha, inviting all ninja villages to participate. Li Yuan, has the situation in the Land of Rain been resolved? Orochimaru turned to face him. For now, it is settled. I came to see what you plan to do, Li Yuan admitted, harboring some unease. Fearing Orochimaru might overreach and be captured by Sarutobi Hiruzen Shiki Fujin, it would be prudent to inquire first. Accompanying him would be best. The Chunin exams could present an opportunity. Orochimaru licked his lips with his tongue. Regardless, the fourth Kazekage is not particularly strong. Using his identity will allow us to enter openly, and we are seated next to the old man. Li Yuan couldn't help but face-palm, realizing the truth in Orochimaru's words. Very well, I shall attend under the guise of a high-ranking official from the Land of Fire, Li Yuan remarked, glancing at the scroll. The identity of a high-ranking official from the Land of Fire is quite advantageous, Orochimaru said, looking at Li Yuan with curiosity. You have become too entrenched in the ways of being a ninja. Your perspective has narrowed, fixating solely on the ninja villages. Li Yuan shook his head. That is indeed the case. The funding you have provided me over the years has come from them, hasn't it? Orochimaru mused, stroking his chin. Yes. I have influenced several daimyos, including that of the Land of Fire, Li Yuan confirmed. Is that so? Orochimaru furrowed his brow slightly, then murmured thoughtfully. It seems my thinking has indeed become stagnant. He pondered, what if I were to declare that Konoha is an illegal organization, a band of rogues? What would ensue? Li Yuan stroked his chin, chuckling softly. Indeed, it could lead to Konoha's temporary disgrace. Perhaps the daimyo would replace some officials. Orochimaru, taken aback for a moment, shook his head and replied, that is true. After all, the military strength of each nation resides within the ninja villages. Li Yuan nodded in agreement. Are you still adhering to the original plan? Yes, the plan remains unchanged, Orochimaru remarked, glancing at the scroll. Very well, I shall take my leave then. We shall see Konoha soon. Li Yuan waved his hand as he made his way out of the wooden cabin. He was intrigued to observe how Konoha had transformed compared to the original narrative. Furthermore, with Gaara, the host of the One Tail, participating, there might be an opportunity to expedite the progress of Obito and his associates. In the Land of Fire, within the Hokage's office, the third Hokage sat in his chair, exhaling clouds of smoke, his expression heavy with melancholy. The new generation of ninjas had indeed matured, yet he still could not find a suitable successor to take his place. So far, only a few, like Kakashi and Shikaku, had caught his eye, but they still seemed lacking. Was it possible that he had truly erred in his judgment? At that moment, a golden-haired youth burst in, exclaiming, Third Hokage, grant us another C-rank mission. Behind Naruto, Kakashi entered the office accompanied by Sakura and Sai. Naruto, ensure you rest adequately after completing the mission. Only the team leader is permitted to accept tasks, the third Hokage said, a smile gracing his face as he set down his pipe. Understanding the situation, Naruto dejectedly moved behind Kakashi. Hokage-sama, here is the mission report. Kakashi presented a scroll. Very well, Kakashi. Please take them back and let them rest properly. The third Hokage replied as he accepted the scroll and waved them off. Yes, Hokage-sama. Kakashi bowed respectfully as he led the trio away. New arrival, informed Jiraiya to return. The third inhaled deeply from his smoke. An Umbu ninja bowed and departed promptly. Chapter 8. The collapse plan of Konoha begins in the blink of an eye. Several days had passed. On the main road outside Konoha, a carriage approached slowly, halting at the gates of the village. Lord Yuan, we have arrived at Konoha, announced a coachman from within the carriage. A middle-aged gentleman, donned in formal attire and a ceremonial hat, emerged. Li Yuan, who had come to witness the spectacle under the guise of an official from the Land of Fire. A servant hastily assisted him down from the carriage, guiding him toward the gates of Konoha. My lord from the Land of Fire, what brings you here? Inquired Ganzi Tai, standing to greet him. I have come to observe the Chunin exams. Was it not communicated to you? Li Yuan retorted, casting a glance and raising his voice. You truly have come. Ganzi Tai was taken aback, muttering under his breath. What do you mean? Am I not welcome? Li Yuan frowned. Why has no one come to receive me? Is Konoha no longer in need of funding? He surveyed his surroundings. Ganzi-tai exchanged a glance with Kamizuki Izumi and quickly bowed, saying, Please, this way, my lord. I shall inform the Hokage at once. Kamizuki Izumi swiftly retrieved an instrument, scanning it over the gathered crowd. After examining the device, he gestured to Ganzi-tai before hastily departing. Li Yuan paid no mind to their subtle actions. For all the attendants he had brought were indeed genuine. Moments later, Kakashi appeared with a group, bowing respectfully. Lord Yuan, the Hokage has matters to attend to. I am here to host you. Li Yuan let out a cold snort and proceeded towards the village of Konoha, disregarding Lugio. Lugio hurriedly followed, speaking from behind. Lord Hokage indeed has matters to attend to, as he is currently hosting Lord Gaara. Nevertheless, let us proceed to observe the joint examination. Li Yuan halted. Turning to Lugio, Lord Yuan, it is merely the elimination round now, devoid of excitement. The real spectacle will be the tournament tomorrow. Allow me to escort you to a meal first. Lugio approached Li Yuan's side. Very well, lead the way. I shall observe tomorrow, Li Yuan remarked, patting his stomach. Please follow me, Lord Yuan, Lugio responded, guiding him toward the heart of Konoha. Within a luxurious restaurant, after indulging in a sumptuous feast, Li Yuan waved his hand dismissively at Lugio. There is no need for further hospitality. I wish to stroll through the streets of Konoha. Very well. I wish you a pleasant outing, my lord. Lugio bowed and took his leave. Li Yuan rose, accompanied by his attendant, and exited the restaurant. For several hours, he meandered through the streets of Konoha, only to return to the inn with a lackluster spirit. Though Konoha had flourished more than in the past, he encountered few familiar faces. Yet, it was to be expected, as he had not known many during his previous stay in Konoha. This is also acceptable. It allows him to cause a ruckus in the future without fear of harming the innocent. The following day, at dawn, Lugio guided Li Yuan into the venue for the Nin selection exam. This is a spacious arena, akin to the sports fields of a past life. The circular ground is paved with stone slabs, surrounded by stands that encompass a resting area for competitors and the judges' seats. At this moment, the stands are bustling with activity as Rujin guides Li Yuan toward a seat near the center. Passing through a broad passageway, Rujin halts beside a chair in the stands and gazes at Li Yuan. My lord Yuan, this is your designated spot. Very well, Li Yuan replies with a nod, surveying his surroundings before settling into a seat not far from the right side. There, Sarutobi Hiruzen is engaged in a quiet conversation with a figure clad in a hat. Li Yuan instantly recognizes him as Orochimaru, despite the disguise and the concealed chakra presence. Nevertheless, his overall aura and mannerisms are unmistakable. It remains uncertain whether Sarutobi Hiruzen has discerned this, but he likely has. Orochimaru, upon noticing Li Yuan's arrival, casts a glance in his direction. Oh, that is an official from the land of fire, known as Yuan, he remarks, turning to acknowledge the newcomer. Upon hearing the name, Orochimaru readily identifies him and instinctively flicks out his tongue before retracting it. Seated in the stands are officials from the land of fire, who greet Li Yuan with familiar nods, to which he responds in kind. At that moment, a ninja stepped into the square and proclaimed loudly, the second round of the Chunin exam is about to commence. Contestants 1 and 2, please take the stage. The two ninjas emerged from opposite corridors, locking eyes with one another. Once the competitors were in position, the referee leaped onto the platform and announced in a booming voice. In the next instant, the two charged at each other, the sound of their clash echoing through the arena. Li Yuan stifled a yawn, casting another glance at Orochimaru before closing his eyes to relax. Isn't it rather dull, Lord Yuan? Inquired the nearby Deersuk. It's quite uninteresting. You needn't feel obliged to entertain me. Go about your own business. Li Yuan waved dismissively. Nevertheless, my duty is to attend to you, Deersuk replied. Very well. But please refrain from disturbing me. I shall rest my eyes for a while. Deersuk glanced at Li Yuan, fell silent, and turned his gaze back to the match. Li Yuan, with his eyes closed, extended his senses, eager to ascertain how many individuals Orochimaru had brought along and to locate Danzo. Junjie had sealed away most of his chakra, standing by as the wind shadows guard. The sound for Kimimaro, Suigetsu, and Karen were present, mingling among the crowd. However, there was no sign of Haku. Given his disposition, it was likely that Orochimaru had left him at the Sound Village. Now, Danzo's demise would not significantly disrupt his plans. It was also time to provide Junjie with an explanation and avenge his clan. Li Yuan's sensory range was quite extensive, enabling him to perceive the entirety of Konoha. Moments later, he detected Danzo's chakra emanating from beneath Konoha. Li Yuan opened his eyes, surveyed his surroundings to confirm the location, then closed them once more, resting as he awaited Orochimaru's move. Time ticked by, and before he knew it, several hours had elapsed. Suddenly, fine white feathers began to fall from the sky, prompting the onlookers to look upwards. In the next moment, those in the stands began to drift into slumber. This is bad. It's an illusion. Everyone, quickly form hand seals and release your chakra. Yamashiro Kai shouted urgently. Many quick-reacting ninjas formed hand seals, their chakra surging forth as they prepared to break the illusion. In the arena, the competitors Lee Rock and Gaara also halted their movements, gazing at the descending white feathers. In an instant, both collapsed, succumbing to sleep. This is not good. He has fallen asleep. Shikaku is about to emerge. Maki rushed towards Gaara, hoping to awaken him. Stop! A figure dashed out, blocking Maki's path. It was a youth with white hair, green eyes, and 2 red dots on his forehead. Get out of my way. If Shikaku emerges, it will be troublesome, Maki exclaimed, throwing a punch forward. You are the one who should leave. Do not interfere with Orochimaru's plans. Kimimaro drew his bone sword, aiming a strike at Maki. Maki swiftly leaped back, evading Kimimaro's attack, astonishment etched on his face. Kirigakure, Kagaya clan, weren't you all exterminated? What are you doing here? It is none of your concern. As Junmaru tightened his grip on the bone sword in his hand. At that moment, a torrent of sand surged forth from the fallen Gaara, enveloping him and forming a monstrous entity of sand. He laughed maniacally, exclaiming, "At last, I have emerged. Stand aside." Just then, Maki unsheathed a kunai from her waist and charged towards Kimimaro. In an instant, the two engaged in a rapid exchange of blows. In the central viewing area, Orochimaru licked his lips, casting a glance at Hiruzen Sarutobi. Old man, it's time for us to engage. As he spoke, the 4 members of the Sound Ninja leaped to the corners of the viewing platform to form hand seals. 4 purple flames formation. In the next moment, a colossal purple barrier swiftly materialized, enveloping the stands. Orochimaru, it truly is you. The 3rd Hokage clenched his fists, his eyes wide with fury as he glared at Orochimaru. Old man, you recognized me long ago? Just had a slight suspicion, Hiruzen replied, surveying the entire arena. Below, chaos had erupted. There were sound ninjas, and several unfamiliar figures. Chapter 9. The Byakugan Hound. Howling celestial dog at the heart of the arena, the one-tailed Shikaku began to slowly emerge. Not far from the arena, a distant rumble could be heard, likely the sound of the summoned giant serpent wreaking havoc. Orochimaru, do you intend to destroy Konoha? Hiruzen refocused his gaze, fixated on Orochimaru. Destroy Konoha? No, it cannot be destroyed, Orochimaru replied, licking his lips as he produced a scroll. Infusing it with chakra, the Kusanagi sword fell into his grasp. Come. Let us fight. If you defeat me, the barrier shall vanish. Very well, I shall ensure you remain in Konoha, the 3rd Hokage inhaled deeply, biting his fingertip to perform the hand seal. Summoning technique. A cloud of smoke erupted, swiftly dissipating to reveal an old monkey beside him. Old friend. Once more we shall fight side by side, the 3rd Hokage addressed the Monkey King. The Monkey King grinned widely, emitting a resounding roar, before transforming into a diamond staff that fell into the 3rd Hokage's hand. Gripping the staff tightly, he charged towards Orochimaru. The two clashed in an instant, their weapons clashing with a series of sharp, ringing sounds. Outside the barrier, on a nearby stand, Li Yuan suddenly shouted, Junjie, Danzo is in the underground base of district. Once you arrive there, summon the howling celestial dog. It can lead you to him. A figure not far from the central viewing area, upon hearing this, turned and sprinted towards the arena's exit. Just as Riku was about to leap off the stand to join the fray, he halted, gripping his kunai tightly and turning to face Li Yuan. Who exactly are you? Who am I? You ask. Heh, Riku, it has been a long time. Li Yuan smirked, revealing his true identity. You are the Uchiha clan leader. Riku tightened his grip on the kunai, warily, eyeing Li Yuan. What are you and your allies truly after in Konoha? Orochimaru wished to bid farewell to his mentor, and so I came to observe, remarked Li Yuan, stroking his chin. To send off the Hokage? Riku cast a glance at the central spectator stand, while the shadow of his body silently elongated, stealthily inching closer to Li Yuan's shadow. Riku, this has lost its intrigue. Do you not desire for him to descend as well? Li Yuan stepped back a few paces, Lucio scanned the surroundings once more, gripping his kunai tightly as he charged towards Li Yuan. If you wish to assist, then go. Li Yuan waved his hand and vanished using the flying thunder god technique. Lucio glanced around, hesitated for a moment, and then rushed towards the chaotic crowd of combatants. Within the fray, Kai sent an enemy sound ninja flying and turned to Kakashi. Kakashi, let us unite to breach the barrier and aid the Hokage. Kakashi dodged a beam of red crystal light from a distance and leaped to Kai's side. Kai, you must trust the Hokage. He is the strongest of all. Kakashi cast a glance at the central viewing platform, then turned his gaze away. Indeed, Kakashi, let us compete and see who can take down more foes. Kai clenched his fists and shouted, revealing his bright white teeth. Very well, Kakashi charged once more into the tumult. This time, I shall surely win. Kai's chakra surged, propelling him swiftly into the melee. Not far from the entrance of the training ground, Li Yuan suddenly appeared, delivering a powerful punch that sent a ninja flying. He approached Junjie, placing his right hand on his shoulder. In the next moment, the two vanished from sight. In the Leaf Village, atop a wooden house in the district, Li Yuan reappeared with Junjie. Danzo should be within that underground base. Li Yuan pointed towards a cluster of wooden houses not far ahead. Junjie moved slightly, eager to leap from the rooftop and advance. I will draw him out. You summon the howling heavenly dog and ensure Danzo does not escape. Li Yuan grasped Junjie firmly. With that, Li Yuan conjured a massive golden cleaver, over 40 meters in length, and swung it fiercely towards the wooden house ahead. A tremendous roar echoed as the ground trembled and dust billowed. A massive pit, over 50 meters long, several meters deep, and 3 meters wide, emerged in the earth. Who dares? A furious voice erupted from below. Upon hearing this, Li Yuan could not help but smile, dispersing the golden light. His strike had indeed targeted Danzo's chakra. Beside him, Junjie had already completed the hand sign, biting his fingertip. A cloud of smoke rose and quickly dissipated, revealing a 2-meter-tall white dog atop the wooden house. With a creak, the structure could no longer withstand the weight and began to crack. The three of them, 2 men and 1 dog, leapt from the house, landing on the ground below. Behind them, the sound of the rooftop collapsing echoed as it fell into the house. Woof woof woof. The white dog barked a few times, wagging its tail as it approached Li Yuan, its massive head lowering to nuzzle against him. Its eyes were a pale blue, devoid of pupils, resembling the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan, albeit larger in appearance. Stop. No. Li Yuan quickly extended his right hand, pressing firmly against the dog's head. A look of exasperation on his face. This dog is a creation of Li Yuan, seamlessly integrated with the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. Accompanying it is a black dog named Howling Earthhound. They are a male and a female, both stolen as pups from the Inuzuka clan. They should not have grown to such a size. They no longer possess the cuteness of their younger days. Li Yuan pressed down with his right hand and murmured softly. Both dogs stand at an imposing height of 2 meters, a result of Li Yuan's control with his red hand. Otherwise, they might have transformed into colossal beasts. Eagle Sky and Eagle Flight have now grown to over 20 meters, their wingspan exceeding 50 meters. In this world, the most powerful creatures are those that possess the ability to grow. At that moment, the fierce hound turned to face the front, baring its teeth. Gradually, as the dust settled, a figure materialized from thin air. It was Danzo, donning his familiar attire, though noticeably, the bandages on his right arm had diminished significantly, revealing a portion that bore a healthy hue. He caressed his right arm, veins bulging on his forehead, as he roared, "You wicked Uchiha! Dare you return to Konoha and assault me?" Li Yuan scrutinized Danzo from head to toe, stroking his chin as he remarked, "So, you have replaced your right arm?" This time, Li Yuan could not sense the presence of Hashirama's cells within Danzo. It was only natural to consider that the entire Uchiha clan had departed from Konoha for 13 years, without the source of the Sharingan. Danzo could not suppress the devouring of Hashirama's cells, and in a bid for survival, he had no choice but to replace his right arm. At that moment, a dozen shadows leaped from the pit, swiftly rushing to take their position behind Danzo, their gaze fixed intently on Li Yuan and his dog. "Eliminate the sinister Uchiha!" Danzo bellowed, his cane pointing forward. He himself took a few steps back, seeking to distance himself from the fray. Danzo was not a fool. The audacity of 2 Uchiha to attack him openly suggested that something had transpired with the monkeys. Moreover, not far from the village, a thunderous sound echoed, the din of battle resounding. With resolve, Junjie tightened his grip on the kunai and charged towards the crowd. Li Yuan glanced over the root members, a sense of relief washing over him. The strength of these root ninjas is not formidable, They lack the elite prowess of their predecessors. This is quite normal, as Danzo has been toppled by Li Yuan, rendering him incapable of demanding children from the various ninja clans. Li Yuan has no intention of taking matters into his own hands. He primarily relies on a cadre of Ch-Nin, with only 2 possessing the strength of J-Nin. One of them, Junjie, is more than sufficient. Howl, Heavenly Hound, keep a watchful eye on that old fellow, Li Yuan commanded as he affectionately ruffled the dog's head. In the next moment, the large white dog, its eyes pulsating with intensity, charged at Danzo. Chapter 10. At last, I have found you. Li Yuan remained rooted in place, quietly observing the unfolding battle before him. Junjie plunged into the fray, swiftly cutting through the opponents, who were no match for him. A dozen root ninjas fell to the ground, while only the 2 J-Nin managed to evade with a substitution technique. Seizing the opportunity, the Heavenly Hound, with its Byakugan activated, sprinted directly towards Danzo. How could such a technique manifest in a mere dog? Danzo's movements faltered as he fixated on the large white dog. As the Heavenly Hound leaped forward, Danzo quickly entered a defensive stance, hastily forming hand seals. Wind release, great breakthrough. Invisible blades of wind erupted from his mouth, hurtling towards the Heavenly Hound. The dog spun rapidly in midair, transforming into a small whirlwind, bravely absorbing the wind blades and charging toward Danzo. With a thunderous crash, the spiraling vortex collided with several wind blades, causing it to veer off course and crash into the ground, creating a deep trench as dust billowed around. Such formidable strength from the large dog. In comparison, the Inuzuka clan's ninja dogs seem woefully inadequate. Danzo promptly retreated a few steps. Junjie, strike him down, he shouted as he lunged forward, kunai in hand, aiming for Danzo's chest. What are you doing? Jump into the fray, Danzo roared, narrowly dodging the kunai with an agile step. The remaining 2 J-Nin rushed to join the battle once more. Li Yuan, witnessing this scene, felt the outcome was all but certain. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, Danzo was destined to perish today. Junjie, be cautious of his forbidden technique, Izanagi, Li Yuan warned. Danzo still possesses 3 Sharingan that allow him to revive thrice. Stay vigilant. Furthermore, he has a self-destructive sealing technique at his disposal, so tread carefully. It should pose little challenge for you, as you have also mastered a considerable amount of Uzumaki sealing techniques. Li Yuan turned to gaze towards the training ground, where he sensed a familiar chakra presence. It was Jiraiya. He had to return, lest the latter disrupt Orochimaru's enjoyment. This situation was far from the original narrative. Given his close association with Orochimaru, Jiraiya would undoubtedly intervene to assist the 3rd Hokage against Orochimaru and inquire about his whereabouts. Junjie, you manage things here. I shall head to the training ground. Li Yuan waved his hand and vanished using the flying thunder god technique. The white dog, howling like a celestial hound, barked twice towards Li Yuan before leaping once more at Danzo. At the training ground, atop the tallest wooden structure, the air shimmered with distortion as Li Yuan materialized, surveying the scene below. Within the barrier of the central viewing platform, Orochimaru and the 3rd Hokage continued their fierce clash. The chaos of battle persisted throughout the training ground, with little change in the fray. Jumuru and Maki were still engaged in combat, while Hong Lian soared atop a crystalline dragon, periodically unleashing crimson light jutsu. Not far from them, Gaara had fully transformed into a one-tailed Shikaku, clashing fiercely with Naruto, adorned in his red-tailed beast cloak. It appeared that both were under the control of their respective tailed beasts. Kakashi, Guy, and Iriko were obstructed by 3 of Orochimaru's own kin. Water Moon was nowhere to be seen, likely transformed into liquid and lying in wait. Not far from the training ground, Jiraiya summoned the 3 brothers of Toads. 2 of them charged towards Shikaku and Naruto, while one lunged at a rampaging snake. He sprinted towards the training ground, having spotted Li Yuan on the rooftop. After 13 long years of searching, he finally appeared today, wreaking havoc alongside Orochimaru and Konoha. Clenching his fists in rage, he shouted, Li Yuan, this is all you're doing. The prophecy was indeed correct. In truth, less than 2 minutes had elapsed since Li Yuan's departure. He merely teleported to deliver a swift strike and utter a few words. Due to the distance, Li Yuan could not clearly discern Jiraiya's shouts. Orochimaru, cease your games. Jiraiya has returned. Li Yuan called out loudly to the barrier. Very well. Old man, allow me to showcase the fruits of my labor over these years, Orochimaru replied, parrying the 3rd Hokage's strike with the Kusanagi sword and leaping back. In the next moment, Orochimaru's golden pupils transformed into a vivid red Sharingan, the 3 Tomo spinning rapidly. A golden shadow adorned his face as he formed hand seals. With style, birth of the deep forest. Within the confines of the barrier, saplings sprouted from the stone platform, rapidly maturing and extending their tendrils to ensnare the third Hokage. This was Wood Release. The third Hokage, whose eyes were the Sharingan, fixed his gaze intently on Orochimaru, deftly evading the encroaching vines. Outside the barrier, Li Yuan covered his face, bemused by Orochimaru's penchant for showboating before the third Hokage. Just days prior, in the Sound Ninja Village, Orochimaru had presented a vial of liquid, requesting Li Yuan's assistance in refining it for integration into his own being. Upon inspection, Li Yuan discerned it to be genetic fluid from the Center clan, likely derived from Tsunade's cells, a rare remnant in Orochimaru's possession. Now, Orochimaru's body was a fusion of Uchiha, Uzumaki, Senju, and Sage mode, endowing him with considerable physical strength. Albeit his mental fortitude was notably lacking, rendering much of his power inaccessible. The manifestation of the tree world within the barrier appeared formidable, yet it lacked the chakra absorption capabilities of Hashirama, rendering it a mere shadow of its true potential. Looks like I cannot spare you, Orochimaru, the third Hokage declared. Evading the vines with agile precision, his hands swiftly forming seals as he charged toward Orochimaru. Sealing technique. Phantom Death, a spectral visage of the Shinigami materialized behind the third Hokage, casting a chilling aura throughout the barrier. Come, Orochimaru, let us descend together. He beckoned, reaching out toward Orochimaru with the Phantom's grasp. Orochimaru, sensing the imminent danger from this jutsu, nimbly evaded. In an instant, the two engaged in fierce combat, the Kusanagi sword clashing against staff in an unrelenting flurry. Outside the barrier, Li Yuan watched anxiously, aware of the technique's formidable nature. If captured, the consequences would be dire. A one-for-one exchange at its limit. Orochimaru, do not let him ensnare you. If you require assistance, I am here. Li Yuan called out urgently. Just avoid getting caught. Then assistance is unnecessary, Orochimaru retorted, licking his lips and charging directly at the third Hokage. Old man, you are truly going all out. Then I shall unleash my full strength as well. What help can you provide, Li Yuan? You shall remain in Konoha today. Jiraiya, joining the fray, clasped his hands together. Two old toads perched upon his shoulders. Sage art, hair needle thousand strikes. Jiraiya's white hair hardened and shot forth like a torrential downpour toward Li Yuan. Li Yuan formed a golden shield, positioning it in front of him. The white strands collided with the shield, producing a cacophony of sounds as they fell to the ground. Li Yuan furrowed his brow at Jiraiya, then turned his attention back to the barrier. Orochimaru still possessed utility, he could not afford to let him falter here. In the original narrative, the first and second Hokages had restrained this technique, allowing Orochimaru to be sealed with merely his hands. Now, with his enhanced strength and without the hindrance of the first and second, the situation was perilously precarious. Sage art, 5 right guards. Jiraiya and 2 frogs formed hand seals. The frogs and Jiraiya simultaneously expelled oil, fire, and wind, which intertwined in the air and surged towards Li Yuan. Li Yuan frowned again, casting a wary glance at Jiraiya. This jutsu exhibited tremendous power and a vast range. In the next moment, Li Yuan vanished, reappearing not far from Jiraiya. His entire being shimmered with a golden radiance as he charged at Jiraiya. Chapter 11. The Death of the Third Hokage. You are relentless, aren't you? Today, you shall submit. Li Yuan dashed towards Jiraiya, his golden fist aimed squarely at Jiraiya's chest. How swift. His strength has increased significantly, Jiraiya thought, his eyes narrowing slightly. Jiraiya's white hair rapidly hardened, shielding his chest. A thunderous impact ensued as the golden fist struck Jiraiya's hardened hair, colliding with his chest. Jiraiya let out a muffled groan, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth as he was propelled backward. I refrain from confronting you because you are a comrade of Orochimaru. Do not mistake my restraint for weakness, Li Yuan exclaimed, clenching his fist and charging again at the retreating Jiraiya. With a resounding crash, the golden fist shattered a wooden stake, sending splinters scattering. Li Yuan halted, gazing towards a stone platform 4 meters away. Jiraiya, with his left hand pressed against his chest and his right hand wiping the blood from his lips, regarded Li Yuan with astonishment. How formidable! His speed surpasses even that of the Raikage, and his fists are mightier than Tsunade's. It seems I cannot engage him in close combat. Li Yuan tightened his fist and surged towards Jiraiya once more. This is bad, Jiraiya thought, hastily forming seals. With another resounding boom, the golden fist struck the wooden stake again, sending debris flying. Li Yuan launched himself 3 meters forward, landing a punch on the ground. A deafening roar erupted as dust billowed. The ground trembled as if struck by a heavy hammer, fissures radiating outward from the point of impact. Li Yuan paused, casting another glance at the stone platform, snorting dismissively, refraining from further assault. I cannot kill Jiraiya in front of Orochimaru. After all, their bond runs deep. Moreover, at this point, Jiraiya no longer poses a threat. Through 13 years of training with the Golden Light Curse, Li Yuan's attributes had ascended to a new pinnacle. In his normal state, he was likely comparable to Guy at the Sixth Gate, combined with the explosive power of his lightning release. He could be on par with Guy at the Seventh Gate. Perhaps it was the abundant natural energy in this world that elevated him far beyond the realm of One Below. Reflecting on this, it became apparent that the narrative of One Below is set in modern times, commonly referred to as the era of weak spiritual energy, where the essence of heaven and earth is feeble. Thus, the Grand Master was constrained by the world. Ahead lay no path, only the choice to ascend or to pass into oblivion. This world is rich in natural energy, even without the ambition to seek the chakra fruit. One might still strive to reach the fabled realm of immortals. For 13 years, Li Yuan has diligently practiced the Golden Light Incantation and has ventured to the mystical dragon vein of Lulan, a conduit of spiritual energy in this world. He has not only sealed the water gate of Bofong but has also reinforced it significantly. The spiritual vein cannot be exploited as depicted in the original narrative, for it would swiftly deplete, leading to dire consequences. Thanks to the Flying Thunder God technique, which allows for effortless travel, Li Yuan frequently returns to hone his skills in the Golden Light Incantation, resulting in remarkable progress. Not far away, Jiraiya slowly emerged from the ground, suddenly expelling a mouthful of fresh blood before collapsing with a thud. Little Jiraiya, are you all right? The two toads exclaimed in alarm, fortunately having sustained injuries from the shock. Jiraiya gently touched his chest and murmured, I feel a searing pain in my organs. That last strike has likely wounded me. Little Jiraiya, come with us back to Myaboka Mountain, the two toads urged, grasping his shoulders. In the next moment, a cloud of smoke enveloped them, and the two toads vanished without a trace. Li Yuan did not intervene, but turned his gaze toward the central platform. Within the barrier, Orochimaru had just pierced the chest of the third Hokage with his sword. Old man, how do you feel? My strength has indeed progressed significantly, Orochimaru said with a smile, licking his lips. Ha ha ha, Orochimaru, you have grown arrogant. I have you now. Let us descend together. The third Hokage gritted through the immense pain in his chest, holding his breath as he grasped Orochimaru firmly. Old man, what are you doing? Orochimaru's face turned pale with fear as he looked at the third Hokage. He realized that once captured, his soul seemed to be locked, rendering his body completely immobile. The spectral figure of the Shinigami emerged from behind the third Hokage, swiftly reaching out toward Orochimaru. At that moment, a shadow materialized beside Orochimaru, and a golden sword cleaved through the hands of the third Hokage in an instant, while the left hand seized Orochimaru and vanished without a trace. The third Hokage let out a pained scream as the phantom of death that emerged from his chest grasped at nothingness. Outside the barrier, on the adjacent viewing platform, Li Yuan grasped Orochimaru, who had appeared seemingly out of thin air. I told you not to toy around. You nearly met your end just now. Li Yuan remarked with a stern expression directed at Orochimaru. Orochimaru released a long sigh and gazed toward the third Hokage within the barrier. What kind of technique was that? I felt as if I were doomed, he inquired. It's the Shiki F gene, a forbidden technique that leads to the mutual destruction of the Uzumaki clan, Li Yuan responded, also looking toward the barrier. Within the barrier, the third Hokage could no longer sustain himself and collapsed backward onto the viewing platform. The spectral figure of death behind him grasped his phantom and slowly consumed it, dissipating into nothingness. That apparition is the Shinigami. Once it seizes your soul, your fate is essentially sealed, Li Yuan pointed out towards the vanishing specter. Minato Namikaze also used this technique to seal the Nine Tails. It might be worthwhile for you to study it, considering that half of the Nine Tails resides within the Shinigami's belly, he added. Orochimaru, the Shinigami. A true deity, can it achieve immortality? Orochimaru mused, licking his lips and stroking his chin. I am uncertain, but it has existed for a considerable time. Possibly even predating the Sage of Six Paths, Li Yuan pondered thoughtfully. Now that is intriguing. Indeed, I shall investigate further. Orochimaru's eyes gleamed with fervor. You seem well informed. Do you possess this technique? He asked. I do. I shall show it to you once we return, Li Yuan replied. Li Yuan cast a glance around his surroundings. The Konoha ninjas, witnessing the fall of the third Hokage, retaliated with renewed vigor, while the ninjas from Mangekyō also regained their composure. Joining forces with Konoha to assault the Sound Ninjas. Let us depart. Your aspirations have been fulfilled. It is time to cease unnecessary casualties, Orochimaru remarked, surveying the area. Withdraw, he commanded, leaping onto the back of the Crimson Lotus Crystal Dragon. Li Yuan extended his sensory perception. Junjie had also completed his tasks and was hastening towards them with the Howling Hound. In the next moment, Li Yuan bit his fingertip to form a seal, slapping his right hand against the ground. A cloud of smoke erupted and swiftly dissipated, revealing a colossal eagle over 20 meters in height. With a piercing cry, the eagle unfurled its wings, unleashing a fierce gust of wind in all directions. Mount the eagle, we shall retreat from Konoha, Li Yuan shouted. The combatants below seized a fleeting opportunity, leaping onto the backs of the eagle or the Crimson Lotus Crystal Dragon. Some Konoha ninjas attempted to pursue, but Li Yuan conjured a multitude of golden short swords before him. 100 swords shall fly, he chuckled, unleashing the blades that soared forth, each darting toward its intended target. The Konoha ninjas abandoned their pursuit, either evading or hurling kunai at the golden swords. Truly magnificent. No wonder the protagonists of fantastical realms wield swords, Li Yuan mused to himself, stroking his chin. Seizing the moment, the Sound Ninjas ascended onto the eagle's back one by one. With another deafening cry, the eagle took flight, spiraling into the sky. Eagle, lead them away. Li Yuan waved towards the heavens. With a final cry, the eagle soared outward from Konoha. Li Yuan surveyed the battlefield. The Ninetales and Shikaku were still engaged in a fierce struggle with the two toads. He stroked his chin and vanished with the Flying Thunder God technique. Chapter 12. The Ninetales Jinchuriki secured outside the training ground. On the streets of Konoha, Junjie raced towards them with the Howling Hound. Li Yuan instantly materialized beside him, gripping his shoulder. Howling Hound, return on your own, he said, patting the large white dog on the head before vanishing with Junjie. The Howling Hound wagged its tail, transforming into a plume of smoke before disappearing. Moments later, in a narrow alley near the training ground, space twisted and Li Yuan reappeared, extending his senses. He found no one nearby, only a few Konoha civilians lying on the ground. After a quick inspection, he noted they were merely unconscious, not dead. He transformed into one of them and stepped out of the alley, settling in a corner with closed eyes to sense the situation in the training ground. Li Yuan intended to assess the circumstances and await an opportunity to abscond with the tailed beast. He had long desired to experiment with the tailed beast, but had yet to act. Today, seeing the chance, he felt compelled to try. Participating in the chaos himself would be folly, a thankless and strenuous endeavor. Observing their efforts to suppress the tailed beast's rampage, he planned to seize the moment and utilize the Flying Thunder God to swiftly take the unconscious Naruto away, thus simplifying matters. In the training ground, Jiraiya had returned from Mount Myaboku, his face still pale. He swiftly navigated the melee between the two Jinchuriki and the two Toad brothers, delivering a powerful punch to Gaara's head while he was asleep. Jiraiya understood the sealing techniques of Mangekyō. Awakening the Jinchuriki would ensure Shikaku's return. With a resounding thud, Gaara took the brunt of the blow, rousing from his slumber. No. After finally getting out, how can I return to fight that filthy fox? Gaara roared, directing a massive air cannon toward the unsuspecting Wata. As Gaara opened his eyes, he surveyed his surroundings in confusion, a torrent of sand surging toward Jiraiya. If that is the case, I shall employ the sealing technique. Jiraiya evaded the sandstorm, forming hand seals as runes materialized on his right hand, preparing to charge once more at Shikaku. At this moment, the colossal form of Shikaku gradually retracted, diminishing in size. Ah, that will suffice. I shall utilize it on you, Jiraiya declared, halting in his tracks and turning to face the tailed beast-transformed Naruto. Wart, Gamma. Shikaku's situation is nearly resolved. Now, engage the Ninetales. With urgency, Jiraiya dashed towards Naruto. The toads, Wart and Gamma, extended their elongated tongues, entwining them around the tailed beast version of Naruto. Already transformed into the two tails, Naruto pressed his hands against the ground, directing a small tailed beast bomb towards the two massive toads. Seizing the opportunity, Jiraiya hurried towards Naruto, extending his right hand to press firmly against Naruto's abdomen. Runes swiftly emerged, spreading across his body. The tailed beast cloak enveloping Naruto gradually receded, dissipating entirely in a matter of moments. With a thud, Naruto fell backward, landing on the ground. Jiraiya exhaled deeply, finally relieved that the ordeal had been resolved. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared beside Naruto, seizing him before vanishing swiftly. Flying Thunder God, Uchiha-Ryuin, What do you intend to do? Jiraiya exclaimed, his face contorted with rage. Lord Jiraiya, what's the matter? Several leaf ninjas have arrived. Came a hurried voice. Lord Jiraiya, the third Hokage has passed away. You cannot leave. Another voice interjected urgently. I shall not depart just yet. Jiraiya paused in his pursuit of Li Yuan, acutely aware of the flying thunder god's speed, uncertain of where he had fled. Naruto's fate now rested solely in the hands of destiny. Riku, let us first attend to the injured. Summon the others to the Hokage building for a meeting shortly. Jiraiya said, casting a somber glance around. The entire training ground lay in ruins, littered with the motionless forms of the fallen. Outside the arena, many areas were similarly devastated. Damn you, Ryuan. Orochimaru, the prophecy of the Toad Sage has indeed proven true. Jiraiya clenched his fists in frustration. In the land of fire. At the Valley of the End, Uchiha Madara's stone visage loomed overhead as Ryuan materialized, carrying the unconscious Naruto. He cast Naruto onto the ground before the statue. His right hand glowing crimson, swiftly merging with Naruto's body to ensure he would not awaken easily. Retracting his hand, Ryuan stroked his chin, lost in contemplation. Moments later, he settled cross-legged beside Naruto, extending his right hand towards the rune mark on his abdomen, closing his eyes in meditation. In a dimly lit space, Ryuan's form materialized. The ground was covered with shallow puddles, surrounded by a pervasive gloom, with only a faint light visible ahead. Ryuan advanced towards the glimmer, his footsteps splashing in the water. After a brief while, he encountered a colossal cage, within which a nine-tailed fox was imprisoned. It's you, Uchiha brat, the nine-tails growled, fixating its gaze on Ryuan. You recognize me? Ryuan remarked, momentarily taken aback, his expression betraying curiosity. 13 years ago, I encountered you. You were plotting against me, yet somehow you abandoned the idea. Don't think I'm unaware. The nine-tails bared its teeth, roaring with indignation. Could you see outside back then? Ryuan inquired, stroking his chin thoughtfully. What do you think? The nine-tails bellowed in retort. I altered the memories of his adoptive parents. What transpired afterward? Ryuan stepped closer, examining the talismans affixed to the cage. Humans are devoid of good souls. Within a year, that brat was sent to be raised by another family, the nine-tails scoffed. A look of disdain etched across its face. Is that so? It seems the third Hokage truly. Ryuan shook his head, curling his lip in contempt. It appears the third remains unchanged, subjecting Naruto to hardship while he basks in the light of glory. Kurama, would you care to venture outside for a while? Li Yuan chuckled softly. How do you know my name? The nine-tails looked at Li Yuan, astonished. Never mind how I know. Do you wish to go out and have some fun? Li Yuan waved his hand dismissively. I would rather stay here than go out with your Uchiha clan. The nine-tails shook his head, baring his teeth at Li Yuan. That decision is not yours to make. Li Yuan's golden pupils shimmered with mysterious patterns as he glared at the nine-tails. You, the cursed Uchiha. How dare you snarl at the nine-tails? Halfway through his roar, he stopped, his eyes blankly fixed on Li Yuan. Now that is more like it. It would have been better if you had acted this way from the start. Li Yuan extended his right hand towards the cage. He wished to stroke the nine-tails. For when it was not fierce, it was rather adorable. His hand met resistance when reaching the cage, unable to penetrate its confines. Is that so? Li Yuan retracted his hand, then grasped the talisman affixed to the cage. With a slight exertion, he tore it away. In the next moment, two streams of chakra surged forth, forming two figures not far away, a man with short golden hair and a woman with long red hair. Who are you? And how did you get here? Minato Namikaze scrutinized Li Yuan warily. Look at the nine-tails. He seems quite docile. Something is amiss. Kushina Uzumaki glanced around, tugging at Minato. He is under genjutsu, just like back in the day. Minato's expression turned grave as he cast a glance at the cage, fixated intently on Li Yuan. Chapter 13, The Nine-Tails in Hand. Minato, long time no see, Li Yuan waved his hand. Do we know each other? Minato examined Li Yuan with confusion. Yes. I know you. You do not know me. Li Yuan shook his head involuntarily. An Uchiha? I have no recollection, Minato replied, shaking his head. Li Yuan felt a sense of disinterest, glancing at the couple before shifting his gaze towards the cage. Kurama, come forth. Upon hearing these words, the nine-tails charged at the cage. You shall not escape. Return to your confinement. Kushina shouted, extending several golden chains that enveloped the cage, firmly restraining the nine-tails within. Minato clenched his fists and charged at Li Yuan. What is the point? Shouldn't you save your chakra for meeting your son? Li Yuan admonished. In the next instant, A powerful mental force surged forth, sweeping towards the two. What an immense mental power! Minato retreated instantly, enveloping Kushina in his arms as they vanished. Moments later, they reappeared a short distance behind Li Yuan. So what now? Are you still unwilling to fight? Li Yuan turned, a cold smile directed at them. You are merely 2 streams of chakra. How can you hope to contend with me? Of course, we must fight. If the Nine Tails is released, Naruto will perish. Minato shouted. His fists clenched in fury. Even if I cannot stop you today, I shall ensure you suffer some damage. As the golden chains emerged once more from behind Uzumaki Kushina, she scoffed, questioning what could possibly harm her. How amusing. Who claimed that upon the release of the Nine Tails, this little imp would perish? Li Yuan retorted with a dismissive sneer. No, that's impossible. Regardless of the circumstances, the Nine Tails must not be unleashed, Wu Fengshui remarked. His fists clenched tightly as he fixed his gaze upon Li Yuan. Do not presume that we are easily deceived. I am Kushina, a Jinchuriki, she stated coldly. Her eyes fixed intently on Li Yuan. Very well, then. You all shall remain here, Li Yuan replied, shaking his head. His body shimmered with a golden hue, and a multitude of golden chains surged forth towards the two. Vidra sealing technique? How could you possibly know it? Are you also of the Uzumaki clan? Kushina inquired, momentarily taken aback as she sensed the golden chains. No, this is not the Vidra sealing technique. It merely resembles it, she concluded, as chains extended from behind her to counter Li Yuan's assault. Meanwhile, Wu Fengshui vanished once again, reappearing not far behind Li Yuan, his fist poised for action. Is it of any use? Li Yuan inquired, shaking his head as chains formed behind him, winding towards Wu Fengshui. These manifestations were all conjured by Li Yuan through the golden light spell. He had refrained from infusing any bloodline power into himself. Li Yuan chose not to adhere to the bloodline power system of this world, instead opting to forge his own unique bloodline power, positioning himself as its origin. Moments later, golden chains firmly ensnared the two individuals, their forms becoming somewhat translucent, a clear indication of their chakra depletion on the verge of dissipating. I have reiterated. You are merely 2 strands of chakra, utterly futile, Li Yuan remarked, shaking his head as he approached them. It has dragged on long enough, whispered Namikaze Minato coldly. To still harbor hopes for Konoha is a delusion, Li Yuan scoffed dismissively. Li Yuan pondered whether to allow them a glimpse into Naruto's life over the years, to observe the expressions on their faces, wondering if they would succumb to darkness. Extracting memories for them to witness would be a simple task for him. However, upon scanning their increasingly translucent forms again, he shook his head. He had been a bit too forceful earlier. They were close to vanishing. So he decided against it. Such a pity it would be to miss witnessing their descent into darkness. Li Yuan then ignored the couple entirely and strode toward the cage. A golden radiance coalesced before him, forming a long sword that struck at the chains binding the cage. With a resounding crack, the chains were severed in an instant. The golden sword plunged once more into the cage, methodically cutting through the chains binding the Nine Tails. It's over. Our son may soon join us. Minato clenched his fists, bellowing in anger. Where are the reinforcements from Konoha? What are they doing? They have yet to arrive. Minato, it's your fault for making Naruto the Jinchuriki. Kushina Uzumaki wept softly, her cries filled with fury. Hope for Konoha seemed distant now. Li Yuan cast a glance back at them. Their silhouettes had become increasingly translucent due to their heightened emotions, and it appeared they would soon vanish altogether. He initially intended to summon Naruto for a meeting, but that was now regrettably unfeasible. Li Yuan chose to disregard them and focused on guiding the Nine Tails out of its confinement. As he stood beneath the stone statue of Uchiha, Li Yuan opened his eyes and directed his gaze upon Naruto, who lay below. A surge of crimson chakra erupted from within Naruto, coalescing beside him into a small red fox that gradually expanded in size. Li Yuan extended his right hand to rest upon Naruto, a flickering red light emanating from it, swiftly merging into Naruto's being. Strands of chakra continued to emerge, seamlessly integrating into the form of the red fox. In a matter of moments, the red fox grew larger than Uchiha-Madara's statue, and Naruto's chakra ceased to emanate. Is this it? Li Yuan mused, observing the enormous red fox as the crimson glow from his hand dissipated. On the ground, Naruto's steady breathing indicated that the extraction of the Nine Tails had not adversely affected him. With a wave of his hand, a tangible mass of red chakra gathered towards Li Yuan's palm, enveloped in golden light, forming a sphere that was golden on the outside and red within. After a brief interval, the red light within the sphere gradually faded until it became colorless and transparent. Li Yuan absorbed the golden and transparent sphere into his being, settling into a cross-legged position, eyes closed in deep contemplation. The golden chi carried the colorless, transparent energy circulating through his meridians, traversing the three major dansons, and repeatedly cleansing and integrating into his internal chi. Li Yuan furrowed his brow and opened his eyes, lost in thought. The chakra of the nine tails he had just refined integrated perfectly with his internal chi. However, a voice in his mind cautioned against this path, suggesting it would lead to a constricted future. He recognized this as the instinctive perception of a practitioner, a truth that could not be mistaken. Therefore, he resolved not to refine the nine tails chakra any further, and instead, he would investigate the chakra fruit. That artifact should be the true treasure of heaven and earth. After all, as the Tsutsuki clan depended on it for their strength, Li Yuan rose and retrieved a scroll from his robe. Infusing it with chi, a teapot materialized, which he deftly caught in his hands. This is a teapot half a meter in height, adorned with a myriad of intricate runes. The lid and the body of the teapot are seamlessly fused together, crafted entirely from metal. This is the sealing vessel for the tailed beast that Li Yuan had meticulously prepared long ago, crafted a decade prior. The runes inscribed upon it are the work of sealing masters, ensuring that he himself cannot unravel the seals. They permit only a faint trickle of power to escape from the spout, allowing a glimpse into the outside world. Li Yuan tightened his grip on the teapot, golden light surging towards it, directing the spout towards the nine tails. The runes on the teapot illuminated one by one, flickering with a golden radiance, as a forceful suction erupted from the spout, lunging towards the nine tails. Under the control of the illusion, the nine tails offered no resistance. Chakra flowed from its body in waves towards the teapot, its form rapidly diminishing. In a fleeting moment, the nine tails, now less than a meter in size, transformed entirely into red chakra, pouring into the teapot. The teapot instantly blazed with brilliance before gradually dimming. Li Yuan, clutching the previously unrolled scroll, infused it with energy and stowed the teapot away. He tucked the scroll into his garments and cast a glance at Naruto, who lay sprawled on the ground. Chapter 14. Jiraiya, you should be Hokage. Li Yuan stroked his chin, deep in contemplation. With the nine tails now secured, what should be done with Naruto? Bringing him back was not an option. With Azure's influence, his mouth technique could potentially spell disaster. Sending him back was equally impractical, too troublesome. Perhaps it would be best to disregard him entirely. Without the nine tails augmentation, his strength likely wouldn't reach the level of a Kage, posing little threat to Li Yuan, unless that old sage of the six paths decided to bestow him with another power-up. However, that was inconsequential, as Indra was firmly on Li Yuan's side, and in an enhanced capacity. With this thought, Li Yuan couldn't help but chuckle. After casting one last glance at Naruto, he executed the Flying Thunder God technique and vanished from sight. Not long after, Naruto stirred awake, surveying his surroundings. How did I end up here? Wasn't I at the training ground in Konoha? He murmured, rubbing his head before leaping down from the stone statue's head, trying to discern his direction as he sprinted back towards Konoha. As night fell and the moon ascended, in the land of fire, within the Hokage's office in Konoha, Jiraiya stood by the window, gazing out at the streets of the village. Lord Jiraiya, a ninja, entered the office, bowing respectfully to report, Naruto has returned to Konoha. Have you checked? Is there any change in him? Jiraiya turned, urgency in his voice. I checked. The nine tails has vanished. Then what about Naruto? Jiraiya paused, a look of confusion crossing his face. It is common knowledge in the ninja world that if a Jinchuriki has their tailed beast extracted, they will instantly perish from the depletion of their life force. Yet, Naruto had returned unscathed, which seemed implausible. Sealing, medical, and sensory ninjas had all examined him, and his body showed no signs of change. However, the nine tails was completely gone, leaving no trace of chakra behind. Very well, observe for now. Tomorrow, I shall take a look. As Jiraiya waves his hand, the ninja bows respectfully and departs. Jiraiya turns once more to gaze out the window, noticing numerous figures making their way towards the Hokage building. They gather in small clusters, whispering amongst themselves. Jiraiya understands that they have concluded their tasks and have come to attend the meeting. He hastily exits the Hokage's office and strides towards the conference room. Inside the meeting chamber, several individuals are already seated, engaged in hushed conversations, creating a cacophony of noise. As Jiraiya enters, he scans the room, and an immediate hush falls over the assembly as everyone rises and bows in respect. It is evident to any discerning eye that with the passing of the third Hokage, Jiraiya stands as the sole candidate for the fifth Hokage. Jiraiya, please take a seat here, Minato gestures, indicating the seat of prominence. Tsunade also nods slightly in agreement, affirming their stance. They are not like Danzo, harboring no excessive ambition for that position. As long as the newly appointed Hokage does not diminish their authority, they are content. Furthermore, they understand Jiraiya's character well enough to know he would not act otherwise. After a moment's hesitation, Jiraiya walks to join them. With the old man gone, he must shoulder more responsibility. He resolves to seek out Tsunade tomorrow, hoping she might return to Konoha to assume the role of the fifth Hokage. Gradually, more individuals enter the conference room. After a brief while, Minato surveys the assembly, clears his throat, and proclaims loudly, "Now that everyone is present, let us commence the meeting. Kakashi, you may begin by reporting today's losses." Kakashi rises, unfurling a scroll, casting a glance at the gathered crowd, and solemnly states, "Preliminary assessments indicate we have lost ninjas today, with the sole consolation being that the Jonin suffered minimal casualties. The training ground lies in ruins, and numerous structures within Konoha have collapsed, with estimated damages amounting to several 100 million ryo. Fortunately, civilian casualties remain low." Upon concluding his report, Kakashi places the scroll on the table, pushing it towards the two advisory elders and Jiraiya. Jiraiya picks up the scroll, examining it before clenching his fist in anger. Tsunade surveys the room and exclaims, "At this juncture, the most pressing matters are the burial of the third Hokage and the election of the fifth Hokage. I propose that Jiraiya ascend to the position of the fifth Hokage. Indeed, let Jiraiya be the fifth Hokage." Voices of support resonate around the room. "Silence, please." Jiraiya raises his hand and speaks loudly. As the room quiets, he continues, "First, we must ensure a proper burial for our teacher. As for the fifth Hokage, I shall seek out Tsunade and recommend her for the role. Indeed, you may seek out Tsunade. Should she not return, you must assume the role of the fifth Hokage," stated Minato Namikaze, furrowing his brow in contemplation. Tsunade Koharu also knitted her brows, glancing at Jiraiya without uttering a word. The two elder advisors favored Jiraiya for the position of the fifth Hokage. Tsunade's temperament could be excessively rigid at times, and her return to Konoha as Hokage could undermine her authority. Furthermore, Tsunade suffered from hemophobia, rendering her less stable than Jiraiya. The mere thought of such an individual leading as the fifth Hokage felt rather precarious. There was also concern that she might jeopardize the entire village of Konoha upon her ascendancy. The contemplation alone was daunting. However, it was impossible to obstruct her in the meeting. Tsunade's standing in Konoha was formidable, rendering any opposition futile. Jiraiya cast a sweeping glance across the conference room, exhaling a sigh of relief inwardly. The absence of dissent was reassuring. He merely needed to locate her and bring her back. With this thought, Jiraiya clenched his fist, harboring a desire to eliminate Li Yuan on the spot. How had he grown so formidable? He had once been easily dispatched by Jiraiya's sage mode, yet now he could scarcely withstand a few of his blows. 13 years ago, he could have been effortlessly sent flying with a single punch. After finding Tsunade, Jiraiya resolved to consult the great toad sage at Mount Myaboku. Would the prophecy truly unfold? Was there truly no way to alter it? Let us adjourn. Tomorrow morning, we shall lay Sensei to rest. Inform everyone in Konoha to pay their respects, Jiraiya declared as he rose and waved his hand. "Yes, Lord Jiraiya." The assembled individuals responded, rising to bow before departing. As the others exited, Koharu turned to Jiraiya. "Why can't you take on the role of the fifth Hokage yourself? Why the insistence on finding Tsunade?" "Well, I don't believe I am suited for it. Tsunade would be a better choice." "Do you not wish for her to be Hokage?" "Why is that?" He replied, gazing out of the window. "She has hemophobia, and we fear she might lose Konoha," Minato murmured. "That should not be a significant concern," Jiraiya interjected quickly, waving his hand dismissively. They had not voiced it, but Jiraiya had not considered the ramifications. Would Tsunade truly jeopardize Konoha as Hokage? There was, perhaps, a slight possibility, albeit not substantial. Jiraiya dared not dwell further on the thought, hastening to the windowsill. To the two elder advisors, "I am off to check on Naruto and to attend to some affairs left behind by the old man," he announced, not even finishing his sentence before leaping out of the window and vanishing from the conference room, his voice lingering behind him. As for her hemophobia, it should not pose a significant issue. Once she becomes Hokage, she may avoid the battlefield. Chapter 15. The Power of the Six Paths in the Early Morning. The village of Konoha lay shrouded in a gloomy haze, with dark clouds looming overhead and droplets of rain gently descending. In the heart of the village square, the Hokage's coffin rested at the center, draped in the banner of the Leaf Village. Surrounding the coffin were mounds of white chrysanthemums as a steady stream of mourners, clad in black attire and clutching white flowers, came to pay their respects. Asuma stood silently beside the coffin, his head bowed, quietly lighting a cigarette and inhaling deeply. Jiraiya placed a hand on his shoulder, offering no words, before turning to walk away. Approaching Kakashi, he glanced around and spoke in hushed tones. Kakashi, keep the disappearance of the Nine Tails a secret. We cannot let the other ninja villages know. Also, keep a close watch on Lee and Orochimaru's whereabouts. I must seek Tsunade. Konoha is in your hands along with the two advisors. Understood, Lord Jiraiya. Kakashi nodded. I'll take care of it. With that, Jiraiya turned and made his way out of the square. As he navigated through the grieving crowd, he spotted a familiar figure with yellow hair. Naruto stood at the edge, lost in thought, tears welling in his eyes. Jiraiya paused briefly before approaching him. Hey, kid, come with me. We need to find Tsunade, Jiraiya said, affectionately ruffling Naruto's hair. Perverted sage, Grandpa Third Naruto's tears finally began to fall. Yes, let's take a walk and I'll teach you some training, Jiraiya sighed, leading Naruto away from the square. If you want to become stronger, keep up with me. Wiping away his tears, Naruto hesitated for a moment before clenching his fists and following quickly behind. A faint smile appeared on Jiraiya's face as he slowed his pace, guiding the young blonde out of Konoha. In the land of rice, in the village of sound. Within a wooden cabin, Li Yuan and Orochimaru sat across from each other at a wooden table. A half-meter-tall teapot rested beside Li Yuan. This is all from the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan, Li Yuan said, producing a scroll from his pocket and handing it to Orochimaru. All of these are Uzumaki sealing techniques? Orochimaru licked his lips as he took the scroll, quickly perusing its contents. Indeed, I know your interests. Aside from the bloodline abilities, all of the Uzumaki sealing techniques should be included, Li Yuan nodded. The Uzumaki clan summons the Shinigami using a mask as a medium. Li Yuan then retrieved a mask from his pocket and placed it on the table. The moment it left his hand, it emanated a chilling aura. Li Yuan paid no mind, as the aura was not strong enough to impact the surroundings. Interesting, a Shinigami? Orochimaru remarked, finishing the scroll and picking up the mask. He brought it closer to his eyes, examining it intently. After a moment of contemplation, Orochimaru looked up at Li Yuan. I believe I have a way to unravel this technique. Are you hoping to extract the soul of Minato Namikaze from the Shinigami? Yes, precisely. It should be half of the Nine Tails, Li Yuan said, stroking the large teapot. At that moment, a surge of chakra emanated from the teapot, manifesting an ethereal red fox above it. Indeed, my esteemed half-entity resides within the illustrious Minato Namikaze. Ah, the Nine Tails, Orochimaru mused, gazing in astonishment at the colossal teapot. Yes, it is the Nine Tails. I seized the opportunity yesterday to bring it back. Li Yuan gently patted the teapot. Your next target is the tailed beasts? Orochimaru cast a sidelong glance at the teapot before turning his gaze to Li Yuan. Aren't you aware that the accumulation of bloodstains has become rather futile? The tailed beasts represent the second step towards mastering the power of the Sage of Six Paths. By gathering all 9 tailed beasts and restoring the 10 tails to its original form, one can undoubtedly unlock the power of the 6 paths. You cannot allow this to happen. The 10 tails must never be resurrected, the red fox growled fiercely. Quiet down and behave. Li Yuan shot at a stern look as golden light poured into the teapot. The runes upon it began to illuminate one by one, drawing the illusory 9 tails into the teapot. What is the 10 tails? Orochimaru inquired, licking his lips in confusion as he regarded Li Yuan. One could say it is the original tailed beast of this world. The current 9 tailed beasts are merely its offspring. The one who divided it was the Sage of Six Paths. And the Land of Rain? They too seek to resurrect the 10 tails, hoping to create a world devoid of war through its power. Li Yuan shook his head, a look of disdain etched upon his features. How could absolute peace ever exist in this world? Humanity is inherently selfish, and such selfishness breeds conflict, which can escalate into war. In a sense, the Moon Eye plan devised by Madara has succeeded, for within his illusion, war ceases to exist. However, this Moon Eye illusion is quite peculiar, resembling the real world in many ways. As for Kagaya's plan, Li Yuan feels that now is not the appropriate time to disclose it to Orochimaru. Do you not hold a favorable view, Li Yuan? Orochimaru inquired, his gaze fixed upon Li Yuan's eyes. Do you think it's feasible? Every individual harbors their own thoughts, and selfishness inevitably leads to strife, Li Yuan replied, maintaining his unwavering gaze on Orochimaru. Even the Sage of Six Paths, who was the Jinchuriki of the 10 Tails, could not achieve this. How could they? Li Yuan, your understanding of human nature is remarkably profound, Orochimaru acknowledged with a slight nod, recognizing Li Yuan's perspective. He has witnessed much, and he could discern human nature from his own teacher. What, then, is your selfish desire, Li Yuan? Well, I wish to become stronger. To revive the power of the 6 paths, and perhaps to explore the possibility of immortality, Li Yuan mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Ah, indeed. You are truly my worthy partner, Orochimaru exclaimed, his excitement evident as he licked his lips. He calmed his thoughts and, after a moment of contemplation, asked, Isn't your goal in conflict with the land of rain? Have you even sent K there? It is indeed in conflict, however. We can allow them to test the waters first, Li Yuan replied, tapping the teapot. As long as we grasp the 9 tails. We may eventually join forces and confront the 10 tails directly. Is this your entire plan, the prophecy Jiraiya spoke of? Orochimaru reached for the teapot. Yes, more or less. The 10 tails could truly bring about a significant upheaval in the ninja world, Li Yuan stated, nudging the teapot. So, there is a possibility of success, Orochimaru said, pulling the teapot closer. The future is ever-changing. Prophecy is merely one of many possibilities, Li Yuan cautioned, shaking his head as he regarded Orochimaru with a serious demeanor. Do not let the prophecy lull you into complacency, thinking that success is guaranteed. I understand. The future is uncertain, Orochimaru replied gravely, glancing at Li Yuan. Orochimaru picked up the teapot, his expression turning to one of confusion as he looked at Li Yuan. This is only half of the 9 tails. How can it still possess such a powerful chakra presence? The 9 tails is the strongest of the tailed beasts. You should know this, Li Yuan remarked, casting a glance at the teapot and chuckling softly. The combined chakra of the other 8 tailed beasts pales in comparison to that of the 9 tails, which is why securing it is imperative. Orochimaru stood in astonishment, gazing at the teapot in his hand with wide eyes. He was indeed unaware of this detail. He only recognized that the 9 tails were the strongest, but the extent of their power eluded him. Therefore, that half of the 9 tails must be retrieved. Orochimaru, caressing the teapot, turned his gaze towards Li Yuan. The best bargaining chip is one you wouldn't want to hold tightly in your own hands, Li Yuan retorted. Let us test my earlier idea, Orochimaru said, rising with the teapot and making his way toward the cabin's exit. Li Yuan promptly followed suit, hastening to keep up. Chapter 16. The shadow of the 9 tails acquired in the underground training ground of the Sound Ninjas. Orochimaru set down the teapot and scrutinized the mask he held. You are to retrieve the body we have prepared, he instructed, raising his gaze to Li Yuan. Very well, I shall fetch it, Li Yuan replied, waving his hand and vanishing with the flying thunder god technique. Moments later, he reappeared, grasping a cultivation tank, within which lay a youthful version of Orochimaru. This is a creation of Li Yuan and Orochimaru, utilizing the original cellular material of Orochimaru's own body, with subtle adjustments made by Hongshou. This is currently the most suitable physical vessel for Orochimaru, with minimal rejection. Placing the cultivation tank in the training ground, Li Yuan turned to Orochimaru. Is there anything else you require? Do you need a sacrifice? I still have a few white zetsu here. What need have we for a sacrifice? Do you desire the reanimation of the 4th Hokage? That can be arranged. Can you ensure complete control? Li Yuan pondered, stroking his chin. It should be feasible. In that case, I shall also resurrect them, allowing me to see the old man once more. Orochimaru extended his tongue to lick his lips. Upon hearing this, Li Yuan activated the flying thunder god technique and vanished. In the next moment, he reappeared, holding 2 unconscious white zetsu. With 2 loud thuds, he dropped them onto the ground. Orochimaru donned a mask over his face, swiftly twisting his body to perform a sacrificial dance. After a brief moment, a chilling aura arose, and a shadowy figure appeared behind Orochimaru. Drawing the Kusanagi sword from his waist, he thrust it towards his abdomen. With a sickening sound, the sword pierced through, blood gushing forth. Orochimaru let out a muffled groan, furrowing his brow as he dragged the sword downwards, creating a gaping wound in his stomach. The Grim Reaper's shadow behind him mirrored his actions, slashing open its own belly. At that instant, 2 luminous orbs surged forth from the Reaper's wound. Enduring the agonizing pain, Orochimaru formed hand seals, and a magical array swiftly materialized around the 2 white zetsu. The luminous orbs rushed into the array. In the next moment, numerous white paper fragments appeared out of thin air, rapidly enveloping and entombing the 2 figures. Gradually, two silhouettes took shape, a golden-haired youth and a gaunt elder. Orochimaru let out a deep sigh of relief as a white serpent emerged from his mouth, leaving behind only a human-shaped skin. Witnessing this scene, Li Yuan hastily opened the lid of the cultivation tank. The white serpent darted towards the tank, burrowing into it and quickly merging with the physical body. At that moment, the spectral figure of the Grim Reaper grasped the humanoid serpent skin, gradually dissipating. Li Yuan immediately lowered his guard and let out a sigh of relief. He feared that Orochimaru's technique of shedding his serpent skin might encounter unforeseen complications, as it was akin to mocking the Reaper. Though in the original narrative, Orochimaru succeeded, the potential for mishaps lingered ominously. Minato Namikaze surveyed his surroundings, perplexed as he spoke. This is the reanimation jutsu. Orochimaru, you dare to desecrate the deceased. The third Hokage cast a glance around, fixating on Li Yuan and the incubation chamber housing Orochimaru. Old man, we meet again. Orochimaru opened his eyes, delivering a powerful punch against the glass wall of the chamber. With a resounding crack, the glass shattered, shards scattering as the green liquid gushed forth. Orochimaru stirred his limbs and stepped out. Indeed, as you surmised, I feel significantly more comfortable than before, he remarked, flexing his fist and gazing at Li Yuan. The body you've conjured from your original flesh, infused with fragments of your soul, likely possesses an 80 compatibility. Li Yuan extended his right hand, a crimson glow enveloping Orochimaru. Ah, the fusion is quite satisfactory, far superior to what you had endured for years, Li Yuan observed as the red light dissipated, fixing his gaze upon Orochimaru. The reanimation jutsu? Minato inquired, bewildered. Lord Third, you two have perished. How old is Naruto now? I long to see him, Orochimaru responded, a hint of nostalgia in his voice. Yes, I have passed, though I am uncertain how many years have elapsed. When I died, Naruto was 13, a mere genin. The third Hokage replied. Li Yuan turned his attention to the two Hokages, prompting, what is your current state? We can converse and possess awareness, yet we cannot move. Orochimaru casually replied, continuing to acclimate to his new form. Very well, this is optimal and simplifies matters. Li Yuan approached the two Hokages, halting before Minato and pausing in contemplation. He initially intended to mention how Naruto had been treated by the third, but reconsidered. After all, in their eyes, he was the ultimate antagonist. One must be cautious with words. Villains often meet their demise through excessive chatter, and he could not afford to tread that perilous path. A blue luminescence enveloped Li Yuan's right hand as he struck Minato's reanimated abdomen. In the next instant, a surge of red chakra erupted from Minato, coalescing in the distance into the form of a small red fox. Your objective is the Nine Tails? What has become of Naruto? Minato bellowed. Li Yuan, undeterred, continued to observe as waves of chakra surged toward the crimson fox, its form rapidly expanding. At that moment, the teapot on the training ground trembled slightly, and a stream of chakra poured forth from its spout, taking the form of an ethereal little fox. Nine Tails, you are here. Has Naruto truly? The eyes of Minato Namikaze flickered as he cast a glance at the teapot, his expression somber. That little rascal is unharmed. The phantom fox bared its teeth and turned to regard its shadowy counterpart. If that is the case, then all is well. Minato felt a momentary relief wash over him. The enlarging shadow of the Nine Tails hesitated, then extended a stream of chakra towards the teapot. Fool, did you not see that I am sealed? Do not come near. The phantom fox roared. More red chakra surged from within Minato, causing the fox to swell rapidly. The chakra that was rushing towards the teapot swiftly retracted. With a roar, the shadowy Nine Tails scanned the surroundings, chakra gathering rapidly at its maw. Li Yuan produced a scroll from his robes and infused it with energy. Another identical teapot tumbled out. He caught it deftly, golden energy flowing into the teapot. The vessel instantly illuminated, runes flashing rapidly as an immense suction erupted from it, targeting the shadowy Nine Tails not far away. In the next moment, the chakra of the shadowy Nine Tails was irresistibly drawn towards the teapot's spout, swiftly vanishing within. The rapidly enlarging shadow of the Nine Tails shrank back just as quickly, and the chakra that had gathered at its maw dissipated in an instant. This is the end. The shadow will be sealed by that little brat. The phantom fox grimaced, its demeanor disheartened. Soon after, the red shadow of the Nine Tails vanished, and the chakra emanating from Minato rapidly flowed into the teapot. Moments later, as the last vestige of chakra entered the spout, the teapot shone brilliantly, its runes swiftly coalescing before gradually fading. Li Yuan contemplated for a moment before producing a talisman and affixing it to the teapot. He had no desire for two nine-tails to converse, one was already sufficient. Moreover, without a seal. Placing the two teapots together would likely result in a quarrel between the two nine-tails, a thought that already felt burdensome. Orochimaru, what about them? Li Yuan inquired, holding the teapot as he looked towards Orochimaru. Chapter 17. The clan leader wishes to meet you. Orochimaru stroked his chin, lost in thought. How long has it been since I died? Who is currently the Hokage? The third Hokage spoke up quickly. Minato also returned to the moment, directing his gaze at Orochimaru. Old man, you died just yesterday. Who is the fifth Hokage? That remains a mystery. Orochimaru chuckled as he glanced at the third Hokage. Is that so? The third Hokage was taken aback and murmured, that would mean Jiraiya has become the fifth Hokage. Well, that is quite commendable, Minato responded in agreement. Orochimaru, let me keep this for you. It may prove useful in the future, Li Yuan interjected. Useful? How so? Orochimaru looked at Li Yuan, his face a mask of confusion. The nine tails have been extracted. What more utility could Minato possess? It is merely a possibility, better safe than sorry. Li Haihei smiled and remarked. Upon seeing Li Yuan's expression, Orochimaru surmised that he might still be of considerable utility. Without further inquiry, he extended his hands to form seals. A wooden coffin rose from the ground, enveloping Minato Namikaze, and gradually descended into the earth. I shall take my leave, so as not to intrude upon your nostalgic moments. Li Yuan waved his hand, grasping a teapot in each hand as he exited the training grounds. Orochimaru, you must not associate with him. According to Jiraiya's prophecy, he will bring ruin to the ninja world, the third Hokage stated as he observed Li Yuan departing. Does that not imply our collaboration has succeeded? Orochimaru licked his lips with anticipation. You three are mistaken. The third Hokage exclaimed with anger. Enough, old man. You are already dead, Orochimaru retorted loudly. Indeed. I have met my demise. The third Hokage murmured softly, halting his outburst. In the land of rain, within the grand hall of the Rain Ninja Village. Pain stood as ever at the window, gazing outside. A stack of documents lay on a nearby table, detailing the latest intelligence from Konoha. Knock, knock. Knock, the sound of a persistent knock echoed. Keiki, enter. Pain continued to stare outside, not turning his head. Keiki, clad in a black robe adorned with red clouds, entered the hall. Leader, you called for me? Is there something you need me to do? He had been a member of the Akatsuki for a few days, and the other members were already familiar with him. Pain had also shared his ambitions. Comparing that to the information provided by Li Yuan, it was evident that Zetsu and Obito shared similar initial goals with Pain, yet their later intentions diverged drastically. Pain's plan involved gathering all-tailed beasts to intimidate the nations and achieve world peace. In contrast, the information Li Yuan provided indicated that Zetsu and Obito sought to resurrect Uchiha Madara in order to create a peaceful world anew. Meanwhile, Li Yuan's strategy was to join the Akatsuki to expedite their collection of tailed beasts. Why do you wish to join the organization? Pain abruptly turned to fixate on Keiki. Well, it's for training purposes. I wholeheartedly support your ideals and wish to witness a peaceful world come to fruition sooner rather than later. Keiki replied swiftly. Be honest, do you genuinely believe that? Pain continued to scrutinize him. Well, the clan leader encouraged me to join you. He mentioned that this place is quite intriguing and has many skilled individuals. Keiki sighed before responding. Li Yuan had previously mentioned this to him, suggesting that he should express himself. It would be ideal for Pain to take an interest in him, facilitating a meeting for a discussion. The Uchiha clan leader, perhaps? Pain once more cast his gaze out the window. Since the Uchiha had departed from Konoha 13 years ago, their whereabouts had remained a mystery. Just a couple of days prior, several individuals had emerged alongside the Sound Ninja Village, collaborating with Orochimaru to wreak havoc, resulting in the deaths of the third Hokage and Danzo. It was this intelligence that prompted the desire to test Guangxu. Nevertheless, with those eyes in play, no matter his intentions, he could not disrupt the balance. Furthermore, Pain had long harbored a desire to eliminate Danzo, and this opportunity had inadvertently avenged him. The organization was facing a shortage of funds, so you will undertake missions alongside Kisame, Pain remarked, placing a hand over his chest. As for the leader, I will seek out Kisame now, Guangxu declared, waving his hand as he moved towards the door. Wait. If I wish to meet your clan leader, Pain turned to face Guangxu. The leader wishes to meet you as well. Take this, Guangxu said, producing a kunai and offering it to Pain. Pain glanced at the kunai, examining it closely. Is this the flying thunder god Kanai? Indeed it is. As long as you infuse it with chakra, the leader will be alerted and will arrive promptly, Guangxu affirmed. All right, I understand, Pain replied, waving his hand dismissively. Seeing this, Guangxu exited. Leaving the tallest building, he walked along the streets of Rain Ninja Village, just as he prepared to report back to Li Yuan. At that moment, the space ahead began to distort, and a figure adorned with a red tiger-striped mask materialized before him. Obito, what brings you here? Shinsuke instantly became alert. Well, it seems you are already aware, so I shall not waste words. Hand over my eyes, Obito tightened his fists. As for that, you must consult the clan leader. I do not know. Shinsuke shook his head. Obito glanced around, clenched his fists tightly, then relaxed them, hesitating for a moment before speaking. Where is he? I wish to speak with him. This should be familiar to you. Shinsuke retrieved a kunai from his robe and offered it to Obito. The flying thunder god kunai. You can actually use this. Obito accepted the kunai, examining it in his hand. Memories from the past flooded his mind, the sound of rain seemingly echoing in his ears. Ah, right. The clan leader wants me to expedite the organizational plan. What are your thoughts? Expedite the plan? Obito snapped back to reality, furrowing his brow as he looked at Shinsuke. He couldn't help but recall the words spoken by Kagaya a few days prior. The Uchiha clan leader had perused his memories and was fully aware of the entire plan, supporting both the resurrection of Uchiha Madara and the Moon Eye plan. Pain is the true leader. This matter must be addressed with him, Obito remarked quietly, glancing at the tallest building. Let us not beat around the bush. I am well aware of your plans, Shinsuke retorted, displeased. Obito tightened his grip on the kunai once more, and in an instant, the space warped, and he vanished. Hey, why did you leave? We could have talked more and clarified things. Shinsuke looked around, sighed, and hurriedly departed. The two kunai he had just given were already prepared by Li Yuan, both specially crafted. One resembling the style of Minato Namikaze's kunai had been given to Obito, while the other was Li Yuan's own modified version, meant for Pain. Obito, aware of their plans, also considered that he might be sought after to reclaim his left eye. Pain, during this period, was particularly deluded, believing himself to be invincible within the ninja world, a new god. Should Nagato seek him out and negotiations go well, there was potential for collaboration. Li Yuan might even restore his body using the dual healing technique. Yet, the plan would not waver, for that pair of Rinnegan eyes was not something many could wield. Regardless of their schemes, they all hinged upon those eyes, Nagatos. Within the Kamui dimension, Obito held the kunai in contemplation. Should he seek him out? After all, it was his left eye, but with the mark upon him. Wouldn't he that make him a living target? Moments later, Obito produced a scroll and sealed the kunai within it. The space distorted once more, and he departed from the Kamui dimension. Chapter 18. The Heavenly Mouth in the Land of Rice. Within the Sound Village, inside a wooden cabin, Li Yuan unfurled a scroll and swiftly skimmed through its contents. Is it impossible to expedite progress? He murmured softly as he set the scroll down. I shall wait a few days to see if Obito will seek me out. Perhaps we could resurrect the esteemed Madara Uchiha through the technique of Edo Tensei, thereby accelerating our progress significantly. With a contemplative stroke of his chin, Li Yuan pondered this possibility. However, it would be unwise to attempt such a summoning at this moment. The dangers are too great. Orochimaru would undoubtedly struggle to maintain control over him, and my own strength may not surpass his. Nonetheless, I shall prepare for this eventuality as a contingency plan. After all, it was Kabuto Yakushi who originally resurrected him in the canonical narrative. Now that Orochimaru is allied with me, he is unlikely to seek the possession of another, thus ensuring his survival. Consequently, Kabuto will not succumb to darkness and will not attempt to summon Madara. Li Yuan stepped out of the wooden cabin, extending his senses and tracing the chakra signatures in reverse. In the Land of Fire, at a private compartment within a tavern, Tsunade, Shizune, Jiraiya, and Naruto were seated across from one another. The third Hokage has perished, and it was at the hands of Orochimaru and Uchiha Li Yuan, Jiraiya remarked. Casting a glance at Tsunade, Tsunade paused, her hand halting mid-motion with the bottle of sake, her left fist tightening in response. After a brief moment, she resumed drinking deeply from the bottle, her voice steady as she declared, "You should have met his in long ago. Is this not a favorable outcome?" Nearby, Naruto, who had been voraciously consuming food, abruptly froze, leaping onto his chair to face Jiraiya with urgency. The third grandpa was killed by Orochimaru and Uchiha Li Yuan. Who are they? And you must not speak ill of the third. He was the best. Naruto glared at Tsunade, his voice rising in indignation. Who is he? Tsunade inquired, turning her gaze toward Naruto. Naruto Uzumaki, the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Of course, Tsunade replied softly. Not anymore. The Nine Tails was extracted by Uchiha Li Yuan, Jiraiya interjected, casting a stern look at Naruto to silence him. Then one of him, Tsunade began, only to be interrupted. I don't know how he accomplished that. You should come and see for yourself. Jiraiya shook his head, lightly tapping Naruto on the head. Naruto ceased his protests, though he still glared at Jiraiya in dissatisfaction. Tsunade took a step forward, extending her right hand to lift Naruto, while her left hand glowed with a verdant light, merging with his being. Let go of me, you old hag. Naruto flailed his arms and legs in protest. I am hardly old. I am still youthful and beautiful, Tsunade retorted, veins protruding on her forehead as her brows furrowed deeply. Not old, you're just like that lecherous sage, over 50. With a clenched fist, Tsunade released her grip, ultimately delivering a light smack to Naruto's head before letting him go. That hurt, Naruto exclaimed, crumpling to the ground, cradling his head. How is he? Jiraiya inquired urgently. Just like an ordinary person, it doesn't he seem as though he has had the tailed beast extracted, Tsunade replied, shaking her head. Is that so? Also, the village has decided to appoint you as the 5th Hokage. Only a fool would insult the Hokage and belittle the 3rd Hokage. Naruto, filled with indignation, leaped onto the table and directed an angry shout at Tsunade. Today, I shall certainly teach you a lesson. Clenching his fists, he prepared to charge at her. Stop. This is a tavern. Jiraiya swiftly grasped Naruto's clothing, pulling him back down onto the chair. Tsunade disdainfully curled her lip and cast a glance at Naruto. I am determined to teach you a lesson today, he declared as he rose once more, shouting at her. Very well, let us step outside to engage in some fun. Tsunade retorted, rising with the bottle in hand and regarding Naruto with contempt. With that, she strode towards the tavern's exit, bottle in hand. Naruto quickly stood, fists clenched, and hurried to follow her. Jiraiya sighed, rubbing his forehead in exasperation. Outside the tavern, in a secluded alleyway, Tsunade raised her right hand holding the bottle and beckoned to Naruto with her left. If you win, I shall agree to return with Jiraiya and play the fool for once. How dare you jest? Naruto shouted, clenching his fists. He drew shurikens from his pocket and hurled them all at Tsunade, charging forward with a kunai in hand. Tsunade swiftly sidestepped the shurikens. As Naruto approached with the kunai, Tsunade extended her left index finger, deftly striking the kunai and creating a hole in it. With a powerful flick, Naruto's kunai was sent flying from his grip. Tsunade's finger twitched, and the kunai began to spin rapidly upon it, hurtling towards Naruto. He dodged left and right in a desperate bid to evade it. In the next moment, the kunai was launched away, and Tsunade flicked her finger against Naruto's forehead. He was sent tumbling several meters away. Shakily, Naruto rose, his face a mask of fury as he shouted at Tsunade. I will certainly teach you a lesson today. With both hands crossed over his chest, a blue, rapidly spinning sphere began to form in his hands. Holding the Rasengan aloft, Naruto charged towards Tsunade, bellowing, Do not insult the Hokage. My dream is to become Hokage. Tsunade paused, lost in reminiscence of Shinsuke and Dan, who had also aspired to become Hokage and fought for that dream. The young boy before her bore an uncanny resemblance to them. At that moment, Naruto dashed towards Tsunade, brandishing the Rasengan, and directly pressed it against her abdomen. Lost in her thoughts, Tsunade did not evade and received the blow squarely. Jiraiya, who stood nearby, hesitated momentarily, contemplating whether to intervene, but ultimately refrained. Tsunade's clothing tore at her midsection, and she let out a muffled groan before sitting down on the ground. Naruto, momentarily taken aback, gazed at his hands, astonished that he had just unleashed the newly learned Rasengan, striking none other than the future 5th Hokage. Lady Tsunade, are you all right? Shizen hurriedly rushed to Tsunade's side. Her hands shimmered with a green glow, ready to rest upon Tsunade's wounded abdomen. I am fine. His Rasengan is still in its infancy and lacks power, Tsunade replied, shaking her head. Shizun, still concerned, glanced at Tsunade's midsection. Beneath the tattered fabric, her fair skin revealed minor abrasions. We should still administer treatment, Shizun insisted, her hands glowing with green light as she directed her chakra towards Tsunade's wound. In an instant, the abrasions vanished, restoring her skin to its flawless state. Tsunade, how are you feeling? Jiraiya approached. I am all right, Tsunade replied, rising to her feet and looking at Naruto. You did well, little brat. You defeated me. Tsunade touched the necklace around her neck, beckoning to Naruto. Come, I have a reward for you. Jiraiya nudged Naruto forward. Stepping closer to Tsunade, she removed the necklace and placed it around Naruto's neck. Here, I hope you can realize your dreams and become Hokage soon. Grandma Tsunade, I will strive to become Hokage, Naruto exclaimed, clenching his fists with excitement. Yes, I believe in you. You can certainly achieve it, Tsunade responded with a smile. As she gazed at the young boy before her, he increasingly reminded her of those she had lost, causing her to momentarily drift into thought. After a brief pause, Tsunade regained her focus and turned to Jiraiya. Let us return to Konoha. Chapter 19, Clan Rules, Eagle Island. At Orochimaru's base, Li Yuan rested his right hand on Orochimaru's shoulder as he materialized from thin air. This place is much better. All the instruments and equipment are fully equipped, Orochimaru remarked, scanning the surroundings with a sense of satisfaction. Are you truly going to abandon them in the Sound Ninja Village, disregarding their fate? Li Yuan retracted his hand. It is fine. Their abilities are commendable. Let them hone their skills, Orochimaru replied, shaking his head. Li Yuan, your overprotectiveness towards your clan is detrimental to their growth. They must be at least 18 years old or possess the strength of a Nin to leave Eagle Island for leisure. This rule seems quite out of touch with the shinobi world. I even question whether you are a true shinobi, Li Yuan mused, stroking his chin. Well, was it not due to the clan's instability during our time in Konoha? He inquired hastily. And what of now? Surely, things have recovered? Orochimaru fixed Li Yuan with a penetrating gaze. And the children you brought me, the same requirements apply to them as well. It is indeed for their safety. But let us not dwell on that. Regarding the thoughts I previously shared, is it feasible? Li Yuan quickly waved his hand, attempting to shift the conversation. He certainly could not disclose this to Orochimaru, for due to the influences of his past life. He believed that anyone under 18 remains but a child and should refrain from recklessness. Once one reaches the age of 18, adulthood is attained, and one may pursue their desires, provided they do not betray their clan. Sure enough, upon mentioning research, Orochimaru redirected his focus. It is merely the reincarnation of the young. Peak period Uchiha Madara, utilizing the body of white Zetsu as a sacrificial medium, supplemented with some Hashirama cells, it should suffice. Orochimaru extended his tongue to lick his lips, his gaze aflame with eagerness, yearning to experiment immediately. Do not attempt it now. His power is far too formidable. If you were to resurrect him, it would likely spiral out of control, Li Yuan cautioned, observing Orochimaru's expression. Out of control? Surely not. Orochimaru paused, glancing at Li Yuan. If he were to lose control, his strength could dominate the current ninja world, unless another Senju Hashirama were to emerge. Li Yuan's face grew solemn. Such power is inconceivable, is it not? Orochimaru's eyes widened, his tongue flicking out again. You are not deceiving me, are you? You are aware that not long after the conclusion of the Great Ninja War, the first Hokage perished. Li Yuan continued. In their prime, their strength could sweep across the ninja world, and due to differing opinions, they engaged in a battle that led to mutual destruction. Fascinating. I am now even more inclined to witness the reincarnation. Orochimaru licked his lips once more. Do you possess his blood or flesh cells? I do not. Otherwise I would lack the medium. Though I do not have any, I am aware of a location that does, Li Yuan chuckled, then hastened to procure them. I wish to study why he is so powerful, Orochimaru urged eagerly. Patience, I will retrieve them in due time. In the meantime, you may begin researching the reanimation jutsu to see if you can enhance control. Li Yuan waved his hand dismissively. Li Yuan was apprehensive about performing the reanimation on Madara at present, fearing that his own strength would be insufficient to contain him. It would be prudent to wait for a while longer. Furthermore, Obito has possessed the flying thunder god Kunai for several days now, yet he has not sought me out, likely out of fear. According to the original narrative, with the commencement of Shippuden, there are 3 years remaining. It is not unreasonable for me to wait those 3 years. By then, my strength may be sufficient. Very well, I shall begin my studies to see if I can implement some improvements. Orochimaru mused for a moment before hastily making his way to a laboratory to commence his research. Li Yuan could not help but smile, also utilizing the flying thunder god technique to depart. Orochimaru truly is an excellent collaborator. If only I could have more like him. He promptly engages in research the moment I present an idea, wasting not a moment. Observing Orochimaru in action is quite exhilarating. On Sea Eagle Island, under the blazing sun, Xiangling stood on the beach holding a wooden post, gazing towards a distant small hill. Niji, have I lost it? Xiangling called out loudly. The beach remained unresponsive, enveloped in silence, save for the rhythmic crashing of waves and the cries of seagulls. How foolish of me! With Ningxi so far away, how could he possibly hear? With a soft murmur, Xiangling hurled the wooden stake high into the sky. The stake soared over 10 meters before crashing down with a thunderous bang, shattering into countless splinters. Ningxi, you hit it! Xiangling exclaimed, leaping with joy. 2 kilometers away, atop a high hillside, Ningxi exhaled a sigh of relief. He closed his Byakugan, his right hand caressing the weapon before him. The weapon, entirely black, gleamed with a metallic luster under the sun, measuring approximately 1.5 meters in length, resembling a simple stick. Upon closer inspection, it revealed itself to be a modern firearm, a barret. Ningxi retrieved a scroll from his right hand, channeling chakra to stow away the barret. A fine weapon, indeed, well suited to my Byakugan, though I wish there were more bullets, he mused, feeling the pocket at his waist. Familiar with the weapon, he noted he had already used a dozen rounds, leaving him with only half. Shaking his head, he resolved to inquire about the remaining ammunition the next time he saw the clan leader. With the scroll tucked securely in his embrace, Ningxi rose and sprinted towards the beach. Moments later, he halted beside Xiangling. Ningxi, this weapon is quite intriguing. Let me have a go. Xiangling extended her right hand, reaching for Ningxi's embrace. No way, you've already wasted several bullets. Ningxi stepped back, shaking his head. Come on, just one bullet. I just want to play. Xiangling pressed forward once more. Absolutely not. There are too few bullets left. You can see for yourself, Ningxi replied, extending his hand to retrieve a small pouch from his waist. Curiously, Xiangling snatched the pouch from him, examining it closely. She squeezed it between her hands, pulling it open to take a look. The clan leader is quite stingy. How come there are only 12 bullets left? She pouted, murmuring softly. Ningxi, let us go ask him for more bullets. She tossed the pouch back to Ningxi and headed toward the jungle. Where do you think you're going? They've been gone from the island for several days and Haven T returned. Ningxi shook his head. Xiangling halted, turning her gaze toward the sea. Yes, Junmaru, Hongyan, Shueiwa, and Bai have all left the island. I wish I could go out and see. Ningxi, don't you want to visit Konoha? Ningxi touched his eyes, clenching his fists as he too gazed out at the ocean. After a moment of silence, he finally spoke. Indeed, I long to see what kind of family upholds such stringent clan rules. Having grown up in Xiangling's household, he had often heard others refer to him as a member of the Hyuga clan of Konoha. Last year, he had even taken the initiative to ask the clan leader for the scroll left by his parents. He had opened it entirely, discovering numerous letters, all of which he had read, uncovering the truth. He had always wished to visit Konoha. Yet the clan's regulations mandated that one must possess J-Nin level strength to venture out. Ningxi sighed and remarked, isn't it true that Bai and the others possess the strength of a Jonin? Xiangling interjected, as for others, I cannot say. But I share a good rapport with Bai and am aware that he should not possess Jonin-level prowess. At that moment, a figure emerged from the thicket, approaching them. They had chosen this secluded location for their practice with the barret, and at this hour, they expected to be alone. Niji and Xiangling turned to look behind them. Chapter 20. How can someone so comprehensive deal with Sasuke? Are you here to find me? Xiangling exclaimed with excitement, waving her hands. What brings you here? Niji scoffed, turning his face away. Sasuke remained silent, coolly with his hands in his pockets, walking towards them while gazing at the sea. I heard what you said earlier. I also wish to leave the island to find my parents and brother. Sasuke clenched his fists, the thought of his empty home compelling him to seek answers. Surely, I wasn't abandoned. How could you think that? Sasuke yearned to explore as well. Xiangling took a step closer, drawing near to him. I want to go out right now. Sasuke glanced at Xiangling, furrowing his brow, shifting slightly to the side. We lack the strength of Jonin. It's impossible, unless, Niji shook his head. But suddenly his eyes lit up. Yes, if a Jonin were to lead us, we could venture out for a few days. Sasuke nodded. That one tea suffice. I want to visit Konoha, and a few days isn't enough. Niji shook his head again. It is sufficient for me. I can seek out my parents and brother. Sasuke quickly interjected. Thus, I wish to request that you form a team with me and assist me this once. Sasuke directed his gaze at Niji and Xiangling. Sasuke, let me hug you, and I'll join your team. Xiangling stepped forward, inching closer to him. Sasuke ignored her, silently observing Niji. Stop looking at him. I will join the team, and my brother Niji will undoubtedly join as well. Xiangling exclaimed. Sasuke, come let me embrace you. Xiangling blushed, extending her arms towards him. Neji witnessed this scene, his expression darkening as he turned away. Then forget it. I'll find someone else. Sasuke evaded Xiangling's embrace, turning to walk into the woods. Sasuke had his sights set on Neji, his opponent who was a year older. As for inviting Xiangling to join the team, that was merely an afterthought. Furthermore, the three of them had benefited together in the lab. Perhaps the clan leader tacitly acknowledged them as a small team. Sasuke, don't leave. Xiangling quickly grabbed his arm. I won't hug you anymore. I'll join the team right now. Neji, you should join too. She looked at Neji. It would be good to go out and see. I'll join. Neji sighed, resigned. All right, then let us go meet Brother Shursui. He will be our guiding teacher. Sasuke paused, waving his hand as he continued to walk away. Excellent. Forming a team with Sasuke to venture out for training. Yay. Xiangling jumped up, pulling Neji to follow Sasuke ahead. Neji sighed once more, glaring at Sasuke's retreating figure. In the land of rain, within the rain shinobi village, a stone dwelling housed the figure of Hikari. After perusing the letter in his hands, he exhaled a long sigh of relief. A flame ignited, reducing the letter to a cascade of ash. There was no need to hasten. They could proceed at their own pace, and that was splendid indeed. In recent days, Guangxu has found himself in a predicament, as the tasks assigned to him by Li Yuan remain unfulfilled. At that moment, a series of knocks echoed from outside the stone house. Thump, thump, thump. Guangxu, open the door. It is time for us to depart. Guangxu approached the entrance and swung open the grand door. Standing at the threshold was the ghost shark, clad in a black robe adorned with crimson clouds, a formidable sword resting upon his shoulder. Senior Ghost Shark, we are ready to proceed with our mission, Guangxu announced as he stepped out of the stone abode. Very well. Let us go, Ghost Shark replied, turning to lead Guangxu towards the outskirts of the Rain Shinobi village. In the land of fire, within the Hokage building, Tsunade sat in the Hokage's seat, perusing an array of documents. Jiraiya stood by the window, gazing contemplatively at the streets of Konoha. Tsunade, I shall take my leave, Jiraiya said, breaking free from his reverie to address her. Where to? Tsunade inquired, setting aside the papers in her hands. I will first visit Mount Myaboku to consult with the Sage of the Toads regarding the prophecy, Jiraiya replied, stroking his chin pensively. What is the matter? Tsunade asked, her expression laced with curiosity. Given her understanding of Jiraiya, she surmised that he wouldn't return to inquire about a prophecy without significant costs. The Uchiha Li Yuan's strength has progressed at an astonishing rate. During our last encounter, I found myself unable to contend with him, Jiraiya confessed, placing a hand over his chest. Is he truly that formidable? Is there a record of his abilities? Tsunade inquired with a sudden urgency. There is indeed a record. This information has been gathered, Jiraiya said as he produced a scroll, handing it to Tsunade. It is known that he possesses no chakra and cultivates pure natural energy, suggesting he has remarkable sensory abilities. He is capable of utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique, though I have not witnessed him employing any ninjutsu. Perhaps he is either incapable or simply disdainful of its use. His movement speed is swift, his strength considerable, akin to that of the Raikage, and he wields a mysterious golden energy that can shift at will. Beyond this, I am unaware of any further details. Such a comprehensive profile, Tsunade mused, rubbing her forehead, feeling the weight of the situation. How shall one contend with such a being? She embodies the characteristics of herself, the formidable Raikage, and the illustrious Minato Namikaze, capable of striking, evading, and fleeing. One must ponder, how could one possibly confront her? Do inquire and return promptly to inform me that Tsunade has stowed away the scrolls and waved her hand. With that, Jiraiya leapt from the windowsill and vanished from sight. Strolling along the bustling streets, he observed the throng of people in Konoha, bathed in the golden hues of the setting sun, rendering the scene exceptionally beautiful. Jiraiya clenched his fists once more, resolute that such splendor must not be marred. He resolved to first check on Naruto, assigning him some training tasks, before making his way to Mount Myaboku to consult the Sage Toad. Navigating through winding streets, he gradually ventured into a more secluded area. Moments later, he arrived at the training ground adjacent to the forest on the outskirts of Konoha, where he spotted Naruto. The training ground was alive with several identical Narutos, fervently encouraging one another as they diligently practiced the Rasengan. Jiraiya stepped into the training area and waved at Naruto, who, upon seeing him, paused his training and rushed to Jiraiya's side. Jiraiya affectionately ruffled Naruto's hair, lost in contemplation. His golden hair and cheerful disposition bear a striking resemblance to his father. Just as radiant and warm-hearted, he truly lives up to being the son of Minato Namikaze. If Li Yuan were present, he would undoubtedly exclaim, "Indeed, what a formidable azure." His charisma is intoxicating. Previously, he had relied on the elder's care, placing his trust entirely in him. Now that the elder has passed, it is time for him to shoulder some responsibility. "Naruto, would you like to summon the toads of Mount Myaboku?" Jiraiya mused, stroking his chin. "Is it the frog you conjured?" Naruto exclaimed with excitement. Jiraiya bit his fingertip, formed hand seals, and struck the ground. A 1-meter-tall frog materialized. Expelling a large scroll from its mouth, Jiraiya seized the scroll and unfurled it with a flourish. "You merely need to sign your name here and press your handprint," he instructed, pointing to a blank space designated for a name. Naruto quickly inscribed his name and pressed his hand down. "Now, give it a try," Jiraiya encouraged as he rolled up the scroll. Naruto bit his fingertip, formed hand seals, and struck the ground again. A cloud of smoke erupted, and a tadpole appeared momentarily before vanishing. Naruto was taken aback, glancing at Jiraiya, who wore a stiff expression. "Practice diligently on your own. I shall head to Mount Myaboku," he said, waving a hand dismissively. "Perverted sage, I wish to see it too," Naruto insisted, grasping Jiraiya's arm. After a moment's hesitation, Jiraiya extended his right hand to grasp Naruto and formed a one-handed seal, invoking the reverse summoning technique. In the next instant, the two vanished. Chapter 21. Simply follow your heart in the sacred realm of summoning. Mount Myaboku. Jiraiya appeared with Naruto on a stone platform. "Lord Jiraiya, you have arrived," greeted a small frog nearby. Jiraiya waved his hand in acknowledgement. "Is this truly Mount Myaboku?" Naruto inquired. His curiosity piqued as he surveyed his surroundings. "The craftsmanship of those stone statues is astonishing. They must have been carved by a remarkable artist," he remarked, pointing at the rows of frog statues. "Is that artist still here? I would love to meet him and request a grand statue for myself. I intend to bring it back and place it on Hokage Rock once I become Hokage. It far surpasses the work of the village sculptors." Naruto. "Perhaps you should refrain from further comments," Jiraiya hastily interjected, covering his face and glancing at the nearby frog. "It's quite all right, Lord Jiraiya. Ignorance is no fault," the frog reassured. The toad gazed deeply at Naruto before leaping away. "What's wrong?" The lecherous sage, Naruto, turned to Jiraiya with a look of confusion. "Those are not statues. They are individuals who have been transformed into toads," Jiraiya said, lowering his hand from his face. "Ah, who could have turned them into statues? How despicable!" Naruto clenched his fists, his face etched with fury as his eyes swept over the stone figures. "They transformed themselves. Don't inquire further," Jiraiya sighed, a sense of resignation in his voice. Speaking of which, Jiraiya recalled his own trepidation while training in sage arts. I shan't ask any further," Naruto stammered, his confusion deepening as he glanced at Jiraiya, who had fallen silent. Young Jiraiya, an aged toad, hopped over from a distance. Who is he?" "Ha. This is Sage Fukasaku, my new apprentice, Uzumaki Naruto, who has also signed the summoning contract with Mount Myaboku." "Quickly, greet the sage," Jiraiya said, ruffling Naruto's hair. "Sage Fukasaku." Naruto bowed respectfully. With hair of this color and that surname, could it be?" Fukasaku scrutinized Naruto, scratching his head as he looked at Jiraiya. "Yes, indeed." Jiraiya nodded. "Thus, bring him to familiarize himself with the surroundings. Sage Fukasaku, please show Naruto around. I wish to meet with the great toad sage," Jiraiya urged, nudging Naruto forward. "Is it still about the prophecy?" Sage Fukasaku inquired, his forepaw touching his head, a solemn expression on his face. He was aware that last time, Jiraiya had been grievously injured, and it was they who had assisted him in escaping back to Mount Myaboku. "Very well, you go seek the great toad sage. I shall take this young lad on a tour," Fukasaku sighed. "Young one, follow me. Do not disturb young Jiraiya's important matters." Fukasaku turned, hopping back. Naruto glanced at Jiraiya before following Fukasaku closely. Jiraiya watched Naruto depart, then proceeded towards the largest building. Stepping into the grand hall, the aged toad sage remained as ever, reclining in a colossal chair, emitting steady breaths, clearly in slumber. Jiraiya approached, standing a short distance from the toad sage. No response. The even breaths continued. Jiraiya sighed, stepping forward to gently shake the old toad's paw. The toad sage slowly awakened, half opening his eyes and surveying the surroundings. Ah, young Jiraiya has arrived. The Toad Sage looked towards the figure before him. What brings you here? Toad Sage, I wish to inquire whether the prophecy you witnessed remains unchanged from the last time. What is the matter, young Jiraiya? The Toad Sage yawned and closed his eyes once more. I have discovered a person radiating golden light, with golden eyes, Jiraiya quickly stated. Fearing that if he spoke slowly, the Toad Sage would drift back into slumber. You found him? The Toad Sage paused momentarily, his eyes half open. We have indeed clashed. At present, I find myself unable to prevail against him. Jiraiya nodded thoughtfully. Toad Sage, will the prophecy truly come to pass? Is there any possibility of altering it? The Toad Sage regarded Jiraiya intently, hesitating for a moment before responding. Young Jiraiya, I have conveyed all that I must. The future is ever-changing. Simply act in accordance with your true self, the Toad Sage sighed. He was reluctant to elaborate further. Ever since the last time he glimpsed into the future and was met with a piercing gaze. For the past 13 years, it has refrained from gazing into the future, no longer daring to do so. Furthermore, it has chosen to distance itself from the affairs of the ninja world, fearing that the more it speaks and acts, the more entangled it becomes in the tapestry of destiny. It can be said that since the moment it grasped the threads of the future, it unwittingly became a participant in its evolution. No matter how Jiraiya acts, the outcome will ultimately transform into prophecy, albeit with varying directions. Well, Sage of the Toads, what do you mean by that? Jiraiya scratched his head in confusion. There are things that cannot be spoken aloud. One must comprehend them independently. The Sage of the Toads fell into contemplation once more, closing his eyes. Is that so? Jiraiya said in a subdued tone. Then, Sage of the Toads, I shall take my leave. He turned to exit. Who have you brought to Mount Myaboku? The Sage of the Toads opened his eyes slightly, gazing towards the entrance of the Grand Hall. He had sensed a familiar chakra not far off. Ah, one of my new disciples. What of it? Jiraiya paused and turned back to the Sage. Bring him forth. Perhaps I should take a look, the Sage of the Toads suggested after a moment of hesitation. Very well. I shall fetch him. Jiraiya hurriedly dashed out of the hall. Moments later, he returned with Naruto in tow. Sage of the Toads, this is my newly accepted disciple. Uzumaki Naruto, Jiraiya introduced, giving Naruto a gentle push forward. Naruto, step closer, the Sage beckoned. All right, Naruto complied, taking a few steps to stand 3 meters away from the massive chair. This chakra presence, it undoubtedly belongs to the reincarnation of Ashura. No wonder I encountered Yui in my dreams yesterday. The Sage of the Toads mused, his thoughts deepening. He chose not to share the prophecy he had seen with Yui, knowing she possessed her own channels of information, albeit lacking the ability to foresee the future. Moreover, despite having previously collaborated with Yui to teach her the art of absorbing natural energy, he harbored a certain disdain towards her. The turbulence within the ninja world stemmed entirely from her 2 sons, who perpetually reincarnated and engaged in endless conflict. Myaboku itself had been inadvertently drawn into this chaos countless times, resulting in the loss of many clansmen. Jiraiya, your disciple seems quite remarkable. The Sage of the Toads remarked with a hearty laugh. Indeed, I share your sentiment, Jiraiya replied, a smile gracing his face as he scratched his head. Is that so? I've heard your prophecies are quite accurate. Pray tell, when might I become Hokage? Naruto exclaimed, raising his hands in jubilant anticipation as he eagerly looked at the Sage of the Toads. Observing Naruto's vibrant spirit, the Sage sighed, realizing that it indeed was as he suspected. This must undoubtedly be the reincarnation of Azure. There can be no mistake. Shinazuki, take this little rascal to cultivate natural energy. The Toad Sage glanced at the aged little toad. Jiraiya was momentarily taken aback, staring in astonishment at the Toad Sage. Yes, great sage, Shinazuki nodded in response. Come, little rascal, I shall take you to cultivate. Shinazuki leaped out of the Grand Hall. Go ahead, it would be beneficial to cultivate sage mode sooner. Jiraiya waved his hand. Naruto cast a glance at Jiraiya and the Toad Sage before hastily following them out of the Grand Hall. Toad Sage, does he possess any special qualities? Jiraiya inquired upon seeing Naruto depart. Nothing much. Young Jiraiya, you should return as well. The Toad Sage closed his eyes and waved his paw, and in the next moment, he fell into a deep slumber. Jiraiya intended to say something further, but hearing the Toad Sage's even breathing, he sighed and exited the Grand Hall. Chapter 22. To the Sound Ninja Village in the Land of Fire, Konoha, Hokage Tower. Tsunade set down the documents in her hand and gazed towards the windowsill. You have returned. What did the toad sage say? A figure with white hair leaped in through the window, landing beside her on the windowsill. The toad sage advised me to act according to my heart, and did not elaborate further, Jiraiya replied, looking at Tsunade. And how do you wish to proceed? I wish to visit the Sound Ninja Village and have a discussion with Orochimaru. Jiraiya contemplated for a moment before responding. He is likely not in the Sound Ninja Village. It is probably just a minor outpost of theirs. Tsunade shook her head. Otherwise, there would have been no trace for 13 years. I know, 13 years ago. I had fought with them there, and at that time it was still Orochimaru's base. I have visited multiple times since then and found nothing. Until the establishment of the Sound Ninja Village, I meticulously investigated and discovered only ninjas from the land of rice. There have been no findings in the past 3 to 4 years. The situation has changed. They now appear in the shinobi world under the guise of the Sound Village, which will undoubtedly result in an increased deployment of personnel there, Jiraiya mused, stroking his chin. Therefore, I wish to investigate. Very well, but do exercise caution, Tsunade sighed. Her voice tinged with resignation. She was reluctant to permit Jiraiya's journey, as she harbored doubts regarding the prophecy. However, she recognized Jiraiya's profound belief in it, and knew she could not deter him. If you need anything, procure it yourself, Tsunade remarked, turning to retrieve a document. Scrutinizing it intently, she held little concern for Jiraiya's venture to the Sound Village, as it was under Orochimaru's influence, which made it improbable that they would employ lethal force. She had perused the files detailing Orochimaru's tumultuous incursions into Konoha and understood the weight of his presence within that realm, likely indicating a cooperative relationship. Well then, I shall take my leave, Jiraiya waved, leaping from the windowsill. In the land of water, high above in the sky, a majestic eagle soared, gliding swiftly forward. Shizuka, accompanied by Sasuke, Neji, and Kyuka, stood steadfast upon the eagle's back, gazing at the earth rushing beneath them. He found himself lost in thought, reminiscing. It had been a long time since he had departed from the clan's territory. 13 years without the clamor of battle had been quite pleasant. Sasuke and the others had long since moved past the initial thrill and trepidation of flying at such heights, now focused on the breathtaking scenery below, occasionally exchanging remarks. Sasuke, look over there, it's stunning, Kyuka exclaimed. And over there, a grand city filled with people. Shizuka observed Kyuka's eyes, which twinkled with the spiral of a single tomo. Enough, the Sharingan is not meant for mere sightseeing, Sasuke retorted, turning to survey the landscape behind them, his eyes revealing 2 tomo. It's fine. Using the Sharingan to appreciate the view isn't so bad, Shizuka interjected with a hearty laugh. He felt no surprise at Kyuka possessing the Sharingan. He was aware of the experiments conducted by the clan leader and Orochimaru. After all, she was a member of the esteemed clan. We are nearing the land of rice. That is our destination, Shizuka declared, his eyes now displaying 3 tomo as he pointed forward. I wish to see as well. From this angle, the view is rather splendid, Neji remarked, his eyes slightly bulging with excitement. Unfortunately, one cannot see too far, Kyuka lamented, touching her eyes. The Sharingan was never intended for sightseeing, Sasuke frowned. Not to worry, I'll have the eagle descend a bit, Shizuka said, crouching down and extending his right hand to pat the eagle's back. With a cry, the eagle dipped slightly, hovering 100 meters above the ground before leveling out once more. This is splendid. I can see the landscape clearly, Kyuka exclaimed with delight. Humph. Your use of the Sharingan is a waste, Sasuke scoffed. How about you teach me how to use it, Sasuke? Kyuka stepped closer, her gaze fixed on him. I'm busy, Sasuke replied, retreating slightly and pushing her away with his hands. Sasuke, I see you've activated your Sharingan too. The scenery is quite delightful. Isn't it? Xiangling gazed at Sasuke, momentarily taken aback, before her excitement surged forth as she inquired. I do not possess the visage of Sasuke, she remarked, as the double tomo in his eyes swiftly dissipated, returning to their original ebony hue. I have witnessed it all. To claim otherwise is preposterous, she thought, turning her attention back to the ground beneath her feet. Sasuke turned away, his right hand retreating into his sleeve, subtly clenching into a fist. Meanwhile, Eagle 3 soared swiftly towards the Sound Ninja Village, occasionally emitting a piercing cry. At that moment, Shursui, endowed with the 3-tomo Sharingan, cast his gaze upon a shadow on the ground ahead. Jiraiya, en route to the Sound Village, heard the cry of an eagle and instinctively looked up. A colossal eagle, spanning 20 meters, soared towards him from the distance, merely 100 meters above the ground, with a figure perched upon its back. He was aware that Li Yuan possessed a powerful summoning beast, a giant eagle, and the one appearing in the land of rice seemed formidable, undoubtedly linked to him. It would be prudent to strike it down and discern the identity of the figure on its back. Hoping to extract some information, Jiraiya retrieved a scroll and aimed it at the approaching eagle. Infusing it with chakra, he unleashed a barrage of kunai from the scroll, sending them soaring towards the sky. With a piercing cry, the eagle, known as Eagle 3, expelled a gust of wind blades from its beak, targeting the incoming kunai. In response, Shursui formed hand seals and unleashed a fireball technique, the Great Fireball Jutsu, which rapidly expanded and collided with the flying kunai. Behind him, Sasuke and the others swiftly launched shuriken downwards. A deafening explosion ensued as the wind blades and the massive fireball converged upon the kunai, scattering them in all directions. In the next instant, a gigantic toad materialized on the ground. Jiraiya stood atop its head, gazing up at Eagle 3. The eagle let out another cry, gathering a fresh wind blade at its beak, preparing to strike at the toad. "Jiraiya, it's me, Uchiha Shursui," he called out urgently. However, Eagle 3 remained indifferent, unleashing the wind blade directly at the toad. The audacity of a mere morsel daring to provoke him, despite its considerable size, was intolerable. Wanta, drawing a short blade from his waist, cleaved the incoming wind blade with a resounding crash, shattering it into fragments. "Jiraiya, are we engaging?" Wanta gripped his short blade tightly, eyeing the giant eagle warily. Wanta sensed trouble. Although this eagle was significantly weaker than himself, it would pose more challenges than battling the great snake. The inherent racial superiority, coupled with its ability to soar through the air and launch distant wind blades, rendered it a formidable opponent. Jiraiya, momentarily taken aback, turned to the figure on the eagle's back and inquired, "Shursui, it's been a while. Shall we converse?" "Certainly, Eagle 3, we are acquainted. No need for hostility," Shursui assured, gently patting the eagle's back. With a cry, Eagle 3 spiraled rapidly at a height of 100 meters, fixating its gaze upon the toad, Wanta. It paid no heed to Shursui's presence, emitting a series of cries as it prepared to unleash its beak, gathering energy. "You insolent creature! How dare you regard me as prey?" Wanta bellowed, tensing his legs, ready to leap towards Eagle 3 at any moment. This eagle is quite brazen," Jiraiya mused, his focus firmly on Eagle 3. "Eagle 3, stand down," Shursui commanded, his expression stiffening as he stepped forward, stroking the eagle's neck. With another cry, Eagle 3 gradually dissipated the energy it had amassed in its beak. Shursui exhaled deeply, once again caressing the eagle's neck. "Eagle 3, lower your altitude slightly, so we may descend." The hawk, with its keen eyes, fixated on the toad Wentai, gradually descended. Wentai sheathed his broken blade into his waist, exhaling a long puff from his pipe. Shursui, accompanied by Sasuke and two others, leaped from the hawk's back, landing gracefully atop a nearby tall tree. After a few more agile jumps, they firmly touched down on the ground. "Brother Shursui, who is he?" Sasuke inquired, settling behind Shursui. "A ninja from Konoha. One of the legendary 3, Jiraiya. You must have heard of him in our clan," Shursui murmured. "A Konoha ninja? Why would we meet him? Besides, he attacked us first." Niji clenched his fists, whispering his concern. "Indeed, he did strike first," Hinata said, standing close to Niji, casting a wary glance towards Jiraiya. She was well aware that it was the third Hokage of Konoha who had pressured the Hyuga clan to drive Niji's father to his demise. "Brother Shursui." Sasuke tightened his grip on his kunai. "Don't be so tense. Relax a bit. We merely wish to converse with an old comrade from the village," Shursui hastily gestured. Jiraiya leapt down from Wentai's head, approaching the quartet. "Jiraiya, so there won't be any fighting, correct?" Wentai continued to keep a watchful eye on the low-flying hawk. "For now, no fighting. Wentai, you may return." Jiraiya paused, glancing at the hawk before waving his hand. "Very well, call me if needed." A cloud of smoke rose, swiftly dissipating, and the toad vanished from sight. With a cry, the hawk gracefully landed in a spacious clearing. "Shursui, it's been ages. Where have you been for the past 13 years? Jiraiya inquired as he approached Shursui. "Lord Jiraiya, we have been in seclusion," Shursui replied. "Secluded, you say?" "I'd like to pay a visit," Jiraiya expressed. "That may not be possible. The clan leader forbids any disclosure," Shursui responded. "I see. Then what if I wish to meet your clan leader or Orochimaru? I can convey your request." "Is that so? That sounds rather troublesome. Are there no other alternatives?" "Lord Jiraiya, it's not troublesome at all. It's merely fortunate to encounter you. Otherwise, we would have no means to meet them." Shurzue hesitated momentarily before retrieving a kunai from within his robes and offering it to Jiraiya. This is the clan leader's flying thunder god kunai. It allows for direct contact with him. Thank you, Shurzue. Jiraiya accepted the kunai, playing with it in his hands while glancing at the three individuals behind Shurzue. By the way, are you heading to the Sound Ninja village? Are these three your students? The girl with red hair must be from the Uzumaki clan. The boy with dark hair and black eyes is likely from the Uchiha clan. And the brown-haired boy has eyes that closely resemble the Byakugan, albeit with a slight difference. There's a small blue dot within. Yes, they are my students. I am taking them to the Sound Ninja village for broader experiences, Shurzue nodded. Can I join you? I'd like to see the Sound Ninja village as well, Jiraiya said, securing the kunai and a scroll. Well, Shurzue scratched his head, visibly conflicted. Is it not possible? Jiraiya tucked the scroll into his bosom. Very well, Lord Jiraiya. Accompany me to the Sound Ninja village, Shizun nodded. Shizun, please introduce your three students. Jiraiya approached Shizun, surveying Sasuke and the others. This is Sasuke, the youngest son of Fugaku, Shizun pointed out. This is Hanabi, a member of the Uzumaki clan saved by the clan leader. And this is Niji. Shizun hesitated for a moment before continuing. I do not know where the clan leader brought this child from. Suddenly recalling the Hyuga clan's regulations, Shizun quickly corrected himself. In any case, now that Niji's eyes have mutated, without witnessing it firsthand, no one can ascertain if they are indeed Byakugan. All members of the bloodline clan. It appears you have integrated quite well within your clan, Shizun, Jiraiya remarked while stroking his chin. Under your tutelage, they should soon be capable of undertaking missions independently. Not quite yet. It will take at least another 4 or 5 years before they can act alone, Shizun replied, shaking his hand. Why is that? I feel their abilities are quite impressive. Even in Konoha, they are among the elite of their generation, Jiraiya said, looking at Shizun with curiosity. To act independently. They must be at least 18 years old, as stipulated by clan regulations. I see. That regulation is rather commendable. It's a pity it cannot be implemented in Konoha. Jiraiya shook his head. This is also why the clan leader brought us into seclusion. He does not wish to see clan members on the battlefield at the age of 10. Shizun glanced at Jiraiya as he spoke. Is that so? Jiraiya looked up at the sky, murmuring softly to himself. So, you brought them out not for a mission? Correct. We merely came out to observe. Shizun shook his head. Is that so? Jiraiya paused in silence for a moment before speaking. Shurzue, let us depart. Take me to the Sound Ninja village. Understood, Lord Jiraiya, Shurzue replied. Waving to the eagle, Aizawa, not far off. Together with the three companions, they leaped onto the treetops. With a resonant cry, Aizawa soared into the sky, allowing Shurzue and the others to mount its back. Jiraiya followed closely behind, leaping onto the eagle's back just in time. With another screech, Aizawa playfully pecked at Jiraiya's fingers. Startled, Jiraiya executed a swift roll in mid-air, narrowly avoiding the eagle's beak. Are you all right, Lord Jiraiya? Shurzue quickly grasped Aizawa's neck in concern. I'm fine. It simply doesn't want me aboard, Jiraiya replied, steadying himself on another treetop. At that moment, Aizawa's keen eyes remained fixed intently on Jiraiya. In that case. Let us descend and run to the Sound Ninja village, Shurzue suggested, preparing to leap from Aizawa's back. Wait, Shurzue, Sasuke tugged at his sleeve, shaking his head. You all can fly above. I will run for a while. Noting Sasuke's insistence, Jiraiya nodded and leaped down from the treetop. Very well then, Aizawa, let us go. Shurzue said, gently patting the eagle's neck before giving the command. With a mighty cry, Aizawa took flight once more. Meanwhile, Jiraiya sprinted swiftly along the ground, keeping pace. Before long, a small village gradually revealed itself ahead. Nestled within a valley surrounded on 3 sides by mountains, the village was alive with the movement of its inhabitants. With a powerful cry, Aizawa landed in the central square of the village. Shurzue and the 3 companions dismounted, giving a gentle pat to the eagle. Thank you for your efforts. You may go and play now, he said. With another screech, Aizawa took to the skies again. Elder Roku, what brings you here? A figure approached to greet them. I brought these 3 little ones out for a visit, Shurzue replied with a wave. I shall notify Elder Shur. A ninja remarked as he dashed off into the distance. No need. I have arrived. Fugaku emerged from a nearby wooden house, making his way towards the square. Uncle Fugaku. I've brought Sasuke to see you, Shurzue announced as he led the trio to meet Fugaku. Sasuke, Fugaku exclaimed, waving his hand enthusiastically. It has been years since we last met. You've grown quite a bit. He quickly approached Shurzue, affectionately ruffling Sasuke's hair. At that moment, a figure dashed swiftly towards them. Instantly, a multitude of ninjas grasped their kunai, ready to hurl them at the approaching silhouette. "Stop! Hold on, it's me, Shursui," he exclaimed, waving his hands in a bid to avert the impending attack. The crowd refrained from launching their weapons, yet remained vigilant, their gazes fixed on the figure. Numerous Uchiha clan members activated their Sharingan, intently observing the newcomer. Fugaku also activated his Sharingan, directing his attention towards the individual outside the village. In the next instant, he turned to Shursui, furrowing his brow. "Why did you bring him here? This complicates matters." Chapter 24. A conversation with Fugaku. Fugaku was not like Shursui, who had remained within the clan's territory. He had spent over 3 years in the Sound Village and was somewhat aware that Konoha was actively pursuing the clan leader and Orochimaru, with a staggering bounty of 50 million on their heads. Additionally, there was the recent incident involving Orochimaru's plan to dismantle Konoha, where both the clan leader and Orochimaru had wreaked havoc, resulting in the deaths of the third Hokage and Danzo. They were now in a hostile relationship with Konoha. Yet Shursui had brought Jiraiya along. "Alert everyone, launch a signal flare. If he charges in, it could be disastrous," Fugaku declared, clenching his fists. After a brief hesitation, he shouted boom. A signal flare erupted in the sky, and a barrier swiftly rose, enveloping the Sound Village in an instant. The ninjas tightened their grips on their kunai, preparing for battle. Figures emerged from the wooden huts, brandishing their kunai, ready for confrontation. "What is happening? Are we in conflict with Konoha?" Shursui exclaimed, bewildered, as he turned to Fugaku. "Yes, we are in a hostile relationship now," Fugaku affirmed, nodding as he approached the village entrance and called out, "Jiraiya, halt." Advancing further would be tantamount to declaring war. Jiraiya paused outside the barrier, surveying it before turning his gaze to Fugaku. "Fugaku, it's been a while. Is this how you welcome me?" "Jiraiya, you are not welcome here. Please leave," Fugaku replied, standing at the edge of the barrier, his kunai clutched tightly. At that moment, a figure raced from a distance and halted beside Fugaku. "This is your eldest son, Itachi. He has grown quite a bit," Jiraiya remarked, glancing at Itachi. Fugaku remained silent, his focus unwavering on Jiraiya, his grip on the kunai tightening. "Fugaku, can't we have a conversation?" Jiraiya pressed. "There is nothing to discuss. We are in a hostile relationship." Fugaku shook his head resolutely. "How is it hostile? Konoha has indeed declared war against you, and I came alone to the Sound Village. Or are you all afraid of just me? Don't provoke us. We are all in our 40s or 50s. That tactic is futile," Fugaku reiterated, shaking his head once more. "Fugaku, we've known each other for over 30 years. Can't we just talk?" "Be quiet. Didn't my father tell you to leave?" "How brazen." Itachi tightened his kunai and shouted. He had departed from Konoha with his clan at the tender age of 6. Unlike in the original narrative where he was brainwashed by the third Hokage and Danzo, now he scarcely recalled Konoha, his heart solely occupied by thoughts of his family and clan. Having lived in the clan's territory for 13 years, his life was exceedingly fulfilling. It was now a matter of either departing or engaging in combat. There was no room for further discussion. "Fugaku, your son." Jiraiya was momentarily taken aback, staring in astonishment at Itachi. He had seen the young Itachi, who was undeniably adorable. How had he transformed so drastically over the years? "Itachi, do not act this way. I shall not go out to meet him," Fugaku reassured, patting Itachi's shoulder. "Jiraiya, as you can see, my son does not wish for me to converse with you. In any case, we have nothing to discuss at present. It is best you leave this place." "Then teach this to Orochimaru. I wish to see him," Jiraiya responded, retrieving a scroll from his pocket and extending it towards the barrier. Just as Fugaku stepped forward, Itachi grasped him firmly. "Father, do not go," he insisted, shaking his head and tightening his grip on the kunai. "Leave it there. I shall retrieve it later." Fugaku halted, gazing at Jiraiya. "Fugaku," Jiraiya sighed, about to continue. Suddenly, a kunai came hurtling towards him, prompting him to swiftly close his mouth and sidestep. "I shall reiterate, either depart or engage in battle," Itachi declared, brandishing another kunai and fixing his gaze on Jiraiya. "Today, I wish to test the prowess of the 3 legendary Sannin of Konoha." Shursui hesitated briefly before joining Fugaku's side. "Jiraiya, I was unaware that we were adversaries. It would be best for you to leave now. Otherwise, we may be forced to clash, which would be unfortunate." Shursui also unsheathed his kunai, keeping his eyes locked on Jiraiya. "Is that so? Very well. I shall take my leave," Jiraiya sighed, relinquishing the scroll and turning away to depart. He had noticed a considerable number of formidable opponents across from him. Shursui. Fugaku may possess strength at the level of a Kage, and coupled with his son Itachi, there are several other ninjas here who have caused quite a stir in Konoha. Such a formation is indeed not to be recklessly confronted. Moreover, he couldn't shake the feeling that the Sound Ninja village was not significantly weaker than Konohagakure, perhaps merely lacking in numbers. Impossible, for Konoha is the mightiest of the ninja villages, Jiraiya mused, shaking his head and continuing onward. This is troublesome, Fugaku sighed. Shaking his head. Father, what is the matter? Itachi loosened the kunai in his grip, tucking it into his waistband. It's nothing. Just inform the clan leader and let him handle the situation, Fugaku replied, turning to face Itachi. I will seek the clan leader right away, Itachi said, pulling a kunai from his sleeve and channeling chakra into it. The barrier remains active. Form groups for vigilance. Fugaku instructed the assembled ninjas. Yes, Lord Orochimaru. The ninjas bowed in respect before dispersing. Fugaku couldn't help but cover his face. Every time he heard that title, it filled him with both excitement and embarrassment. The title of Hokage belongs to the leaders of the 5 great ninja villages, and here he was, from a lesser land, unworthy of such a designation. He would have to revel in his own delusions. Moments later, within a wooden cabin, Ryujin appeared out of thin air. Skillfully extending his senses, he noticed Fugaku, Shursui, and Itachi seated around a table. Clan leader, the others rose and bowed in deference. What brings you here so suddenly? What has transpired? Ryujin inquired, fixing his gaze upon Fugaku. Clan leader, Jiraiya just arrived here, seeking to discuss matters with me, but we turned him away, Fugaku explained, looking at Ryujin. That was to be expected. Nothing surprising there, Ryujin replied, shaking his head. Clan leader, I was the one who brought him here. Unaware of the adversarial nature of our relationship, Shursui said, bowing his head and speaking in a low tone. Ah, you brought him. Did you converse? How much information did you divulge? Ryujin frowned, fixing a scrutinizing gaze upon Shursui. Why does Shursui still seem so disoriented? After 13 years of tranquil existence, can't he focus on the welfare of his own kin? This conversation, I trust, hasn't he leaked any sensitive information? Shursui, feeling increasingly anxious, murmured his concerns. What do you mean by shouldn't have too many? That implies there is indeed something. Li Yuan exclaimed in anger. After 13 years of peace, you still side with the leader of the Leaf? Shursui, are you unaware that we are in opposition to Konoha? Fujitake interjected hastily. Not knowing is one thing. But shouldn't he exercise discretion? As a ninja, doesn't he understand that some information could lead to dire consequences? Shursui bowed his head in silence, a look of shame crossing his face. What have you discussed? Li Yuan sighed, rubbing his temples in frustration. Just some trivial matters, Shursui replied quietly. Enough of this. If it's difficult to articulate, return to the clan with me. I will discern the truth myself, Li Yuan gestured, halting Shursui's words. He intended to return and use his full capabilities to alter his perceptions. 13 years ago, he refrained from acting as Shursui had awakened the Mangekyō Sharingan, attaining power at the level of a Kage. At that time, he too possessed Kage-level strength, and altering perceptions could potentially lead to failure. However, after Shursui relocated to the new clan grounds, he had become more compliant, allowing Li Yuan to gradually relieve his worries. All right, understood, Shursui nodded. Leader, how should Jiraiya handle Fujitake? He has once again ventured near the Sound Village. We should confront him directly. No leniency, Li Yuan mused, stroking his chin. You have also been integrated into the Uzumaki lineage for several years. Your strength should be comparable to his. Understood, Shursui acknowledged. Can Itachi also integrate into the Uzumaki lineage? Fujitake inquired hopefully. Very well, let us return together, Li Yuan nodded. In the next moment, he grasped one of them and vanished using the Flying Thunder God technique. Chapter 25. What must be done on Sea Eagle Island? Within Orochimaru's base, in the hall of a laboratory, Li Yuan appeared, holding someone in his grasp. Shursui, Itachi. Each of you lie down on a single bed, Li Yuan directed, pointing to the beds ahead. Leader, are we to merge with the Uzumaki lineage? Itachi glanced at the single bed and inquired. Yes, go lie down. A day of deep slumber will suffice, Li Yuan replied, patting Itachi's shoulder. Nodding in agreement, Itachi approached the single bed and lay down. Shursui observed, and then joined him on another bed nearby. Li Yuan stepped between the two beds, his hands glowing crimson as he directed the energy toward them, which seamlessly merged into their bodies. An overwhelming wave of drowsiness soon enveloped the two. and they gradually succumbed to sleep. As the red glow from Li Yuan's hands faded, he approached Shursui and extended his right hand, which shimmered with azure light, swiftly penetrating Shursui's forehead and entering his body. Moments later, Li Yuan exhaled a sigh of relief as the blue light dissipated from his hand. He contemplated Shursui's conversation with Jiraiya, stroking his chin as he murmured to himself. Fortunately, not much information was disclosed. However, that flying thunder god kunai could indeed pose a problem. But now I understand. Should you attempt to ambush me with it, I shall prepare a grand gift for you. A chuckle escaped Li Yuan's lips. Furthermore, he adjusted a portion of Shursui's memories, ensuring that such an incident would not recur. He turned and approached Itachi's bed, retrieving a scroll from his pocket. Infusing it with energy, a test tube and syringe emerged. He deftly caught them, drawing the liquid from the test tube into the syringe. Aiming for Itachi's upper arm, he inserted the needle into a vein and injected the fluid. Setting down the syringe, a red light emanated from his right hand, again merging into Itachi's body. After a brief moment, Li Yuan withdrew the red glow from his hand. The medication was rapidly integrating without the need for further assistance. Orochimaru's research was impeccable, nearly comparable to his own methods. Li Yuan contemplated whether to disseminate this knowledge within the clan, enabling his kin to harness the power of the Uzumaki bloodline. However, he soon shook his head. Such a concoction was far too complex for Orochimaru to produce. In 3 years, when the storm of Shippuden commenced, there would likely be at least 7 or 8 individuals of Kage-level strength within the clan, which would suffice. At that time, it would be a battle of deities. Those below the Kage level would be of no consequence, mere fodder. After another glance at the two, Li Yuan exited the hall. In the land of rice, several kilometers away from the Sound Ninja village, Jiraiya sighed and turned toward the land of fire. He had stealthily approached the Sound Ninja village twice, both attempts thwarted. Each time he engaged, Fugaku's strength had significantly increased, nearly matching his own. He retrieved a scroll from his pocket, inspected it briefly, and then returned it to his cloak, hastening back to Konoha. Time passed quietly, and soon it was evening. In Konoha, within the Hokage Tower, Tsunade looked up from her documents as she asked, "You're back. How was the Sound Ninja village?" A figure with white hair leaped through the window, landing gracefully inside. "I did not encounter Orochimaru. He was likely not present. However, I did meet Fugaku. He seems to be the leader of the Sound Ninja village." "Ah, Uchiha Fugaku. Did you manage to converse with him?" "No, they did not allow me entry into the Sound village. We also engaged in 2 skirmishes to test the waters." "Is that so? It seems we are now completely adversarial," Tsunade remarked, touching her forehead. "What is their strength?" "Quite formidable. Fugaku is now nearly my equal, and I sense numerous individuals possessing elite Jonin capabilities." Jiraiya responded with a grave expression. "I see. It appears that the Sound Village is indeed powerful. The uproar they caused in Konoha previously can now only be overlooked." Tsunade shook her head and sighed. Since assuming the mantle of the 5th Hokage, she has come to realize just how vulnerable Konoha has become. Within the village, there are hardly any noteworthy combat ninjas, with only Kakashi standing out, along with the Inoshikacho trio. Economically, the village is struggling, with financial records indicating that over half of the funds have been siphoned off by the 4 elders, not for the development of the village, but for nurturing their own clans and powers. Now, those 2 elder advisors refuse to relinquish any of it, always making excuses without taking action. At times, Tsunade considers simply confiscating their assets, but she ultimately restrains herself. "I wish to attempt an ambush on Li." Jiraiya hesitated before speaking. "How could we ambush him? He is so well-rounded and capable of using the flying thunder god technique. It seems impossible." Tsunade fixed her gaze on Jiraiya. "I have obtained this," Jiraiya said, producing a scroll from his robe. Upon infusing it with chakra, a kunai appeared. He grasped it tightly, examining it in his hand. Tsunade pondered for a moment before addressing the kunai in Jiraiya's possession. "It still seems unlikely. What if he does not show up? Then it would not matter. It would merely delay us a little." Jiraiya tightened his grip on the kunai. "Furthermore, we possess the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan. As long as he arrives, we can seal the space and his energy." I refuse to believe that he could escape under such circumstances. Tsunade fell silent for a moment before speaking again. "Must he be eliminated? Konoha cannot withstand another war. I fear that if you ambush him, regardless of success or failure, the Sound Village would declare war on Konoha. In the current ninja world, if any village declares war, it could directly ignite the 4th Great Ninja War. You are well aware of the Sound Village's strength. Consider the consequences. Surely, it cannot be that severe." Jiraiya exclaimed softly, taken aback. I am merely suggesting it is a possibility for us Hokage. I must contemplate these matters. Tsunade clenched her fist, gazing out the window onto the streets of Konoha. A possibility, you say? Jiraiya also turned his gaze to the streets of Konoha, murmuring. However, the prophecy states that he may bring about the destruction of the ninja world. It is merely a possibility. Besides, prophecies are not necessarily accurate. Tsunade shook her head calmly. Did you not mention that the prophecy has an alternative outcome? There is indeed another result, but we cannot solely rely on fate. Jiraiya tightened his grip on the kunai. Is that right? If you insist on taking action, I shall declare you a traitorous ninja. Tsunade turned away, once again picking up a document. I can provide the sealing ninjas you require, but they cannot be from Konoha. The village cannot accompany you on this perilous endeavor, and I harbor little faith in prophecies. My sole desire is to safeguard Konoha, ensuring that the haven established by my grandfather and the others is not obliterated. You should contemplate this carefully. I have work to attend to. Jiraiya fell silent, grappling with the urge to speak, only to refrain repeatedly. After a moment, he stored away his kunai in a scroll and sighed deeply. I shall return to ponder this, Tsunade. You carry on with your duties. He leaped out of the window, vanishing into the night. Tsunade set down the document in her hands, exhaling a weary sigh. Jiraiya traversed the bustling streets of Konoha beneath the cloak of night, observing the throngs of people in the lively thoroughfare. He glanced at the scroll in his possession, sighed once more, and murmured to himself, what am I to do? Chapter 26. Laying in ambush in the early morning, the streets of Konoha buzzed with their usual vibrancy. Jiraiya sauntered toward the Hokage building, passing by a street where a group of 7- or 8-year-old children approached, their laughter ringing through the air. Hey, Tai, did you manage to extract your chakra today? Of course, I'm a genius. I have already refined my chakra. I, too, am a genius, and I have refined mine as well. Hey, old man. You're blocking the way. Why are you standing there? Old man, are you a ninja? Why aren't you wearing a headband? Definitely not a ninja. Look at that oil symbol he's wearing. He probably admires ninjas and made his own headband. When I get home from school, I'll make a headband to wear on my forehead too. Let us go. We're going to be late for class. One child called out, sprinting ahead. We must hurry. In an instant, the group of children dashed away, leaving no trace. Jiraiya watched them disappear, absent-mindedly touching his headband, lost in thought. He clenched and relaxed his fist repeatedly, his expression shifting with uncertainty. After a brief moment, he sighed and fixed his determined gaze upon the Hokage building. Striding purposefully in that direction, he was resolved to lay an ambush for Li, assuming the guise of a rogue ninja, without entangling Konoha in the affair. In this beautiful world, amidst the bustling Hidden Leaf village, it must not be reduced to the cataclysmic visions of prophecy. Furthermore, the transformation of the world cannot hinge on the whims of Li Yuan. Having inflicted so much harm upon the leaf, and having conspired with Orochimaru to eliminate the elder, how could the future possibly unfold in a favorable manner? He must be removed. Jiraiya skillfully leaped through the window into the Hokage's office, casting his gaze upon Tsunade, who was seated and engrossed in her documents. Have you made your decision? He inquired. Without lifting her head, Tsunade continued to peruse the files. I have made my choice. This is an opportunity worth testing. Jiraiya inhaled deeply, clenching his fists. The rogue ninja identity. Tsunade set aside her documents with a sigh. It matters not. I seldom remain in the leaf. Jiraiya fell silent for a moment, his expression somber. No further deliberation. Tsunade extended her right hand, opening a drawer beneath her desk to retrieve a file. No more contemplation. I have pondered this all night. Jiraiya shook his head. I anticipated this outcome. Tsunade said as she opened the document, her right hand grasping the Hokage's seal. Proceed. Jiraiya touched his forehead protector and turned to gaze out the window. Tsunade paused briefly, casting a glance at Jiraiya before the Hokage's seal was pressed onto the document. Very well, you are now a rogue ninja. Your intentions are of no concern to the leaf. Tsunade glanced at the file, letting out another sigh. The sealed ninja? They are next door. I have arranged 10 individuals for you to speak with. She resumed her examination of the documents. Jiraiya took a step forward, slowly approaching the door of the Hokage's office. Moreover, the notice of your status as a rogue ninja will be dispatched upon your departure from the leaf. Jiraiya paused momentarily, glancing at the document before hastening out of the office. Shortly thereafter, Jiraiya emerged from the Hokage building accompanied by 10 ninjas. Tsunade stood by the window ledge of the Hokage's office, quietly observing Jiraiya's departure. Once he was out of sight, she rubbed her forehead. "Someone, fetch Kakashi," she commanded. "Yes." Hokage-sama. A ninja appeared suddenly and swiftly departed. A short while later, Kakashi entered the Hokage's office. "You called for me, Hokage-sama?" he asked. "Take a look at these scrolls." Tsunade approached the desk and handed Kakashi 3 scrolls. Kakashi accepted them, opening each one and reviewing their contents. After a moment, he set down the scrolls, massaging his temples as he paced back and forth. "Kakashi, what is your perspective?" Tsunade inquired. "Hokage-sama, given the circumstances, I find myself at a loss," Kakashi replied, shaking his head with resignation. "Should I consider Jiraiya a rogue ninja?" Tsunade glanced at the document in her hand and extended it to Kakashi once more. "Indeed. The rogue ninja file," Kakashi remarked as he accepted the document. "I fear that his actions may potentially incite a war." Tsunade clenched her fists. Only after accepting the responsibilities of Konoha did she realize how frail she truly was. If it had been during the days of Konoha's prosperity, she would have openly supported Jiraiya's endeavors without hesitation. What would it matter if I, the leader of Konoha's foremost shinobi village, were to ambush you? A mere clan leader? Do you have any objections? We can settle this on the battlefield. But now, Konoha is in no position to act so boldly. We dare not. Lord Hokage, intelligence suggests that Li Yuan holds considerable esteem among the Uchiha, and their strength is formidable. Riku paused, his expression grave. To say nothing of their prowess during the Third Great Ninja War, when their clan fought against the entirety of the Mist Village. Given the passage of 13 years, it is likely their losses from the war have been restored, and they are now even stronger. With the addition of some Mist and Sound ninjas under Orochimaru, their power may rival that of the 5 great shinobi villages. Their elite combat capabilities may surpass Konoha's, even if their lower-tier forces are fewer in number. Indeed. You are right, Lord Hokage, Riku sighed softly. On the day the 3rd Hokage perished, he had witnessed Jiraiya struggle to withstand a few of Li Yuan's blows. Furthermore, the ninjas causing trouble that day were quite capable. Riku, take a contingent of elite ninjas and follow closely behind Jiraiya, Tsunade instructed, her fists tightening. No matter the outcome, inform me at the earliest opportunity. Moreover, should matters deteriorate and Jiraiya fails, adapt as necessary. Yes, Lord Hokage. Riku bowed respectfully before hastily departing. Soon, the Ino, Shika, Cho trio assembled, accompanied by 8 ninjas, swiftly leaving Konoha in pursuit of Jiraiya. Jiraiya, leading 10 ninjas, exited the land of fire and halted in a forest within the land of hot water. "Look at this," Jiraiya addressed the 10 ninjas around him. "Lord Jiraiya, may I proceed?" One ninja asked, bowing slightly. "Let us begin," Jiraiya gestured with a wave of his hand. In the next moment, the 10 ninjas dispersed, each retrieving large scrolls from their backs. They infused chakra into the scrolls, causing a multitude of smaller scrolls to cascade out. As they grasped the smaller scrolls, they swiftly formed hand seals, and a series of runes emerged, connecting rapidly to create a mysterious pattern. The design flashed momentarily before disappearing deep within the forest. This process repeated several times, ultimately culminating in the assembly of an even more intricate pattern that vanished once again. "Lord Jiraiya, the sealing barrier has been established," one ninja announced, ceasing his hand seals and approaching Jiraiya. "Excellent work, thank you. Please, check it once more." Jiraiya patted the ninja on the shoulder. "Understood, Lord Jiraiya." The ninja replied before departing again. A moment later, the ninja returned, declaring, "Jiraiya, there is absolutely no issue. This seal could even contain a tailed beast. And the spatial aspect? Certainly no problems there. Once the barrier is activated, all spatial abilities will be nullified." "Very well, prepare to face the enemy." Jiraiya retrieved a scroll from his bosom, infusing it with chakra, which caused a kunai to materialize. Grasping the kunai in his right hand, he channeled more chakra into it. In Chapter 27, titled East Wind Express, within a wooden cottage on Seagull Island, Li Yuan, seated in a meditative posture, opened his eyes and gazed out the window. In the next moment, he executed the Flying Thunder God technique and vanished. In the land of Rice, at the Sound Ninja Village, Li Yuan appeared out of thin air, extending his senses to detect that Fugaku and the others were still within the village and had not ventured outside. He glanced towards the location of the activated Flying Thunder God mark and murmured softly to himself, "The land of hot water, is it? Neither Fugaku, nor Obito, nor pain. How intriguing, it must be Jiraiya." The flying thunder god mark that Li Yuan had provided was a specialized one for pain, while Obito possessed 2 marks on his own body. As for Keiki, he was not limited to just one kunai. All his weapons bore the flying thunder god mark. Li Yuan once again employed the flying thunder god technique and vanished. At the border of the land of rice, amidst a lush forest, Li Yuan reappeared out of thin air. Extending his senses once more, he detected no chakra presence nearby. He then produced another scroll from his robe, infused it with chakra, and a teapot, standing at half a meter tall, instantaneously fell to the ground with a resounding thud, sending dust swirling into the air. A surge of chakra erupted from the spout, forming an ethereal little red fox. "What the hell are you doing, you brat?" exclaimed Kurama. "Do you want to come out and play?" Li Yuan inquired, gazing at the crimson fox. "Come on, if you let me out, it's bound to be trouble," Kurama retorted with a scoff. "Quite astute," Li Yuan replied, shaking his head. He crouched down, caressed the teapot, and infused it with chi. In the next moment, the teapot glowed brightly, its runes illuminating one by one. With a slight manipulation, a portion of the runes dimmed rapidly, creating a breach in the seal. "Kurama, come out and get some fresh air." Li Yuan tapped the teapot with his left hand, producing 2 sharp knocks. "Stop knocking, it's so loud. You're shaking me." The illusory little fox trembled all over, its ears drooping to cover its ear holes. Such a strong reaction," Li Yuan remarked, astonished by Kurama's response. "I live in here. It's like you're knocking inside my ear." Kurama ceased trembling and bared its teeth at Li Yuan. "Speak up. What do you want me to do?" "There is no way out. I am utterly bound and must submit. Whether it is those piercing eyes or the sealing technique, I find myself powerless to resist." "Come on out," Li Yuan remarked, stroking his chin with a sly grin, likely plotting against someone again. "What a troublesome endeavor," the Nine-Tails muttered softly. A surge of chakra rapidly flowed from the teapot, and a small, illusory red fox began to expand. Moments later, a colossal red fox, over 30 meters in length, materialized in the forest, lying a mere 10 meters away from Li Yuan. With a thunderous roar, it bared its fangs at Li Yuan, gathering chakra in its mouth to slowly form a black sphere. "Yes, gather it larger. This is precisely what I desire," Li Yuan said. Continuing to channel energy into the teapot to control the seal, a smile gracing his face as he observed the beast ball nearing a meter in size. The Nine-Tails paused, momentarily astonished, halting the formation of the beast ball at its mouth. "You release me for this?" It snarled, glaring down at Li Yuan. "Don't stop now. Make it larger," Li Yuan urged, fixated on the beast ball, nodding in encouragement. With another roar, the Nine-Tails unleashed the beast ball toward Li Yuan. "Save your effort. Such an attack is futile against me." Li Yuan vanished in an instant. The beast ball struck the ground directly, sending dust swirling into the air. Not far away, Li Yuan reappeared, gazing at the Nine-Tails. "So, do you wish to test your strength? Or is this your plan?" His golden pupil shimmered with a mysterious pattern. The next moment, the Nine-Tails stood frozen in place, its eyes vacant. "Now you behave. It seems I must resort to coercive measures," Li Yuan remarked, shaking his head. The Nine-Tails resumed gathering the beast ball at its mouth. The sphere swelled rapidly, 1 meter, 3 meters, 10 meters, until it reached over 20 meters. At which point Li Yuan nodded and leaped onto the Nine-Tails' neck, taking his stance. He formed hand seals, and a shadow clone materialized beside him. The colossal beast ball shot into the sky. Li Yuan's shadow clone swiftly extended its energy to connect with the beast ball. In the blink of an eye, both the shadow clone and the beast ball vanished without a trace. "Jiraiya, my grand gift is on its way. I hope you enjoy it," Li Yuan chuckled. Gazing toward the land of soup, the shadow clone accompanied the gift to prevent any unforeseen mishaps. Had it not been for Jiraiya, the clone would have departed with the delivery once more. In the dense jungles of the land of soup, Jiraiya stood behind a large tree, intently observing the kunai embedded in the ground a mere 10 meters away. He had activated Sage Mode, with 2 frogs perched silently upon his shoulders. "Lord Jiraiya, do you think he will come?" a ninja beside him inquired. "I do not know," he replied. Jiraiya shook his head. "Lord Jiraiya, we have already waited for nearly half an hour. If no one appears in the next half hour, we shall retreat back to Konoha." Jiraiya sighed. "Everyone, stay vigilant. Let us endure for another 30 minutes. The ninja, with hands still poised in a seal, fixed his gaze intently ahead, clutching his kunai. At that moment, a sudden fluctuation in space occurred, and Li Yuan appeared out of thin air, carrying a 20-meter-tailed beast ball. With practiced swiftness, he extended his senses, instantly identifying the source. In the next instant, he transformed into a cloud of smoke and vanished. The 10 ninjas, without sparing a glance, swiftly formed hand seals. Not good. Retreat quickly. That is the tailed beast ball. Jiraiya shouted urgently. However, it was too late. A thunderous explosion reverberated, shaking the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. A kilometer away, atop the treetops, Rikuju observed the commotion ahead and waved his hand, calling out loudly, "Let us investigate the situation." He quickly led the other ninjas in haste. Moments later, they halted, gazing at the immense crater before them. The pit, several dozen meters wide and deep, took on a circular shape. Could this be the result of the tailed beast ball? Akimichi DZ8 gulped nervously. It must be the tailed beast ball. I witnessed its destructive power during the Nine Tails rampage. Yamashiro high crouched down, feeling the pit's walls. Quickly, let us find Lord Jiraiya and see how he is. Rikuju urged anxiously. Suddenly, a weak voice emerged from within the crater. The group turned their attention toward the sound, spotting an arm weakly raised before falling back down. They rushed over, revealing Jiraiya, his body covered in blood beneath a tangle of shattered white hair. Medical ninjas, hurry and treat him, Rikuju implored frantically. One ninja crouched down, a green glow emanating from his hands as he swiftly delved into Jiraiya's body. Lord Rikuju, we must get Lord Jiraiya back to Konoha quickly. My skills are inadequate to heal him, the ninja said gravely. There are too many broken bones. Only Lady Tsunade can save him. DZA, carry Lord Jiraiya on your back. We must return to Konoha at top speed, Rikuju commanded, glancing at his two companions. Hi, send a message to Lord Hokage, informing him that Jiraiya's injuries require immediate attention. DZA swiftly hoisted Jiraiya onto his back, and the group hurriedly departed, racing towards Konoha. Chapter 28. Jiraiya's return to Konoha at the border of the land of rice. Amidst the dense jungle, Li Yuan suddenly paused, a new image flashing in his mind. He recognized it as a vision from his shadow clone. The teapot in his hand radiated a brilliant light, intricate runes surfacing. Streams of chakra surged from the 30-meter Nine Tails, flowing towards the spout, as its form rapidly diminished. Moments later, all the Nine Tails chakra was contained within the teapot, and Li Yuan rolled it up, stroking his chin in contemplation. The shadow clone's vision confirmed that Jiraiya had indeed taken the full brunt of that tailed beast ball. Given his Sage Mode's resilience, he might not be dead, but he would undoubtedly be gravely injured. Should I go in for the kill? If Jiraiya were to be killed, would Orochimaru express any dissent? The bond he shared with Orochimaru was subtle, merely enhancing their emotional connection. It is essential not to alter too much, as it could obliterate an individual's essence. Orochimaru, after all, relies on his very essence for innovation and creation. A soulless Orochimaru holds no worth. Nevertheless, it might be prudent to ascertain the severity of Jiraiya's injuries. In the next moment, Li Yuan bit his fingertip to form a seal, placing his right hand upon the ground. A cloud of smoke rose and swiftly dissipated, revealing a majestic eagle before him. With a piercing cry, the eagle inclined its head towards Li Yuan. Eagle 5, soar in that direction, he commanded, stroking the eagle that pointed towards the land of hot water, before leaping onto its back. With another cry, Eagle 5 spread its wings and ascended into the sky. It was not that Li Yuan was unable to employ the flying thunder god technique. Rather, Jiraiya's kunai had been obliterated by the tailed beast bomb. Here lies the nearest flying thunder god mark, yet it remains a daunting 20 kilometers away. In the Hokage's office at Konoha, the Hokage was informed, Lord Hokage, Jiraiya has sustained grave injuries in the land of hot water and requires urgent medical attention. An Umbu ninja hurriedly entered the office. He is there now, and his injuries are severe, Tsunade exclaimed, rising abruptly to glance at the Umbu operative. The news from Hachi has arrived. They are carrying Jiraiya back to Konoha. It seems he was struck by a tailed beast bomb, leaving many bones shattered. Quickly, send for the Inuzuka clan's ninjas. We must go to their aid. Tsunade clenched her fists, speaking with urgency, fully aware of the gravity of shattered bones. It could very well be fatal. Yes, Lord Hokage, the Umbu ninja replied, bowing before hastily departing. As she watched the Umbu leave, Tsunade paced in the office, her brow furrowed deeply, fists tightening until she struck the desk with great force. The resulting crash split the office in two, papers scattering across the floor, echoing the sound of chaos. Shizune, hearing the commotion, entered the Hokage's office. Tsunade took a deep breath, releasing her fists as she turned to Shizune. Shizune, I am fine. Please send someone to tidy this up, and come with me now. With that, she leapt through the window, landing before the Hokage building. At that moment, several individuals were racing towards their location. Moments later, Tsunade, accompanied by Shizune and 8 ninjas, swiftly departed from Konoha. As for Jiraiya, now a rogue ninja, whether this would incite war was a concern to address later. First, they must locate Jiraiya and bring him back for treatment. Meanwhile, Kakashi and the others had been sprinting for several kilometers, carrying Jiraiya as they neared the border of the land of hot water. At that moment, a piercing cry echoed from the sky as a magnificent eagle, spanning over 10 meters, swooped down towards them. This is bad. Prepare for battle, Li Yuan exclaimed, casting a wary glance at the approaching eagle. He was acutely aware of Jiraiya's purpose for being there, and it was likely that the leader of the Uchiha clan was in pursuit. The group quickly clustered together, shielding the injured Jiraiya behind them. They drew their kunai, gripping them tightly, their eyes alertly scanning the skies for the great bird. As the eagle approached within 100 meters, the group hurled their kunai skyward, launching them at the formidable creature. The eagle, with a rapid flurry of its wings, gathered a vortex of wind blades that shot towards the kunai. Li Yuan, however, remained still, listening intently, extending his senses towards Jiraiya. He needed to ascertain the severity of Jiraiya's injuries and whether he was on the brink of death. A series of clinks resounded as the wind blades collided with the kunai, scattering both forces. The eagle circled closer, its sharp eyes fixed on the figures below. Uchiha clan leader, must you truly pursue to the death? Li Yuan shouted from behind a companion, eyeing the eagle. He initiated the trouble. How could it be me who must face annihilation? Li Yuan shook his head, glancing at Li Yuan. From his earlier assessment, he had discerned the extent of Jiraiya's wounds. Having taken a tailed beast bomb head-on, he was indeed on the verge of collapse, with numerous bones shattered. Even if he were to be returned, Tsunade might not be able to heal him completely. It seemed that Jiraiya would be rendered incapable of opposing him in the future. Since Lord Jiraiya is already so gravely injured, must this continue? Li Yuan discreetly formed hand seals with one hand. A shadow began to extend from his own. Reaching towards the eagle's shadow, Li Yuan, do not attempt any underhanded tricks, Li Yuan warned, casting a glance at the shadow. Li Yuan's expression stiffened as the shadow elongated swiftly